Rayon's lips trembled as he looked at the wrist that had been caught by the sword and saber sovereign. What the hell? It surprised him. There was a saying that people fell speechless when they were very surprised, and that was exactly what was happening to him. Anyone would have been surprised if a corpse they were trying to burn suddenly came back to life. Gee, Wrath also seemed to be surprised, screamed like a monkey, and floated in the air. He looked like cotton candy fluttering into the air. You aren't surprised at all. The sword and saber sovereign nodded in satisfaction. It's a demeanor befitting that great being's descendant. He was gravely mistaken. Rayon's heart was pounding like it was about to burst, and cold sweat was flowing down his spine as he listened. If the sword and saber sovereign's eyes had been the same as before, Rayon would have immediately cut his head off. Watch out, stand back, Rayon division leader. Burin, Martha, and Runan nervously ran towards him. They unsheathed their swords as if they were going to attack the sword and saber sovereign. Arg, it's starting again, division leader. Rimmer and Mark Goat also raised their swords, their eyes wide. It's fine. Rayon shook his hand at everyone, suppressing the trembling of his heart. He's different from before. He could no longer sense malice and wickedness in the sword and saber sovereign. His eyes now resembled those of a monk who had devoted their entire life to training and virtuous deeds. Did you read my soul? You're even better than I expected. The sword and saber sovereign was mistaken again. Rayon had only read his nature. However, he kept his mouth shut because he figured it would become more annoying if he told him the truth. Can I hear your name? My name is Rayon Zeekhart. I can only admire you the more I watch you. I do wish to hear about how you've been living, but let's get to the point since we don't have much time. The sword and saber sovereign briefly sighed before he calmly lifted his gaze. The first thing I'm going to tell you is this place's nature. You shouldn't be aware, but this area originally belonged to Zeekhart. He lowered his voice as if he were talking about some important secret. I know, Rayon stated, calmly closing his eyes before opening them again. Huh, the sword and saber sovereign's lips parted, showing his surprise at his knowledge. Why, you know, yes, it makes it easier to talk if you already know about it. The sword and saber sovereign awkwardly scratched his head. You shouldn't know why this place was created, though. This place must have been Zeekhart's training ground. Why, you also know about that. The sword and saber sovereign stopped speaking and blinked at him. Yes, he was obviously aware of that information. After all, he'd seen his ancestors' memory and the documents in the control room. I didn't know at all, though, Martha said as she shook her head, saying that it was completely unexpected to her. Rayon was telling us that this place seemed to be a training ground. Of course I didn't know that it was Zeekhart's land, though, Burin gasped in surprise. I knew all about it, Runan stated as she confidently raised her chin, her hands placed on her waist. Did you? How? Burin and Martha widened their eyes while looking at Runan. Rayon said at the moment we arrived. He stated that this land belongs to Zeekhart. Runan nodded, talking about how Rayon declared that the cavern belonged to Zeekhart when they reached the 5th floor. That's not how it works, you idiot. Martha shook her head at her ridiculous statement. You'd believe the division leader even if he said the sun rises from the ground. The sun does rise from the ground, though, Runan replied, tilting her head. Whatever. Martha lifted her hands, admitting her defeat. Ahem. The sword and saber sovereign cleared his throat, pretending he didn't hear the strange conversation from behind him. He stated, you have outstanding insight, such impressive wisdom. Rayon sighed briefly, watching the sword and saber sovereign's trembling eyelids. He is misunderstanding again. The reason he knew all of that information was because he'd seen the first head's memory. If it weren't for that, he would have been as surprised as everyone else. But you shouldn't know about this fact. The one who created this training ground must be the first head of Zeekhart. Why you even managed to deduce that fact? The sword and saber sovereign's eyes widened and he clapped his hands loudly. You know everything already. It's as if you witnessed it directly. His rightful descendant is different indeed. It wasn't as if he'd actually witnessed it. Since Rayon had really watched the scene of them creating the training ground, the sword and saber sovereign wasn't exactly wrong. However, Rayon didn't say anything about it because he couldn't exactly tell him that fact. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching the sword and saber sovereign, who seemed ecstatic and surprised at the same time. I have a strong feeling that he has a sloppy personality. Unlike when the sword and saber sovereign was fighting senselessly, he felt extremely friendly for some reason. Then did you also know about the fact that I'm affiliated with Zeekhart? The sword and saber sovereign was asking a question instead of telling him information, as if he wanted to challenge him to a quiz. No, I knew it, you couldn't have known all thaw. But I could somewhat guess it. Why, you guessed. Yes. Rayon calmly nodded and continued. There's almost no information left about you, sword and saber sovereign, but I could guess as much based on the way that you paid respect to Zeekhart's first head, and the fact that Zeekhart's old emblem is engraved inside the martial outfit you are wearing right now. Ha, you seem to be even better than him in terms of wit. The sword and saber sovereign gasped in surprise. He put his thoughts together for a moment and quietly nodded. I'm affiliated with Zeekhart, but I wasn't exactly inside Zeekhart. I was tasked with protecting Zeekhart from the outside. The sword and saber sovereign was from Zeekhart. Rimmer and Burin gasped while looking at the sword and saber sovereign. I guess it's understandable since Zeekhart was supposed to have been even more powerful in the past than it is right now. I thought it was just a legend because no records from back then remain. The sword and saber sovereign was our protector from the outside. This is insane. The jaws of the others dropped upon hearing such a secret piece of history. I made that decision myself in order to repay the gratitude I felt to the first head of Zeekhart. A faint smile surfaced on the sword and saber sovereign's face as he reminisced about the past. Gratitude. But the first head and the sword and saber sovereign lived in different timelines. The first head kept working for the lives of the continent even after he withdrew from the head of house position. That's how he ended up helping me. I came here to leave my martial arts to Zeekhart before my life ended after my retirement, but I never expected it to go so wrong. I'm really sorry. It's fine. Rayon shook his head with a faint smile on his face. It's not your fault, sir. The sword and saber sovereign's personality was exactly as he'd imagined. He wasn't in the wrong because Darius Robert, who'd planned the entire incident, was the problem. One more thing. The sword and saber sovereign raised his hand while smiling faintly. Despite what he said, I left two successors behind. They inherited my sword and saber, respectively. He shook his head while pointing at the deceased Delpros. I didn't tell them about Zeekhart because they were too mischievous, but my martial arts should have been passed down all this time. Find their descendants and make it your strength. I'll tell you about it now. The sword and saber sovereign extended his hand towards Rayon's forehead. Rayon tried to step back, but met the sword and saber sovereign's eyes. The strength left his body upon seeing eyes as pure as the morning dew. The sword and saber sovereign smiled faintly, thanking him for his understanding. The hand touching Rayon's forehead was cold, but strangely enough, he could feel the warmth from it. I've often contemplated whether I should leave my martial arts or just let them disappear because of everything that happened. However, all of my worries disappeared when I saw you. A heavy energy seeped into his head the moment his voice came to a halt. Aura. The sword and saber sovereign's heavy aura entered through the head and spread throughout his body. It was a sturdy and indomitable aura of earth. The sword and saber sovereign's impenetrable nature was perfectly absorbed in it. However, what he was giving wasn't just his aura. The principles of his martial arts. Abyssal saber art and the demon-breaking sword art permeated into his mind alongside the aura. The sword and saber sovereign didn't have much aura left because he had died a long time ago and his core was broken. What he really wanted to deliver must have been his martial arts instead of his aura. The abyssal sword art and the demon-breaking sword art. Rayon slowly closed his eyelids, feeling a new flower of martial arts blooming in his mental world. The sword and saber sovereign smiled faintly while watching Rayon enter his trance. What an amazing boy. After the villains awakened him, his mind had been perfectly clear, but he was unable to control his body. In the midst of his hellish second life, he realized that he was in a different era. A lot of the information was inaccurate. He was worried that all of the secrets he knew would be buried in the ground with him, but it was a meaningless worry. The youngster named Rayon Zeekhart had already figured out everything on his own before he told him about them. He looks extremely similar to him. It's more apparent the more I watch him. His blonde hair, which was as dazzling as the sun, and blazing red eyes that seemed capable of burning away every malice in the world, reminded him of his lord, the first head of Zeekhart. Of course, his personality is the most similar aspect. Rayon cared about the weak even when his life was at risk. The way he prioritized saving others, even if it put him at a disadvantage, reflected Zeekhart's core values. It wasn't that difficult for martial arts and houses to be passed down. The really difficult part to maintain was the original mentality. The youngster named Rayon had perfectly inherited the first head's resolution and thoughts when he founded Zeekhart. He had decided not to hand over his martial arts to anyone during the incident, but Rayon had made him change his mind. The sword and saber sovereign smiled deeply while making a grave misinterpretation of Rayon's personality and his thoughts. He is similar to the head of house in every aspect, but his appearance is even more handsome. My lord, your descendant seems to shine even brighter than you. Moreover, he nodded in satisfaction while watching the Light Wind Division and the Void Sword Division, who were guarding Rayon without hesitation. All of them are. The sword and saber sovereign smiled faintly while watching the golden heat emanating from Rayon's chest. I don't believe you need to worry about them anymore. Your flame burns just as bright as ever. The first thing Rayon saw after opening his eyes was the sword and saber sovereign's smile. Why would you give me such a thing? The sword and saber sovereign tragically fell prey to necromancy while trying to leave his martial arts to the future. Rayon had never expected he would pass down his martial arts to him, not when he could have just disappeared after that. I figured I could count on you. The sword and saber sovereign nodded, his faint smile remaining on his face. Actually, I'm You don't need to say anything. Rayan was trying to tell him that it was just a misunderstanding, but the sword and saber sovereign firmly shook his hand. I was watching you while my soul was shackled. Transparent radiance emanated from the sword and saber sovereign's black eyes. At first, I wanted to die. The fact that my small bit of greed caused my suffering made me want to die even though I was already dead. However, he gripped his chest painfully, showing that he was serious. I was happy when I saw you. I was deeply impressed by the way you fought me without taking a single step back while using his martial arts and swordsmanship. I was thankful for the fact that I still had eyes to see you. The sword and saber sovereign raised his head with a slightly more light-hearted gaze. The moment I saw you saving others, even in the middle of your battle against me, I clearly realized that you are his true descendant. Unfortunately, that was also his misunderstanding. Rayan had only saved those people in order to ruin Darius's plans. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to save people who'd come to the grave out of greed. I'm simply glad that his martial arts, sword, and mind have been successfully passed down. The sword and saber sovereign patted Rayan's head while meeting his eyes. And you are more handsome than him. It must have been a joke, but Rayan couldn't laugh at it. Damn handsome Rayan, I knew it. However, he almost laughed bitterly because of Runon's voice coming from behind him. I have one last thing to tell you. The sword and saber sovereign created a sword barrier and lowered his voice. Sieghart has a true enemy. Enemy, I thought the head of house had annihilated them all, but their legacy still continues. He sighed and pointed at his own eyes. Do you remember how the black and white parts of my eyes were reversed? Yes. Rayan was surprised when he first saw the sword and saber sovereign because those eyes were the same as the monster he'd seen in the first head's memory. It's their characteristic. It's the eyes of demons. Why demons again? You are more evil than us. Wrath shook his head, calling them more evil. Just who are they? We called them anima during my time, but I'm not sure what they are called nowadays. They change their names quite often, after all. Anima. They were clearly related to Darius, but Rayan had never heard of the name when he was working under him. This is the worst fated relationship. Apparently, the ill-fated relationship between Darius and himself wasn't just about their previous life. By the way, Rayan started to speak to the sword and saber sovereign, but his eyes suddenly widened. The sword and saber sovereign's body was breaking into pieces and scattering away. The sword and saber sovereign smiled faintly, looking at his hand as it began fluttering like pieces of a puzzle. My time must be up. I must have reached my limit because I gave you all of my remaining aura, even if it was a small amount. He shook his head, silently telling Rayan that he shouldn't worry about it, but I'm still relieved. All my worries have disappeared after seeing you. The sword and saber sovereign caught his hand with his remaining left hand. If you are the current successor of Sieghart, I don't even need to see the head of house to understand his qualities. You can use everything I've left behind however you want to. Esteemed sword and saber sovereign, I'm not Sieghart's successor. Are you not? I suppose you are still too young, but you will soon. That's not it. Rayan briefly shook his head. He wanted to tell him the truth before he left so that he wouldn't misunderstand for once. I'm still a collateral. The sword and saber sovereign's eyes widened. A sea collateral? You? Yes. What? But that doesn't make any sense. How did a collateral even learn the 10,000 flames cultivation and the ring of fire? He extended his hand in disbelief. However, his hand turned into dust and disappeared before it reached Rayan. About that. Wait a moment, just wait a moment. I can't leave like this. Why are you even a collateral? Are there only idiots in Sieghart right now? Why are you a Kala? The sword and saber sovereign screamed, but his body didn't stop disappearing. It looked like his eyes were getting distorted like at his first appearance as he completely faded away. Rayan blinked while looking at the land where the sword and saber sovereign had just been. Should I not have told him about it? He'd honestly told him because he was going to disappear, but it seemed to have gone for the worse. Wrath clutched his head and sighed deeply. Sometimes, some things are better left unsaid. He sighed once again and furrowed his brow. Wait, should a demon really be teaching a human about having an upright personality? Rayan dusted his hands off. It couldn't be helped since it was already done. He shook his head to forget about it and returned to the light wind division. Are you okay? Burin asked as he walked up to him while blinking. It looked like the sword and saber sovereign was screaming at the end. It looked like a desperate struggle to me. What did you even tell him? Martha also showed her curiosity by tilting her head. It wasn't a big deal. He just said farewell. Rayan simply shook his head because he felt like they would be flustered as well if he told them the truth. The sword and saber sovereign was our ancestor. That's surprising. Serena returned to her senses and laughed bitterly. What you said when we first arrived here wasn't wrong. I know, right? Rayan chuckled while looking at Serena. How is your condition? Serena nodded as if she was perfectly fine even though she was severely injured. She truly had the soul of a warrior. Then let's leave now. Rayan nodded his head while looking at the light wind division, the void sword division, and the surviving neutral factions. There were quite a lot of them even without counting Sieghart's warriors. There were enough people to act as witnesses. It's going to be lots of work to climb back up. You don't need to worry about that part. Rayon pointed at the ceiling while shaking his head. I found the control room that manages this training ground. We can quickly reach the ground by using that. Nice, let's go right now. Rimmer nodded, saying that he wanted some alcohol. I'm sleepy. Run-On blinked while yawning, showing her drowsiness. But we can't all leave at the same time. We need someone to control this place. Serena narrowed her eyes while looking around. Since we can't leave the task to a stranger, we should leave one person. It's not a person, but we have a perfect chicken for the job. Chicken, this one. Rayon chuckled and pointed at Kayin the Phoenix where he was floating in the sky. Peep, I will manage this place. Who are you calling a chicken? Before that, why would I even do that? I'm not going to do anything. Kayin shook its head, saying that it wouldn't listen to humans anymore. I'm leaving though. Huh, you can live peacefully once I leave. Are you saying that you are refusing that opportunity? Rayon tapped on Kayin's wing with a smile on his face. If you want to stay with me so much, it can't be helped. I'll do it, I'll send you up there, right now, extremely quickly. Kayin rapidly flapped its wings, determined to seize the opportunity. The sand on the ground flew up like a storm. This demon won't be leaving forever. Wrath shook his head while watching its behavior. A chicken head can't be any better. The faint red foothold slowly soared toward the sky. It was a secret passage only allowed to the one controlling the training ground. There should be a lot of people once we leave, I guess. Rimmer sighed while looking at the ceiling. It would be stranger if it wasn't the case. Serena nodded, saying that it would obviously be the case. I don't want to fight anymore. No, we need those people. Rayon shook his head while looking at Rimmer, because they need to be witnesses. That's true, but it's too much work. Rimmer calmly nodded, implying that he understood what Rayon meant by witnesses. I still can't believe that I met the real sword and saber sovereign. Burin touched his chest to feel his trembling heart. I've never imagined a development like this either. Martha scratched her nose while agreeing with him. Yeah, I want to sleep. Run-On blinked, saying that she was tired. She didn't even seem to care any more about the sword and saber sovereign. Rayon nodded faintly while calmly looking around the light wind division, who'd regained their composure. You all fought well, but it's still not enough. It would have been quite dangerous once again if it weren't for multiple coincidences. He figured he would need to improve their individual strength, because I already have the material for that. He should be able to create a new martial art for them by combining the sword and saber sovereign's martial arts. While Rayon was deciding on the direction of how to make everyone stronger, Kayin's voice could be heard from the control room. Peep, you're almost there. Well, before that, Rayon nodded as he gazed at the light, which was shimmering like fluttering sunlight. I have something else to do. Along with the sensation of the sudden surge of the floor, the dark sky of the night entered his vision. The ground on the surface, which he was stepping on for the first time in what felt like a long time, felt as soft as cotton. That's a lot of people. Yes, they are overflowing. Rimmer and Serena furrowed their brows while looking around the forest. As they said, the area was brimming with hyenas waiting to rob the sword and saber sovereign's legacy. Stay alert. Burin briefly shook his head, and the light wind division spread its wings left and right in order to open the formation. I'll resolve the matter with words. Rayon left the light wind division's formation and walked forward. He stood alone at the center of the forest and stomped the ground. Wham! A huge shockwave spread in all directions, echoing throughout the land and even the sky. Bushes and trees faltered, and the pale faces of the hidden warriors were revealed. This land belongs to Sieghart from now on, Rayon declared, looking down on thousands of eyes overflowing with desire. I'm giving you 10 seconds. Put down your weapons or disappear. Choose wisely. Nedun Jurian blinked while watching Rayon, who'd emerged from the grave. He was the head of the prestigious house Jurian, the spear of celestial grace. What, should this really be happening? The warriors who'd remained outside the grave had made an unspoken promise. Regardless of who came out with the sword and saber sovereign's legacy, they swore to combine their forces and attack them. However, no one was making a move because of Rayon's preemptive actions. The warriors who should have taken the lead in the assault were simply watching the development. It was a disconcerting sight. However, he could understand why. Rayon Sieghart's pressure was far too powerful as he stepped up. His aura was spreading throughout the land and making the sky tremble. It was only natural that no one could attack him. We have no other choice than letting them go at this rate. Nedun Jurian narrowed his eyes while watching Rayon. Wait, he's severely injured. He examined Rayon more closely while ignoring his powerful wave of energy, and he realized that his coat and uniform were torn to pieces and the inside was bloody. He seemed to be severely injured. It's not just him. All of them are severely injured. Serena, the Void Sword Division leader, looked like she could die at any moment because of how much blood she had on her uniform, and the other swordsmen, including Rimmer, also had plenty of wounds all around their bodies. Their expressions aren't looking good either. The Light Wind Division, the Void Sword Division, and the neutral factions behind them all looked pale. That implied that they were extremely exhausted from digging into the grave. I understand it now. Ned unclenched his fist. He's just acting right now. Of the 5 demons, the White Blood Religion, the Black Tower, and the Holy Sword Alliance had entered the grave. Since there were 3 of them, they couldn't possibly be intact if they had to defeat them to acquire the sword and Saber Sovereign's legacy. Rayon Sieghart was just taking the initiative to hide their disadvantageous situation. His acting was excellent indeed, but the pale faces of the swordsmen behind him couldn't be hidden. This is our only chance. If they managed to leave, it would be impossible to catch them anymore. It was necessary to finish them off right there. Nedon rapidly sent the aura messages. He told the leaders from the other factions that Rayon Sieghart was bluffing and convinced them to act according to the original plan. The leaders from the other factions immediately nodded, noticing that everyone in Sieghart was extremely tired. Shall I take the lead? Since his safety was guaranteed, it was a perfect opportunity to take the lead and increase his fame and influence. Nedon came out from his bush with a composed smile on his face. He calmly walked up to Rayon, drop our weapons and leave. I don't understand. He stopped 10 steps away from Rayon and shook his head. This land doesn't belong to Sieghart. I have no intention of dropping my weapon, nor to leave this. He was talking with his spear shaft lying on his shoulder, but a powerful wind pressure suddenly blew at him. He felt like his skin was tearing apart. Clock, he could feel a powerful impact on his right cheek before the wind subsided. The world was spinning and sensation faded away from his body. His mind left his body before he could let out a groan. All he could see as he closed his eyes was Rayon Sieghart's arrogant face. Wham! The moment Nedon struck the ground, his face crushed. The warriors who were preparing to attack came to a halt. It almost looked like time had stopped. 10 seconds have passed. Rayon clicked his tongue after destroying the face of the warrior who came up to him first. He placed Heavenly Drive's scabbard on his shoulder while watching the people who'd frozen like wooden dolls. Was he serious? Wasn't he just bluffing? What the? Their lips were trembling as they looked back and forth between Rayon's calm face and Nedon's crushed face. Your warning has expired. Rayon tilted his head and stepped on Nedon's back to walk towards the warriors. What are you doing right now? How are we supposed to drop our weapons at a place like this? Try to make sense at least. Why is this Sieghart's land? Stop your nonsense. The warriors who seemed to be the leaders of each faction shouted while stepping back in fear. Rayon shifted his gaze to remember the faces and locations of the leaders. Thud, he lightly executed the Supreme Harmony steps to ride through the wind. He advanced at a tremendous speed, which gave an impression that the sand on the ground was being swept backward, and reached the brawler at the front. The brawler was surprised but still extended his fist in a disciplined manner. Rayon easily dodged the fist by raising his elbow, smacking him with the sheathed Heavenly Drive. Walk. With the sound of bones breaking, the brawler collapsed on his back with blood gushing from his head. It'd work out if I just beat their heads. Rayon bent his ankle and kicked the ground. He approached the next swordsman who had run his mouth and smashed him with Heavenly Drive. The swordsman created a sword barrier to defend himself with a shout of concentration. Smack, however, Heavenly Drive's power was too great for him to withstand. Heavenly Drive's scabbard shattered the swordsman's sword barrier and bashed his forehead. The swordsman fell flat on the ground with a slightly unsightly scream. Our runaway, the archer who was the third one to complain, withdrew in a sliding motion. Even though he was stepping back, he was moving faster than when using forward footwork. However, even the archer's footwork was no match for the Supreme Harmony steps speed. Smack, Rayon caught up to him with Supreme Harmonies. Second step and smashed the archer's head. With a piercing scream, the archer collapsed, his body bending like a sickle. Wrath carefully spoke to Rayon. Weren't you going to resolve the issue with words? I tried, but they didn't listen. Rayon tilted his head. Those weren't words. You were threatening them. Moreover, when you said beating their heads, did you literally mean breaking their skulls instead of attacking their leaders? Wrath's eyes widened in bewilderment. Correct. You've completely lost it now. Wrath shook his head, saying that Rayon was becoming more and more crazy. Just wait a little. It will be over soon. Rayon smiled faintly and moved toward the magician, who was the fourth one to ramble. The magician freaked out and bent his waist upon realizing that he was the next target. He rapidly put down his staff and raised his hands. I dropped my weapon. The magician shook his head, forcing a smile on his face. You should have done it from the start. Rayon walked up to the magician, supporting Heavenly Drive's scabbard on his shoulder. The magician stroked his chest and breathed out a sigh of relief, but it's already too late. Rayon twisted his lips and smashed the magician's head with Heavenly Drive's scabbard, which he was gripping tightly. Smack! The magician couldn't even scream as he collapsed. He couldn't close his trembling eyes, which were filled with questions about the unfair treatment. But he put down his weapon. Why did he hit him? How could you do that? This isn't even Sieghart's land. The warriors and magicians shouted with trembling shoulders. I told you, this land belongs to Zeekhart again, starting from today. Since starting from today, again, a red-haired swordsman narrowed his eyes. Yes, this land originally belonged to Zeekhart. We will be taking it back since the owner of the grave acknowledged us. How does that even make any sense? It does, since I said I will. Rayon moved like he was teleporting through space and split the red-haired swordsman's skull. The swordsman was hit on the head while talking and collapsed while biting his tongue. He's crazy. He's out of his mind. We can't talk sense into him at all. The warriors turned pale, having gone from being attackers to victims. Wait a moment. I'm going back. I'll drop my weapon and withdraw, so please stop. It's too late now. Rayon laughed coldly and ran after the warriors who tried to withdraw while dropping their weapons. His eyes were truly filled with madness. Is that how he solves things, with words? Serena's eyes widened in bewilderment. Did I misunderstand the meaning of words? Our division leader just has a small issue with his education. Don't worry about it. You're not the one in the wrong, Void Sword division leader. Burin shook his head while letting out a sigh. It's not that bad today. At least he didn't draw his sword, but they still seemed to be dying. Serena gasped as she watched the warriors, their blood not only gushing but pouring from their wounds. The name, Sword of Rakshasa, should have been his, not mine. Martha wrinkled his nose. How can you see him as a righteous warrior? He's just a thug, she snorted while watching Rayon. Rayon, damn handsome. Run-on shouted damn handsome Rayon and started to doze off, sitting on the ground. She seemed to trust Rayon completely. I wonder how long he's going to take. About 20 minutes. There are a lot of them, after all. There are a lot of them, but they're all afraid of our division leader. I think it will be over in 5 minutes. I'm betting on 10. The Light Wind division started to bet on when the fight would be over, getting comfortable. How about betting some money instead of just talking about it? Rimmer walked up to the swordsman with a smile on his face and started to collect the bet money. Is the Light Wind division always like this? Serena gasped while watching the Light Wind division starting to gamble on what was happening. Actually, I'm the only person who is normal in the Light Wind division. Serena looked to the right upon hearing Dorian's voice. He was sighing, sitting on a comfortable sofa with a campfire in front of him that he'd taken out while it was still burning. Serena closed her mouth and shook her head. This is a den of lunatics. On the mountainside, the sword and saber sovereign's grave appeared as nothing more than a small dot in the distance. Kubara was kneeling on the ground with trembling hands. She gulped without making any sound and looked at Darius Robert, whose back was in front of her. Darius wasn't showing any pressure or emotion. He was as impassive as a doll, but his anger was deeper than ever. He was extremely frightening precisely because he wasn't showing his anger at all. Kubara robbed her own neck. She couldn't even breathe. Darius's sheer presence made her feel like her heart was being tightened by a wire. She ended up leaking a groan while drooling from her mouth, and Darius slowly nodded. It ended up happening. Malice lurked in his calm voice. She could feel the burning pain on her skin. I thought Delpros, the Shadowed Serpent Division leader, and the marionette of the Sword and Saber Sovereign would be enough against anyone, but he must have ruined it all again. Rayon's face was reflected in his cold eyes. The frightening sight gave the impression that it was being smeared with blood. He's gotten stronger. He's known to have reached the Grandmaster's realm, but he already reached the Intermediate realm. Kubara's widened, and she glared in Rayon's location. Intermediate. The rumor about Rayon Zeekhart reaching Grandmaster had only spread at the beginning of the year. He was intermediate already. Even for a genius, such growth should have been impossible. She was even more afraid of Rayon's growth than of Darius. She thought her strong point was that she wasn't flustered in any situation, but she felt like her strong point had just disappeared. Discard the following plan. It's meaningless since they've returned alive. Darius shook his head, keeping Rayon in his vision. Continue with the division among the 5 divine orders. It could be our key, considering how things turned out over here. Understood. Kubara swallowed nervously and nodded her head. He immediately came up with the next plan. Even though Darius had just witnessed his plan, which had cost a huge amount of time and resources ruined, he was thinking about his next move instead of getting angry. Even though she'd been serving him for her entire life, a chill still ran down her spine. The great plan will be postponed by at least 10 years if we don't come up with a definitive measure. Darius sighed briefly and shook his head. It's all my fault. He bit lip tightly while watching Rayon rampage among the warriors like a wolf among the sheep. I didn't give him the highest priority, even though I was aware of the danger he posed. It's my fault. Darius sneered at himself and lifted his hand. An ominous dark energy as round as a moon burst from his hand. Swoosh. Darius raised his hand to carve the dark energy. In a moment as brief as a single breath, the round energy had turned into the shape of a sharp and slender spear, resting in his grasp. Kubara's lips trembled as she looked at the spear Darius had just created. She couldn't feel any energy from it, but it was frightening. After all, the only thing dwelling in the spear was the phenomenon of death. Would this be enough to kill him? Darius turned around with a faint smile on his face. Of course, Kubara agreed, nodding. Even though Darius was controlling the output, it was still impossible for Rayon Zeekhart to defend against it in his current state. The thought that I shouldn't do it keeps tickling my mind, but I can't suppress my urge anymore. I'm still human. Darius pulled the black spear back while looking at Rayon. If he even manages to survive this, it will be fate. With a quiet voice, the spear of darkness disappeared into the shadows of the night. Rayon curled his lips into a smile while looking at the bodies of unconscious warriors, which were piled up like a mountain. My body feels so light. The sword and saber sovereign's aura of earth had fortified his middle energy center almost excessively. His entire body was brimming with vitality because his body, mind, and aura had regained their stability. Stop, please stop. PL, please stop it now. I'll disarm myself. The warriors dropped their weapons and went on their knees, shouting that they were giving up. All he could hear was the sound of metals hitting the ground and painful groans. Rayon was about to approach the hill that had been formed by the swords, spears, and sabers piling up. Rayon, Wrath's impatient scream could be heard. Why are you call? Rayon started to respond, but suddenly stopped. Something was approaching. No, it wasn't something. It was death. The stench of death he'd felt in his previous life was right in front of him. Probably because his life was coming to an end, an extreme focus washed over him. Time slowed down to the point that he could see the flow of air with his eyes. Defense and evasion were both impossible. Even if he entrusted his body to Wrath, his heart was going to be pierced the moment their souls switched. The only thing he could do was to thrust the scabbard he was holding. That was it. However, thrusting his scabbard was meaningless. What was approaching him incorporated death that even the astral sphere couldn't defend against. Was it the life flashing before his eyes? The scenes of his life from his previous to his current life quickly went past his vision. However, he could think of no way to survive no matter how he searched those memories. Just as the illusion was about to end, he noticed the last scene. The sword and saber sovereign was passing down his martial arts to him. He was reminded of the swordsmanship in the very last chapter of his martial arts. The sword-breaking art. As the name implied, it was a secret technique that consisted of destroying your sword to save your life. He couldn't use it perfectly, but he could at least buy a small amount of time. Rayon bit his lip to the point of bleeding and executed the sword-breaking art with the scabbard he was holding. Spark. The scabbard was fissured in the shape of a spider web, creating a thin sword barrier in front of his eyes. However, the energy of death broke through the sword-breaking art in an instant and pierced toward his heart. He'd only bought a split second, even less than 0.5 seconds. No, it wasn't even 0.1 seconds. It was meaningless after all. Rayon could feel the approaching death pierce through his skin. However, he didn't close his eyes. He strained his eyes, determined to fight until the last moment. The space on the left was split apart diagonally, and a blue radiance sparked in the right sky. Clang. The swordsman who cut through the space was Ares, and the one who'd made the blue sword rise into the sky was Rector the sword demon. The powerful sword strikes unleashed by two transcenders became a ray of light that clashed against the blade of death. Wham! However, Ares and Rector's strikes were unable to perfectly remove the flow of death, likely because of their excessive haste. Crack! Rayon gritted his teeth. He could feel the death entering his body, breaking through his ribs. Just as he thought it was all over for him, the flow of the spear suddenly stopped. It was only for a split second, but he felt like the flow of time came to a halt. Crack! Ares dashed at him while tearing the space apart, and Rector rushed in like lightning from above to completely destroy the dark blade that had stopped moving. Whoosh! The energy of death faded away into a dim light as if it had never existed to begin with. PSSH. As the dark energy was about to sink into the ground, Rayon threw a shard of his scabbard which was floating in the Aranto the ground. The diamond-shaped shard turned dark, as if it were being stained with ink. Rayon. As soon as Rayon picked up the shard, Ares hugged him tightly and leaped back. They might attack again. Duck, everyone. She bit her lip while creating a thick sword barrier. An impatience Rayon had never seen before was showing up on her face. She hadn't even shown that expression when they were fighting against the mad dragon Kaibar. Lady Ares. What just happened? Burin, Martha, and Runon's eyes were wide with surprise. Even Masters hadn't realized what had just happened. Stand back, everyone. Lower your heads and hide behind trees or boulders. Rimmer and Serena, who were in the Grandmaster realm, were the only ones who noticed the dangerous situation. They made the Light Wind Division and the Void Sword Division withdraw. Rector the Sword Demon didn't even look back. He was spreading a frightening pressure around him, standing at the same spot as his first appearance. Don't worry, I'll protect you even if it costs my life. Ares bit her lip tightly. Her steadfast embrace radiated warmth as if she were trying to dispel the lingering anxiety. She seemed truly resolved to protect them no matter the cost. Wrath groaned deeply while clutching his head. Were you the one who stopped that dark blade? Why, yes. He weakly nodded his head. But why? Since Wrath was a parasitic soul, he had to go against causality in order to exert any physical power. Even though Wrath had grown somewhat affectionate toward him, it was still strange. There was no reason for him to withstand a huge amount of damage to his soul and real body to save Rayon's life. It made him angry. What? Even though the King of Essence is currently a soul, how could they be arrogant enough to avoid his senses? The King of Essence would have beat them to death if only he had his body. Wrath let out a loud click of his tongue, frustrated that he couldn't do it. He must have been angry at the fact that his perception hadn't noticed the attack despite how omnipotent he should have been. Don't even try to look for them. It's a powerful opponent. I know. Rayon calmly nodded. Do you know them by any chance? Yes, there's no way I wouldn't. Rayon twisted his lips into a smile while looking at the darkened piece of the scabbard. Because that bastard Darius is the only one who can use the Umbral Surge. The dark blade of death was an aura called Umbral Surge, one of Darius's true powers. In fact, Rayon could guess that it was Darius even without the Umbral Surge. Darius was the only transcender who would try to kill him from an invisible spot. However, his actions strayed away from my expectations. Rayon had thought that Darius would most likely avoid coming to the area. He believed that he would never go for an attack even if he did show up. However, Darius had appeared and fired the Umbral Surge at him. Despite appearing to be a cold-hearted machine, he was still a human being in the end. Darius Robert. Rayon twisted his lips while glaring in the direction where he assumed Darius would be. You're finally showing your tail. Kubara's dry lips trembled as she watched Rayon leave her vision between the dimensional rifts. She swallowed nervously and shifted her eyes towards Darius. Why are Ares Zeekhart and the Sword Demon here? What a coincidence. Darius Robert smiled faintly instead of getting angry. I was already aware that Ares Zeekhart and the Sword Demon were hiding around. I thought I could kill Rayon Zeekhart before they interfered. However, he continued while watching Rayon be held by Ares. Rayon Zeekhart managed to survive with his own strength. He destroyed his scabbard to earn a split second. And that split second saved his life. However, there were a few strange aspects. Kubara stared at the sword in Saber Sovereign's grave before she raised her eyes. She could understand what strange aspect Darius was talking about. It must be Rector, the Sword Demon. It's totally possible for Ares Zeekhart to cherish Rayon Zeekhart. It's rather unexpected that she is willing to risk her life for him, but it's still understandable. Darius narrowed his eyes while looking at Rector. However, the Sword Demon's reaction is strange. Even though he gave Rayon a small number of lessons in the past, he is still clearly his enemy. However, he looked even more impatient than Ares Zeekhart. He shook his head while stroking his chin. Rayon Zeekhart and Rector, the Sword Demon, might be related differently than just as members of the 5 demons and the 6 kings. I'll look into it. Kubara immediately understood what Darius was trying to tell her and nodded her head. There's one more thing. Darius shook his finger at Kubara. There was another strange reaction from Rayon's body. Investigate everything about Rayon's life again. Understood. Kubara nodded without hesitation even though she already had a huge pile of information about Rayon. You should go on ahead. They've likely already read the direction of the attack. Yes, she immediately responded and disappeared into Darius's shadow. When she mentioned that someone could get in my way, I obviously thought it was going to be Glenn Zeekhart. However, Darius narrowed his eyes, his hands clasped behind his back. His lips curved into an emotionless smile as he gazed down upon Rayon, his eyes filled with anger and exhilaration. It might be you instead. Before the resonance of his quiet voice even came to an end, cold wind was all that remained in the mountainside where he used to stand. They left. Wrath furrowed his brow while clutching his forehead. Damn it, this is so frustrating. He kept repeating the same thing, saying that he would have run to catch the perpetrator if only he had his body. Rayon nodded while tapping on Wrath's head, which had turned red from anger. Darius Robert, just how powerful have you become? Even though Wrath wasn't in his real body, his senses still far surpassed Rayon's aura perception. However, even Wrath had completely missed the presence until Darius had started to attack. Rayon could guess that Durs must have improved far more than he had imagined. Auntie, we should be fine now. Rayon sighed briefly and held Ares' shoulder. Ares widened her eyes, wondering what he was talking about. When we consider that they went for a surprise attack from afar, they likely don't wish to reveal their identity. They're likely gone by now, I'm aware, but... She briefly nodded, showing that she'd expected that much. They must have escaped already. You can relax now. Rayon stood up while smiling. What just happened? What's even going on? An enemy. Burin, Martha, and Runnon ran toward them, realizing that the situation was over. It wasn't just them. The entirety of the Light Wind Division was showing their surprise with their gazes. There was an assault. Serena furrowed her brow, looking in the direction where the dark blade had come from. An assault. Dorian widened his eyes, coming out from the sofa where he'd been hiding. Yes, I'm not sure who they were, but they were going for Rayon. Rimmer bit his lip while looking at them. He seemed frustrated that he couldn't stop the blow. I didn't notice at all. Damn it. Burin, Martha, and Runnon were also clenching their fists in irritation, frustrated that they couldn't do anything against the attack. They were powerful enough that even I barely noticed the attack. I would have missed it if I wasn't prepared. Ares shook her head at the three team leaders, telling them they shouldn't blame themselves. Even among the transcenders, the attacker should be one of the stronger ones. They might even reach my father's level. Our head of house? Yes, she sighed, saying that it was possible despite how unbelievable it was. I can't tell who it was. I've never seen that aura before. Rimmer furrowed his brow, saying that he couldn't guess who the perpetrator was at all. A transcender? Why would a transcender try to kill Rayon? Cold sweat flowed down Burren and Martha's noses. It must be because I've ruined their plan. Rayon chuckled while pointing at the grave's entrance, where the darkness was wavering. You ruined their plan. Ares rapidly shifted her gaze, asking what he was talking about. That place wasn't a grave. It was set up in countless ways to make a war break out within the 6 kings, 5 demons, and the neutral factions. What happened there was Rayon briefly explained what happened in the grave to Ares. Since their plan, which had to have cost an astronomical amount of manpower and resources, was ruined, the leader of the faction that devised the plan must have tried to kill me. That's true. That must be the case. Serena and Rimmer nodded in agreement. So who is the one who devised that plan? Ares swept her side hair back, glaring at the spot where the blade was launched from. There's no one like them even among the 6 kings and the 5 demons. No, we can't be sure, but their names are all known. She furrowed her brow, saying that she'd never seen anyone like that despite having seen all of the leaders of the 6 kings and the 5 demons. I'm not sure either, however. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at the scabbard piece, where Darius is. Umbral Surge was dwelling inside. They won't be able to hide forever. Darius betraying his expectations wasn't entirely a bad thing. Since he'd revealed his energy, it wasn't completely impossible to identify the Skysword Saint Darius Robert as the villain Darius Robert, who'd committed countless misconducts in the underworld in the future. The fact that Darius had revealed his Umbral Surge could have been the biggest profit he'd gained that day, even surpassing the sword and saber sovereign's martial arts. Anyway, it really seems to be over. Ares nodded while looking at the quiet forest. We should quickly leave this place just in case, but before that. She briefly licked her lips and looked at Rector the sword demon before asking, why are you even here, geezer? I mean, why did you defend him? Ares showed her confusion, staring at the sword demon with serious eyes. So Rector slowly turned around. His gaze was so calm that it even looked cold-hearted. Do you have a problem with it? No. Ares calmly shook her head. I'm thankful. I wouldn't have been able to save Rayon if it weren't for you, geezer. I couldn't properly exert my strength because I had to move too quickly. She honestly admitted her lack of strength, just like her usual personality. I'm thankful, but I still don't understand it. Why did you save Rayon? What are you plotting? Rayon briefly nodded while watching Rector's emotionless complexion. She's right. Unlike Ares, there was no reason at all for Rector to risk getting injured to save him. I only saved him because the legacy in the grave would disappear without him. Rector glanced sideways with a freezing glare. And how did you figure that out? It would have been strange if I didn't. They've been rambling about it all this time. He pointed at the neutral faction's warriors who'd come out along with the Light Wind Division. He must have heard about the circumstances inside the grave through their chatter. I'm sorry, the neutral faction's warriors bowed their heads, unable to offer any excuse for their actions. That was the only reason. Rector's sword vibrated faintly as if it craved immediate bloodshed. Rayon groaned while looking at Rector's emotionless eyes. It's not completely impossible. The Holy Sword Alliance was crazy for swords and swordsmanship, and the Sword Demon was one of them. That was why it wasn't totally implausible that it was the reason behind his actions. However, the Sword Demon's gaze was so impatient that it couldn't be the only reason. Rayon could guess that he was lying. I can't really believe it, but Ares tilted her head, expressing her doubt. I guess there's no reason to pry any further. Rector maintained his cold expression, as if he didn't really care what she thought about it. So are you looking for a fight to claim the sword and saber sovereign's legacy? Isn't it obvious? He embedded his sword into his eyes as if he were asking for a fight to death. His human self seemed to have turned into a sword incarnate. What a crazy geezer. Ares furrowed her brow and raised her sword at mid-height. The principles of the space sword flowed around her, distorting her surroundings like a shimmering heat haze. Rumble, just as Ares and Rector were about to thrust their swords towards each other's body and soul. Crack, the blades they were holding were cracked at the same time. It was at the parts that they'd used to fend off Darius's attack. Ares and Rector relaxed their stances after observing each other's weapons for a moment. Since there's an unidentified transcender, I don't think today is a good day for it. I agree. Rector nodded, and the Holy Sword Alliance's warriors who'd been hiding behind him started to approach. Rayon Sieghart, let me ask 2 questions before I leave. Please do. Rayon nodded at Rector, who was treating him like a complete stranger. Did the master of the Abyssal Sword die? Yes. Next question. Did you really acquire the sword and saber sovereign's martial arts? Yes. The way you shattered your scabbard must have been one of the sword and saber sovereign's techniques. Indeed. Rayon nodded since it was meaningless to lie to him. I see. Rector calmly nodded with an unreadable expression and turned around without hesitation. I won't be sending you off. Ares shook her hand, gesturing for him to leave already. Rayon watched Rector as he slowly left when he suddenly widened his eyes. He saw a familiar face behind him. Mustin, it was Mustin, Rector's disciple. Once his name was called, Mustin's shoulders flinched before he turned around. Come over here. Mustin's soul was bound to him because of the emotion of envy. Rayon guessed that he might be able to figure out Rector's real intention if he asked Mustin. I can't do that. However, Mustin refused his order. He calmly stared at him for a moment before he followed Rector. What? Mustin's eyes were pure and the energy of envy shackling him still remained. Rayon couldn't understand why he was ignoring his order even though his soul was bound to him. The reason is simple. Wrath snorted, saying that it was a trivial matter. If a subordinate whose soul belongs to you disobeys you, it implies that he believes your command wouldn't be beneficial to you. Then could it be? Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at Rector, who was walking in front of Mustin. It's a bit embarrassing to ask, but is it really okay to let them go like this? Serena weakly bit her lip as she watched the sword demon Rector's back, far in the distance. She seemed unsatisfied by the fact that she had to let a Holy Sword Alliance executive leave as one of Sieghart's executives. It's unfortunate, but that geezer is more powerful than me. Ares casually shook her hand towards Serena. She admitted her lack of power honestly. Moreover, the transcender who attacked Rayon might still be nearby. There's no reason to further increase casualties when we already have many injured people in our ranks. I'm sorry. My mind must still be too heated. Serena hung her head while letting out a sigh. Her gaze trembled faintly as she examined her own injuries. It's all right. It happens sometimes. Ares casually stroked Serena's head, showing that she could understand her feelings. Wow, you really have changed, Rimmer gasped deeply while looking at Ares. Did you really say that when you're the worst ruffian in Sieghart? Do you have a death wish? Ares's face looked like a barren field as she looked at Rimmer, as if her smile was just an illusion. Anyway, I'm relieved that it ended without any issues, Burin said as he sat on the ground while catching his breath, because I didn't even have any strength left to stand. Are you really a team leader of the Light Wind Division? How pathetic of you. Martha gave a long click of her tongue while gazing down at Burin. Miss Rakshasa, your legs are shaking. Run-On poked Martha's leg with her finger. Ack, what's wrong with you, you crazy thing? Martha tried to attack Run-On, but she sank to the ground because her strength left her legs. The Light Wind Division could finally smile after a long time as they watched Run-On and Martha's quarrel. However, Rayon was watching the direction where Rector had left instead of the Light Wind Division, his fist clenched. I knew it. He has his own circumstances. The fact that Mustin was moving for his sake pretty much implied that Rector was also trying to help him since Mustin was his follower. Moreover, Mustin's reaction wasn't the only reason he was trying to defend Rector. Both in House Lachian and the earlier encounter, an all-out battle would have broken out if Rector wanted it. However, he'd withdrawn both times without any complaints. If a battle broke out, the Holy Sword Alliance would have suffered huge losses, but Rayon's side would have been annihilated because of how tired they were. However, Rector had turned around without any hesitation. It was strange behavior for the Holy Sword Alliance, a part of the 5 demons because they were supposed to be crazy for swords. I finally understand everything. He still didn't know the exact circumstances, but he could guess that Rector must have been forced to stay in the Holy Sword Alliance. How curious it is to see you leaning on sentiment. Wrath exhaled roughly while holding his head with his plump hand, but you might be disappointed later if you rely on it too much. I'm not leaning on sentiment, it was just the logical conclusion. Whatever, let's be logical now and go to eat already. He started to cough while speaking in an exhausted voice. He looked extremely tired. Even his energy itself seemed to have shrunk drastically. Yes, let's eat for now. Oh, what happened to you? Nothing. Rayon shook his head while touching Wrath's tail. He wanted to do what Wrath wanted for the time being because of the huge help he was given. Instead, eating at home will have to wait. Where are you planning to go? About that, just as Rayon was about to respond, Rimmer came forward while clapping his hands. Since Kayan is protecting the grave from inside, let's clean things up here later and return to Sieghart for now. We have somewhere else to go before then. Rayon shook his head and took out the broken sword and staff from his subspace pocket. Somewhere else to go. Rimmer nodded heavily as soon as he saw the broken sword and staff. That's true, we need to go there first. After Rector sent his subordinates to the Holy Sword Alliance, he climbed the mountain on the opposite side of the sword and Saber Sovereign's grave on his own. He was supposed to return to the Holy Sword Alliance with the others, but he couldn't bring himself to leave until he figured out who had attacked Rayon. Rector stood on the mountainside where the attacker should have been and looked around. It must be here. There were no footsteps, traces of bushes being pressed down, or any signs of distorted mana flow, yet he could still ascertain that the dark blade had been thrown from that spot. Rector went down on one knee. He furrowed his brow while carefully examining the ground. Who is it? He'd encountered all of the famous powerhouses while he traveled around the continent, but he couldn't think of any warrior capable of launching a sword strike like that from that distance. the 5 divine orders wouldn't be enough. He was well aware that the Thespian emperor was hiding her strength, but it seemed improbable that she could launch such a powerful attack even with the best of her abilities. No one among the 6 kings and the 5 demons attacks like this. He belonged to the 5 demons, but he'd met all of the leaders of the 6 kings because he'd been living in a neutral position. Attacking was possible with how powerful they were, but there was no reason to, nor could they actually do it. The same went for the 5 demons. Even the most mysterious fallen, the white blood religion's leader with her hundreds of years of life, and the Black Tower's master who was rumored to be the darkness itself, couldn't launch aura with a will of death. He had never met the heavenly demon, but it was even more preposterous that he would have come all the way there to take Rayon by surprise. The bigger issue is that the perpetrator was hiding his strength. Considering the fact that the flow of aura in that location hadn't changed in the slightest, the one who'd attacked Rayon was still reserved instead of going all out. A cold sweat started to flow down his back. Is it an entirely new person? He violently ground his teeth. How could they attack Rayon when they should have been ranked the highest among the Transcenders? He was curious about why they'd decided to attack Rayon, even more than their identity. Master. While Rector was clutching his head in anxiety and nervousness, Mustin came up from below. Did you find their traces? I couldn't find anything. Rector sighed deeply and shook his head. They shouldn't be an assassin, but there's not even a small trace left. It's someone dangerous. Indeed. As Mustin said, the fact that all traces were gone in that short time period implied that they'd done it many times before. He could guess that the enemy might be a group of people instead of an individual. I'll also try to search. Mustin lowered his head and examined the ground and bushes, crawling like a turtle. This is what I should be doing for Sir Rayon's sake. Mustin nodded while meeting his master's eyes. His eyes were clear. The envy and jealousy that used to envelop him in the past was nowhere to be seen. He has advanced even higher than the last time I saw him. I'm satisfied enough with just seeing him. He smiled cheerfully, saying that it was enough for him. You've changed as much as him. Believe in your own potential. Rector gently patted Mustin's shoulder. Mustin weakly closed his eyes, expressing his gratitude. We'll need to postpone the return to the Alliance. I won't be satisfied until I find even the smallest clue about this person. I'm worried. The Alliance Master should be waiting for you. It will be fine. If I tell him about the Aura of Death, it will interest him even more than the Sword and Saber Sovereign's legacy, Rector declared firmly, his brow furrowed. It was as if he was reading the Alliance Master's thoughts. Rather than that, are you really fine with it? He briefly clicked his tongue at Mustin. I told you before, but there's no exit at the end of my path. It's still not too late to. No, Mustin firmly shook his head. He smiled, saying that his mind wasn't going to change. I see. Let's go then. Yes, Master. The Master and disciple walked away side by side, their shoulders aligned. Rayon raised his gaze, standing in the kingdom of Balkar's capital. It's clearly different from Owen. The entire city exuded an air of wisdom and profound mystery, unlike the Owen kingdom, which felt like a sharp blade. Even the shape of the buildings was different. Most buildings were rising high like a tower and had an antiquated shape to them. The capital felt like a huge library. The fashion there was also peculiar. People were holding thick books in their hands, and they were wearing robes of various colors. They all seemed to be magicians. Are all of them magicians? Burin gasped while watching the passers-by. Of course, this is a kingdom of magicians. Martha furrowed her brow while hitting Burin's shoulder. It's because we are in the capital. Barfel the Boltweaver's disciple, Kerman, came up next to them and shook his head. It's a shame. We would have taken over the continent if there were as many magicians in other cities. He cracked a small joke to lighten the tense atmosphere before heading toward the inner castle. Rayon followed him without saying anything because he was well aware of Kerman's feelings. Thud. A middle-aged guardian knight guarding the gate of the inner castle stomped on the ground and raised his gaze upon seeing Kerman. Sir Kerman, you've returned. It's been a while, Sir Rukin. Kerman bowed with a faint smile on his face. Well done, but where is Lord Barfil? Kerman bit his lip without saying anything. His face rapidly darkened. The guardian knight let out a short groan upon reading the atmosphere around Kerman and the people behind him. I apologize for my thoughtlessness. It's fine. Rather than that, I'd like the permission to enter the inner castle. Kerman shook his head and pointed at the Light Wind Division behind him. This is the Light Wind Division from Sieghart, who saved us in the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave. We've brought them with us because they have something to say about this incident. I guarantee their identity with my name on the line. He guaranteed the Light Wind Division to allow their entrance in the inner castle. My name is Rayon Sieghart, the leader of the Light Wind Division. Rayon came up next to Kerman and lowered his head. It's been a while, the Guardian Knight said, swallowing nervously as soon as he met Rayon's eyes. You know me. I saw you before in the Owen Kingdom. Of course, you are incomparable from back then, he gasped, showing his surprise at the huge difference. There shouldn't be any issues since Sir Kerman is guaranteeing your identity and I've seen you before. You may enter. The Guardian Knight stepped back, and the huge gate soaring to the sky shimmered with a transparent light before it vanished. Even the gate must have been made with magic. Kerman lowered his head at the guardian knight and started to guide them again. There were even more magicians inside the inner castle. However, they continued on their way to their destinations, without sparing a glance at Rayon's party, as if engrossed in their own tasks. It was a sight that perfectly suited the kingdom of magicians. Rayon narrowed his eyes, examining the castle's inside. Even the inside is different from Owen. Balkar Castle almost looked like a museum, filled with plenty of unknown artifacts, starting with everyday items like clothes, shoes, and bracelets to unidentifiable objects. There was such a large collection that the path itself seemed narrow as a result. Dim lighting flowed throughout the entire castle, and Rayon could guess it was designed for magicians who preferred to read everywhere. "This is the palace, the dwelling of His Majesty. I'm going to request an audience, but I'm not sure if he is here." Kerman briefly licked his lips, pointing at the audience chamber located deep inside the castle. "If His Majesty is absent, I'd like to meet with Lady Chamber at least." "Hey, she's here." Wrath pointed at the ceiling with his finger as soon as Rayon made the request. "Me." A young woman's voice could be heard from above, right after Wrath's voice. Rayon raised his head and saw that Chamber, the Archmage of Eternal Flame, was smiling cheerfully with a witch hat on her head. Lady Chamber." Kerman was startled and fell to the ground. "See." Wrath raised his nose, putting his hands on his waist. The King of Essence wasn't late this time. Cough, cough, he let out hacking coughs because he hadn't managed to fill up the loss from causality yet. Yes, good job. It was completely pointless, but Rayon praised him to comfort him because of how painful it looked. "You're Rayon, right? I heard the rumors, but you became unbelievably stronger." Chamber nodded with an admiring gleam in her eyes. "But what's wrong with this peculiar combination? And why is that fishy woman staying quiet?" She moved her eyes, looking at the Light Wind Division, the magicians, and Ares. "Greetings, Archmage of Balkar." Ares politely lowered her head, probably because of the grave circumstances. She was well aware of how she should behave. "Greetings, Archmage." Rayon leaned forward from next to Ares. "HMPH. It's awkward for me if you act like that now." Chamber furrowed her brow, putting a lollipop in her mouth. "It looks like I shouldn't listen to your story here." She sighed briefly and snapped her fingers. The space was altered with a floating sensation. The palace's corridor became distorted and changed into a white room. The extremely wide area had dolls and snacks piled up in multiple spots like a little girl's room. However, the walls were filled with an innumerable amount of difficult books. Rayon guessed it was Chamber's personal space. No one else was around them. He seemed to have been the only person who was teleported. "It's related to the sword and Saber Sovereign's grave, right?" Chamber's voice suddenly became serious. She seemed to know what Rayon was going to tell her. "I'm listening. This incident is also related to the Owen Kingdom. I just came to Balkar first because the location was closer." "Are you going to Owen afterwards?" "Yes, let's just get it done at once." She swirled the lollipop and snapped her fingers. Snap! With the clear sound of breaking a nut, a blue dimension opened up in the air. The graceful figure of a blonde-haired and blue-eyed middle-aged man lying down could be seen inside the wavering gap of the dimension like a painted masterpiece. He was reading a pink book with a grin on his face. Rayon's jaw dropped upon seeing the middle-aged man, Sir Lekros. He was Lekros, the King of Owen, also called the Silent Sword Sovereign. "Chamber, how many times do I have to tell you to stop suddenly opening dimensional rifts?" Huff Rayon. Lekros flinched and shuddered upon noticing Rayon's gaze as he tried to look their way. He cleared his throat and stood up from his seat, straightening his back. Rayon Zieghart. "No, I should call you the leader of the Light Wind Division now. It's been a while." Lekros suddenly became dignified, but Rayon couldn't feel any dignity in him because his first appearance was too impactful. Did you see the name of the book he was reading? King of Essence feels like he witnessed something that shouldn't exist. Wrath's lips trembled in surprise. "Greetings, Silent Sword Sovereign." Rayon ignored Wrath for the moment and lowered his head at Lekros. "Why yes, what brought you here? He apparently has something to tell us." Chamber shook her head while weakly biting her candy. The atmosphere around them was different from during the conference of the Six Kings. Rayon could tell that they must have been closer than the public was aware. "Something to tell us, yes. I have something to tell you both. After I entered the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave." Rayon desperately regained his composure and recounted everything that had happened in the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave to Chamber and Lekros. He handed over the broken sword and staff as he spoke. His hands were shaking, so that's how it went. Lekros calmly nodded despite the sudden news. As he said, a knight is a lord's face. However, he didn't seem to realize that sullying that face is better than having the face disappear. He lowered his head and bit his lip. "The name of Boltweaver signifies robust lightning. I'm the one who named him that way." Chamber furrowed her brow while removing the candy from her mouth. "Since he acted more like a knight despite being a magician, I gave him that while hoping that he would become softer, but he remained that way until his final moment. What an annoying man." She clicked her tongue while taking Barful's staff. Chamber nodded with a faint smile on her face. She looked her age for the first time. The same goes for me. Owen's king smiled faintly while examining the sword that Chamber had transferred through space. Cusin must have been proud to have fought alongside you. You have my gratitude. They delivered the same intention with different smiles. I'm more thankful to them. Rayon lowered his head once again, deeply moved by Lekros and Chamber's feelings. By the way, I'm rather surprised to learn that the area originally belonged to Sieghart. Lekros narrowed his eyes while stroking his chin. I acknowledge Sieghart's possession of that land. Who are you to give your approval? Chamber furrowed her brow, putting the candy back into her mouth. Owen is completely unrelated to that place. Ahem, you could have just gone along with the mood. Lekros bitterly shook his head. However, even if we acknowledge that fact, people's acknowledgement will be a different story. It will take a long time, he continued with a heavy voice, still trying to regain his dignity. I don't think so. Chamber firmly shook her head while looking at Lekros. What do you mean by that? The rumors are spreading like crazy right now. She pointed at her ears as if she were listening to other people's conversations. The forest is called the Blade's Rest, Sieghart's sanctuary, where anyone who sets foot inside has to drop their swords. The royal capital. A small pub. Even in broad daylight, the pub was bursting with people enjoying drinks and food. Hey, have you heard of the Blade's Rest? A magician wearing a brown robe narrowed his eyes while putting down a glass. Blade's Rest. I've never heard of it. The knight sitting on the opposite side replied as he casually shook his head. Seriously, you're so late in getting news. It would be strange if I knew the news inside the capital since I've been on the front lines until yesterday. It's not about the capital. It's related to the sword and saber sovereign's grave. The sword and saber sovereign's grave. You don't even know that the sword and saber sovereign's grave was found. Of course I know. The knight wrinkled his nose, shouting at him and telling him not to underestimate him. Apparently, the sword and saber sovereign was actually from Sieghart instead of being neutral. His grave was found on Sieghart's land, too. The magician in a brown robe leaned forward and revealed the secret about the sword and saber sovereign's grave. The pub suddenly fell quiet despite how noisy it used to be in order to listen to him. Really? The knight briskly stood up in disbelief. It can't be wrong. Everyone who managed to survive the grave is saying the exact same thing. Then the sword and saber sovereign's legacy. The Light Wind Division leader, Rayon Sieghart, got it. It must be his ancestors' consideration. The magician in a brown robe rapidly nodded his head. I can't even imagine how much stronger he's going to get with the sword and saber sovereign's legacy. He's already a monster. The knight even started to stutter, jealous of Rayon. Yes, the monster has gained wings at this point. But what is the Blade's Rest that you mentioned in the beginning? Is it related to Rayon Sieghart? You are finally getting it. Yes, it is. The magician raised his voice, noticing that the entire pub was focusing on him. You must have guessed it already, but not everyone who wanted the sword and saber sovereign's legacy entered the grave. A large number of them formed an alliance and waited outside the grave. They were planning to attack the ones who brought out the legacy. They were acting like hyenas. The knight furrowed his brow, calling it unsightly behavior. Yes. Since they should have been exhausted and injured, they were trying to take advantage of it. However, the brown-robed magician pressed down hips. They failed to take the monster obsessed with heads into consideration. Monster obsessed with heads, it's Rayon Sieghart. Apparently, after he emerged from the grave, he made a declaration before he was attacked. He stated that the place belonged to Sieghart from that moment on, and he told them to put down their weapons or disappear. So what happened after that? The hand holding the knight's cup was shaking in excitement. The others inside the pub were also fully focused on his story. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. 10 seconds later, Rayon Sieghart went after all of the warriors and magicians there with nothing but a scabbard in hand. He broke all their heads, each and every one of them. Heads. There were hundreds of warriors in total, but he only broke their heads. He didn't kill a single one. It's truly terrifying. The brown-robed magician's shoulders trembled in fear. In the end, people tried to run away while throwing away their weapons, but they still ended up with broken heads. That's why there's a red mountain in front of the sword and saber sovereign's grave now. It's made from the abandoned weapons and the blood that gushed from their heads. So that's why he is a monster obsessed with heads. Correct, to pay respect to his fearful performance of breaking hundreds of people's heads on his own, and his consideration of not killing anyone in the process. People call that land the Blade's Rest, the Sieghart sanctuary where you have to disarm yourself. He shook his head, saying that Rayon was frightening and respectful at the same time. It's difficult to believe. How could he beat up hundreds of warriors with just a scabbard? He didn't beat them up. He broke their heads. I mean, heads or whatever, I can't really believe it. The knight furrowed his brow, saying that he couldn't understand. If he obtained the legacy inside the sword and saber sovereign's grave, he must have fought against the 5 demons or the other factions. How could he defeat hundreds of people after that? He didn't defeat them. He broke their heads. Yes, heads. I can't believe that he broke their heads. The proof is over there. The brown-robed magician raised his finger and pointed to the right. Everyone inside the pub, including the knight, shifted their gazes that way. Ahiha. Haliha. A swordsman and a magician were laughing eerily, their heads wrapped in bandages. Those are the warriors who survived that hell. They are still in that state even after they return because their heads are broken. According to the healer, it will take at least half a year for them to recover. Does that even count as surviving? The knight's jaw dropped as he observed the two, who seemed to be out of their minds. They are alive, at least. The brown-robed magician calmly shook his head, blades rest. The knight swallowed nervously, stroking his almost bald head. I shouldn't even look that way when I take a piss. That's how the rumor is spreading. Chambers smiled cheerfully and shook her hand. Rayon closed his eyes tightly. A monster obsessed with heads. The rumor is far too strange. An unexpected rumor was spreading even though all he'd done was quickly take care of a threat, preventing the light wind division from being harmed while testing his improved strength in the process. However, the rumor wasn't completely bad for him. After all, the rumor suggested that there were many people who acknowledged the region as Sieghart's land, the head-breaking world. It wasn't a head in that sense, but a head in this sense. Cough, cough. Wrath tapped on his own head and started to cough. You keep coughing whenever you speak. Just be quiet. Rayon shoved Wrath into the bracelet and looked at Chamber. By the way, how are you hearing the rumors even though you're with me right now? Did you think an archmage wouldn't be able to do that? Chamber put the lollipop in her mouth, saying that he shouldn't underestimate magicians. Actually, I didn't completely believe what you said. Her eyes sparkled bewitchingly. The friendly magician from a moment ago was no longer there. I've confirmed whether you were telling the truth or not by combining the rumors outside, and it seems pretty close. As Rayon heard those words, the atmosphere around Chamber became lighthearted again, as if she'd become a small child. Rayon bit his lip. What a frightening person. She was comparing his story with the rumors in her mind while smiling on the outside. She couldn't be judged by her appearance. Rayon couldn't help thinking that she really was part of the Six Kings. So did you really break their heads? I did, but I didn't expect the rumors to spread so quickly. He wasn't expecting the rumor to move faster than him after all. He'd been moving rather quickly. Rumors are usually faster than feet. They're likely spreading throughout the continent instead of just the royal capital. It must be easy to take over that region. Chamber cheerfully clapped her hands to congratulate him. Rather than that, it's amazing that you didn't kill a single one. You have the right mindset, one that someone with power should have. King Lekros nodded, praising his action. No, since it was obvious what they were thinking, he should have cut off their heads instead of breaking their heads. Chamber lowered her eyebrows in displeasure. I didn't want to shed any more blood because of what happened with Sir Cusin and Barfel, Rayon explained. I see. King Lekros nodded, showing that he could understand his feelings. But isn't it even more frightening to break their heads and turn them into idiots? Chamber tilted her head, putting a finger on her chin. I have something else to show you. Rayon immediately changed the topic because he didn't know what to say. Something to show us. It looks like you're changing the topic, but whatever. Chamber nodded with a cheerful smile on her face. It's this. Rayon took out the scabbard piece, incorporating. Umbral surge, the piece was still dark. Is it a shard of a pot? I can feel an extremely gloomy energy from it. Unlike Lekros, who was on the other side of the dimension gate, Chamber narrowed her eyes as soon as she saw the piece. After I defeated the warriors around the grave, Rayon told them about how he was assaulted by Darius. Are you telling me that this dark energy is the attacker's aura? Yes, I believe they are the leader of the faction who planned this incident. Heavenly Drive's scabbard was personally forged by Vulcan, a continent's blacksmith. Since it was capable of keeping aura inside, Rayon could confine the umbral surge used by Darius for a short time. Wait, this energy inside the piece is at death. Chamber bit her lip while touching the scabbard piece. Yes, the one who fired it was at least a transcender. According to Lady Ares, they could even reach our head of house's level. Did that pirate girl really say that? Yes. Chamber nodded with serenity in her eyes. I'd like to see it too. Lekros licked his lips while looking at the scabbard. I'll send you over there since I've already memorized it. Chamber snapped her fingers, and the scabbard she was holding was teleported into Lekros's hand. Lekros gasped while looking at the scabbard. Death really is dwelling inside. How could such energy even exist? His blue eyes widened in surprise. However, Rayon was surprised for a different reason. Was it that simple to cast a teleportation spell? Balkar and Owen were a significant distance apart. She'd already sent the sword a moment ago, and now she sent the scabbard piece away with a single finger. Even though Chamber was an archmage, he hadn't expected that she could freely use a teleportation spell like that. Don't be so surprised. Chamber smiled faintly, showing that she could understand Rayon's question. It's because this room and his room are connected by a small dimensional line. A dimensional line. Rayon looked at Lekros, and he nodded in acknowledgement. You're even closer than I thought. She was my teacher. Yes, she gave me culture lectures after I turned 5 years old. She even lied about her status to be hired. A faint smile surfaced on Lekros's face as he reminisced about the past. Why are you even talking about the past now? Chamber expressed her displeasure while pressing her hat lower. Rayon blinked. 5 years old, culture lectures. Lekros looked like a middle-aged man, but he was actually an old man, similar to Glenn in age. If she gave culture lessons when he was 5, Chamber's age was far above his expectations. Lady Chamber, then how old are? Rayon's lips moved before he knew it, unable to withstand the curiosity. Tick, at that moment, Rayon's vision was lost. Rayon lifted his trembling eyelids. He could see an unfamiliar ceiling. The geometric pattern engraved on it looked like constellations. Where am I? Seriously. Wrath shoved his frowning face against him. Your mouth is always the issue. My mouth? What did I do? Rayon furrowed his brow while rubbing his temple. Ha, whatever. Wrath shook his hand, saying that Rayon was no good. You woke up. It was Ares. Rayon looked to the right, where she was smiling at him from a sofa. What did you even tell that witch? I've never seen her frown so much before. Ah. Rayon finally remembered upon hearing that she was frowning. He'd started to talk about her age, and his vision had gone dark afterwards. I asked Lady Chamber about her age. Ah, that's why. Ares couldn't suppress her urge and burst out in laughter. Ah, it's understandable. Actually, that witch is Hund. When she was trying to tell him her age, the ceiling suddenly became distorted and lightning struck down from nowhere. Wham! Ares looked up to the ceiling, which was shaking like it was about to collapse, and quickly shook her head. Let's stop talking about this. She furtively shook her hand. So what did the witch I mean Lady Chamber say? They both thanked me instead, Rayon sighed while lifting his upper body. I don't really get why I was thanked even though I was saved by them. It's only natural. Rimmer shook his head while opening the door to enter the room. Cusin and Barfil sacrificed their lives to save you, and you honored their wishes by defeating the perpetrator and rescuing the others. They thanked you for ensuring that their sacrifice wasn't in vain. He continued with an unusually serious gaze. That's the mindset you should have as part of the 6 kings. You should take this opportunity and learn from them. Understood. It was rare for Rimmer to advise him like that. Rayon engraved King Lekros and Chamber's gazes and voices in his heart once again. Take this. Ares threw the dark scabbard piece at him. They both said that they've confirmed it and are going to help with the investigation. Rayon accepted the scabbard piece and carefully put it in his inner pocket. It's all over now. Announcing Cusin and Barfil's deaths wasn't the only reason why he'd come to Balkar. Notifying Chamber and King Lekros about Darius's Umbral Surge was another objective, and it was completed. So what are you going to do now? Rimmer tilted his chin with arms crossed. We should return to Sieghart. Cough, cough. However, Rayon smiled faintly while listening to Wrath's coughing sound. I'll have a mint chocolate ice cream before going back. Ooh, Wrath shouted and popped out from the bracelet. The coughing suddenly stopped when you said that we were having mint chocolate. Mint chocolate is truly amazing. We don't need to eat it anymore if you stopped coughing. Cough, cough, key. Wrath started to roar like a beast. It almost sounded like he was bleeding from his throat. I'm going to eat it, so please stop now. A group of people wearing black outfits were standing in front of Sieghart's annex building. The garden became wider. Wait, did they even build on an extension? The blond, middle-aged man standing at the front of the group sneered while observing the building and the garden. I think we can start with that one, vice head of the elders. He lowered his head towards the white-haired old man standing to his right side. Stop being stupid, Chryson. The garden's size has always been the same, and the annex building's extension was allowed by the head of house. It could come back to bite us instead if we attack them for no reason. It looks like you didn't properly investigate them. I am sorry. Chryson lowered his head, putting his hand on the back of his head. I thought they were just sitting ducks without Rayon Sieghart around. Tusk, the vice head of the elders, briefly clicked his tongue. You should be careful. Look at how Karun ended up after trying to suppress those mongrel collaterals. This is the only place we can use to take control of Rayon Sieghart's leash, but I'm not too sure if it's really going to work. Chryson's sighed, expressing his worries. Do you know how to neutralize a lion that is as large as a mountain? About that. You can completely immobilize it by rushing in from behind and gripping its neck firmly. That's because a lion never forgets the memory of its mother biting its neck during its childhood. The vice head of the elders twisted his lips. We need to place a collar around Sylvia's neck to take hold of Rayon Sieghart's leash. He glared at the annex building, his gaze full of hatred. I'd rather die than see a runaway who crawled out of Sieghart on her own and a mud of unknown lineage stand at the core of Sieghart. I agree. Chryson nodded, saying that he could never accept that either. The vice head of the elders walked towards the annex building, lifting his cold gaze. Chryson and the warriors from the Council of Elders followed him. FZZT. They trampled upon the flowers in the garden instead of using the path and reached the front of the annex building. Ahem. The vice head of the elders signaled with his eyes, and Chryson stepped forward while clearing his throat. The Council of Elders has arrived. Everyone in the annex building, come outside. He started by shouting in order to scare them, but his voice disappeared before it even reached the annex building. The annex building's door quietly opened, and a swordswoman with hair like golden sunlight wearing a white martial uniform came walking out. The vice head of the elders bit his lip upon meeting the swordswoman's serene red eyes. Is she really that? Sylvia. Killuane, the vice head of the Council of Elders, narrowed his eyes as he watched Sylvia walk down the stairs. She looks like a completely different person. Sylvia had been constantly intimidated since she returned to the house. Her shoulders and back crouched like a rat, and her eyes were always turned downward. She couldn't even meet people's eyes, and she quickly ran away even if she did. However, this Sylvia was different. Sieghart's noble spirit radiated from her, her shoulders as straight as an iron spire. Her appearance in her black martial uniform and the way her blonde hair was tied behind her was reminiscent of a peerless sword. He even felt like her sharpness was hurting his skin. Her gaze had changed the most. Her red eyes always used to tremble anxiously, yet they weren't wavering in the slightest, animerecap were as steady as the abyss. Crack. Killuane gritted his back teeth. Is that really Sylvia? Even before Sylvia left the house, she hadn't radiated such a powerful pressure and atmosphere around her. It almost felt like her soul itself had been switched. I did hear that she had received an artificial energy center, but is it really possible to change so much? Even though not much time had passed since Sylvia had gained the artificial energy center, her prowess had already reached the highest level of master. It was an impossible feat no matter how he thought about it. As Sylvia. Chryson stuttered, also noticing Sylvia's change. The warriors from the Council of Elders even stepped back, terrified by her pressure. It's been a while, vice head of the Elders. Sylvia ignored Chryson, lowering her head in front of Killuane. What brings the Council of Elders here? Ahem. Killuane showed his displeasure by clearing his throat. She is acting so damn confident. He thought it was extremely unsightly how arrogant she'd become just because she'd received a new energy center. After all, she was still a sinner who'd abandoned the house and ran away. Tusk. Killuane clicked his tongue towards Chryson instead of responding to Sylvia. What insolence. Upon receiving the signal, Chryson stood in front of Sylvia. How dare you speak to the great elder when you are just a collateral? I never knew that a collateral wasn't even allowed to speak to an elder. Sylvia smiled coldly, still looking at the vice head of the elders instead of Chryson. You don't know your place. Chryson twisted his lips into a smile while glaring at Sylvia. Do you think your sin disappeared just because you gained an energy center? I am not a sinner. Sylvia peacefully shook her head. I already returned what I received from the house when I left, and the head of house simply bestowed his mercy upon me when I returned. There's no sin remaining at all. She proudly straightened her back. Her unshakable pressure pushed Chryson's malice back, free of any shame. Shut up. The stain you've left in Sieghart will never disappear. Chryson turned his head while violently grinding his teeth. If Sieghart is tainted by my stain, it will simply mean that Sieghart is too small. However, I don't believe that Sieghart is such a small house. Sylvia didn't hesitate to mention Sieghart's name, unlike in the past. Moreover, I don't want to hear that from people who like to bully the weak, forgetting Sieghart's old spirit. How dare you? Chryson swung his sword, infuriated by Sylvia's change because she hadn't even been able to meet his eyes in the past. Whoosh! At that moment, Sylvia clenched her right hand. Her fist erupted like lightning and smacked Chryson's chin. Whack! Chryson was punched on the chin while trying to slap Sylvia's chin and fell on his ass like a marionette with broken strings. He didn't faint, but the impact to his brain made him unable to stand despite his efforts, which only made him shake his legs. Huff, as Sir Chryson, how could this happen? The warriors from the Council of Elders started to approach Chryson in astonishment. It was self-defense. He was the one to strike first. Sylvia shook her head, dusting off her shoulder where Chryson's hand had touched. You've changed a lot. I don't think you had that personality even before you left the house. Killuane stared at Sylvia, fury hiding behind the silence in his eyes. I had no other choice than to change. I could not be ashamed in front of my son. Sylvia shook her head with a faint smile on her face. As expected of a master, Chryson quickly returned to his senses and stood in front of Killuane again. Why, you don't need to take action, vice head. I'll take care of it. He glared at Sylvia while biting his lip to the point of bleeding. So what business do you have here? Sylvia casually nodded her chin. We've received intel that illegal activity was witnessed inside the annex building. We'll have to check it out. Chryson headed towards the annex building's stairs, unleashing his fiery pressure. Kring, Juval appeared from the shadows behind the stairs and blocked his path, stating, you aren't allowed to enter. How dare you interfere with the council's activity, you lowly servant. Chryson swung his sword towards Juval, out of his mind from being humiliated by Sylvia. He wasn't trying to kill, but he was about to cut his arm off. Sylvia raised her left heel. She glided as if she were folding the land in her path and stood in front of Juval. She smacked the side of Chryson's blade with her palm as it fell towards Juval's shoulder. Thud, Chryson's body faltered, and she took a step forward to smack his chin once again. Whack, Chryson was hit again in the same spot, floating into the air before he fell upside down to the ground. White teeth popped out of his mouth like corn kernels. Chryson's eyes had rolled back. He seemed to have lost consciousness. Do you even realize what you're doing right now? The vice head of the elders watched Chryson tremble on the ground for a moment, then directed his frightening glare at Sylvia. I am simply protecting my people as the master of the annex building. I also have no intention of allowing anyone entry if they haven't received permission. Permission. I'm well aware that the Council of Elders has the right to inspect inside the house. However, it still requires authorization. If you have no authorization with you, you are no different from a robber or a thief to me. Sylvia confidently shook her head. The Council of Elders had the inspection rights so that they could prevent the head of house's dictatorship, but it still required authorization in order to carry it out. You should be well aware that all I need is to ask to get that authorization. Then you should just do so. She nodded, telling him to do whatever he wanted. HMPH. The vice head of elders gestured with his finger, and a warrior hurriedly ran towards the main building. He returned before long, and he was holding a certificate in his hand, mentioning that the inspection of the annex building was allowed. Are you happy now? Yes. Sylvia stepped aside from the path with serious eyes. You will regret what you've done today. The vice head narrowed his eyes and went ahead into the annex building. There is no way to know that until it happens. Sylvia shook her head while following him inside. Rayan took a large bite of the mint chocolate ice cream he was holding in his hand. The bitter yet slightly refreshing taste filled his mouth. Wrath laughed like an innocent child, like he was completely healed as soon as he ate the mint chocolate. That's the mint chocolate for you. Cough, this is how mint chocolate should taste. Cough, the king of essence missed it. Cough, however, he clearly didn't look fine with the way he kept coughing nonstop. I should feed him well for a while. Since it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Wrath had saved his life, Rayan decided to eat everything Wrath wanted. Bitch princess. Ranan was eating mint chocolate next to him, and she quietly raised her finger to point at the right side. Rayan shifted his gaze, following her finger. He could see a female magician walking while reading a thick tome with large glasses covering her eyes. She wasn't even taking her eyes off the book, showing how focused she was. Is that really Jaina? Princess Jaina had always been dripping with luxury and hung around with many of her subordinates. However, her face was entirely bare of makeup. She wasn't wearing any accessories, and her subordinates were nowhere to be seen. He would have thought she was just an ordinary magician if he didn't know in advance that she was Jaina. Probably because of that, she seemed to have reached a whole different realm from before. While Dorian also gasped while looking at Jaina. Is she really the same bitch princess from before? Couldn't hide his surprise. After all, he'd also seen Jaina in the black market. She's completely different from the first time we saw her. Should I call her over? She would love it if we told her about the ring. No, forget about it. Rayan calmly shook his head. He didn't want to disturb her since she was so focused on reading. People really can change. In his previous life, Rayan had believed that people would never change. However, he was constantly being shown that it wasn't true during his new life. However, you will never change for your entire life, Darius Robert. Since he was fully aware that Darius was never going to change, he could plan for vengeance with the slightest hesitation. Thinking about his revenge against Darius reminded him of his family in the annex building, even though they were the complete opposite from him. Rayan shook his head after finishing the remaining ice cream. I want to rest in the annex building. The King of Essence wants to eat more in the annex building. Seriously, the Demon King was so skilled at breaking the mood. My lord, Chad, the leader of shadow agents, fell on his knees and lowered his head. We've received news about Sir Rayan. News. Glenn was staring outside the window as if he weren't interested in anything in the world, but he slowly turned around and sat on the throne. I'm listening. His quiet voice sounded like he didn't really care, but his eyes were wavering like a constellation, urging him to speak quickly. The warrior who obtained the sword and Saber Sovereign's legacy in his grave is none other than Sir Rayan, Chad shouted loudly. After all, it was surprising news. Really? Glenn briskly stood up even though it hadn't even been 3 seconds since he'd sat down on the throne. The corners of his lips started to slowly rise like snow piling on the roof. Yes, Chad nodded, saying that he was certain. Did he really get the sword and Saber Sovereign's legacy? That's amazing. Roan and Shirl smiled, their eyes widening in surprise. Glenn's shoulders started to dance, his chin protruding slightly. He seemed to be enjoying their reactions. It's too early to celebrate. Chad swallowed nervously and energetically raised his gaze. Sir Rayan found out that the sword and Saber Sovereign is actually one of our ancestors, and the location of the grave also belonged to Sieghart. What? Glenn's eyes widened, showing that even he hadn't expected such news. Did you just say that the sword and Saber Sovereign was one of Sieghart's ancestors? Yes, it's confirmed to be true. Not only the Light Wind Division and the Void Sword Division, but also all of the neutral factions that came out from the grave gave the same testimony. Chad rapidly nodded. That's completely unexpected. Shirl gasped in bewilderment. Sir Rayan really made a great achievement. Roan clapped his hands, his usual smile deepening even further. It's not just an achievement at this point. History has changed. Chad was also excited as he shook his hand. Glenn cleared his throat and rubbed his chin, which was becoming redder and redder. That's not too shabby. His lips kept curving into a smile as Roan, Shirl, and Chad's reactions intensified. If that land belongs to us, we should dispatch people to manage it. Since it's slightly away from our domain, we should clearly mark it as our own. Cheryl stroked her chin, saying that they should start the management already. Of course, that's the right thing to do, however, it doesn't require any haste. Chad shook his head with a faint smile on his face. Why not? Actually, after Sir Rayon left the grave, he told them about how he founded Blade's Rest by breaking hundreds of people's heads. Are you saying that it's being treated as a sanctuary now? Indeed. He broke the skulls, the heads of hundreds of people on his own, but the fact that he didn't kill anyone in the process gained even more fear and admiration from the people who have heard about it. That's why people admired his actions while treating it as a sanctuary called Blade's Rest, Chad gasped, showing his bewilderment as he spoke. Roan. Glenn shifted his gaze and shouted Roan's name. I'm writing right now. This land belongs to Sieghart from now on. I'm giving you 10 seconds. Put down your weapons or disappear. Decide between those two. Roan started to write the line Rayon had shouted in front of the sword, and Saber Sovereign's graved down in the gospel. He really made a big mess this time. Cheryl couldn't hide her wholehearted smile, glad about Rayon's remarkable performance. Why are you praising him so much? Glenn turned his head, pretending he'd never asked to write it down on the gospel. It's only natural for him to act that way since he figured out that it was Sieghart's land. However, his earlobes were turning completely red despite saying it was natural, and the corners of his lips were reaching his cheekbones at that point, making it visible even from behind that he was smiling. So when are the little ones coming back? Glenn couldn't hide his excitement and even called them little ones instead of the Light Wind Division. His voice was clearly shaking. They went to Balkar, but they should be back soon. I see. Glenn sighed, disappointed by the fact that they weren't returning right away. He started to shake his legs before he knew it, and the entire Lord's manor started to tremble. My lord, don't worry about them. They should be back soon. Yes, a slight delay isn't anything special since they are bringing gifts. Cheryl and Roan smiled faintly while watching the dust falling from the ceiling. Who's worried about them? I was just curious. The trembling of the Lord's manor was further intensified despite his claim. And I have another matter to report. Chad lowered his gaze, completely removing the smile from his face. I'm sure you are fully aware, my lord, but the Council of Elders is currently occupying the Annex building to carry out an inspection. I heard they are blatantly bullying them. He furrowed his brow, showing his displeasure at the actions of the elders. They must be trying to use Lady Sylvia as a means to control Rayon. Roan furrowed his brow, which was quite rare coming from him. Shall I take care of them? Cheryl casually swung her shoulder. She looked like she was going to eliminate them all as soon as she was given the order. The inspection right of the Council of Elders has existed ever since the first generation. Even the Lord's Manor can't force them to stop since it's an important measure to separate the authority. Glenn calmly shook his head, but we can still do it if we really want to. Cheryl furrowed her brow. Yes, it's possible to stop them. However, they will take advantage of that fact and pick an even nastier fight with a different method. Glenn shook his head as if he already knew what the elders were thinking. In the end, the Annex building has to overcome it on its own. Roan calmly nodded his head. However, the Annex building has no authority whatsoever. They will have a hard time just defending themselves. Chad swallowed nervously, expressing his worries. That's true. However, since the Light Wind Division has gained a great achievement this time. Glenn's eyes sparkled in a frightening light as he gazed down upon Chad. It doesn't seem to be a bad idea to grant one of his wishes. Chad understood the meaning behind his words and immediately stood up. I'll quickly let them know. 10 days had passed since the Council of Elders started their inspection. I think they're hiding something under this floor. Open it up. The window's frame is tilted. Break it. There's a gap on the ceiling. Tear it off. The warriors from the Council of Elders destroyed the perfectly fine floors, walls, and ceilings, then immediately proceeded to find the next faults. What are you waiting for? Take away that dirty stuff. You didn't even clean properly. I'll write down that this place has the worst hygiene. How can you even think about cooking food and eating in a place like this? Do you think you are in a den of beggars? They didn't even clean up the debris after they tore things apart, and they laughed at the maids who were trying to clean up while bullying them. I'm sorry. I'll clean it up right now. Please wait a moment. The Annex building's maids cleaned up the mess inside the house and personally repaired the broken ceilings and floors while enduring the vicious actions of the Council's warriors to prevent harming Rayon and Sylvia. Blue bruises could be seen on their hands and feet because they'd been working non-stop for 10 days. Sylvia had also been helping the maids to repair and clean the Annex building. Even though Chryson and the Council's warriors had been bullying her the most, she endured everything with the exact same attitude as in the beginning. Ma'am. As Sylvia was cleaning up the debris of the broken wall, Helen walked up to her and lowered her head. Please have some rest. You've been working since daybreak. I'm fine. You should rest first, Helen. Sylvia patted Helen's shoulder with her lips curving into a smile. I'm fine, but the others are having a hard time, Helen sighed while putting down a blackened mop. She bit her lip, saying that some of the maids were going to start collapsing soon. I think so too. However, there's no other way right now. Sylvia shook her head. They want us to resort to violence. The vice head of the elders was only using legal means to bully the annex building. If they resorted to violence, it was going to be extremely detrimental to Rayon, which was exactly what the elders wanted. You are well aware. A quiet voice could be heard from the right. She shifted her gaze and saw that the gambling monster was sitting on a broken window frame. The Council of Elders is full of sly old men like them. The reason I left the council was partly because I didn't want to see them anymore. The gambling monster furrowed his brow, saying that unsightly old men were more numerous than nice old men. I'm even losing my appetite for drink because I kept hearing your sighs. He threw away a small piece of paper from his hand as he spoke, disappearing right after. Wow. Sylvia clenched her fist after checking out the paper that the gambling monster had left behind. She nodded in determination, then headed outside the annex building. Dig more over there. Don't stop moving your hands. Chryson was ordering the maids to dig out the garden, his chin covered in bandages. Their hands were shaking because of how exhausted they were. Judil and her brother, Juval, were the only ones who could continuously move their hands, allowing the other maids to rest. It's enough in that direction. Dig the opposite side now. Chryson ordered them to dig another location with his lips curved into a mocking smile directed at the maids. As a result, the garden that used to be brimming with flowers had become devastated like a battlefield. The vice head of the elders was enjoying some refreshments at a luxurious table placed at the center of the garden. Vice head of the elders. Sylvia peacefully walked up to him and lowered her head. What is it? The vice head elegantly put down the teacup and nodded his head. How about stopping this now? Stopping. He raised his gaze with a sneer. 10 days have passed, but you still haven't given up on that haughty attitude. That's so arrogant of you. Sylvia didn't say anything. She simply stared at the vice head of elders with calm eyes. I'm the one who can finish this situation, not you. You shouldn't forget who has the right to decide. The vice head of the elders twisted his lips into a smile, watching the maids who were digging the ground with bloody hands. You should be well aware of what you need to do if you don't want to see them suffer any longer. What you're doing right now isn't the correct attitude. Bowing to a nasty human being just to have an easier time isn't a good method either. You are still insisting. He twisted his lips. Don't tell me, are you counting on the permit ending? You are gravely mistaken. It's extremely easy to extend the permit. The vice head of elders raised his voice, asking if she wanted to see the end of it. You are the one who is gravely mistaken, vice head of elders. What? I was advising you solely for your sake. I'll say this one last time. You'd better return now for your own sake. I won't blame you for what you've done so far if you do that, Sylvia declared confidently as if she had the upper hand. You must have gone insane. All right, let's see the end of it. The vice head of elders ordered Chryson to get a new permit. Do as you wish. Sylvia turned around from the vice head of elders and walked up to the maids who were still digging. Ma'am, we are fine. Why yes, don't worry about us. We can endure it, no problem. Judil and the maids shook their heads, telling her to not worry about them. I'm really sorry. Sylvia smiled faintly and dropped the gambling monster's letter into the hole in the ground from her hand. Rayon Sieghart's return is confirmed to be this evening. He will be given the right to stop the vicious actions of the Council of the Elders. Swallow. Judil and the maids widened their eyes upon seeing the information from the shadow agents, which had been delivered by the gambling monster. Just put up with it a little bit longer. Sylvia smiled faintly while burying the piece of paper in the ground. You'll see their heads, their skulls breaking soon enough. Rayon calmly closed his eyes while watching the burning campfire. It's not ideal to use the sword and saber sovereign's martial arts as it is. Since the sword and saber sovereign had lived such a long time ago and his realm was too high, it wasn't exactly appropriate to teach to the light wind division. Should I really try to modify it? Since he'd memorized all of the sword and saber sovereign's martial arts and even fought against him, Rayon figured it would be a good idea to create new martial arts suitable for the light wind division. What are you thinking so hard about? A cheerful voice could be heard from his right as he was contemplating what to do. Rayon turned his head and saw Rimmer coming out of his tent, sweeping his disheveled hair back. Aren't you going to sleep? I'm not sleepy because I slept during the day on Dorian's back. He looked at the sky, which was getting gradually brighter, and came towards Rayon to sit next to him. I was thinking about the sword and saber sovereign's martial arts. The sword and saber sovereign's martial arts. Yes, I want to teach them to the light wind division, but I don't think I can just use it as it is, so I was thinking maybe I should make one myself. That's a great idea. Rimmer nodded, saying that it was a good idea. You should already be aware, but you don't become stronger just because you learned an advanced martial art. The important thing is to find the suitable one for each person. He swirled his finger into the air and continued, since you knew them so well, you should be able to create the perfect martial art for them. I do know them well, but Rayon let out a small sigh while looking at the tent where the light wind division was sleeping. I'm not sure if I'm capable enough to dismantle the sword and saber sovereign's martial arts to make a new one. Rayan was aware that he'd gotten stronger, but the sword and saber sovereign had reached transcendence. He was concerned by the fact that he had to dismantle his martial arts to create a new one. Well, you might end up failing, Rimmer chuckled while looking up to the sky. But what's the problem with failing? What? You can just fix it if it breaks and just throw it away to make a new one if it's completely unusable. He patted Rayan's shoulder with a smile. You have enough ability and time for it. There's nothing you can't achieve, no matter how amazing the sword and saber sovereign's martial arts are. Rayan narrowed his eyes while looking at Rimmer. I have no money. Why are you talking about money now? Rimmer screamed in bewilderment. Weren't you asking for money by pretending to advise me? No. And pretending to advise you, that's so rude. He ground his teeth, asking if he took him for a scammer. Rather than a scammer, a gambling addict, a lazybones, one with no future. Stop it, Rimmer covered Rayan's mouth, asking him to stop talking. Anyway, you should be able to make a new martial art for the Light Wind Division without any issues. Just do the same thing as when you were making your own sword techniques. He nodded to encourage him. Vice Division Leader, did something happen recently? Why, I can't get used to you because I'm the only one who is being advised by you. You weren't saying anything to the others after all. That's the role of the advisor. Rimmer shook his head, saying that it was only natural for him to do so. By the way. Yes, Rayan focused on him because he thought Rimmer was going to give another piece of advice. Do you really have no money? I can pay back next month already. I have no money for you even if I did. Rayan briskly turned his head. He was looking forward to what he was going to say, but he was just being his usual self. Yawn, shitty ears is right. As Rayan let out a sigh, wrath emerged from the bracelet while yawning widely. It's not like it's going to break just because you use it a little. You can just keep trying it. It will take some time because your talent is insignificant, unlike the King of Essence, but it shouldn't be completely impossible. He bobbed his finger, encouraging Rayan to try it while bragging about himself at the same time. Yes, I should be able to make the best for them. After all, I'm not a stranger. During their 10 years of living together, Rayan had learned not only the martial arts of the Light Wind Division, but also their preferences and personalities. Making martial arts for them wasn't much different from making his own. I should start by throwing away the frame of saber and sword arts. Rayan activated the Ring of Fire. He increased his focus to dismantle the sword and saber sovereign's martial arts into pieces. He analyzed the advantages and drawbacks to distinguish what to obtain and what to throw away. White light sparkled in the night sky while he was putting it together in his mind. No, it wasn't a white light. A crow with a striking mix of black and white feathers swiftly descended from the sky. This bird. It's that geezer, the gambling monster's bird. Rimmer's eyes widened as he looked at the crow. As he said, the crow was the smart animal that the gambling monster used for sending messages. I wonder if something happened. There's a letter attached to the ankle. Rayan took the note from the crow's leg and spread it. The vice head of the Council of Elders is picking a fight with the annex building unreasonably. Return quickly if you can. It was the gambling monster's writing. The letter was really sent by him. An unreasonable fight. Rimmer could roughly guess the situation and furrowed his brow. What do you mean? How could they pick a fight with them? Wrath's face turned red, infuriated by the fact that someone was picking a fight with the annex building. They're probably bullying them with inspection rights or something. The Council of Elders was basically for the retired executives, but they also carried out the job of ensuring that the house didn't stray away from the right path. Rayan could guess that they were abusing their rights to bully the annex building, and the reason for their action must be me. The Council of Elders wasn't picking a fight with the annex building because they didn't like Sylvia. It was most certainly because they wanted to pressure him instead of Karun. Those shitty geezers, how dare they attack our mom? They should have been bullying you instead. The King of Essence will pluck all their beard hair out. I also want to do that. Rayan agreed with wrath. They should have just come to him if they wanted a fight. Heading to the annex building while he was away was a method that only thugs in the backstreet would use. I don't think I should take care of them the same way as before. Rayan could guess that more and more people would go for the annex building the stronger he got and the higher his position became. Dealing with them on his own wasn't going to solve the issue. Rayan, you are going, right? Rimmer looked at him as if he already knew his decision. Yes, I'll need to go right now. Rayan burnt the letter from his hand while looking at the rising sun. I'll make you regret it. Rayan Sieghart immediately ran towards the annex building as soon as he returned. He ground his teeth before he knew it as soon as he saw the annex building. They completely destroyed the annex building. The flowers and trees, once gracefully swaying as if bowing to the wind, had been uprooted and scattered across the area. The flattened land was carved out, forming a gray hill amidst the chaos, making the scene resemble a battlefield. The building itself was shattered, with sections collapsed in multiple areas. Every window frame had been ripped away, and the walls were riddled with holes, resembling a beggar draped in tattered rags. The stupidest part was that the warriors from the council were only tossing around orders, and the maids were doing all the work of digging the ground or destroying the annex building. Even Sylvia and Helen were digging out the garden. Rayon bit his lip and looked at the old man at the center of the garden. He was still sipping on his tea, not even standing up even though he saw Rayon's arrival. Is he the vice head of the elders? Rayon recalled crossing paths with him occasionally during events hosted by the house. They had never exchanged words, as it was clear from his demeanor that he regarded Rayon as nothing more than a pest. The sudden encounter left Rayon taken aback. Is that son of a bitch the vice head? Wrath lifted his fist. Let the king of essence advent right now. He will shove ice pieces in every single wrinkle he has. He grabbed Rayon by his collar and started to shake him, demanding that he hand over his body. What a shit show. Ares twisted her lips upon seeing the annex building's state. Ha, this is way worse than I expected. Rimmer laughed bitterly at the ridiculous sight. I can't take it anymore. Let me take care of them. Ares stepped forward, rolling her sleeve up. No. Rayon went to the front and shook his head towards Ares and Rimmer. The annex building will take care of this matter internally. It wasn't the first time people picked a fight with the annex building like that. The reason all those pieces of shit kept picking a fight was because the annex building didn't have power. That was why the annex building needed to solve it by themselves, to build a wall that no one would dare to attack. Yes, that's true. Ares understood the meaning behind Rayon's words and took a step back. However, her fist was still clenched in frustration. Then I'll be just watching as well. Rimmer nodded, his arms crossed, showing his intention to just watch the situation as well. Rayon rotated the ring of fire. Instead of showing his powerful pressure and anger, he decreased them instead as he walked up to the vice head of the elders. Young master, when did you come back? Judil and the maids were digging the ground and widened their eyes in surprise upon seeing Rayon. Rayon, young master. Sylvia and Helen also put down their shovels and came towards him. Did you finish your mission and return? You are back earlier than I expected. The vice head of the elders shook his hand with a faint smile on his face. I've roughly heard your story. Collecting the sword and saber sovereign's martial arts is a rather amazing achievement. Good job. Instead of responding to the vice head of elders, Rayon looked at Sylvia and the maids. Their faces were tainted with mud, mixtures of soil and sweat, and their hands were covered in bruises. Their shoes and skirts were full of dirt, implying that they'd been digging for a long time. Are you the vice head of the elders? Rayon shifted his gaze, suppressing the urge to immediately unsheath his sword and split his head apart. What if I am? The vice head of elders simply smiled, not being surprised at his insolent question. What do you think you're doing? This is the council of elders operation. A middle-aged man who seemed to be the vice head's subordinate came forward instead. We obtained intel about criminal activities inside the annex. I'm talking to your owner. A dog should stay out of this. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the vice head, not even taking a glance at Chryson. Why you? Stay back, Chryson. The vice head of the elders chuckled and shook his hand at Chryson. As he said, we received a report that there was criminal activity in here. That's why we've been investigating under the council's rights. What kind of criminal activity? I can't tell you about that. Who gave you the information? The source of information needs to be protected. I obviously can't tell you about it. He twisted his lips into a smile as if he were laughing at Rayon. Judging from how it looks, you didn't seem to have found anything. So why are you still here? The duration of the inspection must have already ended. It's because of the possibility that we just didn't find it yet. The Council of Elders has always been able to extend the inspection 3 times. Everything is proceeding according to the rules. The vice head of the elders shook the document in his hand, saying that everything they were doing was legal. This is unrelated to this matter, but I'm the vice head of Zieghart's Council of Elders. I'd like you to pay some respect to me. The only reason why you still have your head attached to your shoulders is because I'm paying enough respect to you. I heard you were a daredevil. That appeared to be an accurate way of describing you. Vice head of the elders lifted his teacup without the slightest change in his expression. He wasn't easily provoked, as expected of an experienced old man who even managed to become the vice head of the elders. We'll halt the inspection for today as a sign of respect for the Light Wind Division, who successfully completed their mission. He snapped his fingers, and the warriors from the Council of Elders, who'd been spreading all around the annex building, lined up behind him. Don't hate us too much. Rules need to be kept, after all. You will regret what you've done. As the vice head of the elders turned around, Rayon walked up to him and narrowed his eyes. I already heard that. I'm honestly disappointed because I thought you would shove your blade into me as soon as you returned. The vice head of the elders made a mocking smile with his eyes. Don't worry. I'll satisfy your expectations. I'll look forward to it. He casually shook his hand and left the annex building. Erg. Are you really letting him leave like that? Wrath gritted his teeth. Follow him right now and break his head. That's your specialty. Not yet. Rayon bit his lip while watching the vice head's back. Since their activity was legal, it could come to bite him back if he recklessly made his move. Rayon. Sylvia came in front of Rayon and hung her head. I'm sorry. I said I would protect the annex building, but there was nothing I could do. Her shoulders trembled in frustration as she kept her head lowered. It's all right. Rayon held Sylvia's trembling shoulders and shook his head. The matter would have only been aggravated if she hadn't been able to suppress her anger and used her sword. Young master. Judil had gone into the annex building in the meantime, bringing out a small booklet and handed it over to Rayon. What is this? It's a document including the combined information from the black market and the gambling monster. Rayon opened the booklet while listening to her. There was plenty of information about the vice head of the elders, written with unsteady letters. Rayon could guess that Judil had been wielding a shovel during the day and wrote it with her exhausted hand during the night. I hope it will be of help to you. How to proceed? Yes. Rayon twisted his lips while looking at Sylvia and the maids, so that thugs like them can never try to harm the annex building ever again. Rayon took the necessary measures to let Sylvia and the maids rest before he headed to the main building. The Light Wind Division and the Void Sword Division were all waiting in front of the Lord's manor. Is it resolved? Burns swallowed nervously and walked up to him. I don't understand why there are so many people nowadays who can't act their ages. Martha furrowed her brow in irritation. Are you okay, division leader? Runon's eyes were also unusually full of worry. Yes. Rayon nodded his head, not towards just the 3 team leaders but everyone in the Light Wind Division, who was biting their lips behind them. So what even happened? Let's talk about that later and focus on reporting for now. Rayon casually shook his hand, then stood in front of the Light Wind Division. Once they entered the Lord's manor, the Light Wind Division erased the confusion from their expressions and followed with frozen expressions. They were different from before. Every single one of them was wrapped in the pressure of a reliable warrior. Rayon headed to the audience chamber with a faint smile on his face. The huge door was already open, and Sieghart's executives were standing in front of the pillars on both sides inside the chamber. The subordinate of the vice head of the elders that Rayon had encountered a moment ago inside the annex building was positioned among the members of the direct lines. Glenn was resting his chin on his hand, sitting on his throne like always, but there was a serious heat in his gaze instead of the usual emptiness. Tusk. Ares nodded at Glenn and went on ahead. She settled next to the vice head's subordinates, and she looked like she was about to cut him down if she didn't like what he said because of how she was clicking her tongue. Chad was standing next to her. He looked strangely relieved, as if he had just seen a friend. Rayon closed his eyes before opening them again to calm himself down. He signaled with his eyes for the Light Wind Division to follow him before he entered the audience chamber. Stepping upon the immaculate red carpet, he knelt in front of the platform. The Light Wind Division has completed its mission and returned. The Light Wind Division has completed its mission and returned. He knelt and lowered his head towards Glenn. He could hear the Light Wind Division repeating his words and kneeling behind him. Stand up, Rayon straightened his back upon hearing Glenn's quiet voice. Light Wind Division leader. Yes, wasn't the Light Wind Division's mission to scout Sieghart's domain? It was. Rayon calmly nodded since he was expecting that question. It was overlooked because of how important the incident inside the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave was, but the Light Wind Division's mission was scouting and guarding. Why did you head to the grave? The villages around Sieghart were being harmed by the warriors who had gathered to look for the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave. It was endless even though we kept resolving those issues, so I decided that it was better to find the grave first in order to eliminate the source of the problem. I see. Glenn nodded briefly, as if he was expecting that response. Rayon realized that he must have asked the question for the other executives rather than for himself. Proceed with your report about what happened inside the grave. Understood. We learned that the grave was found in the middle of a battle against the Snow Wraith Duchess, the Sixth Apostle, and the Master of the Abyssal Sword, so we immediately. Rayon nodded and reported everything that had happened so far. Of course, he didn't mention the parts that had to be kept a secret, like his ancestors' memory. That's why we went to greet Balkar's Archmage and Owen's king before we returned. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy sound of breathing was all that remained in the audience chamber. Apparently, they didn't know that so many things had happened and only knew the rough outline of the situation. He became powerful enough to defeat the Snow Wraith Duchess in a one-on-one battle. That's not all, he even stopped the Sword and Saber Sovereign. Even though he was weakened from the necromancy, how could he survive after fighting a person who used to be a transcender? This is insane. It's the only thing I can say if everything he said is true. The executives kept gasping in surprise. Ahem. Glenn briefly cleared his throat, covering the area around his mouth with his left hand. His face was as red as a well-ripened apple. It's amazing that he managed to win against them, but isn't it even more amazing that he found the grave's control room? Indeed, we should be able to use it as a training ground for our swordsmen after some refinement. I think what happened after he came out from the grave was more insane. How did he even defeat hundreds of people after all those intense battles? Is he a zombie or something? Blades rest. It's ridiculous to think that a Sieghart sanctuary was suddenly founded over there. The executives pointed out every single detail of Rayon's feat and complimented him with smiles. Tusk, why are they making a big deal out of it? The direct line executives furrowed their brows in displeasure, but some of them were even sneering because they'd been bullying the annex building. Zeeghart's sanctuary. That sounds great. Balder gave a heavy nod of approval that seemed to come from his heart. What a shame. I wanted to be the one to make it. He swung his large fist into the air, saying that it was regrettable. It wouldn't be able to become a sanctuary if it was you. Only the stench of blood would have remained. Ares shook her head, telling him to stop wishing for the impossible. Ares is right. Denier smiled faintly while looking at Rayon. It became a sanctuary because people respected that the Light Wind Division leader didn't kill a single warrior. It's difficult to do the same. That's true. Balder nodded while picking his nose. I would have killed them all indeed. Good job. He clapped his hands exactly twice to praise Rayon. Rayon nodded at Balder before he shifted his gaze back to Glenn. Ahem. Glenn seemed to be thinking about something, his hands still covering his mouth, but his fingers were trembling like a candle in the wind. His eyes were moving left and right at lightning speed, following whoever was speaking. Rayon couldn't understand what kind of reaction that was supposed to be at that point. My lord, I have a suggestion. Rayon figured he wouldn't be able to understand Glenn's mind even if he kept waiting, so he decided to speak to him instead. I'm listening. Glenn nodded, his gaze returning to the usual dry state. The sword and saber sovereign is Zeeghart's ancestor, and his grave was originally a training ground for Zeeghart. Since Blade's Rest was unexpectedly founded, I believe we should claim our possession of the land as quickly as possible. Rayon continued, observing Glenn's intensifying gaze. I've already received agreements from Owen and Balkar. The sword and saber sovereign's grave is slightly away from Zeeghart, but there aren't many other factions in between, so it shouldn't be too difficult to obtain if we act quickly. No powerful faction was located between Zeeghart and the sword and saber sovereign's grave. The kingdom of Balkar and the Black Tower were located nearby, but since Balkar already acknowledged it, all they needed to do was to convince the villagers nearby, and they could gain it without much difficulty. Glenn took his hand off from his mouth while licking his lips. His calm face looked like he wasn't shaking at all. That's not necessary. What? But it's too good to leave it. The warriors in every stage could use the training ground to achieve growth. It was too good to just abandon it. That's not what I meant. Glenn calmly shook his head. He gestured with his finger and Chad came forward. Lucen Village, Euful Village, Tuzan City, and... Chad opened the map in the air and pointed at the villages and cities between Zeeghart and the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave one after the other. The residents of the villages that the Light Wind Division helped have contacted us, stating their desire to join Zeeghart. He nodded, saying that it was an excellent feat. You heard him. Glenn drew a stroke with his finger in the air, and a line was created on the map, connecting Zeeghart to the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave. Lucen Village, Euful Village, and Tuzan City. The neutral areas that the Light Wind Division had saved turned a golden color, symbolizing Zeeghart. You and the Light Wind Division drew a line on the map under the name of Zeeghart. Rayon swallowed nervously as he gazed at the vivid glow on the map. The villages that he'd rescued by releasing the Light Wind Division before they entered the grave had formed a line, creating a path connecting Zeeghart to the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave. Have they always been connected like that? Rayon had just wanted to save the people who needed his help even though they weren't in Zeeghart's domain, and it bore a completely unexpected result. Judging from your expression, it looks like you weren't aware of it. Glenn calmly nodded. Of course, that does not change the results of your actions. The villages who dedicated themselves to Zeeghart have all mentioned the Light Wind Division's name. His voice sounded proud, which was rare coming from him. His expression also seemed to be gentler than usual. Our lord is right. Cheryl took a step forward. The village chiefs and the mayor all expressed their gratitude towards you. She smiled, saying that it was heartwarming. Expansion of the domain is a great achievement for houses and kingdoms alike. Since you achieve it with peaceful means, without causing the slightest harm to the area, it's not an exaggeration to call it a huge feat. Glenn's voice was calm, but the corners of his lips were trembling intensely, as if somebody else were trying to lift them. To honor that feat, everyone in the Light Wind Division will be bestowed with a golden tablet and an elixir. He snapped his fingers, and Roan brought out a plate with golden and silver tablets on top. I'm honored. The Light Wind Division went on their knees and lowered their heads while clutching their chests. The swordsmen seemed to be more impressed by the fact that they'd made a huge contribution to Zeeghart than the golden tablet itself. Everyone in the Void Sword Division will also be bestowed with a silver tablet for overcoming their difficult battle and successfully protecting the Light Wind Division. Glenn declared that he would also reward the Void Sword Division before he stood up from the throne to walk down from the platform. It looked like he was going to personally award them since there were so many people. After Glenn gave a golden tablet to everyone in the Light Wind Division and a silver tablet to the Void Sword Division, he returned to the front. Void Sword Division leader. Yes, my lord. Even though you made a mistake, you should be commended for fighting until the very end to protect your subordinates and the Light Wind Division. He declared and bestowed a golden tablet and an elixir to the Void Sword Division. The elixir is effective at treating internal injuries, so you should take it as soon as you return. Lastly, the Light Wind Division leader. Yes, Rayon took a step forward. For the achievements of slaying the Snow Wraith Duchess, the Sixth Apostle, and the Master of the Abyssal Sword, figuring out the truth behind the sword and Saber Sovereign's grave, bringing back his legacy, and recovering Sieghart's land. Glenn calmly listed Rayon's feats one after the other. His voice was quiet, but the corners of his lips and eyes were slowly soaring towards the sky. Each of them is a great achievement that cannot be overlooked. Combined with the achievements you've gained so far, it's enough to transfer the annex building into the main building and make Sylvia and you into members of the direct line. Everyone in the audience chamber widened their eyes upon hearing his quiet declaration. My lord, that's... Shut your mouths, Glenn glared at the direct lines who tried to speak fiercely before he shook his head. However, we already made a promise about that. Indeed, Rayon nodded his head. He declared that he would obtain that reward by personally defeating the Axe King. Since that's the case, I'll grant you a wish. Did you just say a wish? Yes. There are limits to what I can grant you, but I will grant you what you wish if it is within my ability to do so, Glenn declared with serious eyes, saying that he would do his best to grant Rayon's wish. Rayon quietly looked around the audience chamber. The direct lines widened their eyes. Rimmer, Shirl, and Ares seemed to be asking him to ruin the Council of Elders. Rayon briefly closed his eyes before opening them again while observing them. I want the annex building to have defending rights. Defending rights? Glenn raised one of his eyebrows, showing his surprise at the unexpected answer. The special inspection from the true Martial Palace Master and the Council of Elders inspection were both aimed to harm us without any meaning behind them. The annex building suffered huge losses, and the maids had a hard time as a result. What are you talking about? I had to pay dozens more times than you back then. I could only eat grass for a while because you extorted all my Balder jumped up while Rayon was speaking. Do you want to die? Will you shut your mouth or not? Ares furrowed her brow, and Balder returned to his spot with trembling shoulders. Inspection itself is fine, but performing multiple inspections in a row with the sole purpose of bullying us and ordering the maids in the annex building around for their inspection are both unreasonable. That's why. Rano twisted his lips while looking at the location of the direct line executives. I'd like the annex building's autonomy. Oh, autonomy. The direct line executives were the first ones to react. This can't be happening. Autonomy of the annex building. That should never be allowed. My lord, they frantically shook their heads, absolutely refusing it. Glenn shifted his gaze without saying anything. Are you asking me to go back on my words? That's not what we meant. The direct line stepped back with trembling lips upon meeting his gaze. It's true that you would have been able to resolve the issues that have happened so far if you had autonomy. However, granting autonomy can't be decided that easily after all. It can also imply that you are giving up on the protection from Sieghart. Glenn nodded without the slightest change in his gaze. I'll indefinitely stop the inspection, investigation, and approach to the annex building for now. Let's talk about autonomy again after thinking about it for a while. This is good enough. He wasn't going for autonomy to begin with. After all, like Glenn had said, it would be problematic if the annex building couldn't get Sieghart's protection. Since the huge wish for autonomy was denied, the direct lines didn't complain about him receiving defending rights. That was the result that Rayon was hoping for to begin with. Since I couldn't grant your wish, tell me if there's anything else you want. Glenn's gaze looked slightly more frightening. It looks like he is telling me to take revenge against the vice head of the elders. His gaze seemed to be asking him to use his wish to attack the vice head of the elders for bullying the annex building. However, the annex building and Rayon, by extension, had to do it by themselves. If they didn't, the same thing was going to happen again and again if he relied on Glenn or Ares for that. Moreover, there was no reason to use his wish for something he could achieve by himself. Then I'd like a few books on martial arts. Books on martial arts. Glenn furrowed his brow, showing that it wasn't the answer he was expecting either. What martial arts books are you talking about? I'd like to talk about that in private. I have another thing to tell you as well, my lord. Sure. Glenn shook his hand towards the executives standing on the left and right. That's it for today. You should leave. The executives, the Light Wind Division, and the Void Sword Division bowed to Glenn before leaving through the door. The direct lines seemed slightly displeased, but they reluctantly left. The only ones left in the Lord's Manor were Shirl, Roan, Ares, and Rimmer. Rayon. Ares came up next to him and shouted, "You should have said that you wanted to cut the heads off the vice head of the elders and his underlings. Would it have come true if I did?" Rayon shook his head with a faint smile on his face. Even if it didn't, something would have been cut down at least. Ares stroked her scabbard as if she were planning to personally execute them. Let's listen to Rayon for now. Shirl smiled faintly and shook her head towards Ares. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan also expressed his mind through his gentle laughter, believing that Rayon must have a plan. Please look at this for now. Rayon started by taking out the scabbard piece incorporating Darius Roberts. Umbral surged and handed it to Glenn. Is this? Glenn furrowed his brow after receiving the scabbard piece, the energy of death. Yes, it is. Rayon nodded while looking at the scabbard piece. The black glow had become a lot weaker. When I was driving away the warriors after leaving the grave, Rayon told Glenn, Shirl, and Roan about Darius Roberts' assault. Oh no. Oh. Shirl and Roan widened their eyes in surprise. It was dangerous. I wouldn't have managed to stop it on my own without the sword demon's help. Ares ground her teeth, showing that she was still frustrated about it. In my opinion, his prowess should be no less than that of the leaders of the Six Kings, and a person like that was going for Rayon. Glenn's red eyes sparkled in a frightening light. It almost looked like crimson lightning was striking. I'm assuming that he is the leader of the group who have turned the sword and Saber Sovereign's grave into a hell. He must have been trying to kill me because I've ruined their plan, Rayon stated. I guess so. Glenn wasn't taking his eyes off the scabbard piece, showing his determination to remember the energy of death inside it. I understand. I'll order the leader of Shadow agents to investigate it. This is good enough, since he managed to reveal Darius's hidden secret, though. Umbral surged to 3 out of the 6 kings. It was even more profitable than he'd expected. Darius just needed to get impatient and show his power, and his fame and reputation would be shattered into pieces. Then what are those books of martial arts that you wanted? Glenn put the scabbard piece in his inner pocket and nodded his head. The books I want are the Titanic Mountain Sword, the Stellar Zenith Sword, and Rayon started with the books of martial arts that he needed to dismantle and analyze the sword and saber sovereign's martial arts, then took a small break before stating the name of the last book. The Sword of 10 Forms. Sword of 10 Forms, that's the sword technique of the vice head of the elders. Shirl and Ares' eyes glowed coldly upon hearing the name of the last book. You must be planning to challenge him to a sword duel. Rimmer came forward with his arms crossed. Yes, I'll fight him. That geezer is powerful, but more importantly, he's a snake. He will never fight you even though he is aware that he is more powerful than you. After all, he has nothing to gain from it, even if he wins. He shook his head, saying that it was only going to be a frustrating attempt. I'll give him no other choice but to fight. How? Everyone swallowed nervously, including Rimmer, Vice Division leader. Rayon lifted his finger while looking at Rimmer. You are friends with Verbin, the Vice Master of the Tower, right? Verbin was the Vice Master of the Magic Tower inside Zeekhart, and he was often witnessed hanging around with Rimmer inside pubs. The magician who'd summoned the orcs for a practical session when Rayon was a trainee was one of his subordinates. Verbin, he's my drinking friend, yes. Rimmer blinked, wondering why he suddenly brought up Verbin's name. I'd like to borrow him tomorrow. Rayon curled his lips into a smile, taking gold coins from his pouch. Dragon Slayer Killuane, the vice head of the elders, curved his lips into a deep sneer while thinking about Rayon. I was wondering how good he was, but he is just a naive youngster. Naive. Chryson returned from the Lord's manor and tilted his head. He might look cunning, but he is still ignorant. He is at a perfect level to be taken advantage of. It looks like you can't understand. Yes, I was admiring him before I knew it when I listened to his achievements today. Those are amazing achievements indeed. However, that's not what I'm talking about. Killuane curled his lips into a smile, tapping on the desk that was made of a whole black log. He didn't mention us when the head of house wanted to grant his wish, right? Yes, I also found it unexpected. It would have been frightening if he wanted to take revenge against us. That's why he is naive. Killuane buried his back deep into the chair and shifted his gaze out the window, because he must be planning to attack me with his own strength. By attacking, could it be? Yes, a sword duel. Killuane put his left index finger and his right index finger together. He is planning on requesting a sword duel against me. Ah, Chryson widened his eyes, finally understanding the situation. He wants to solve it by himself, without borrowing the head of house's power, because that would create another wall beyond the defensive rights for the annex building, preventing interference. However, Killuane's fingers casually parted from each other as he continued. A sword duel request is completely meaningless if the other party doesn't accept it. He will regret missing today's opportunity for the rest of his life. He giggled while thinking about Rayon's distorted eyes. However, we don't have any way of doing anything against the annex building anymore either, do we? Chryson furrowed his brow, stroking his chin, which still wasn't healed. We can just make a way. Inspection and investigation aren't the only ways to bully them. Killuane casually listed how to pick a fight with the annex building while shaking his finger. That's really amazing. Chryson gasped at Killuane in admiration. Let our people rest for about a week. Killuane's eyes were clouded with malice, glowing with an ominous light, because we'll need to return to the annex building after that. The next morning, a white screen was created in the sky above the main building when the swordsmen finished their breakfast and were heading to start their daily routine. What's that? It looks like magic. It is. The magic tower is in action. Was there an event today? It spread out like a piece of paper. The swordsmen and servants all stopped walking and watched the sky. Dancing black letters unfolded on the white screen. It almost looked like letters being written on a piece of paper. Children are taught from an early age to never approach a beast with children. If a beast has children that they need to protect, they are extremely cautious, and their fangs and claws are many times sharper than normal. It wasn't simply showing the letters. The silvery voice of a woman resounded throughout the main building. Even though she was simply reading, it sounded curiously like she was reciting a poem or singing a song to vividly reach the ears. However, there's an old man who doesn't know the law of nature that even children are aware of. What could the reason for this be? If he still doesn't know that obvious fact in his old age, it's definitely because his parents didn't educate him. He was raised by parents who gave up on shaping his personality, and since he never formed a good family himself, he doesn't know how precious other people's families are. The sense of inferiority in the ignorant is usually expressed towards others, while saints realize their own shortcomings and train their minds. A lowly being laughs at those who are worse off than them, and a noble person shares their knowledge and heart with those who need it. It's truly deplorable that the vice head of Sieghart's elders was raised as an ignorant, lowly being because he wasn't educated by his parents. Therefore, I'm going to personally bestow my teachings about the world to the vice head of the elders in place of his parents. If the vice head of the elders doesn't want to remain as an ignorant lowly being who wasn't educated by his parents, come to the great training ground at noon in 3 weeks. Rayon Sieghart, the Light Wind Division leader. Rayon Sieghart's name was written down in the end, and the woman's silvery voice also came to an end. Lio. Countless people were in front of the main building, but none of them were able to speak. Yua's voice is as excellent as always. Rayon sent a round of applause from above a mansion's roof far away from the main building. Indeed, Pineapple Girl's voice is so sweet that isn't what he was going to say. You're insulting his parents. Wrath raised his hand, his chin trembling intensely. Yes, Rayon calmly nodded. Hey, even demons don't insult a person's parents. That old man was the one to drag my mother into this. Wait, most importantly, it was the most creative and elegant insult to someone's parents the King of Essence has ever seen. He blinked, showing his bewilderment at his declaration. We needed that to make it work. Rayon curled his lips into a smile as he watched the Council of Elders building shake like there was an earthquake occurring. The sword duel request has been sent. That's an insult directed at the parents of the vice head of the elders, right? Yes, it sounds very sophisticated, but it's just an insult to the parents. Is the Light Wind Division really a place for the insane? How come a division leader? The swordsmen finally returned to their senses, swallowing nervously while looking at the magical letters that still hadn't faded away. By the way, isn't that really well written? It almost looks like a poem or lyrics of a song. Yes, it sounded like a song. The content is engraved in my memory and is never leaving. A few swordsmen were gasping, admiring Rayon's writing and Yua's voice. The sense of inferiority in the ignorant is usually expressed towards others, while saints realize their own shortcomings and train their minds. A lowly being laughs at those who are worse off than them, and a noble person shares their knowledge and heart with those who need it. The children repeated Rayon's writing as if it were a song, perfectly retaining Yua's rhythm. Stop it, don't repeat it, never. Their parents rapidly covered their mouths, but the same thing was already happening all around the main building, making it impossible to stop. In the end, he is requesting a sword duel, right? This is going to be a huge event. Judging from the vice head's usual personality, he is never going to accept it. But if he doesn't accept this sword duel, he will be a wretched son. He will definitely accept it. No, he has no other choice but to accept it. Rayon Sieghart, he is such a frightening person. The swordsman's shoulders trembled as they read the magical words once again. Rimmer enjoyed their reactions while leaning his back against a wall before he entered the Lord's manor. He kicked open the audience chamber's heavy door and walked inside. Did you see that? Our crazy boy stirred up the hornet's nest. Rimmer waved his hand, a bright smile on his face, as if he were being illuminated. All I did was introduce him to Verbin, but he made a huge mess already. He giggled while looking at the magical letters outside the window, despite saying that it was a huge mess. Wahahaha, Roan laughed loudly, unlike his usual behavior. I was aware that young Master Rayon wouldn't stay quiet about it, but I didn't expect him to plan something like that. He rubbed the back of his neck, saying that Rayon was surpassing his imagination more and more. That's nice. Cheryl's lips curved into a faint smile as she recited Rayon's words in the sky. It's good enough to be a poem. Even though it's intended to mock his opponent, it's really well written. She shook her finger, murmuring that she had immediately memorized it. letter 1 D633, alpha nu O circumflex letter FF42, epsilon letter 1 E65. I didn't think you would say that. Rimmer tilted his head while looking at Cheryl. Why not? Despite how elegant it sounds in the end, it just means you're Mo. The vice head of the elders was the first one to involve one of their mothers. We should say that Rayon is a gentleman for expressing it in such an elegant way. Cheryl shrugged her shoulders, saying that she had to admit it, while even this stubborn old woman acknowledges it. Rimmer clapped his hands into the air, praising Rayon's plan. Actually, Lady Yua's power was part of the reason why it spread so widely. Her voice has a magical charm to it that makes you focus on it. Roan smiled faintly, showing that he was proud of Yua. Yes, it was a smart move in various ways. Rimmer nodded in agreement. The sword duel is definitely going to take place. Indeed, despite how slippery the vice head is, he won't be able to escape after hearing that. Cheryl chuckled in agreement. I'm looking forward to 3 weeks from now, by the way. Rimmer watched the magical words that still remained for a while before he shifted his gaze to the back. Aries was focused on her thoughts in a corner, even though he'd expected her to make a huge fuss about it. What are you doing? Why are you so quiet even though your beloved nephew's going ham? Rimmer tilted his head and walked up to Aries. About that, Aries furrowed her brow while looking at the letters in the air. I was happy at first, but as you continued to read, I started to feel guilty. Her eyes slowly shifted onto the platform. As soon as Glenn felt Aries' gaze, he briskly turned his head and closed his eyes tightly. Rimmer realized that the corners of Glenn's lips were hanging down even though they should have been soaring to the ceiling. Rimmer unconsciously let out a loud gasp while slowly reading Rayon's letter of challenge. It's causing a lot of collateral damage. The gambling monster entered the Council of Elders with relentless steps. Gambling monster. The warriors inside the Council of Elders looked at the gambling monster with trembling eyes, wondering if they should stop his sudden visit or not. Don't mind me. I'm going to leave right after delivering a message. The gambling monster shook his hand towards the warriors, then went into the right corridor in the Council of Elders to stand in front of the vice head's room. And no, you can't enter right now. Shut up, Chryson stood in his way, telling him that the entry was prohibited, but the gambling monster pushed him aside and opened the door to the vice head's office. The gambling monster twisted his lips, examining the interior. While the vice head's office wasn't exactly luxurious, it was usually tidy to the point of fastidiousness, lacking even the slightest speck of dust, but everything inside the room was broken. It was as if a battle had broken out inside. The blackwood desk was split in half and lying on the ground. All of the bookshelves were broken apart or collapsed, and the decorations looked like they were shattered by a hammer. What a huge mess. It's no different from the annex building you ruined. The vice head of the elders sat on the broken chair and glared at the gambling monster. This is actually amazing when I think about it. It only took him a single day, only a few minutes to turn your office like this, when it took you 10 whole days for the same result. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Rayon won decisively. The gambling monster flipped over his thumb, laughing at the vice head of the elders. Shut your mouth if you don't want to die right here. The vice head of the elders violently ground his teeth as if he were going to attack him at any moment. Wahahaha! The gambling monster burst out into a mocking laughter. Seeing such a face from a sly old snake like you feels like decade-old frustrations have just melted away. Gambling monster. The vice head of the elders furrowed his brow and was about to stand up when the gambling monster shook his head. Unfortunately, I didn't come here just to laugh at you. The gambling monster took out a document and threw it at the vice head of the elders. The piece of paper flew at him while fluttering into the air, entering the vice head's grasp. The master of the annex building challenged you to a sword duel. It's a 2-on-2 boss match between the annex building and the vice head's faction. The winner of the match will continue to fight. 2-on-2. The vice head of the elders wrinkled his nose, showing his surprise at the 2-on-2 system. You bastard, you're supposed to be the general administrator of the annex building, even though it was in name only. Are you going to participate? No. The gambling monster calmly shook his head. I wanted to behead you if I could, but that kid didn't allow me to. And the vice head of the elders narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out what the gambling monster was thinking. Why are you glaring so hard? I never lie, unlike you. The gambling monster shook his hand while twisting his lips. I'll say this one more time. It's a sword duel between the annex building and the vice head's faction. If you bring someone from elsewhere, you will meet an even more unsightly end. I know. The vice head of the elders bit his lip while glaring at the gambling monster. Q-hoo-hoo-hoo. The gambling monster took out a bottle of liquor from his clothes. What a tasty expression you're making. I can't miss a side dish like this. He empties the whole bottle while watching the vice head's distorted expression. It's funny that even an old raccoon like you is no match against that youngster. Well, I guess you can't hold yourself back anymore, since you ended up as a lowly and ignorant being who was never taught by his parents. Are you going to keep this up? I'll go back now since I said what I came here to say. The gambling monster threw the empty bottle onto the ground in the vice head's office before he turned around. Wham! After he left, the thunderous noise of the ceiling and floor being destroyed could be heard from the vice head's room. Even the sound is tasty. The gambling monster laughed loudly and brought a second bottle to his mouth. Are you okay? Sylvia gasped while hugging Yua, who'd returned from the magic tower. I'm fine. Yua energetically shook her head and hugged Sylvia in return. Rayon, you should have asked me instead. How could you make Yua say such a thing? Yua was the one who said she wanted to do it. And Rayon shook his head while patting Yua's head. Yua was the only one who could do this task. He wasn't lying. It was because Yua had read the declaration that the lines he'd written were spreading like a song and a poem. It would have been far less effective if Sylvia were the one who'd said it, but she is still a child. Don't worry, it contained practically no bad words. The meaning was, what have your parents even been doing? Deep down, but Rayon had written it as nicely as possible to avoid sullying Yua's mouth. Yua, good job, I feel so much better now. Helen burst out in laughter while holding Yua's shoulder. Me too. I couldn't see that old geezer's angry face, but just imagining it makes me so happy. I'm finally feeling better. It was so hard to hold back the frustration I felt. I can finally sleep soundly tonight. The other maids were also extremely glad about it, unable to remove the smiles from their faces. Me too. Even Judil gave a big nod. The way everyone was rejoicing implied how malicious the vice head of the elders was. Honestly, I'm also feeling a bit better. Actually, a lot better. Sylvia rubbed the back of her head, an awkward smile on her face. I'm just feeling sorry for Yua. I'm really fine. Yua shook her head, touching Sylvia's bruised hand. I was also seriously angry. I'm glad I could help somehow. And you have another job, Mother. A job for me. Sylvia tilted her head, wondering what he was talking about. You know that I was requesting a duel with that announcement, right? Yes, I didn't request for a one-on-one sword duel. Rayon lowered his gaze, watching the magical letters slowly disappear. It's a 2-on-2 boss match. I requested in a way that the victor will continue to fight. which means Sylvia widened her eyes, understanding what Rayon was trying to tell her. Yes, you will need to be the vanguard, Mother. Rayon nodded indifferently. Since Chryson and the vice head of the elders should be the ones participating on their side, you should defeat Chryson and also fight the vice head, Mother. Both of them. Sylvia's jaw dropped. Chryson would have been fine, but she seemed surprised that she was asked to fight the vice head of the elders. You were frustrated, weren't you? Because you couldn't do anything to protect the annex building. She didn't say anything, but she bit her lip in place of an answer. I'll give you the opportunity to vent your anger. Rayon took out the Sword of 10 forms, the vice head's martial art, as he spoke. There are 3 weeks left until the sword duel. It will be a lot harder than the council's inspection. The decision is up to you, Mother. Rayon looked into Sylvia's eyes as he spoke. Her red eyes slowly started to blaze. The woman who'd shed countless tears countless times and blamed her own weakness was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was a single swordswoman who was wielding her sword in order to protect her family. Mom is quite talented too, but she won't be able to win. Wrath shook his head, even more saddened after seeing the look in Sylvia's eyes. That might be true. If you know that fact, then why? Even if you're going to lose 999 times out of 1,000, there are moments where you still have to fight for yourself. Rayon nodded while meeting Sylvia's red eyes. It seems I won't need the answer. Let's get started right away. The open area at the North Grave Mountains entrance looked like it had been bombarded. Huff. Sylvia exhaled roughly while rolling on the ground where craters were formed. Too slow. Instead of moving your body after picturing it with your mind, your body and head need to function at the same time. Rayon caught up to Sylvia as she withdrew and swung Heavenly Drive downwards. The silver blade diffracted sunlight that fell towards Sylvia's leg. It wasn't the 10,000 Flames cultivation's technique, nor was it the Fangs of Insanity. It was the Sword of 10 forms, turning the sword into 10 different lights. Sylvia hurriedly executed her footwork. Her withdrawal was fast enough to make her shadow disappear, but Rayon's sword followed her like a magnet. The illusion sword and variable sword aren't the only aspects of the Sword of 10 forms. It's extremely fast as well. Your limbs will be cut off before you get used to the illusion sword if you aren't properly prepared. Rayon rushed in front of Sylvia and thrust Heavenly Drive's tip towards her chest. All right. Sylvia's response almost sounded like a shout as she barely managed to fend off the blade piercing towards her solar plexus. PSSH, however, the true value of the Sword of 10 forms was variation and illusion instead of its speed. That was why the blade suddenly multiplied to cut through her skin. Hop. Even though she was cut by the sword, Sylvia continued to swing her blade as if she were completely unaffected. It's good that you aren't panicking, but your movement became stiffer. Rayon took a step into Sylvia's space as she swung her sword while scattering blood around. He deflected the barrage of attacks with Heavenly Drive and smacked her waist with his left elbow. Walk. Sylvia was knocked out on the dirt with a short scream. You shouldn't focus solely on sword techniques just because you're facing a swordsman. Your opponent is a seasoned raccoon. You need to be prepared for all situations. All right. She tightly bit her lip and stood back up like a tumbling doll. Despite her pain and exhaustion, her eyes never wavered. Her determination to never let the annex building's family suffer again had turned into a blazing will. Then let's get started again. Rayon violently kicked the ground. He approached with footwork that turned him blurry like a watercolor painting and unleashed the Sword of 10 forms techniques one after the other. Wham! The sky and land were full of trajectories of his blade. Countless sword strikes barraged her like a storm. Ah! Sylvia's lips trembled as she was unable to read the numerous flows of his blade. When you are facing the illusion and variable swords, you need to be the most careful of your own eyes. If the opponent manages to deceive your eyes, it's all over for you. No matter how painful it is, and even if it feels like your brain is about to burn, you need to continue your analysis until the very end using your aura and perception. Rayon finished his short advice and swung his blade in a storm of attacks, filling the entire land and sky. Whap! Sylvia remained immobile. She was simply staring at the trajectory of the Sword of 10 forms special technique, Stormfang Rend, PSSH. When the sharp blade started to cut through her skin, her hand advanced at lightning speed. All she did was a single stab. However, her stab was piercing through the center of the Stormfang Rend, Clang. The extremely refined stab erased the trajectories of the sword, filling the entire heaven and earth. Dozens of swords of light faded away like leaves under the rain. Ha! However, the dying flow of the sword was revived, as Sylvia breathed out a sigh of relief. Ah, the blade soared even faster and brushed past Sylvia as if it were tearing her apart. Ack. Sylvia fell on her knees while faltering, and Rayon shook his head, standing in front of her. I told you, your opponent is a seasoned raccoon. Even a special technique like that can be used as a feint. Rayon looked down on Sylvia coldly. Focus until the last moment. You won't last even 10 strikes against the vice head of the elders in your current state. I understand. Sylvia stood up by herself and gripped her sword even though Rayon didn't tell her to stand back up. Cring. As soon as Rayon and Sylvia met each other's eyes, they thrust their swords toward each other's vitals. Clang. With a powerful shockwave, leaves fell down to the ground as if they were terrified by it. The mother and son continued their training with a similar look in their eyes, moving until the sun set, and even after the sun rose again. The leaves hanging on the trees and bushes fell one after the other whenever the swords clashed. Their swords came to a halt by the time all the leaves had fallen from the trees, and all 3 weeks had passed. The day of the sword duel had arrived. Rayon left the annex building, putting the black dragon coat on his shoulders. He could see Sylvia standing alone in front of the garden. She was calmly looking at the dead flowers and trees. Did I tell you? Raising this garden is my joy, Sylvia said to him without looking back. Yes, you did. Rayon nodded. Sylvia had been personally tending and managing the garden. For her, the garden was a hobby and one of her motivations to continue her life. This garden was my treasure. I've been tending it with utmost devotion and passion. Sylvia picked up a flower petal that had changed color as it dried, but it's not as important as our people. The people she was talking about were obviously the annex building's maids. When I saw them suffering, the garden and the annex building being ruined wasn't even noticeable. I wanted to protect them, but there was nothing I could do. The flower petal crumbled into pieces in her hand. I wanted to break the skull of that piece of shit vice head of the elders, but the fact that I had no other choice than to suppress my urge, that I couldn't win against him in a fight, it made me so sad. She bit her lip, remembering the times when the entire building was being oppressed by the vice head of the elders. Piece of shit, how could you say such a word? Wrath's chin trembled as he watched Sylvia. You damn celestial. Mom's manner of speech became more vulgar because of you. He screamed, saying Sylvia's noble and gentle way of speaking had become like a thug's. However, Rayon couldn't really tell if he should take being called a celestial as a compliment or an insult. Sylvia clenched the hand that used to hold the flower petal into a fist and turned around. Her brightly shining red eyes delivered her sincerity. Tut. Wrath could also feel Sylvia's emotions, and he licked his lips with wrinkles on his nose. Are you confident that you can win? Rayon asked, meeting Sylvia's red eyes. It will be difficult to win, but I won't lose easily at least. Sylvia's calm voice was incorporating her will for revenge. I'll never come down from the arena on my own, at least. Letter 1E59, letter 1D664 beta, open letter 1D64E. She clenched the hilt of her sword, saying that she was going to fight until she collapsed. Rayon thought that training her day and night for 3 weeks straight was worthwhile with how powerful her spirit was, and Sylvia bit her lip as she resolved herself. Our training will be over regardless of the results, right? What? Well, yes. She suddenly started to scream while looking up at the sky. It's finally over. Hell is over. Mom. Rayon was so surprised that he called her mom instead of mother, which he hadn't done for a long time. It was so painful. I even started to hate you. Sylvia buried her face in her hands, saying that she seriously thought she was going to die. Rayon blinked while watching Sylvia's wail. I thought we had a different atmosphere. Rayon was flustered because he thought they would head to the great training ground while encouraging each other, but Sylvia suddenly told him that she'd even started to hate him. Why are you flustered? This is a natural outcome. Wrath ground his teeth while patting Sylvia's head. Who would like someone who insults other people's parents and stabs their own mother? If someone else heard you, they might think you're being serious. Can you say you didn't? No, I did do that, but as for the vice head of the elders, he was the one to harass Sylvia first, and he'd only injured Sylvia because it was training. However, both statements were still true, so Rayon couldn't really say anything. Ehehe, Wrath sneered, landing on Sylvia's shoulder. Even your tongue can be immobilized sometimes. It's the King of Essence's victory. He started to dance while wagging his tail. Rayon bit his lip while watching Wrath wriggle in the air. He was frustrated by the fact that he'd lost an argument against someone like Wrath, but he still couldn't deny it. Let's go. He went next to Sylvia and slapped Wrath away with the back of his hand. He ignored Wrath, who fell onto the ground harshly while screaming, and pointed at the main building instead. Yes, I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Sylvia nodded, more glad about the fact that the training was over than the match itself. Rayon shook his head while letting out a sigh. No one is on my side. You are the one who killed everyone on your side. Vice head of the Council of Elders office. The room that used to look like a chaotic battlefield had regained its original neat and antique appearance. The vice head of the elders was drinking tea, sitting at a new blackwood desk. Knock, knock. By the time he mostly finished his tea, a blunt knocking sound could be heard from the door. Enter. The vice head nodded and Chryson opened the door, making his entrance. He bowed at him, wearing a uniform specially crafted for the sword duel. Vice head, the time has come, indeed. The vice head of the elders gazed up outside the window. He put down his teacup while watching the sun advance toward the center of the sky. Chryson. Yes. Chryson raised his voice, straightening his chin. Are you ready? The vice head of the elders looked at Chryson while licking his lips. Both his pressure and the atmosphere around him have changed indeed. The first thing he'd done after Rayon Sieghart challenged him to a sword duel was to give a high-grade elixir to Chryson and ask a warrior from the Council of Elders to teach him. He should have no issue defeating Sylvia now. The gambling monster's words could be trusted. Since he declared that he wasn't going to participate, Sylvia was the only person who could be the first fighter from the annex building. Even though her realm was high, she hadn't wielded a sword for a long time, so he guessed that Chryson would be equally matched against her as long as he didn't underestimate her. Win even if you have to die. You are the face of the vice head's faction. The vice head of the elders twitched his lips, patting Chryson's shoulder. He sounded serious instead of just trying to encourage him. Of course, I'll win even if I have to offer my life. Chryson replied with teary eyes, moved by the fact that he was the face of the vice head's faction. The vice head of the elders laughed at him in his mind, watching Chryson clench his fist. Yes, defeat her even if you have to die in the process. After all, I can't waste my strength before fighting that Rayon bastard. An extremely small detail could make the difference when it comes to a battle between powerful warriors. He could end up losing against Rayon if he wasted his aura against Sylvia. I'm most likely going to win, but it's better to be sure. He'd been researching Rayon's swordsmanship and aura, collecting all kinds of information about Rayon. Rayon was difficult to deal with because he used both fire and ice, but his swordsmanship was still incomplete, lacking in the systematic aspect. The vice head of the elders was confident he could win as long as he was in his best condition. Yes, you are the one I trust the most. Despite what he was thinking, his lips curved into a gentle smile as he stood up from the desk. Vice head of the elders. Chryson was moved once again, his lips trembling. Let's get moving. The vice head of the elders patted Chryson's shoulder and opened the office door. He curled his lips into a smile while watching the sunlight shining down upon the corridor. The weather is too nice for a youngster's burial. Rumble, the heavy iron door of the great training ground opened up, shaking the land in the process. Countless people entered through the wide open entrance of the great training ground. They lined up and entered in an orderly manner, but as soon as they went through the entrance, they executed their footworks to leap towards the spectator seats in order to get the best seat. The great training ground was as vast as the name implied, but the seats were filled in no time, and some people already had to stay standing. We barely managed to get some seats. Burin breathed out a sigh of relief, fanning his face with his hand. Why the hell are there so many people? Martha furrowed her brow, irritated by how cramped it was. Where did they even all come from? I heard that in addition to the residents of Sieghart's inner compound, even the residents from the outer compound have gathered. Dorian shook his head, watching the people swarming like a tidal wave. Even the residents from the outer compound, yes. Apparently Sir Rayon's parent insult, I mean. That letter wasn't simply heard by the people around here. It spread to the entirety of Sieghart, and everyone knows about it already. He shook his head, saying that Rayon's insulting letter directed at the vice head of the elders was being passed down as a song. This is why it's important to stay graceful in your old age, Martha sneered while looking at the vice head's seat prepared next to the arena. Honor should be the only thing left for him at his age, but on top of getting put in the dirt, he's completely covered with shit. Serves him right. She grinned cheerfully. I agree. He wouldn't have suffered if he had done nothing, at least. Crane shook his hand, calling him pathetic. I'm sleepy because it's so warm. Run-on started to doze off under the sunlight. Hey, don't fall asleep. Don't you want to watch that vice head geezer getting destroyed? Martha grabbed Run-on by her collar and shook her, but she never woke up. As the Light Wind Division was making fun of the vice head of the elders, the people in the spectator seats also started to talk about the sword duel. I wonder who is going to win today. It's supposed to be a 2-on-2 boss match, right? The vice head of the elders and Chryson should be participating from the vice head's faction. As for the annex building, the Light Wind Division leader will definitely be here, but who could the other one be? I'm not sure either, but they won't be able to win regardless of who it is, I think. That's true. No matter how powerful Rayon Sieghart is, he won't be able to defeat the vice head of the elders. No, the Light Wind Division was the one who got the sword and saber sovereign's martial arts. We won't know until it happens. It shouldn't change anything since it hasn't even been a month since he obtained it. He isn't good enough yet. Some of them were rooting for Rayon, but far more people were predicting the vice head's victory. Hey, Martha wrinkled her nose while looking back. Did you say that the shitty geezer is going to win against our division leader? Are your eyes decorations? Ha, she ground her teeth, looking like she was going to attack them at any moment. That's not what I meant. We were just trying to gauge the outcome. Do you want to go 6 feet under with him? Martha placed her hand on her sword while licking her lips. Please stop causing trouble. Please stop it. It will be a huge issue if you use violence here. Burin, Dorian, and Crane grabbed Martha's arm and tried to stop her. If you are confident in your estimation about the victor, a cheerful voice riding through the wind could be heard from below the spectator seats. How about betting your money according to your conviction? Annex building, the vice head's faction, and a draw. Your decision will decide your future home. It was Rimmer. He had already created a gambling spot and was gathering people to participate. That damned elf. This is embarrassing. The Light Wind Division lowered their heads upon seeing that Rimmer had even hired a professional dealer to collect the money. Ooh, we can gamble for the sword duel. Let's go. People who'd been talking about who was going to win went down to Rimmer and started to throw their gold coins. Yuhehehe. Rimmer stretched his lips into a wide grin as he watched the gathering crowd. His eyes looked like they were taking the shape of gold coins. How is there no one to arrest him? Martha shook her head while letting out a sigh, and that was when the fluttering sound of a coat could be heard from the gate, which had become less crowded. The buzzing sound of the spectators subsided in an instant. With the footsteps that naturally attracted the attention, Rayon made his appearance, wrapped in a black coat. Sylvia was following him from behind, also wearing a black martial outfit. It was as if they'd deliberately matched the colors. With blonde hair shimmering like ocean waves under the sunlight and red eyes that seemed to suck in people's souls, the spectators were left speechless by the appearance of Rayon and Sylvia, whose beauty was among the greatest in all of Sieghart. Rayon buried his back onto the chair placed in front of the arena, a faint smile on his face. He seemed to be enjoying the sudden silence that fell over the great training ground. Seriously, he has a thing for setting up the mood, Martha chuckled while looking at Rayon. Rayon damn handsome today. Rayon's mom damn beautiful today. Run-on had woken up at some point, blinking her eyes at Rayon and Sylvia. When did you even wake up? Martha laughed bitterly at her ridiculous behavior. More than anything else, I'm the most impressed by the fact that Lady Sylvia managed to withstand Rayon's training. Burin's lips trembled in fear. I would have run away a long time ago if I was asked to train with him, just the two of us for 3 weeks straight. He shook his head, saying that it would be impossible to endure. Hey, no matter how crazy our division leader is, there's no way he would make his mother work the same way he did for us, Martha snorted, saying that it would never happen. Yes, even a demon king should recognize their mother. Crane nodded while giggling. Dorian's lips trembled as he watched Sylvia. Don't Lady Sylvia's eyes look familiar somehow? What are you talking about? Eyes. The Light Wind Division looked at Sylvia's eyes to check. It looked like some kind of transparent heat haze was fluttering around her gaze. A madness that strayed away from the normal was leaking from her slightly. Don't tell me, that's like us. Why yes, that's the eyes we had after going through the focus enhancement training. What the hell? Did he really work his mother to the limit? Burin and Martha dropped their jaws at the ridiculous realization. Is he even human? He really is a demon king. No, even a demon king would be shocked. Rayon sighed while watching Rimmer, who was running the gambling area and the Light Wind Division that was rampaging around. Why can none of us stay calm for a moment? Are you really complaining now? Wrath gasped at his ridiculous statement. Did I do something wrong? As Rayon briefly shook his head, heavy footsteps could be heard from the great training grounds entrance. He looked around and saw that the vice head of the elders and Chryson were walking inside, wearing pure white outfits. Their composed smiles and confident footsteps were reminiscent of the victorious return of a general. HMPH. The vice head of the elders let out a short sneer and walked towards the opposite side of Rayon, where his seat was located. A small voice could be heard from the spectators by the time he reached his seat. There's an old man who doesn't know the law of nature that even children are aware of. What could be the reason? If he still doesn't know that obvious fact at his old age, it's definitely because his parents didn't educate him. The words that filled the Zeeghart sky 3 weeks ago were echoing like a song from the children's mouths. The vice head's composed expression rapidly turned red, and his eyes became bloodshot. The singing children's lips trembled, terrified by the vice head's murderous aura. Vice head of the elders, please hold your temper, they are just children, and the sword duel is starting soon. The master of ceremonies hurriedly ran to the vice head of the elders to stop him. The vice head of the elders clicked his tongue and removed his murderous aura. Instead, he shot a deadly glare at Rayon, his lips twisted. Rayon smiled with his eyes while meeting the vice head's murderous gaze. An old snake like him getting angry was a great sight to behold. However, Sylvia was quietly looking at the vice head of the elders without smiling. She seemed to be hardening her resolve like they'd talked about beforehand. As Rayon was nodding in satisfaction, a majestic resonance occurred from the training grounds entrance. The Sky of the North, the head of house, Glenn Zeeghart, is making his entrance. Greetings, my lord. The gatekeepers loudly declared Glenn's name, and everyone in the great training ground knelt towards the entrance. Rayon lowered his head and examined Glenn, who was making his entrance at the same time. Glenn headed above the platform without looking at him, and Cheryl, Roan, and Ares followed behind him, nodding at him as encouragement. Begin. Glenn nodded after looking at Rayon, Sylvia, the vice head of the elders, and Chryson one after the other with the same emotionless eyes as in the Lord's manner. Yes. Master of Ceremonies lowered his head, then went on to the arena. The 2-on-2 sword duel between the annex building and the vice head's faction is starting now. He energetically raised his hand, and the spectators cheered loudly, shaking the entire arena. A sword duel normally proceeds after deciding on the terms that the loser will have to follow for the winner, but those terms aren't decided yet. The Master of Ceremonies continued after looking at Rayon, and the vice head one after the other. So let's decide those wishes now. How about doing that after the match? Rayon casually gestured his chin at the vice head of the elders. The loser will do everything the winner wants. Fine. The vice head of the elders replied firmly, showing his confidence. The Master of Ceremonies was unable to decide and looked up to the platform instead. He only nodded after Glenn signaled with his gaze that it should be allowed. All right, the loser of today's sword duel will have to do everything that the winner wants him to. However, orders like suicide aren't allowed. Understood, I understand. Rayon and the vice head of the elders nodded at the same time. Then vanguards enter the arena. As soon as the Master of Ceremonies finished speaking, Chryson entered the arena. Sylvia didn't enter right away, looking at the maids standing among the spectators instead. She nodded at the maids who were biting their lips with their hands put together before she entered the arena. See Sylvia. Is Sylvia the first fighter? I heard that she has obtained an artificial energy center, but is she really participating in a sword duel now? I know, right? Her energy center shouldn't even be stabilized yet. Isn't she overdoing it? The vice head's faction is definitely going to win the first match. I bet on the wrong side. The spectators shook their heads, certain of Sylvia's defeat. It's been a while. Chryson narrowed his eyes while looking at Sylvia. It will be different from the last time. I'll shatter your chin this time. He touched his own slightly tilted chin, declaring that he wouldn't be careless. Sylvia didn't respond at all. She glared at the vice head of the elders fiercely before she stood in front of Chryson. Let's see how long that expression is going to last. Chryson signaled with his gaze for the Master of Ceremonies to start the match already. The Master of Ceremonies cleared his throat, then raised his hand. First match, begin. He rapidly lowered his hand, then stepped backwards. Chryson stomped the ground powerfully enough to destroy the arena and dashed towards Sylvia. It was a ferocious and swift movement, like a beast leaping towards its prey. Sylvia was standing still, her sword drawn. She waited until Chryson's sword was right under her chin before she rapidly lowered her upper body like a candle suddenly being extinguished. Whoosh, she dodged Chryson's sharp strike with a hair's breadth, then she turned her right foot to advance to the left. As Chryson stepped back in surprise, Sylvia caught up to him. He tried to force his way into a counterattack, but she pushed her sword aside with the back of her hand and swung the sword in her right hand upwards. Whack! Sylvia's blade smacked Chryson's chin and his body floated into the air. His chin bone was shattered, and multiple bloody teeth popped out of his mouth. As Chryson was falling, Sylvia swung her sword to smack his head. Crack! Chryson collapsed on the ground, blood gushing from the top of his head like a fountain. He was completely immobile, implying that he'd lost consciousness, but blood was continuously gushing from his mouth and head. What? The spectators were unable to close their mouths, surprised by the fact that Sylvia managed to win and that the match ended so quickly. Winner, Sylvia Sieghart. The master of ceremonies slapped his own cheeks to regain his senses and shouted Sylvia's name. The vice head of the elders was fully focused on Sylvia, not even taking a glance at Chryson, who was spasming on the ground. He looked enraged. Can you continue? The master of ceremonies asked Sylvia about what she wanted to do next. Yes, Sylvia nodded as if it were an obvious question. Then the leader of the vice head's faction, please enter the arena. The vice head of the elders heeded his words and went into the arena. Are you really going to continue? Do you believe that you can win against me? He furrowed his brow, twisting his lips. You stand no chance against me. Stop your pointless struggle and withdraw. The vice head's eyes shone in a frightening manner, as if he were threatening her. It's okay even if I stand no chance. Sylvia calmly shook her head. Because a human being sometimes has to fight even if they know they are going to lose. She confidently straightened her back and neck, not yielding to the vice head's fiery pressure. You might be unaware, though, because you are a lowly and ignorant person whose parents never taught I'll stop. Sylvia laughed elegantly while covering her mouth. You bitch, her comment hit the mark, and the vice head of the elders furiously shouted with trembling shoulders. Ag, new. Wrath screamed while clutching his head. Mom fell to the dark side because of you. My mom shouldn't be like that. On the other hand, Rayon was sending a round of applause at Sylvia. Bravo. Rayon smiled peacefully as he watched Sylvia face off against the vice head of the elders. She is in a good condition, at least. Even though she'd gone all out, she hadn't spent that much aura and stamina because she'd easily defeated Chryson. On the other hand, the vice head of the elders was extremely agitated because he was laughed at in front of countless spectators. It was the best situation for Sylvia to face the vice head of the elders. It was surprising that Sylvia defeated Chryson easily, but this match is just too obvious. Indeed, it's a fight between a master and a grandmaster. To be honest, she probably won't even make him waste his aura and stamina. You never know. It's fully possible. Look at how she overwhelmed Chryson. It's not possible, you dipshit. Stop with your nonsense. It's just wishful thinking because you bet on her team. While most of the spectators were still unsure about the sword duel's results, they already considered the match between Sylvia and the vice head of the elders over. Hey, Wrath glared at the spectators, then he shifted his gaze at Rayon. Do you think Mom will be able to win? My answer hasn't changed. Rayon calmly shook his head. She will lose 999 times out of 1,000. Unless that one occurrence happens today, she will definitely lose. Rayon had taught the vice head's sword technique to Sylvia, and he also taught her the martial art that could defeat it. However, her opponent was a grandmaster, a much higher realm than hers. Even though her energy center was made of a dragon heart and she completely understood his martial art, it was practically impossible for her to win. In the King of Essence's opinion, she would lose 1,000 times out of 1,000 matches. Wrath briefly clicked his tongue while watching Sylvia's back. But you said how she loses is also important. Yes, then he will quietly watch the match, how Mom is going to lose and what you were hoping to achieve. He declared and landed on Rayon's shoulder. Sure, but she isn't your mom. Rayon chuckled and took a step towards the arena. Mom, he called her mom just like in the morning and waved his hand at her. Rayon, Sylvia looked back. Her eyes were frozen stiff. She seemed extremely nervous because she was facing such a powerful opponent. Think about the training you've done so far. Rayon gave her the best advice in the situation in order to help her relax. Yes, that's true. Sylvia bit her lip tightly and nodded her head. I can't experience that hellish time again. Sylvia's gaze did not soften, it filled with madness instead. Rayon shook his head with a sour expression on his face. That's not what I meant, though. He wanted to help Sylvia relax, but that wasn't the result he wanted. I'll be back. Sylvia nodded at him to express her gratitude and headed towards the center of the arena. Her gaze, she doesn't crave victory, nor does she look worried about defeat. She should know better than anyone that she was most likely going to lose. However, she wasn't even thinking about defeat. She was fully determined to show them. Are you ready? The master of ceremonies walked up to Sylvia and the vice head of the elders, catching his breath as if he were the most nervous one among them. Yes, I am, Sylvia peacefully replied as she gripped the hilt of her sword. I'm ready. The vice head of the elders nodded. His red face suggested that he'd been continuously thinking about the humiliation Sylvia had given to him a moment ago. He was even grinding his teeth, urging him to start the match already. Once the master of ceremonies heard that they were both ready, he looked up to the highest platform. Glenn closed his eyes, signaling to start the match. Then, the master of ceremonies went in between Sylvia and the vice head of the elders, then lifted his hand. Second match, begin. As soon as he lowered his hand and withdrew, the vice head of the elders took action. He charged at her fiercely, trying to defeat her as quickly as possible. Kring, his sword draw rushed towards Sylvia's collarbone at an extreme speed, and Sylvia calmly turned her left ankle, as if she were expecting his movement. She turned her body like the sloshing water of a lake, perfectly dodging the vice head's blade. Tusk. The vice head of the elders clicked his tongue in displeasure, then rapidly altered the trajectory of his sword, which was advancing in a straight line. His blade sparkled in white and fell onto Sylvia's head. Thud. Sylvia executed her footwork with only her right foot. Her body flowed to the right as if she were gliding on ice. Wham. The vice head's surprise attack came to a halt after destroying the floor instead of Sylvia. Sylvia raised her sword to mid-height, letting out a slightly rough breath. Your movements aren't too bad, at least. The vice head of the elders furrowed his brow and pulled on his sword, which was embedded in the training ground. He dashed towards Sylvia with a frightening look in his eyes. He was executing swift and profound footwork at the same time. He was so fast that his afterimage could be seen even from a spectator's perspective. Hop. Sylvia inhaled and withdrew to the left. She deflected the vice head's sword strike, which felt like it was coming at the speed of light, and moved counterclockwise. Taking advantage of the wideness of the training ground, she created a path to dodge her opponent's onslaught. The vice head of the elders bared his white teeth, irritated by Sylvia, who was focused on dodging. How slippery. With a clear radiance, 3 swords of light emerged from his blade. It was a manifestation of the sword of 10 forms. 3 swords dazzled brilliantly, pressuring Sylvia from left and right. Sylvia took a step back, looking at the vice head's sword, which had multiplied into 3. She gained a half-breath worth of time and incorporated her lowered sword with the flow of the river. Swoosh. The blade soared like a tidal wave, tilting the sword of light and cutting through the vice head's shoulder. The wound wasn't that deep because he was covered in a barrier of aura, but red blood flowed from his shoulder. Sylvia didn't rejoice at all, even though she managed to injure the vice head, lowering her posture to prepare for the next move instead. The vice head of the elders widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at his bloody shoulder. His eyes started to turn a bloody red. It's starting now. No. Rayon bit his lip, looking at the blood dripping from the tip of Sylvia's blade. It hasn't even begun. The vice head of the elders, Killuane, furrowed his brow while executing the sword of 10 flows. What's going on? His plan was to defeat Sylvia as quickly as possible, and then proceed to the match against Rayon. However, the damnable woman in front of him was ridiculously good at dodging. His sword strike should have been impossible for even a highest-level master to avoid, but she had deflected all his attacks as if she were reading his mind. Is she hiding her strength? No, that's definitely not the case. Sylvia's face was pale, and her forehead was drenched in cold sweat. There was no trace of composure in her face. The vice head of the elders twisted his lips, looking at the wound on his shoulder that was already closed. Yes, I was just careless. He admitted that he'd been underestimating Sylvia so that he could focus on Rayon. He believed he could win within 10 moves if he started to fight properly, but I still shouldn't use the astral sphere. The astral sphere and the later techniques of the sword of 10 flows were extremely powerful but had a high aura consumption. Since the match against Rayon Sieghart was going to follow, he had to save his strength as much as possible. I'll finish you off with a different technique. Sword of 10 flows had 36 techniques in total. He'd only been using the first 12 techniques so far, but he decided to start using the 12 middle techniques to quickly finish her off. Kring. Killuane's eyes steadied themselves, and his sword multiplied into 5 swords of light that attacked his opponent. Kring. The blade of light leaped like a tiger, attacking Sylvia's arms and legs at the same time. It was the silvery blade dance, the sword of 10 forms technique that became faster if the opponent withdrew from it. Judging from how Sylvia had been moving so far, she was definitely going to step back. That was why he believed it would be the worst technique for her to face. Thud. However, instead of stepping back, Sylvia charged at him while biting her lip. Killuane's eyes widened as he observed Sylvia's approach. What the hell? She was charging at the swords instead of stepping back in panic. He wasn't expecting that movement. Sylvia nullified the silvery blade dance with a single move before she unleashed a blue light. Wham! The dazzling aura dwelling at the tip of her blade rushed towards Killuane's waist. Oh no, Killuane violently ground his teeth. It was too late to block because he wasn't thinking about defense at all. He controlled his astral energy to create a wall of aura next to his waist. Slash! Sylvia's sword cut through the wall of his aura and bit into his waist. The wound opened up and red blood splattered around. The bleeding quickly stopped, but the pain was irritating. Huff! Sylvia's shoulders were shaking as if she were breathing with her entire body. Her entire face was drenched in cold sweat. He was even more irritated upon seeing her state. How dare you? Killuane bit his lip to the point of bleeding and executed his footwork. His body advanced like a ray of light and he materialized in front of Sylvia. Wham! His 5 swords of light sparkled furiously, giving no time for his opponent to dodge. It was the fastest technique of the sword of 10 forms, the phantom weave. Sylvia didn't charge or withdraw. She stepped forward with her left foot and pulled her waist back. the 5 blades of the phantom weave failed to cut Sylvia's nose with a paper-thin difference. Her blonde hair, cut by the wind caused by the blades, fluttered beautifully. Fine, let's see how long you can keep dodging. Killuane unleashed the 15th technique of the Sword of 10 Forms, Lotus Wind Slash. 6 blades gathered like a pinwheel and rushed towards Sylvia. Zing! The blades rotated together, but they separated from each other right before reaching Sylvia's body to attack her arms, legs, and neck. Clong! Once again, Sylvia wasn't surprised. She swung her sword in a circular shape, her lips tightly closed. Her undulating wave of aura shot down all of the blades of the Lotus Wind Slash. Killuane swallowed nervously as he watched his Lotus Wind Slash dissipate. It's just a coincidence. How could a coward like her manage to destroy the Sword of 10 Forms? This can't be happening. He ground his teeth violently and unleashed the Ironclad Cleave, the strongest technique among the 12 middle techniques. The trajectories of his swords of light filled the entire space and rushed towards both of Sylvia's shoulders. Cring! Sylvia slightly twisted her sword and lifted it like a soaring hawk. Just like a lightning rod transferring the lightning into the ground, Killuane's strike rode along her blade, smacking the land. Wham! Since the power wasn't reduced at all, the center of the training ground was devastated by the Ironclad Cleave. Sylvia groaned while touching her chest, implying that she was internally injured from the exchange. However, the serious look in her eyes as she gripped her sword revealed her determination to continue the battle. It was a paper-thin difference. Killuane clenched his fist, looking at Sylvia's straight and serious eyes. It's been a paper-thin difference since earlier. It could be called a coincidence if it had only happened a few times, but since she could even dodge the 12 middle techniques with a paper-thin difference, it was definitely not a coincidence. She knows my swordsmanship, the Sword of 10 Forms. It was the only way to explain the clashes so far. Don't tell me. Killuane looked at Rayon, who was watching from behind Sylvia. His lips were curved into a relaxed smile. When he requested a book of martial art from the head of house, did it ask for the Sword of 10 Forms? He could finally understand that what he wanted was none other than the Sword of 10 Forms, Killuane's sword technique. He's insane. He's completely out of his mind. The Sword of 10 Forms definitely wasn't a bad martial art, but it wasn't advanced enough to reach transcendence. He couldn't believe that Rayon had planned all that by getting the Sword of 10 Forms when he could have gotten a much better martial art that was better suited to him. Killuane bit his lip, meeting Rayon's eyes that seemed to be asking him, "Did you finally realize it?" It was a trap from the beginning. Making him angry and forcing him to save his strength for the next battle were all planned by Rayon, Sieghart, and Sylvia. It was humiliating, but it's still not too late. He caught his breath and calmed his agitated mind. I'll make sure to finish her off. He had the feeling that he would end up wasting more strength if he tried to save it. He decided that it was necessary to drag Sylvia down from the arena as fast as possible, even if he had to use the last 12 techniques or even the astral sphere. That was a smart move, but Killuane's frightening eyes reflected Sylvia's form. Your chance is over. Astral energy spiraled into his blade, concentrating before erupting in an explosion of light. Astral sphere, Sylvia bit her lip, looking at the huge astral sphere blazing from the vice head's sword. Is he finally getting serious? The vice head of the elders had been saving his strength in preparation for the next battle against Rayon. However, she could guess that he'd decided to finish the match quickly, noticing that she had a deep understanding of the Sword of 10 Forms. Rumble. The sword of light that used to be made of astral energy had become a blazing astral sphere instead. Her heart tightened, and she found herself unable to breathe just from looking at it. To be honest, her body already felt heavy like a cotton drenched in water just from fighting up to that point. She even had an internal injury, making her feel an intense pain in her abdomen and chest. However, she couldn't collapse yet. She hadn't been able to see the end of the fight with her own eyes. Slash. The vice head of the elders dashed at her with no warning at all. His blade rushed at her at least twice as fast as before. Whirling Phantom Strike. Though, Whirling Phantom Strike from the Sword of 10 Forms was a technique that consisted of targeting the waist and the lower body at the same time. It was an extremely fast attack that also incorporated the principles of illusion and variation, making the opponent unable to figure out the precise location of the attack. Sylvia's hand trembled as she held her sword while she watched the vice head's blade rush toward her fiercely. Focus. The outcome of the battle could be decided with a single mistake. It was necessary to focus until the very end to figure out where he was targeting. Cring. Once the vice head's blade was right under her nose, it fell sharply like a thundercloud. His eyes were directed at her right waist. Thud. Sylvia stomped the ground with her left foot. She pulled her right upper body backward, using her left ankle as the axis. Cring, the vice head's strike brushed past her waist. The intense pain she felt was similar to her flesh being torn off, but she just ignored it. She brought her right foot forward to advance and stabbed her sword towards the vice head's thigh. Swoosh. The vice head must have been focused on the astral sphere. His aura barrier was weaker than before. Her blade could reach a bit further than the wounds on his shoulder or waist. However, her wound was a lot more severe. Her internal injury was further intensified as well, making her feel a burning pain all over her body. There was no time to recover. The vice head ignored his wound and charged at her, showing his intention to finish the match with that move. His astral sphere blade multiplied into 8. That implied that he was using the last 12 techniques. Whap! The shining white astral sphere descended in an elegant trajectory, like a dancer's finger. She could guess that her body would be shattered if she took the blow. She executed the wandering flow footwork that she'd learned from Rayon. She dodged the 5 astral spheres by twisting her body and deflected the astral spheres rushing toward her head and chest by concentrating her astral energy. Wham! Even though she was only deflecting the astral sphere without confronting them head-on, she felt nauseated as her wrist snapped. The internal injury she was suppressing had worsened. Not yet. Sylvia didn't step back even though the pain was filling her brain. I'm not done yet. She pushed through the wave of astral sphere filled with bloodlust and Malaisto proceed with a counterattack. Her blade pierced through the gap in a split second and cut through the vice head's forearm. Cough. Sylvia landed the attack, yet it was she who coughed up blood. The black, lifeless blood was covering her mouth. Go ahead, continue with your desperate struggle. The vice head's sword sparkled, turning into a dazzling light. 8 blades incorporating his will surrounded Sylvia from all directions. Sylvia bit her tongue. Despite the extreme situation, she didn't lose her calm and separated the astral spheres that could be dodged and those that had to be deflected. Thud. She finished the difficult calculation in the blink of an eye and executed the wandering flow footwork to unleash a sword barrier to the right and front. Wham! However, she ended up getting a cut on her collarbone and thigh because she didn't have enough time and lost in terms of power. Since she was hit by an astral sphere, a handful of flesh was torn off from both parts even though she was protecting herself with an aura barrier. Even the aura couldn't stop the blood from gushing out, soaking into her hair and clothes. Your desperate struggle is over. The vice head of the elders twisted his lips, believing that the match was already decided, and swung down his sword diagonally. It was the elegant fan sweep, a special technique of the sword of 10 forms. Alongside the descending blade, the astral sphere spread around in a fan shape, giving the impression that it was filling the entire arena. Huff. Sylvia gave up on stopping the bleeding. She even brought the aura she'd been using for hemostasis and incorporated it on her blade. Elegant fan sweep has an opening because it's a wide-ranged attack. Time flowed slowly for her because of her extreme focus. The aura perception that she didn't retrieve until the very last moment managed to find the elegant fan sweep's opening. Along with a desperate shout of concentration, Sylvia struck the opening she'd perceived through her aura with her astral energy. Blue radiance cascaded down like a majestic waterfall. Crack. The elegant fan sweep's right wing was shattered like thin glass. Wham! Sylvia escaped through that gap and rushed towards the vice head of the elders from the right side to swing her sword. The blue light sparkling from the tip of her blade broke through his aura barrier and cut into his abdomen. A small hole was made and blood started to gush from his stomach. Kua, the vice head of the elders, screamed loudly and flailed his sword. Astral spheres were falling down like a bombardment. Huff. Sylvia leaped, but she was unable to completely escape from the bombarding astral spheres. Her waist and thigh were violently torn. You persistent bitch. The vice head of the elders glared at Sylvia with a disgusted look. Ha. Sylvia smiled faintly while watching the vice head's distorted expression. Even though her vision was blurry, she could clearly tell what kind of expression he was making. I finally feel better. She wanted to force an expression like that on him ever since he bullied the maids in the annex building. She was delighted that it wasn't Rayon but herself who'd created that expression. It would have been impossible without Rayon's teachings and her energy center made of a dragon heart. She felt extremely thankful to her son at that moment. Sylvia smiled, swallowing the blood that had risen in her throat due to the intensified internal injury. Her hair, which used to be tied back, was hanging loose instead, and her entire body was covered in blood as if she had been showered in red ink. But the hand holding her sword was never lowered. She lifted it to the very end, even if it meant her hand would tear in the process. Shut up. I told you to shut up. The vice head of the elders charged at her while roaring. He almost looked like an angry bull. His composure was completely gone from his sword. He was solely focused on winning with everything he had. PSSSH, even though Sylvia managed to defend, blood splashed from her shoulder. The vice head's blade had brushed past her deeply. It's different. Once the vice head of the elders started to go all out, the Sword of 10 Forms techniques became a lot faster and more complicated, making it difficult to figure them out. Sylvia bit her lip while dodging the astral sphere falling towards her head with a hair's breadth. It really was an extreme situation. She felt like a split-second mistake would lead to her death instead of a defeat. PSH, she got cut in the abdomen. It hurt so much that she wanted to just collapse, but she bit her lip and slashed the vice head's waist. Her flesh was cut from her thigh, making her almost faint from the intense bleeding. A chill ran down her spine, but she bit her tongue and slashed the vice head's ankle. She kept suffering losses, flesh being cut and bones broken. The vice head of the elders was in a lot better shape in comparison with only superficial wounds, but she felt like her life was being reduced at every clash. It was painful. It was an extremely intense pain. However, she could still endure it. After all, physical pain couldn't surpass mental pain. The pain of being unable to protect her family, it was nothing compared to the pain of being unable to protect the maids, whom she cherished as her own children. Sylvia smiled, covered in blood. An affectionate smile surfaced from her bloody appearance. It was beautiful and frightening at the same time. "Why, you crazy bitch." The vice head of the elders stepped back, teeth chattering. "WH, what are you even doing? Are you really not going to stop her after seeing what she's doing?" He shouted at Rayon to stop Sylvia already. However, Rayon remained immobile, his arms crossed. He was staring at the training ground without the slightest change in his expression, showing how much he believed in Sylvia. "All right, I'll finish her off completely." The vice head of the elders broke out into a cold sweat and executed the Tempest of Demonic Blades, the special technique of the Sword of 10 Forms. 10 swords of light circled into the sky, creating a huge storm of blades. The storming astral spheres spread across the arena, their fragments of light stretching outward in order to engulf Sylvia at once. Sylvia bit her lip, facing the storm of light, tightening its grip on her body. Tempest of Demonic Blades. The Tempest of Demonic Blades was a special technique of the Sword of 10 Forms, one that Rayon had taught her with the utmost care. It was a deadly technique that drove the opponent into a corner to finish them off in an instant. She had to go for the split second of the auras gathering in order to defend against it. She closed her eyes as if she were waiting for the moment of her death and sharpened her senses. Her aura perception, polished to the extreme by the pain, managed to entirely read the flow of the Tempest of Demonic Blades. Wham! The blades of light stirring the sky and land started to be compressed on Sylvia's head, and Sylvia raised her sword at that moment. Her blurry eyes sparked red. A blue radiance arose through her blade, unfolding into an elegant dance. The blue blade penetrated in between the blades of light, piercing the center of the Tempest of Demonic Blades. Wham! The sword strike exploded before it was completed, creating a huge shockwave that spread throughout the great training ground. The vice head of the elders was unable to move because he had to take the full brunt of the impact while executing his technique. Sylvia advanced with faltering steps. Blood seeped into the ground every time she took a step. She raised her sword with her spasming hand and swung it down onto her opponent's head. However, she was out of strength. The blade was unable to cut through the vice head's skull and weakly tapped it before it fell toward the ground. Cling! Sylvia's sword dropped to the floor. Her lips curved into a smile as she looked at the vice head of the elders, realizing that she was at her limits. It was my loss. Spiral Light Style didn't lose. That was the last thing she said before she collapsed onto her back. However, her back never reached the ground. Rayon had appeared at some point and was supporting her back. What's wrong with you all? Rayon wasn't looking at the vice head of the elders. He wiped Sylvia's bloody face and brought her out of the arena. Not a single person among the countless spectators could open their mouths because of how noble his touch was. It almost felt like time had stopped flowing. "You've done well," Rayon smiled faintly, looking at Sylvia, who'd kept her word. The victor and loser were decided. However, the victor's face was distorted, and the loser was smiling brightly. It almost looked like the result was reversed. What is the Spiral Light Style? The vice head of the elders shouted painfully, wiping a line of blood flowing down from his forehead. "It's the Annex Building's martial art, and..." Rayon answered his question while sweeping Sylvia's hair back. Red lightning sparked from his eyes as he turned around. "The martial art that is about to defeat you." Glenn clenched his fist, watching Sylvia collapse with a smile on her face. He felt as if he wouldn't be able to control his emotions if he didn't clench his hand. Sylvia, she was his youngest daughter, the one who should have gotten the most out of life, but she was even more ignored and neglected than a stranger. He looked for Sylvia when he finally managed to escape his darkness, but she had already left the house, her energy center shut down. He sent the Heavenly Blade Division after her, but it was already too late. Even though he couldn't control himself because he was possessed by the demon, it was still a sin that couldn't be forgiven. Once Sylvia returned with a child in her womb, she begged for her life to be spared, her eyes reflecting a silent wish to die instead. Glenn wanted to be the one begging instead. He wanted to kneel in front of her, begging for forgiveness for being such an unworthy father. However, he couldn't speak at all. It was as if his throat was blocked once he saw Sylvia's eyes, which were reflecting a strong veil, suppressing her sadness for the sake of her son. He wasn't even entitled to beg for mercy from the child. He resolved himself instead. Even though he couldn't openly look after him, he decided to protect him from the shadows until the last moment. However, his youngest daughter, who was extremely tender and weak in his memory, had changed. In order to protect her family and to defeat the malice approaching her family, Sylvia burnt herself. Her determination to protect her family became her will, dwelling in her sword despite being a master. She shouldn't be aware of it herself, but she'd cracked the Grandmaster's wall during the battle. You've been filled with so much regret. The reason Sylvia fought so desperately wasn't simply because of the vice head of the elders. It was because she was thinking about the husband and daughter that she was unable to protect, that she could move her body until she fainted. Glenn bit his lip lightly. That is my sin. He had never even seen the face of his son-in-law, and he wasn't even aware that he had a granddaughter. Even though he should have been capable of protecting Themer rather, he should have been able to avoid getting Sylvia driven away from the house hadn't managed to protect a single thing. Yet Sylvia was carrying the sin that should have been his. She swung her sword until the very end with her own strength, showing her determination to never experience the same thing again. Because of the irremovable scar she bore, he resolved to protect his youngest daughter until the very end, yet she had become a strong mother, even more powerful than himself. That's. Glenn slowly closed his eyes before opening them again. He pressed down his lips, watching Rayon nurse Sylvia. Both of you. How is this even possible? While Glenn was proudly looking at both Rayon and Sylvia, Balder stood up from his seat, his hand trembling in shock. How did a master gain the upper hand against a grandmaster? Balder gasped, expressing his disbelief at the situation. That martial art they called the spiral light style. Denier stroked his chin, gazing down at Sylvia and Rayon. It's a hard counter to the Sword of 10 Forms, the vice head's technique. He narrowed his eyes as if he were analyzing something. Hard to counter. Now that you mention it, what the hell is the spiral light style? Balder turned his head around, asking if anyone had heard about the spiral light style. Rayon must have created it. Ares smiled, pushing her disheveled hair backward. He created it, yes. Rayon obtained the Sword of 10 Forms by using his wish. He created a hard counter to it based on that. Is that even possible? Balder kept stuttering in disbelief. It's normally impossible. However, Cheryl shook her head with her lips curved into a smile. It's possible for him. He's Rayon Sieghart. She is absolutely right. Roan unclasped his hands from behind his back with a gentle laugh. Because young Master Rayon sees the world differently from us. Glenn nodded his head, listening to Cheryl and Roan. Yes, it's possible for Rayon. As Ares had claimed, it was almost cruel how Rayon had dismantled the Sword of 10 Forms to create a hard counter to it. The martial art called the spiral light style was an advanced martial art that didn't really have any weakness as it was, but it could become multiple times stronger against the Sword of 10 Forms, like a cat facing a mouse. Even though Sylvia had as much aura as a grandmaster, the only reason why she managed to last until the end was because the spiral light style's flow was devouring the Sword of 10 Forms. Rayon warned everyone here by showing them the spiral light style. Ares licked her lips while looking at Rayon. A warning. Balder tilted his head, wondering what she meant. He showed everyone how they will end up if they offend the annex building using Sylvia's battle. As Ares said, the spectators were still quiet. They were simply staring with dropped jaws, too surprised by Sylvia. Should I try asking him to make a martial art for me? Balder licked his lips. It was as if he had forgotten his relationship with Rayon. There's no way he'd do it for you. Ares smacked Balder's head with her palm. Glenn ignored the argument between Ares and Balder and looked at Rayon. Ares is right. Rayon was warning everyone in the area. He'd shown them through Sylvia instead of himself what was going to happen if they offended the annex building. Because of Sylvia, who'd rampaged like crazy while covered in blood, no one was going to try harming the annex building anymore. You are doing all the work that I should have been doing. Glenn watched Rayon with a peaceful smile on his face, which was rare coming from him. The spectators started to blink very slowly. Is that really Sylvia? She's become a completely different person. It was terrifying. It felt like I was watching a fight to the death, not just a sparring match. People's eyes trembled as they watched Sylvia, who was unconscious with a smile on her face. But she's smiling. She looked like a saintess in that aspect. That's even scarier. I don't think I'll be able to meet Sylvia's eyes in the future. Blood, affection, and madness. the sword of frenzied blood affection. Sylvia's new name was born through someone's mouth. Spiral Light Style, she said it's the annex building's martial art, didn't she? Does that mean that they are going to teach that monstrous martial art to everyone in the annex building? I guess so. Well, I shouldn't even go close to the annex building in the future. That's even more reason to stay close to them. You never know, you might be able to get some crumbs. Regardless of the case, I don't want them as enemies. I'm even more afraid of Sylvia than the Light Wind Division leader at this point. The spectators only talked about Sylvia's madness and swordsmanship, not mentioning the vice head of the elders, who was the winner even once. The Spiral Light Style, the annex building's martial art, spread to everyone's mouths as an object of fear. So this is the result you were trying to achieve. Wrath nodded, watching the people who were only talking about Sylvia, the Spiral Light Style in the annex building. Yes, Rayon wiped the blood from Sylvia's hair with a faint smile on his face. I wanted my mother to show everyone instead of doing it myself. I wanted them to know what kind of place the annex building is. The King of Essence wanted to stop her so many times, but Wrath calmly looked at Sylvia. It was a battle that she had to fight until the very end, and she managed to get a result. It was a nice sight to behold. His lips curved into a satisfied smile. Mom, good job. Wrath wagged his tail, patting Sylvia's head with his plump hand. She's not your mom. While Rayon was pushing Wrath away, the maids came over from the spectator seats. Ma'am, are you okay? Yua, what should we do? Everyone was there, starting from Judil, Helen, and even Yua. She's fine. Rayon smiled faintly and handed Sylvia over to the maids, since he'd already treated her with the holy power. Ha. Helen sank to the ground, her strength leaving her legs as she confirmed that Sylvia's breathing was stabilized. Wait for me with my mother. Rayon nodded after meeting the maids' eyes one after the other. I'll quickly finish the match and come back. He waved his hand before he went into the arena. My mother couldn't bring herself to cut you down because of her kindness, but Rayon unsheathed Heavenly Drive. Sunlight reflected on the blade, which was shining in a frightening manner. I'm different from her. You should brace yourself, you bastard. Rayon calmed his breathing, watching the vice head of the elders as he ground his teeth. He normally would have given him some time to recover, but the battle was between the annex building and the vice head's faction. He couldn't ruin the result that Sylvia had worked hard to achieve. Are you ready? The master of ceremonies had been standing there blankly before he approached them with trembling fingers. No, I'm not ready. The vice head of the elders firmly shook his head. The arena is devastated. I'm not going to fight until it's done being repaired. It was true that the arena was a mess, but it wasn't bad enough to refuse fighting. The vice head of the elders was trying to recover his aura and stamina by dragging it on as much as possible. He really was an old snake. The match will be quickly over anyway. We don't know that until it happens. Anyway, I'm not going to fight until the arena's repairs are done. The vice head of the elders demanded that they repair the arena and went down from it. He was leaving no other choice. Ha understood. We'll repair it right now. I knew you'd do that. Rimmer leaped toward them from the gambling place that he'd built himself. Come here. He gestured with his hand, and a magician wearing a robe came walking from the spectators on the right side. Please repair the arena. Ha, so this is why you called me. The magician took off the hood he was wearing. It was Verbin, the vice master of Sieghart's magic tower and Rimmer's drinking friend. What other reason would I have to call you? Rimmer shook his hand, urging him to repair it already. Gambling addicts have no patience. Your requests are seriously difficult and annoying every time. I even had to write an apology because of what I did last time. Verbin sighed deeply while looking at Rimmer. It was fun though, at least, that's true. He smiled, saying that it was worth writing the apology. Rayon realized that he had a similar personality to Rimmer. Then start repairing already. You'll have to buy me a drink after this. Verbin chuckled and lifted his hand. Whir. The mono extended from his palm, restoring the destroyed arena to its original shape as if time were reversed. Rayon lowered his head at Rimmer and Verbin with a surprised look on his face. He wasn't expecting them to help him like that. You just need to win, just win. Rimmer waved his hand and returned to the gambling area. Even shitty ears can be helpful sometimes. Wrath's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't do that for my sake. He's just impatient to make money. Wrath's eyes widened further as he finally realized Rimmer's intentions. Let's get started since the arena is repaired. Rayon turned his shoulder and entered the restored arena. He nodded towards the vice head of the elders, who was gathering his aura. The vice head of the elders entered the arena while biting his lip because his excuse was gone. Are you both ready? The master of ceremonies carefully asked. I'm ready. I am. The vice head of the elders nodded heavily, realizing that he had no other choice. Well then, final match, begin. The master of ceremonies lowered his hand from above and then immediately left the arena. The vice head of the elders rushed at Rayon before the master of ceremonies even managed to leave the arena. He was going all out from the beginning. He unleashed the Sword of Ten Forms special technique right off the bat because he was well aware that he had no chance of winning if the fight dragged on. 10 sharpened astral spheres moved like living creatures and rushed toward Rayon's vitals, aiming all over his body. So obvious. Rayon smiled coldly and executed the spiral light style. The red light dwelling on heavenly drive cut down the 10 astral spheres at once and smashed into the vice head's shoulder. Crack. The blade cut the vice head's shoulder to the bone, scattering crimson blood around. It was the exact same location that Sylvia had attacked in the beginning. Ayak. The vice head of the elders clutched his shoulder and frantically stepped back. I'm impossible. How is this happening even though we're both using astral spheres? His chin trembled in disbelief. He still seemed to be unaware of the fact that the spiral light style was a hard counter to the Sword of Ten Forms. Impossible because we are both using astral spheres. Rayon sneered, watching the vice head's trembling eyes. You are losing precisely because you think like that. Shut up. The vice head of the elders unleashed 10 blades of astral spheres again while letting out a groan. The astral spheres gathered into a single sphere this time, crashing like lightning. Rayon's spiral light style blazed even more powerfully. He raised his sharpened blade toward the sphere of astral spheres descending towards him. Slash. The radiance incorporating the spiral light style's flow cut through the vice head's astral sphere and even lacerated his waist. Walk. A dangerous amount of blood gushed from the vice head's waist. Ayak. We still have a long way to go. Rayon executed the wandering flow footwork with a cold smile on his face. He smoothly advanced as if he were gliding on ice and reached the vice head's right side. The vice head of the elders hurriedly tried to escape, but Rayon stepped on his foot and immediately cut his waist. Slosh. The vice head's thigh was lacerated, dyeing both his upper and lower outfit a bloody red color. Rayon tilted his chin, watching the vice head of the elders start to step back with a trembling chin. We have the forearm and stomach left now. And no way. Killuane, the vice head of the elders, looked at his injured limbs with trembling lips. Has he only been targeting the parts that Sylvia attacked? Rayon had only been slashing at the wounds that Sylvia had inflicted on him. He thought it was just a coincidence, but that wasn't the case. He realized that Rayon was slashing at the marks Sylvia had left on purpose. How much are you planning to humiliate me? Killuane screamed, unleashing all of his aura from his energy center at once. He dashed towards Rayon with the determination to end the battle with that move. He unleashed the Sword of Ten Forms special technique and thrust the radiant astral sphere towards Rayon's abdomen and heart. Are you still incapable of realizing it? Rayon stomped the ground as if he were laughing at him. The wavering aura emanating from his blade severed the astral sphere and skimmed past his wrist, cutting deeply. Slash. Before Killuane was even aware, his left hand was cut off perfectly and dropped to the ground. Ack. Killuane screamed, clutching his left wrist, where a large amount of blood was gushing out. How did this happen? He'd fortified his defense because he thought Rayon was going for his arm, but Rayon had broken through it with such a simple strike. He couldn't understand because it should have been impossible even if Rayon had learned how to counter his skills. Wait a moment, he could think of one possibility that could make it happen. In no way. Killuane's lips trembled in fear as he stopped the bleeding from his arm. The spiral light style could it be? You are so slow on the uptake. Rayon nodded, tilting heavenly drive downwards. Spiral light style was created for the sole purpose of destroying your Sword of Ten Forms. He could finally understand it. The reason Sylvia could last such a ridiculous amount of time, and why Rayon's blade could reach him as if he were bypassing the Sword of Ten Forms. It was all because of the spiral light style. On top of analyzing the Sword of Ten Forms, Rayon had created a martial art that could hard counter it. Killuane realized that he had no chance of winning from the beginning. There's only one way. He wanted to use it as a surprise attack, but he was reaching his limits. He had to use the last resort available to him, sword field creation. Raining blades of light. The shout of his will connected to his aura and changed the world. The arena shrunk into white as if it were being compressed, and countless swords of light blazed above his head, displaying their frightening murderous intentions. His sword field creation consisted of a single strike, raining down the opponent with hundreds of astral spheres at once to crush them. It's over for you. Killuane put his hands together as if he were praying, and the swords of light filling the sky showered down toward Rayon. Every single one of them was an astral sphere. Calling it a certain kill technique wouldn't be an exaggeration. This is my first time seeing your sword field, but Rayon twisted his lips into a smile, slamming heavenly drive and the blade of Requiem into the ground. It's still within the frames of the Sword of Ten Forms. Darkness arose from the land where the two swords were embedded. The world that had been filled with light was blanketed with a heavy darkness, a red sun and a blue moon rising from it. The red and blue swords had entered Rayon's grasp at some point, bearing their fangs ferociously towards the showering light. Wham! As Rayon swung the divine and demonic swords, the strike advanced like a roaring beast, breaking through the storming swords of light and cutting down the vice head's sword field itself. Slash, the martial art incorporating the vice head's life, was ruthlessly torn apart. Rayon shook his head while watching the vice head's sword field dissipate in vain. You should have changed your method. The vice head of the elders must have been counting on the sword of 10 forms until the end because even his sword field had the same flow. Rayon normally would have needed to fight until his sword field dissipated, but the spiral light style allowed him to cut down his sword field itself. Cough, the vice head of the elders sank to the ground, coughing up blood from the rebound of the sword field's deactivation. He quickly tried to surrender, realizing he was no match for Rayon anymore. You can't. Rayon smacked the vice head's skull with his scabbard before he could declare his surrender. Whack! With the sound of a bursting pumpkin, blood gushed out of the top of his head like a fountain. Ack! The vice head of the elders screamed, frantically rubbing his head with the only arm he had left. I don't accept surrender. Rayon continuously smacked the back of his head. He finally lowered his sword after creating countless bumps on his head. Ooh. The vice head of the elders couldn't do anything but groan, his eyes rolling back from the pain. It would be nicer to just kill him. Even Wrath averted his gaze despite his craving for vengeance. I'm not done yet. Rayon stopped the bleeding so that the vice head wouldn't die and spread. Glacier's frost on his face. Ka-ack. The vice head of the elders stood up while groaning and let out a scream that jolted throughout his body. PL, please stop. I surrender. I lost. He fell to his knees and lowered his head to the ground, begging Rayon to stop it. Our Rayon Sieghart is the winner. It looked like the master of ceremonies didn't want to see a corpse. He declared Rayon's victory despite the intense trembling of his hand. The Annex building emerges victorious in today's sword duel. He declared the Annex building's victory and sank to the ground in exhaustion. How could he win so easily? I just found out that a sword field could be cut down. What an unbelievable difference. After being terrified by Sylvia, the spectators were astonished by Rayon's prowess and murmured with trembling voices. Whoa, Annex building, light wind division, light wind division. Their cheers only happened after the astonishment faded a bit. Instead of returning their cheers, Rayon caught the vice head's ankle as he tried to crawl down from the arena. Why are you doing this? I already admitted my defeat. You still have a bill to pay. The vice head's chin trembled intensely, finally realizing what he was talking about. Rayon took a moment to fully enjoy his panic before he opened his mouth. What I want is for you to disclose your wrongdoings directed at the Annex building and earn their forgiveness. Rayon stepped aside, allowing Kiluaneth, vice head of the Elderstow, face the maids. He said it because Rayon wasn't the victim of his vicious actions. Sylvia and the maids were. Is that all you are asking? Wrath gasped, unable to understand Rayon's decision. There are plenty of other things you could have asked for. Why are you only asking for an apology? Keep watching. Rayon tapped on Wrath's head as he complained and looked at Kiluane again. Kiluane briefly licked his lips. He seemed to think it was an unexpectedly weak wish, just like Wrath. However, he dragged it on while clutching his severed wrist, embarrassed at having to disclose his own wrongdoings. Sylvia let out a groan and opened her eyes at the perfect moment. She must have sensed that everyone's attention was focused on her. Kiluane exhaled heavily and nodded his head, implying that he had finally made up his mind. I forged a report about illegal activity to bully the Annex building, inspecting them against their will even though they'd done nothing wrong. Why did you do that? Rayon nodded his head with a frightening look in his eyes. It was in order to hold you in check. I thought I could take your leash by holding the Annex building hostage. Kiluane confessed his actions and thought process. He must have concluded that he couldn't lie about it anymore. I'm sorry. It was all my fault. He fell on his knees and lowered his head towards Sylvia and the maids. Sniff. It's all right, the maids sobbed while biting their lips, and Sylvia patted their backs with her weakened hand. Kiluane cleared his throat and averted his gaze. He picked up his severed hand and was about to leave the arena when Rayon dragged him back by holding his ankle. What's the matter? Kiluane's eyes widened as he asked why Rayon was doing that. I disclosed the truth and apologized, just as you asked. I told you to disclose your wrongdoings and earn their forgiveness. How is that any different? The apology is up to you, but the forgiveness is up to them. Rayon raised his finger, pointing at Sylvia and the maids. Kiluane understood and shifted his trembling eyes towards Sylvia. It wasn't just him. Everyone in the great training ground was focused on Sylvia. The annex building. Sylvia bit her lip after meeting the eyes of Rayon, Killuane, and Glenn on the platform, one after the other. Won't accept your apology. She slowly shook her head, declaring that she wouldn't forgive him. WHY, I would have had no issue forgiving you if I was the only one who suffered from this. I would have suggested that Rayon quietly let it pass. However, even my people were harmed by you. Sylvia lowered her brow while looking at the maids. You took advantage of the fact that they didn't want to do anything that might harm Rayon and bullied them to the point where they couldn't eat nor sleep. The same thing is going to happen again if I forgive you with a simple apology. That's why I'm not going to accept your apologito, prevent a similar occurrence in the future. She clenched her weakened hand into a fist, saying that it wasn't going to be the last time it would happen. That's her answer. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at Sylvia. That's a great decision. Sylvia normally would have accepted the apology to wrap it up because she didn't really like conflict. However, she had broken through her shell and came out to the world. She declared that she wouldn't accept the vice head's apology because she was determined to protect the annex building and the maids. That implied that her mind had also become stronger, just like her body. That's my mom for you. I know, right? Wait, she's not your mom. Rayon slapped wrath away as he leaped towards Sylvia before he shifted his gaze towards Killuane. I'll have to tell you a different wish now. What are you saying now? Killuane denied vehemently while shaking his head. This ain't right. He looked at the Master of Ceremonies, asking for help. No, Sir Rayon is right. The Master of Ceremonies calmly shook his head. Sir Rayon clearly asked you to earn their forgiveness, and Lady Sylvia didn't accept your apology. That's why his wish wasn't granted, he coldly declared while lowering his hand. Arg, all right, tell me another wish. Killuane bit his lip, reluctantly waiting for a different wish. My wish is the reconstruction of the annex building and its garden. You have to use your private assets instead of the council's money. Killuane nodded while letting out a sigh of relief because the wish was within his expectations. All right, the amount is 10,000 gold coins. The vice head's eyes widened as far as they would go as soon as Rayon claimed that it would cost 10,000 gold coins. What nonsense is that? Killuane bared his teeth, calling it nonsense. Why would that small annex building cost as much as the main building to repair? Stop your bullshit. It's because I planted Ocean Soul seed in the annex building's garden, which was destroyed by you. Why you are lying? The Ocean Soul is a legendary elixir. There's no way you would have planted it in an ordinary garden. You should see for yourself. Rayon showed Killuane, who kept rambling with trembling lips, the Ocean Soul leaf he had. The transparent leaves, as if they were made of water. It's the real deal, it's the real Ocean Soul. As soon as the spectators saw the transparent leaves reflecting the sunlight, their shouts erupted, almost sounding like screams. Killuane was also at a loss for words upon seeing the Ocean Soul leaf. Moreover, I buried the dragon heart behind the annex building because I wanted to build a small magic tower later. It ended up being destroyed too because of you. Why you are lying this time for sure, a dragon heart. I've never even seen anything like that in my life. He isn't though. Ares shook her head, standing up from her chair. The dragon heart we got from Kaibar's body, I gave it to Rayon. The vice head's eyes started to shake intensely. You fell into the trap. Rayon curled his lips into a smile, watching Killuane start to seize. You can't avoid being deceived even if you are aware. Since Rayon had shown the Ocean Soul leaf and Ares had testified that she gave him the dragon heart after slaying the mad dragon together, Killuane couldn't argue against him even if he was aware it couldn't be true. Especially because not many people knew about the fact that Sylvia's energy center was made of the dragon heart. It was only natural that he was deceived. If he lost the Ocean Soul seed and the dragon heart, wouldn't be strange to ask for 10,000 gold coins. No, it's actually insufficient. I'm pretty sure some people will be willing to pay that much just for the mad dragon's dragon heart. Same goes for the Ocean Soul. It would cost that much if you want to get the right price for it. The spectators shook their heads, saying that the 10,000 gold was actually a cheap price to pay. Sniff Balder wiped the tears from his eyes. Why are you suddenly crying now? Ares blinked, staring at him in disbelief. Everyone on the platform tilted their heads while looking at Balder, because the same thing happened to me. What happened to you? The true Martial Palace's budget was ruined because of Ka. Balder closed his lips tightly, his eyes filled with tears as he was unable to finish his sentence. His furrowed brow implied that he'd gone through an extremely hard time. Crack. Killuane gritted his back teeth. He didn't know what to do because there was irrefutable proof supporting Rayon's ridiculous claims. It can't be helped since he has a witness and proof. The Master of Ceremonies also seemed surprised. He slowly caught his breath before he shook his head and continued. 10,000 gold coins should be about the right amount. Wait moment. I don't have 10,000 gold, even if it's me. There's no way I would have such a large sum. Killuane shouted with a trembling chin, claiming that a whole year's budget of the entire Council of Elders didn't even amount to 10,000 gold. So you're just saying that you won't be able to pay. Rayon curled his lips into a sneer while looking at Killuane. It's not that I won't. My entire fortune combined doesn't even amount to 5,000 gold. Then I'll just confiscate your entire fortune and proceed to the next wish. And next wish. Killuane wondered what he was even talking about while shaking in fear. Didn't I say it in the beginning? The loser of the sword duel would need to do everything the winner wants. That implies that there can be 2 wishes. It wasn't limited to one. And nonsense. Killuane shook his hand in a strong denial. Even the master of ceremonies was unable to easily come to a conclusion and looked above the platform instead. Glenn briefly nodded at him, then lifted a finger. The head of house acknowledged it. However, only one additional wish will be allowed. The master of ceremonies understood the meaning behind Glenn's gesture and raised one finger just like he'd done. Head of house, Killuane screamed while looking up at the platform, but Glenn remained silent. He simply gazed down at the arena, his eyes empty. Just one more. It can't be helped then. I'll state my last wish. Rayon nodded while licking his lips. Killuane, alone with your subordinates, your affiliation will be changed from the Council of Elders to the Annex Building Servants. Killuane swallowed nervously while looking up at Rayon. Did you really think that such an impossible wish can be granted? He violently shook his head, saying that it was never going to happen. The vice head of the Elders and his warriors are going to be the Annex Building Servants. Is that even possible? Is that wish even allowed? But the condition was everything the winner wanted. That's true. They have to grant the wish to begin with. Even then, isn't it a bit excessive to turn the vice head of the Elders into a servant? It's up to the one saying the wish to decide. The spectators argued loudly about whether it was possible to make Killuane into a servant or not. Tell me what you're thinking. Does this even make any sense? The master of ceremonies hung his head as Killuane yelled at him. He looked above the platform once again, showing that he was unable to decide on his own. What was the condition of the sword duel? Glenn briefly nodded and straightened his back, which used to be buried in the golden throne. The loser had to do everything that the winner wanted. The master of ceremonies repeated the exact condition that they'd set in the beginning. Everything. Glenn closely closed his eyes before opening them again while thinking about the terms. Even though the vice head of the Elders is guilty, it's impossible to degrade his rank that of to a servant. However, his red eyes were shifted towards Killuane, majestic pressure dwelling in them. My presence here implies that I've accepted the condition of your sword duel. If the loser has to do everything the winner wants, then so be it. Killuane will have to lose his rank and become a servant. Head of house. Killuane shouted while coughing out blood. How could you do this? Even the head of house should be unable to interfere with the council's ranks. I'm not trying to decide the council's rank. Glenn calmly shook his head while looking at Killuane. I'm simply talking about the result of the sword duel that you agreed upon. Don't you agree, head elder? That is true. A middle-aged noblewoman appeared from behind Glenn, her eyes curved into a delicate smile. She continued, since it was a condition of the sword duel that he agreed to himself, even the Council of Elders can't interfere with it. Noblewoman folded her fan, releasing an elegant fragrance that blended benevolence and allure in perfect harmony. Rayon's lips trembled as he saw the noblewoman. Is she really the head elder? The middle-aged woman that Glenn had called the head elder was Surin, the dazzling radiant squad leader who'd been making the Light Wind Division's uniform ever since they were a squad. Rayon was aware that she was from the Council of Elders, but it was completely unexpected that she was the head elder. It looks like lots of things happened while I was taking a walk, head elder. Surin smiled beautifully, and the vice head's chin trembled intensely. Why, you were supposed to be away for at least a year. How come you've returned so quickly? She casually waved her fan after taking a quick glance at Rayon. Rayon realized that Killuane had started the issue while the head elder was gone. Let's save the talk about me for later, vice head of the Elders. Surin raised her hand with a faint smile on her face. It's permissible to use the council's power, and it's fine to use the vice head's authority. However, her eyes sparkled in a frightening manner, shaped like a crescent moon. Since you started it, you should have done it well. You didn't manage to achieve anything despite how much authority you had. Surin seemed to be criticizing Killuane for being unable to create the result he wanted rather than his wrongdoings. Head elder, please, this will be the last time I'll be calling you the vice head of the Elders. Surin shook her hand with a bright smile on her face. The Council of Elders will recognize the result of this sword duel and accept the winner, the Light Wind Division leaders, terms, she declared, then returned to the back. Head elder, do you seriously believe you can? Rayon walked up to Killuane and smacked the back of his head with his palm. With the sound of shattering nuts, the vice head's face was smashed onto the ground. Blood was flowing nonstop from his nose. Mind your manners towards the head elder, you lowly servant. Rayon grabbed Killuane's neck to make him stand, then forced him to bow at the head elder. I'm sorry, he still needs more education. It's fine. Surin shook her head while laughing. Killuane chewed his lip in frustration, letting out a strange groan. What's even happening right now? I don't even know. My brain can't follow the situation. That's always been the case whenever the Light Wind Division was doing something. The spectators were simply gasping, unable to get used to the quick change of the situation. Yeah, Rimmer shouted at the top of his lungs, raising his arms high toward the sky. I'm rich. I'll never let anyone take it away from me this time. Rumble, before he even finished his shout, lightning fell from the sky and struck the entire gambling area. Since it was obvious where the lighting came from, no one even looked at the source. Ha. Rayon shook his head and looked into the vice head's eyes. Who are you? I'm asking you again. Who are you? Killuane stood there with trembling heads and eventually hung his head, saying, I am the annex building's servant. I'm a lowly servant, sir. Good. Rayon chuckled and placed his hand on the vice head's abdomen. Spark. He sealed the vice head's energy center by using the 10,000 flames cultivations, fire, glaciers, coldness, and even his wrath. It was going to be impossible for him to use his aura anymore unless Rayon gave him permission. Cough. Killuane collapsed while coughing black blood from his mouth. He looked up to Rayon with trembling eyes, and Rayon simply shook his finger towards him. Welcome to the annex building. Rayon's lips curved into a frightening smile as he looked down at Killuane. Welcome to hell, not the annex building. Wrath shook his head, saying that he never expected that he would start pitying Killuane. You see it, I'm talking about the garden and the house that you ruined. Rayon pointed at the garden that looked like it had been bombed and the annex building's walls, which were completely destroyed. It wasn't so bad when we were here back then, sir. Chryson's lips trembled, his chin covered in multiple layers of bandages. Are you implying that I'm the one who destroyed them? And not at all. Rayon coldly licked his lips, and Killuane rapidly shook his head. You did destroy them, though, Wrath yelled at him. You broke them all yourself overnight. What are you even saying now? Shut up. Rayon slapped Wrath away as he kept telling the truth, nodding his head toward Killuane and the warriors who used to be in the Vice Head's faction. Repair them all now. Just us, who else? Rayon furrowed his brow, making Killuane and the warrior hang their heads even though they were about to complain. He will be providing the materials and tools. Rayon lifted his finger and pointed at Dorian on the right side. Please come here, everyone. I mean, come here. Dorian ordered in a threatening tone, taking out shovels and pickaxes from his belly pocket. They will be watching you to see if you're doing your work properly or not. Rayon pointed at Helen and the maids on the opposite side of the area. Hello. The warriors from the Vicehead's faction held their shovels with trembling hands, flustered by the fact that they were going to be watched by Helen and the maids, who they'd bullied in the past. I'll be leaving them in your care. Rayon lowered his head towards the gambling monster, who was leaning his back against his chair so much that he was practically lying down. You can leave without any worries. The gambling monster shook his hand, telling him to just leave it to him. Wow, the look on your face is so tasty. I want to keep ordering this side dish in the future. He opened the bottle with his teeth and immediately started to drink, enjoying Killuane's distorted expression. Rayon chuckled and left the annex building. However, instead of going away, he climbed onto a tree and watched Killuane and the warriors. Since Killuane's energy centers were disabled and he was under constant surveillance, he began digging the garden under the maid's orders. His twisted face implied that he wanted to die, but his hand was moving non-stop. Rayon curled his lips into a smile watching Killuane and the warriors working with their shovels. Serves you right. He was finally feeling better after seeing them suffer the exact way they made others suffer. Seriously, are you finally feeling better? Your shitty personality is unbearable, even for the King of Essence. Wrath shook his head, saying that even a demon king would be terrified by his personality. It's not that. Rayon was about to shake his head, trying to deny his statement. A cat came from somewhere and approached Killuane. Go away. Killuane waved his hand to shoo it away, annoyed by the interruption to his work, but the cat drew closer, its long tail raised high as if trying to charm him. Killuane briefly licked his lips at the charming cat, probably because he had been made to suffer so much by people since the day before. He stopped digging the ground and leaned forward, but the cat suddenly jumped to ruthlessly scratch his face with sharp claws, then bit the wrist that had barely been reattached. Gah, you damned cat, stop it. Killuane tried to catch the cat, but Helen came towards him and stood in his way. Stop idling and come this way. Helen quickly treated Killuane's wound and made him work again. Rayon couldn't tell if she was being nice or cruel. Killuane violently ground his teeth, but he returned to the garden to start digging again. However, the cold sweat breaking out on his skin implied that he was feeling intense pain from the bite. What even happened just now? Rayon gasped at the strange situation. Rather than a cat, isn't that a lynx? A lynx. It is an animal who is far stronger and more ferocious than a cat despite having a similar appearance. That lynx or whatnot seems to be coming our way. Nah, it can't be. Rayon shook his head but realized that the lynx really was coming his way like Wrath had claimed. Rayon held his breath and remained still to avoid being detected. It's gone him. He thought the lynx was completely gone because it went to the bushes on the opposite side, but he suddenly felt its presence from below. Praise me. Rayon lifted his hand to fend off sharp claws, but the lynx leaped onto the tree with a bright smile on its face. Kiwi, Huff, a grandmaster and a demon king fell from the tree. Lie. Rayon's fingers trembled as he stood up. Why are you so surprised? The little kitty, or rather Merlin, landed on his shoulder while meowing. She is right. Wrath hurriedly nodded in agreement. Why are you so surprised? It's just the madwoman. You should be ashamed as the king of Essence's vessel. Hey, wipe up your drool before you talk. Ronald glared sideways at Wrath, who was drooling from his mouth. HMPH. Wrath wiped his drool away with his forearm and furtively crawled towards the bracelet. The king of Essence is going to rest because he is a bit tired right now. Are you running away? Who's running? How dare you say such a thing to the king of Essence? He is just a bit tired. He went into the ice flower bracelet with his hands trembling in fear. When did you get here? Rayon leaned his back against the tree and shifted his gaze towards Merlin. Since she asked for praise after scratching Killuane's face, Rayon assumed that she'd been around for a while. You are asking the wrong question. Merlin shook her front paw. You should have asked how long we've been together rather than when I got here. Then. Yes, I came with you to begin with, she smiled, saying that she'd been with him ever since he returned to the house. Rayon groaned in disbelief, and Wrath's scream could be heard from inside the ice flower bracelet. Rayon honestly wanted to scream as well. I didn't sense her presence even though I've become a grandmaster. Her animal possession skill seemed far too overpowered. I actually wanted to slay that old man myself, but I suppressed my urge because I thought it would get in your way. Merlin lifted her front paw, saying that it was a shame. Sharp claws appeared from her soft-looking front paw. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at the sharp claws. He was glad that Merlin seemed to have become a bit more patient. The match was fun, by the way. Merlin extended her neck with a cheerful smile. I always believed in your victory, but I didn't expect such an overwhelming victory since that old man was as powerful as you. It wasn't really a big deal. I just knew all the martial arts he could use. But there are so many people in the world who can't execute such a thing even if they are told how to counter the opponent. She kneaded Rayon's shoulder with her pink jelly toes. It wasn't exactly invigorating, but it put him in a good mood for some reason. Rayon narrowed his eyes after watching Merlin massage his shoulder for a while. Wait a moment, Merlin had practically been following him all this time. The thought that Merlin might have seen Darius suddenly crossed his mind. Did you enter the sword and saber sovereign's grave as well? I did enter. Merlin nodded as if it were an obvious question. Rayon was frightened even though he was the one who'd asked the question. But my possession was undone right away. The possession was undone. Yes, it was a special space. Didn't allow entry from a possessed body with a different spirit. She bit her lip, saying that she wanted to come with her real body, but she couldn't because of work. The blades rest. I should have witnessed the creation of that legend. I'm really sorry. Merlin lifted her front paws, saying that she would pull her eyes out as a token of her apology. Don't do it. It's not even your body. No, don't do it with your real body either. Rayon frantically caught Merlin's paw. He thought she was becoming a bit normal, but she hadn't changed, if you say so. Merlin smiled cheerfully and came down to his thigh. By the way, what even happened to you? Rayon was curious because it must have been a rather serious issue if Merlin hadn't come to see him. It was a hunt. Merlin nonchalantly lifted her front paw. Hunt. The Fallen has been indiscriminately increasing Eden's troops nowadays. My mission was to hunt down named monsters. She nodded, saying that she'd hunted down a rather special entity. Isn't it meaningless to hunt them down, though? Because it should take a significant amount of time for the magic stone to be formed. That's true, since Eden originally used naturally formed magic stones to create their helmets and masks. However, the Fallen managed to invent a spell that allows him to artificially create the magic stones. That's possible, Rayon gasped while looking at Merlin. Of course, they aren't as powerful as the original magic stones. Even though he can create the masks and helmets, the quality is worse. Merlin lowered her gaze while twisting her lips. But the Fallen seems to need those troops despite the flaws. What about the other 5 demons? They're the same. They're quietly gathering their forces. Are they really planning for a war? Rayon narrowed his eyes. Since not just Eden, but all of the 5 demons were quietly gathering their forces, the war seemed to be the only explanation. Did the Fallen say anything to you? He doesn't really tell me his plans since he just assigns me to missions. I haven't met him directly in a while either. That means. Yes, like you said, I think he's grown even more suspicious of me. Merlin nonchalantly nodded as if it wasn't her own business. Be careful. Rayon wasn't too sure if he should be telling her to be careful since she was Eden's pawn, but he couldn't be quiet about it either because she'd helped him many times already. It might be a good idea to leave Eden right now if you have a bad feeling about it. Yuhu-hoo-hoo. Why are you laughing? Rayon leaned backward, listening to Merlin's eerie laughter. My heart flutters whenever you're worried about me. It feels so good. Merlin blushed and meowed with a smile. Rayon's jaw dropped in disbelief, and Wrath's scream could be heard. Rayon couldn't understand why he was hiding if he was going to listen anyway. I'll be taking my leave. Merlin waved her hand, saying that she'd given him all of the information she knew. She said she was leaving, but she was clearly going to keep watching through a different animal's gaze. Can't you please say something before you appear? But I did say something. I said, praise me. That's not what I meant. Rayon furrowed his brow. He felt like he got caught up to her pace whenever he spoke to her. He tried to explain it again, but she shook her hand. This one is looking for a herb called catnip. It apparently heard about it from a domesticated cat, and it said it wanted to try rolling on catnip because of how nice it smells. Wait, what's catnip? Rayon extended his hand, but Merlin was already gone, and the cat's black eyes were directed at him instead. Meow. The round eyes on the round face and the fur sticking out like a hedgehog looked extremely cute, probably because Merlin wasn't inside anymore. Catnip, meow. What is that? Meow. The cat raised her claws. She seemed to be telling him that it was his job to find it. All right, I get it. Rayon searched throughout the North Grave Mountain with the cat in his arms. However, he couldn't find any catnip no matter how hard he looked for it. In fact, he couldn't even tell if he'd missed it or not because he didn't know what catnip was. Meow. After 3 hours of searching, Rayon went down from North Grave Mountain and headed to the annex building after the cat beat him multiple times with its fluffy paws. Young master. Helen widened her eyes, looking at the kitty in Rayon's arms. What is that, cat? Helen, do you know about catnip by any chance? Catnip. Are you talking about the catmint? She nodded, implying she knew what catnip was. Do you have it? No, of course not. Meow. The cat started to punch him with its fluffy paws again as soon as Helen said she didn't have it. Rayon was sad that it kept attacking him even though he'd been looking for the catnip for almost half a day for the cat. Catmint. I have it. Dorian's voice could be heard from behind him. Rayon looked around and saw him raising his hand energetically. You have it. Yes, it's a necessity. Dorian blabbered bullshit about necessity again and took out a plant with a rectangular stem and triangular leaves with soft angles. Come over here. He laid down the catnip on the ground and the kitten left Rayon's arms, leaping toward Dorian. Meow, good boy, you're such a nice cat. Dorian took a cat toy in the shape of a fishing rod from his belly pocket and played with the kitty. The cat was making an expression that Rayon had never seen before as it rolled on the catnip while playing with Dorian. He started to feel pain inside. Hey, Rayon twisted his lips while looking at Dorian. Yes, it must be nice to be you. Dorian tilted his head, unable to understand what he was talking about. It must be nice. Wrath shook his head at his pathetic behavior. What a loser. Oh. Sylvia was sighing, lying on the hospital bed when the door opened without a knock. Rayon, she lifted herself with a bright smile on her face, but Aries entered through the open door with a flower bouquet that seemed to have been sloppily put together. I'm so sorry I'm not your cute son. Aries smiled while handing over the bouquet. Aries, I mean Lady Aries, just call me Aries. She shook her head, furrowing her brow slightly. No one is here to listen. No, you can call me Aries even if someone is around. I'll split their skull if they start bitching about it. Aries bared her teeth, saying that she would even fight her father if he complained. How is your condition? Aries sat on the chair next to the bed, examining Sylvia's state. It doesn't really hurt, but it's a bit suffocating that I have to stay still. Sylvia sighed, saying that she felt like she was locked up in the room. I definitely misjudged you, it seems. What? I used to think you had a weak-kneed personality. I didn't expect you to leave the house for your loved one, and I didn't think you would keep swinging your sword on the verge of death like you did yesterday. The matter bothered me because I couldn't help you. I didn't really do anything. Aries ruffled her hair, showing that she was ashamed of herself. You also gave up the dragon heart used to create my energy center. No, it wasn't just me. You also helped Rayon in many ways. Rayon just makes me want to help him. She nodded while looking into Sylvia's eyes, which looked just like Rayon's. He is such a good person that it's difficult to believe that he was born in this degenerate Zeekart. He is so powerful at his age, yet he cherishes people and possesses a humble nature. He really grew up so nicely. Aries smiled faintly, saying that she liked Rayon's personality even more than his might. I don't usually get jealous of other people, but I'm jealous of you when it comes to the child's growth. There's no reason to be jealous. He is your nephew, after all. Sylvia smiled while hugging the bouquet. Right, he is my nephew, right? I'm feeling so much better with his mother's permission. Aries clenched her fist, saying that she would engrave the word auntie into Rayon's mouth. I'm sorry. She was smiling, but suddenly bit her lip upon meeting Sylvia's eyes again. Aries. To be honest, I haven't been visiting you because I couldn't muster the courage to see you. I would have come earlier if I knew this was going to happen. Ah. Sylvia licked her lips while looking at Aries. She thought Aries always did whatever she wanted, but she seemed to have some heavy worries inside. Aries. Sylvia shook her head, holding Aries' hand. You don't need to apologize for something you didn't do. I'm satisfied with the present. Going back, I'm going to play as a pirate again. And she smiled faintly, looking outside the window where the sun was setting. I want to look for my naughty son who I've lost contact with. I was originally planning to stop caring about him even if he died, but I started to miss him as I kept watching Rayon. Aries slowly waved her hand. Let's make him spar with Rayon once he comes back. The winner pays for a meal, how about it? Sure. Sylvia nodded peacefully, but make sure to come back quickly. Aries returned to her usual expression. She nodded with a cheerful smile. Sure. Sieghart. Audience chamber. All kinds of books were forming a mountain on the platform that normally had nothing but a throne on it. This is too basic, and this one lacks a framework. This one is too simple, making it uninteresting. Glenn skimmed through the books one after the other and furrowed his brow deeply in displeasure. What is our Lord doing right now? Rimmer entered the audience chamber while yawning and went to Roan to ask the question. He seemed to be picking which book of martial arts to bestow upon the young master Rayon. Roan smiled faintly while looking at Glenn. A book of martial arts. Yes, Sir Rayon created a new martial art this time. He seems to be picking a book that can help him with his next creation. Roan smiled gently, saying that he hadn't seen Glenn enjoy himself so much in a long time. Of course he enjoys it. Cheryl parted her back from the pillar and nodded her head. On top of becoming a grandmaster at a young age, his grandson even has the talent as a founder. No one in the world would be displeased at that. She smiled, saying that she could fully understand Glenn's feelings. So that's why so many books are piled up there. Rimmer nodded, showing that he could finally understand the situation. He was definitely amazing this time. Rimmer nodded, saying that he had to admit it. Even I didn't expect that he would thoroughly dismantle the Sword of 10 forms to create a hard counter for it. That's not the case. I just wanted to check out the books of martial arts since I haven't done so in a long time. Glenn's lips were twitching violently because of how much he enjoyed Roan, Cheryl, and Rimmer's compliments for Rayon. If you're giving him something, it would be better to give a martial art that suits his style. That's right. The martial art he creates will be the best no matter what he gets, but the result will be better with better material. Glenn turned his head slightly and nodded. It looked like the corners of his lips were connected to his earlobes. That's my disciple. Rimmer energetically raised his fist while looking at Glenn. Glenn gazed down upon Rimmer with a serious look on his face. That is incorrect. He was my grandson before being your disciple. He shook his head, telling him to stop saying nonsense. You can't even call him your grandson in front of him, though. Rimmer grinned, saying that no grandfather in the world acted like that. Glenn bit his lip, gripping the throne's armrest. Rimmer hit the mark, but Glenn couldn't strike him with lightning, unlike the other times. Moreover, Rimmer shook his head while looking at the books Glenn had prepared. Rayon will have to gain an achievement before you can give him the books you've picked. Glenn never gave presents to Rayon for no reason. Since he'd always given something as a reward for an achievement, Rayon was only going to get those books after a long time. But his great master here doesn't have that condition. I can give him things whenever I want to and not give them to him if I don't. Everything is up to me. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders with a smirk. Doesn't that make his teacher much closer to him than his grandfather who can't even call him a grandson? Glenn's fist trembled as he glared at Rimmer. Hoo-hoo-hoo, even though Cheryl and Roan normally would have stopped Rimmer, they weren't doing anything for once. Well then, I'm going to head out to give some gifts to Rayon. Rimmer cheerfully waved his hand and left the Lord's manor. Crack, the throne's armrest crumbled into pieces under Glenn's hand. His eyes sparked crimson. You bastard. I'll show you what a grandfather can do. Rayon went to the 5th training ground after entrusting the cat to Dorian. He touched the hilt of his sword while watching the swordsmen, who were absorbed in their training. What should I do about the Light Wind Division's martial arts, since the Spiral Light style was created for Sylvia and the maids? It wasn't suitable for the Light Wind Division. He needed to create a new martial art that could maximize their potential. For now, it needs to be practical like the Spiral Light style, and it should have a good mix of offense and defense, at around the proportion of 6 attack and 4 defense. I need to think of the synergy with the Light Wind formation too. There were lots of conditions, but it wasn't really a big issue. However, he wasn't getting any ideas for the center of the martial arts, the pillar serving as the foundation. Rayon sighed briefly while brushing his hair back because it was disheveled by the wind. It would be nice if it also helped my training. He'd achieved some growth from visiting the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave, but his prowess hadn't increased drastically. Since there wasn't much time left until the duel, he had to think about his own improvement as well. What should I do now? While Rayon was licking his lips in contemplation, a cool wind landed behind him. What are you doing? Rimmer smiled while tossing back his scorched black hair. His glossy skin implied that he'd earned a lot from gambling again. He looked so noble whenever he had money, but immediately started to look like a beggar when he ran out of it. He was such a mysterious person. I was thinking about making the Light Wind Division's martial art. The Light Wind Division's martial art. Yes, but I'm not getting any ideas even though I've been pondering about it. Rayon told Rimmer about his contemplation. From your own growth in the Light Wind Division's martial art, Rimmer stroked his neat chin before he lifted his gaze. You have all 4 attributes now because you gained the Earth attribute last time, right? Yes, I do. then it's time to nurture the wind. A wind brushed elegantly past him. Have you ever heard about the Song of the Wind? Song of the Wind, Rayon tilted his head while looking at Rimmer. What's the Song of the Wind? He'd heard about wind having a fragrance, but it was his first time hearing that wind could sing a song. If he had to pick some reason, Rimmer's sword field was named the Song of Wind and Lightning, but that didn't seem to have anything to do with it, so you didn't know. Rimmer scratched his nose, having expected Rayon to not know about it. What do you think the most basic way for a swordsman to use the wind is? It's to be covered in wind. This is because it can increase the speed and sharpness at the same time. Rayon responded while unleashing the wind from his energy center. He rarely used it because he had the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier, but swordsmen with the wind attribute usually increase their power and speed by wrapping their bodies in swords with the wind. Correct. Rimmer nodded nonchalantly. If you cover your body with the wind, you almost feel like you don't weigh anything anymore, and your sword strike can be faster and sharper as a result. However, that's not all there is to it. He shook his finger and instructed, try unleashing fire and frost on your hand. Understood. Rayon nodded and unleashed frost from his left hand and flames on his right hand. Wind is a rather peculiar attribute. Blue wind appeared from Rimmer's finger. It doesn't have any opposing attributes like fire and water. Instead, the wind covering his finger unraveled like a ball of yarn, amplifying the flame and frost blazing on Rayon's hand by about twice as much. It enhances other attributes. Isn't the earth attribute its opposite one? Rayon tilted his head while watching the intensified flame and frost. No, wind can enhance the earth attribute just like it did to your flame and frost. Rimmer smiled, saying that the idea of them being opposites was made up by people who like to create formulas. He's correct. Wrath nodded his head. Wind is capable of enhancing all attributes fire, water, and earth alike. However, it's true that it synergizes with earth a bit less than with others. You should see it as a complex relationship. He snorted, saying that it was a mystery how he ended up agreeing with shitty ears. Since wind can enhance all attributes, fire, water, and earth alike, it can also easily reduce them all. Blue light flickered from Rimmer's finger, and the wind flowing around them disappeared at once. A windless area without air was created, extinguishing the flame and weakening the frost. Then is this the Song of the Wind? No, what I told you so far are the basics. He snapped his fingers, and the flame that was flickering on the verge of being extinguished suddenly burst out, turning big enough to reach the sky. Is this? I heard the Song of the Wind. Rimmer pointed at his own pointy ears with his finger. Each wind has its own unique song. Some winds are capable of amplifying the flame, some winds can further deepen frost, and some winds can sharpen the blade even more than astral energy. He smiled, saying that each wind had different advantages and drawbacks. My sword field, Eye of the Storm, consists of summoning the wind of sharpness to cover my blade. Rimmer gestured with his eyes, saying that the sharp wind had replaced the astral energy. Rayon licked his lips, watching the flaming mountain blazing from his hand. I finally understand. I understand what you mean. However, Rayon shook his head, meeting Rimmer's peaceful eyes. I can't tell the difference between winds. Seeing the result was possible, but he couldn't tell from looking at the wind what kind of advantages it presented. That's normal. After all, you're human, and you don't really have a high wind affinity either. Rimmer shook his head, saying that it was a natural thing. Then why are you telling me about the Song of the Wind? Because I can allow you to hear it. He raised his long finger. I'll teach you my aura cultivation technique. What? Rayon's eyes widened as he looked at Rimmer. What is he even saying right now? Rimmer's cultivation technique wasn't a Sieghart one. It was Sapia's aura cultivation, one used by the Guardians. He couldn't understand why he was willing to teach him a martial art that was only reserved for the Guardians. My cultivation technique doesn't simply gather aura, it also increases wind affinity, allowing me to hear the song of the wind. That's not the issue. Is it really fine to teach me Sapia's cultivation technique? It's normally not allowed, but no one is watching here. Rimmer grinned, saying that there were no protectors or guardians around them. Rayon couldn't understand his mindset at all. My aura cultivation is called Garanua. It means Song of the Wind. Let's get started. What? Wait a moment. Howl of the Wind. Before Rayon could even stop him, Rimmer closed his eyes and started to chant the precept of the cultivation technique. What the hell? Rayon blinked dazedly and started to shove Rimmer's precept into his head. Rimmer slowly opened his eyes after telling Rayon the full precept and explaining how to use Garanua. He could see that Rayon was in a trance, thinking about Garanua's precept. Did he really enter that state again? He laughed bitterly at the ridiculous situation. A trance was supposed to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but Rayon was entering it as often as he was going to the restroom. He couldn't even be called lucky at that point. Rimmer smiled faintly, guarding Rayon in that state. I'm glad I memorized it beforehand. Rimmer shook his hand towards the Light Wind Division's swordsmen who had stopped their training to watch them. The The swordsman nodded and quietly left the training ground. Rimmer licked his lips, looking back at Rayon. Did you ask me if it's okay to teach? Garanua to an outsider. Who else would I teach if not you? Rayon was right about Garanua being Sapia's exclusive martial art, one that wasn't supposed to be taught to outsiders. It was a martial art that was only allowed to be taught to the elf who would become the head of the Guardians in the future, but he had no regrets about teaching it to Rayon. Even the current protector, his grandfather, wouldn't scold him if he told him about it. Ha! Rayon's breathing became heavier just to be stabilized afterward, then repeated. The wind around him was throbbing in time with his breath. By the time the sun set and the moon started to rise, the wind engulfing the 5th training ground started to rampage, being sucked towards Rayon. Rimmer widened his eyes, feeling the storming wind. Could it be? It looked like Rayon was trying to learn. Garanua, just from hearing the precept and explanation, Rimmer could feel green wind gathering in his energy center. He's insane. Rimmer thought it would be impossible for Rayon to learn. Garanua already, even in his trance. However, Rayon's insane talent had managed to create Garanua's cheerful wind in less than a day. Wham! The wind entering Rayon's body through his pores seeped into his energy center, creating a huge explosion. It would have been a powerful blow, but the pre-existing flame and frost seemed to have defended him against the wind. Rayon exhaled quietly as he opened his eyes. Green wind sparked from his red eyes. Rimmer gasped while watching Rayon. Did you manage to learn it? Yes, it worked out somehow. Rayon calmly nodded. You're seriously insane. I didn't think I'd be able to learn it at first. I tried to change Garanua's structure to be more suitable for humans, and I ended up focusing on it. He scratched the back of his head, saying that he'd fallen into a trance before he knew it. I'm so sick and tired of you. Despite what he said, Rimmer threw his hair back with a bright smile on his face. So can you feel it? I can't hear the song of the wind yet. However, Rayon rubbed his fingers, blankly looking into the sky. I can very faintly feel that the winds have different colors. I see, that's enough. He cheerfully nodded. The fact that Rayon could sense the color of the wind implied that his wind affinity had increased. Even though he was only at the entry level, without even reaching 1 star, he had properly learned. Garanua, by the way, is it really fine for me to learn? Garanua, Rimmer blinked in a daze, then smiled like an idiot. I don't even know. Rayon closed his eyes tightly. I knew I shouldn't have counted on that elf. Rayon suddenly started to regret it, painful chill running down his spine. I'm just kidding. Don't worry about Eitvin. Grandfather won't say anything if he learns about it. Rimmer shook his hand. Rayon honestly couldn't really trust him, but he felt a bit relieved. And this isn't the time to be thinking about that. It gave you some ideas, didn't it? Rimmer's smile made Rayon feel like he could read his mind for some reason. It did, Rayon nodded, watching the wind whirling around Rimmer. I'm getting a lot of ideas. Garanua, he could see how to improve himself and how to create the Light Wind Division's martial art. I'm planning to summon a powerful and radiant wind, just like the name of the Light Wind Division. Rimmer nodded while stroking his chin, showing that he could understand what Rayon was talking about. Sounds good, you should try it. Even if you fail, you'll still learn something from it. Vice Division Leader, you're rather strange today, or rather you've been strange recently. Rayon narrowed his eyes, watching Rimmer as he advised him in many ways. Why, you are being too kind. You normally would have gone to a gambling house without even bothering to show up here for a while. The gambling house is closed today. Does the gambling house actually close? They are doing some repairs, apparently. Rayon furrowed his brow while letting out a sigh. He thought Rimmer had changed, but he was the same as before. By the way, Rimmer casually rolled his shoulders and lay down on the platform like always. You have another reason why you suddenly wanted to create the Light Wind Division's martial art, don't you? What are you talking about? Is it because of how Common Knight Captain Cusin and Barfil, the Boltweaver, died in the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave? His green eyes sparkled seriously. Rayon's fingers trembled as he was unable to respond. It was because Rimmer had guessed the reason exactly. The Common Knight Captain and the Boltweaver had perished, fighting for the same goal as him. Moreover, they'd sacrificed themselves in order to save him. Since it was his first time witnessing the deaths of those who he could call his companions, an ominous thought surfaced in his mind. It was the hypothetical scenario where the situation turned for the worse, causing himself or the Light Wind Division to die. He didn't want to witness the death of the people around him. That was why he decided to create a new martial art, hoping that the others would survive even if he died one day. Yes, I knew that was the case. Rimmer calmly nodded as if he were reading Rayon's mind. The playful light in his eyes had turned into the glow of wisdom. Rayon, everyone dies eventually. The movement of his hand carried a frightening aura. No one is an exception, me, you, and the Light Wind Division alike. It would be nice if we could stay like this forever, but someone is going to die eventually. I'm aware. Rayon lowered his gaze and bit his lip. It's a good thing to work on postponing it. However, you can't be afraid of approaching death. After all, you are the leader of the Light Wind Division. Rimmer patted his shoulder, telling him that it was important that he accepted death. His touch felt heavy, but warmer than ever at the same time. Rayon felt his heart soften, the contemplation and nervousness leaving his body. What's wrong with you today? You are acting so differently. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at Rimmer. I should do my teacher work sometimes. Rimmer stood up with a grin on his face. Do you know the saying that a disciple shouldn't even step on their master's shadow? Of course I do. Rayon nodded. On top of stepping on Rimmer's shadow, Rayon had even beat him up before. He suddenly felt guilty as a result. I stepped on it countless times, if you are trying to complain about it. I don't really like that saying. What, not even stepping on the shadow implies respect towards the master, but it also implies that there's a huge distance between a master and a disciple. Rimmer chuckled and shook his head. It's not just about you. I'm fine with any of you stepping on my shadow. Just don't get away from me. He stood up with his lips curving into a subtle smile. Ah, and Rimmer started to walk down from the platform but suddenly turned around. Someone comes to visit and goes quiet without saying anything. Just tell him some helpful information or make up a good deed that you've done in secret. What are you even talking about? Rayon blinked, unable to understand what he was saying. Stop asking, just do it. Rimmer energetically shook his hand and left the dark training ground. Why is he acting like that? Rayon blinked while watching Rimmer. The King of Essence figured it out. Wrath snapped his fingers, saying that he realized the reason why. Shitty ears must have become delusional because he lost all his money. You might be right. Rayon left the training ground and headed towards the annex building. How curious. He could feel the nature of the wind after learning. Garanua, he'd previously thought they were just the same wind, yet they had so many different faces. It's become a lot easier to cover myself in wind. He'd only been using the wind to enhance his frost and flames because the energy of wind in his possession was too small. However, he could guess that he would be able to fight while only using the wind if he kept learning. Garanua, the sword and saber sovereign's martial art and Garanua. I should be able to create a nice martial art with them. Rayon smiled in satisfaction and looked at the annex building's garden. The maids and Killuane were nowhere to be seen anymore because of the late hour, but the packing of the garden's soil had progressed significantly. It should return to normal in about a month. Rayon was about to head to Sylvia's room after examining the garden's condition when he suddenly found someone standing in front of the garden lake. Who is that? Ah. Rayon focused his vision and could see blonde hair and a black coat fluttering in the wind. It was none other than Glenn. Why is he here? Rayon swallowed nervously and walked up to Glenn. Greetings, my lord, whom Glenn briefly nodded without looking back. What brings you to the annex building? I came to check on things during my stroll because I heard it was quite badly devastated over here. I see. Rayon nodded and looked at Glenn's back. What's happening? Why is he not saying anything? Glenn was simply staring at the lake without saying anything else. The fact that he was fixated on the lake was also strange, since he supposedly came to check the annex building's state. What is that geezer even doing? Wrath furrowed his brow. I don't know either. Then just leave him alone. Let's go to see Mom and have dinner already. The King of Essence is so hungry he could eat a dragon. A horse, you mean? Rayon pushed Wrath away because of how he started to ramble and looked at Glenn once again. What could be his intenta? Rayon furrowed his brow, thinking that Glenn was acting so strange when he suddenly remembered Rimmer's words. If someone comes to visit and goes quiet without saying anything, just tell him some helpful information or make up a good deed that you've done in secret. However, Rayon had something that he wanted to tell Glenn even without Rimmer's advice. My lord, I have something I wish to say. Glenn nodded, showing that he was listening. The 5 demons are silently gathering their troops. It should go without saying, but they must have a malicious purpose. Rayon changed Merlin's information slightly and delivered it to Glenn. Where did you get that information? It's from an informant that I have outside the house. Rayon lowered his gaze, thinking about the cat possessed by Merlin. Considering the fact that Eden and the South-North Union didn't appear in the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave, and that the other 3 factions didn't make any threatening moves afterward, I believe the information is quite reliable. How about fortifying the defenses all around Sieghart's domain? That's similar to the opinion of the Shadow Agents. Glenn nodded, saying that Chad, the leader of Shadow Agents, had told him the same thing. I came here without any real purpose, but I ended up getting a nice piece of information. It wasn't a big deal. A suitable piece of information requires a suitable reward. What? Glenn snapped his fingers without answering Rayon's question. A long-dimensional rift opened up in the air, dropping multiple books of martial arts. These are for you. Rayon blinked dazedly while staring at the books of martial arts piled up in front of him. What's even going on today? Did the geezer go senile from eating too much Nadine bread? Wrath's eyes widened in disbelief. Please be quiet. Rayon looked at Glenn while covering Wrath's mouth. Why is this happening? The information about the 5 demons was indeed quite special, but it wasn't something that Glenn wouldn't have anticipated. Suddenly being rewarded with martial arts books was far from normal. What did that stupid elf do this time? Rayon couldn't understand what kind of trick he could have played to make Glenn suddenly hand over 5 whole martial arts books for trivial information. Am I really getting all those books? Don't be so surprised. Glenn shook his head, his eyes glowing faintly, like the moonlight hidden behind the clouds. The martial arts books that I gave you were going to be discarded anyway. He shook his hand, saying that he was simply giving the books that were going to be thrown away. Rayon swallowed his groan and examined the names of the books one after the other. Star Annihilation Sword, Crimson Chase Steps, Gentle Breeze Sword Art, Flowing River Combat Art. There were 5 books in total, and the names sounded rather extraordinary. It was still unknown how good they actually were, but the titles implied that they were all advanced martial arts. All of them have a fatal deficiency. However, I figured it would be better to give them to you instead of throwing them away after seeing the Spiral Light style that you created. You don't need to be thankful. That's the only reason why I'm giving them to you. Glenn closed his eyes nonchalantly, as if that really were the only reason. However, he was talking an unusual amount, and his voice was faintly shaking. Let me reiterate, those martial arts aren't anything amazing, and I'm simply giving them to you in return for your information. That's why you don't need to be thankful. Rayon was about to lower his head to express his gratitude, but Glenn prevented it before it happened. I'd still like to express my gratitude. Rayon smiled faintly and lowered his head. Even if Glenn really was planning to discard them, there was still going to be something to learn from. That was why Rayon was just thankful for his gift. Glenn cleared his throat and turned around towards the lake. Rayon couldn't see his face because the sky was getting dark, but Glenn's earlobes seemed red, as if they were on fire. By the way, Glenn furtively shifted his gaze. Did he by any chance, did the Light Wind Division Vice Leader teach you any martial arts? His question suggested that he already knew about what Rimmer had done. Yes, he did. Which martial art was it? Rayon tried to hide the trembling of his hands. Should I tell him about this? The martial art Rimmer had taught him wasn't any ordinary cultivation technique. It was Garanua, only reserved for the Elvisan Sapia's guardians at that. Rayon had a feeling that it would become an issue if he told him about it. However, Rimmer was most likely going to blabber about it, judging from his personality, and Glenn might have already noticed it. That was why Rayon decided that a lie would be quickly found out. It's a martial art called Garanua. Rayon sighed, confessing that he ended up learning Garanua, the Song of the Wind. Glenn's eyes widened as soon as he heard the name. Yes, he bit his lip, showing that he knew what Garanua was, just like Rayon had expected. My lord, the Vice Division leader, Rayon tried to come up with an excuse to defend Rimmer, but Glenn's expression grew stern, far too serious. However, he looked more like a swordsman who had lost a battle, rather than a diplomat who failed a negotiation. Glenn let out a painful groan while looking at the books of martial arts that he'd put down on the ground. My lord, it's nothing. He gritted his back teeth and averted his gaze. I'm taking my leave now. It was the last thing he said before he disappeared into the darkness. Rayon couldn't even see his back because of how fast he left. Seriously, what's wrong with that geezer? Wrath shook his head, unable to understand Glenn's behavior. I don't understand either. Rayon sighed deeply and picked up the Star Annihilation Sword, which was at the top of the pile of books on the ground, opening it. This martial art, Rayon became certain before he even read it all the way because he'd seen and heard about a lot of martial arts recently. The book of martial arts he was holding didn't deserve to be discarded. It was clearly an advanced martial art, and the techniques were split into small pieces to make it easier to create a new martial art. Did he prepare it for my sake? Rayon was reminded of how Glenn mentioned the Spiral Light Styles name when he'd explained why he was giving him the books. Rayon could guess that Glenn had prepared them in advance. Yeah, that's more reasonable. It just didn't make any sense to discard those books of martial arts. Rayon could guess that Glenn was trying to reward him somehow for taking care of his mother. Rayon bowed politely in the direction Glenn had departed. He smiled faintly, shaking off the dust from the book with his hand. It's time to enter the cultivation room again. That's a great decision. Wrath nodded. A greenhorn like you needs to focus on one thing at a time. You won't achieve anything if you try all kinds of things at once. Rayon smiled brightly and casually patted Wrath on the head. What are you talking about? Because we're only going to be eating Nadine bread inside the cultivation room. I'm glad that you are willing to endure it. Wrath widened his eyes, finally remembering about the Nadine bread. And no, forget about it. You can't go in there. Not the rubber bread. I'll spread some jam on it. Arg, rubber still tastes like rubber, even with jam. Arg. Rimmer violently mussed his hair, watching Glenn leave the lake. Seriously, what's wrong with that geezer? His patience was finally reaching its limit. It kept happening over and over. Giving him the books because you were going to discard them anyway. That's even worse than I picked them up on the way. Rimmer had gone through all the pain to bake the bread, cook the meat, and even cut the vegetables to prepare a lavish meal. All Glenn had to do was pick up the food with his fork and start eating, but instead he kicked the table, flipping it completely upside down. Rimmer was furious. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan shook his head with a gentle laugh. Our lord is much shyer than we anticipated. That's not being shy. He's just stubborn. Haya, this is so frustrating. Rimmer ground his teeth, throwing back his hair, which looked like a bird's nest. How did he even manage to do that when I've done everything for him? He had blatantly provoked Glenn and gave Rayan Garanua and a hint so that he could accept Glenn's martial arts. Rayan acted according to his plan, but Glenn ignored the flowery path in front of him and jumped into the mud instead. Rimmer couldn't understand him at all. I'm also a bit frustrated. Cheryl nodded, parting her back from the boulder. He was deciding on those books all night long, and now he was going to discard them. That's so absurd. She sighed, saying that it was getting unbearable. All night long. Was he checking out the martial arts books all night long? Yes, he even went into the treasury in order to find the books of martial arts suitable for the Light Wind division. Cheryl briefly clicked her tongue, saying that all the books he'd bestowed upon Rayan were precious. I'm in even more pain after hearing that. This must be an internal injury. Rimmer furrowed his brow, pounding on his chest. I don't even care anymore. I even skipped gambling to help him, but I'm never doing it again. This is even harder than matchmaking. He dusted his hands off, saying that he was heading out to gamble. Wasn't the gambling house closed today? Roan tilted his head. Since when do gambling houses ever close? Then what were those repairs? I was lying, of course. The gambling addicts would be playing cards in a restroom if the gambling house needed to be repaired. Rimmer scratched his nose, telling him that gambling addicts shouldn't be underestimated. Then why did you decide to step up? Cheryl narrowed her eyes while looking at Rimmer. Are you sick or something? I heard humans who suddenly start doing things they usually don't end up dying. I'm an elf, though. Rimmer snorted, brushing it off as nonsense. Elves are whimsical creatures. He disappeared towards the gambling house, telling her to stop treating him as a human. If he isn't human, who would be? Cheryl laughed bitterly. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan smiled in satisfaction while watching Rayan, who was reading a book of martial arts near the lake instead of Rimmer. He really had gotten a lot stronger. We won't be able to reach him either soon enough. I know, right? Cheryl nodded while shifting her gaze. He was just a kid who couldn't even run properly when I first saw him. She smiled faintly, reminiscing about the past. You should be able to guess since you must have seen the Axe King recently. Do you think young Master Rayan can win against him? The odds would be 37 for now. However, Cheryl fidgeted with the hair on the side of her head, casting a glance at the books Rayan was reading. It might be different if he manages to create a new martial art. How strange. Chad, the leader of the shadow agents, kept murmuring that it was strange as his forehead touched the desk. This isn't right no matter how I think about it. Why isn't he coming to see me? He'd prepared to greet Rayan a long time ago because he was expecting his visit, yet he was showing no sign of coming. I don't understand the reason. His hint had helped Rayan to enter the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave. He'd dispatched Ares to the grave's location that he'd found to prevent potential danger, and he'd quickly made his move to create a line connecting Sieghart to the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave. Lastly, he even gave the gambling monster a detailed letter about the vice head's information and how he'd been bullying the annex building. He'd even made it as fast as possible by doing it himself instead of ordering another informant to do it, yet Rayan never even thanked him, let alone came to the shadow agents. Why? But that wasn't the case for Rayan. His personality was similar to Glenn's, his grandfather's, and he made sure to pay back the gratitude and resentment. Rayan should have been fully aware that Chad had helped him a lot. That was why he couldn't understand why Rayan wasn't doing anything to thank him. Chad stood up while letting out a deep sigh. I shouldn't stay quiet about this. His survival instinct, honed by reading people's moods, was telling him that Rayan would be a palace master at the very least, and that he could even become the head of house if he got lucky. Since the relationship with such an important person was at stake, he couldn't simply let it pass. Yes, I just need to investigate it if I don't know the reason. Chad decided to personally find the reason and stood up from the seat. He left the shadow agent's building and went to Ares right away. She was packing her stuff, implying that she was planning to leave the house. Chad, what brought you here? Ares waved her hand with a cheerful smile. Did you come to send me off? No, that's not it. Chad swallowed nervously and walked up to Ares. Lady Ares, it's about how you went to the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave in order to protect the Light Wind Division leader. Did you tell Sir Rayan about it, by any chance? Now that I think about it, I didn't. It was such an emergency. She shook her head with an awkward smile. Chad's hands trembled as he saw the innocent look in Ares' eyes. Wait, could it be because everyone kept quiet about it? He came up with the worst assumption, that both Ares and the gambling monster didn't say anything about him after saving Rayan and delivering the information about the vice head of the elders. Since both Ares and the gambling monsters were powerful people who weren't really concerned about other people, it was a possible scenario. I said goodbye to Rayon a moment ago. You should tell him yourself since it would be awkward for me to see him again. Aries patted his shoulder and left her room. Ah. Chad's jaw dropped as he watched Aries' back as she left. Please tell me it's not the case. Please. He suppressed the assumption that kept surfacing his mind and went to see the gambling monster. He was having a drink while watching the previous vice head of the elders, Killuane, dig in the annex building's garden. Wow, I don't even need any side dishes. The alcohol is going down so smoothly, super smoothly. Excuse me, gambling monster. Chad swallowed nervously and went next to the gambling monster. Hello, Chad. The gambling monster nodded at him, lowering his bottle to the side. You came at a good time. You also contributed to making them dig like this. Let's enjoy it together. He filled an empty glass and handed it over. The gambling monster rubbed his temple with the bottle and eventually shook his head. I don't exactly remember because I'm too drunk. I think I did. He laughed loudly and started to drink again. Go. Chad closed his eyes tightly, just like Rayon had done at some point. God damn it. He finally got the answer about why Rayon wasn't coming to see him. The worst assumption he'd come up on the way was right. Aries, the gambling monster, and even the others hadn't said anything about him to Rayon. I can't leave it like this. I should tell him myself even though it's a bit unsightly. It was definitely embarrassing to reveal it himself, but he'd worked way too hard to simply let it pass. Let's go. Chad clenched his fist and headed towards the 5th training ground where Rayon should be at the moment. I'm leaving the Light Wind Division and the Annex building to you until I'm back. Rayon met Burin, Martha, and Run-On's eyes while entering the cultivation room in the 5th training ground. Sure, just leave it to us and go in there. Martha nodded without hesitation, telling him not to worry about them. Run-On blinked, saying that she would prepare ice cream for his return. Hey, Burin came closer to Rayon and tilted his head. The ocean spirit on your shoulder looks extremely angry right now. The ocean spirit that Rayon had acquired at some point was rampaging on his shoulder. Ah, he is dancing right now. Look, he is so happy. Rayon tapped on the spirit's head, saying that it wasn't a big deal. The spirit started to jolt even harder, draped in madness. Is that so? He did seem to be dancing now that Rayon mentioned it. The spirit's bloodshot eyes were rather frightening, though. Well then, Rayon casually waved his hand and entered the cultivation room, a new martial art. Crane clasped his fingers together with a grin on his face. Aren't you looking forward to it? It must be even better than the Spiral Light style. I love the fact that the entire Light Wind Division is going to learn it. We'll be able to make a great use out of it. Martha licked her lips, leaning her back against the cultivation room's wall. It shouldn't be even better, just like how the Spiral Light style is suitable for the maids in the Annex building. The martial arts Rayon is going to create should be suitable for us. Neither of them can be called superior to the other, Burin calmly replied and stepped away from the cultivation room. The first team will be guarding it today, right? Yes, you can leave already. Martha shook her hand, telling him to leave. I'm not leaving. Run-On took out a bead ice cream box from her clothes, declaring that she was going to stay. As for you, please just leave. I beg you, I won't. Burin watched them argue for a while before he turned around. He left the training ground, heading towards the Annex building, but saw Chad, the leader of the Shadow Agents, running towards him. Shadow Agent Leader. Burin could guess that he was there for an extremely important matter, considering his red face. Ah, 3rd team leader. Is the Light Wind Division leader inside? The fact that he was looking for Rayon confirmed his suspicion. He just started seclusion training. Chad's face turned a sickly yellow. He almost looked like he'd lost a precious treasure. I'll go in there and deliver the message if it's an important matter. It shouldn't be too late since he just started his training. It's fine. It's not that important. He shook his head and turned around. His slumped shoulders made him look like a defeated soldier, and Burin thought that he could hear a strange weeping sound. What's going on? Burin tilted his head at Chad's back before heading to the medical ward in the main building. He greeted the swordsman guarding the medical ward and stood in front of the innermost patient's room. Ha. He tidied his hair and clothes and slowly caught his breath before he opened the door and entered. The room had a single bed inside, and Karun was sitting on it under the sunlight with a pale face. You called for me, sir. Burin went deeper into the room and lowered his head at Karun. Take a seat. Karun slowly raised his hand and pointed at the chair next to the bed. I feel more comfortable standing. Burin took a step toward him instead of sitting on the chair. All right. Karun nodded nonchalantly and shifted his gaze. His eyes were quietly blazing. Even though he was injured, his proud pressure hadn't decreased in the slightest. Burin. Yes. Karun's eyes sparked like lightning. Do you have any intention of returning to the Central Martial Palace? Burin's eyes widened at the unexpected situation. I'll assign you as the squad leader of a new armed division that will be created. And Karun peacefully continued as if he'd prepared the line in advance. I'll teach you personally. Burin let out a groan, unable to hold it back. Both his father's teachings and the position of squad leader in the palace were part of his dreams. No, the fact that his father needed him made his heart pound like crazy, more than anything else. Burin closed his eyes. He calmly parted his lips after thoroughly contemplating it. "Hey, who are you accusing of dancing in delight?" Wrath yelled at Rayon. The King of Essence was angry at the fact that he would be stuck here, eating nothing but Nadine Bria. "Be quiet if you don't want to eat more Nadine bread before you even get hungry." Rayon furrowed his brow, looking at the Nadine bread in the corner of the cultivation room. Hup, he lowered his head, shutting his mouth tightly like a child. It was ridiculous to think that the weapon capable of silencing the Demon King was Nadine bread. Rayon left Wrath alone since he was being quiet and sat in the center of the cultivation room. "The first thing I need to do is dismantling the martial arts." The creation of a new martial art was similar to a puzzle. It was no different from turning over a completed puzzle and picking the necessary pieces to assemble a new picture. Rayon closed his eyes and thoroughly dismantled the 5 martial art books from Glenn, the Demon Breaking Sword and Abyssal Saber from the Sword and Saber Sovereign, Rimmers. Garanua and the various martial arts he'd learned in the past, analyzing them to an almost cruel extent. "Whoa, it's so complicated." Wrath went into the ice flower bracelet, murmuring that it was too noisy inside Rayon's head. However, Rayon didn't even notice that Wrath was gone. He was already in his extremely focused world. "Let's keep the destructive aspect of the Demon Breaking Sword, and I should remove the complexity of the Abyssal Saber because the others won't be able to catch up. The hyper sense of the Fangs of Insanity and Blizzard Sword art definitely need to be present, but I should discard their techniques." If he could mix the advantages of all kinds of martial arts, it would result in an outrageously advanced martial art, but it would make it so difficult to learn that Rayon himself wouldn't be able to use it. It was necessary to simplify it by removing anything unnecessary or mediocre while keeping the indispensable strong points. His brain heated up as he kept assembling the martial arts puzzle in his head. Ring of Fire naturally resonated, clearing his vision into a white space. It was his mental world, swords embedded on the ground like a grave of knights. Rayon could guess he'd arrived in that place because of his extreme focus. However, it wasn't exactly the same place as before. Half of the world used to be engulfed in flames, while the other half was devoured by frost, but wind and earth had taken over a small amount of space now. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the swords on the ground. "It should be easier to assemble the puzzle here." He thought about the demon-breaking sword in his mind, and the blue sword embedded on the right side flew up into the air, unleashing its heavy sword strikes. It was the demon-breaking sword's technique, the crushing cloud slash. Rayon envisioned the abyssal saber next, and the red blade on the right side erupted, releasing a roaring wave of crimson energy. It was the abyssal saber's technique, the soul-reaping abyssal blade. He just needed to think about the martial arts, and the blades in the mental world reenacted the technique on their own. The time required to assemble the puzzle was drastically reduced. Whoosh! All of the swords embedded in the mental world were floating in the air, demonstrating countless techniques. It almost looked like a storm of swords. Perfect. Rayon's red eyes followed the countless sword techniques, not missing a single one, and he started to separate the lines to be discarded and the lines to be kept. "I won't return," Burin stated without wavering in the slightest. "Why not?" Karun lifted his gaze emotionlessly, his lack of surprise revealing that he had somewhat expected that answer. "Because the Central Martial Palace isn't the palace I belong to," Burin responded without averting his gaze. "Yes, I don't belong to this place." His past self would have accepted his father's suggestion without the slightest contemplation. After all, becoming a squad leader in the Central Martial Palace and learning its martial art from his father was his goal and his dream. However, he was different from his past self. The Light Wind Division had become his real family instead of simple companions after overcoming countless life and death situations with them. His home and the place where he would continue to live wasn't the Central Martial Palace but the 5th Training Ground, the Light Wind Division's domain. "I am Burin Sieghart, the 3rd team leader of the Light Wind Division." Burin placed his hand on the sword hanging around his waist. He stated his affiliation with a determined look in his eyes. "What if I suggested that I would teach you an extremely advanced martial art? My decision remains unchanged." He nodded and looked in the direction of the 5th Training Ground. The Light Wind Division leader just started seclusion training in order to create a martial art for the Light Wind Division. "Even if his martial art ends up being worse than your extremely advanced martial art, it would still be the best one for me." The feelings he had for Rayon weren't ones aimed towards a superior or a friend. He was his lord, his brother. Since Burin was prepared to even offer his life for his sake, giving up on the martial art wasn't even a big deal. He is creating a martial art for the Light Wind Division. Karun nodded while following Burin's gaze. He does indeed have the ability to do so. He has a natural gift. He is better than anyone that I've seen so far. That's why. His gaze cooled, turning a frosty color. You'll only end up as a sidekick for him. What? Rayon Zeeghart is an enormous light. He absorbs people's attention and devours fame wherever he goes. You will be gradually devoured that light, and will end up as a pitch-dark shadow, unable to discern your own color. Karun twisted his lips into a sneer. Are you really satisfied with that? I just asked you if you are satisfied with living as a shadow in the service of another, despite being born as a part of Zeeghart's direct line. His voice glimmered sharply like a blade. How many people do you think know about the third team leader's name despite the Light Wind Division's fame? The Blade of Tempest. It's just a pointless title. Buran gritted his back teeth. Karun was gnawing at the piece of Buran that was bound to feel a sense of inferiority. But it will be different if you join the Central Martial Palace. A strange heat blazed from Karun's eyes. Although you still won't be able to surpass Rayon Zeeghart, you can avoid becoming his shadow at least. I'll make it so you can become the Central Martial Palace Master in the future, to live as the protagonist of your life. He extended his hand, showing that he was serious about it. Take my hand. This is the last chance that I will give you. Karun confidently lifted his right hand and didn't move any further. Father. Buran looked into Karun's eyes instead of his hand that was right in front of him. You must be having a hard time recently to even desire the son that you abandoned at one point. Buran curled his lips into a smile. Indeed, Karun showed the depth of his immense composure, calmly nodding his head at the mockery. I still haven't given up on becoming the head of house. His voice wasn't wavering in the slightest. It showed his firm belief in the situation. I need competent people to revive the Central Martial Palace. You should be able to do that job. I looked up to you, Father. Buran looked outside the window with an unrelated response to Karun's suggestion. Whenever you complimented me, I was so excited that I couldn't even fall asleep. I practically lived in the training ground so that I could keep being praised by you. Being recognized by you and inheriting your position was the only dream I ever had, and it just came true. His lips curved into a faint smile as he reminisced about the dream of his childhood, nurtured while watching Karun's back. Then, but that dream, that goal I had in the past, is already buried in the ground. It wasn't my doing. You threw it away yourself, Father. Buran continued, looking into Karun's slightly wavering eyes. I'm not rejecting the offer out of petty resentment for being abandoned. It's simply that the 5th training ground holds more value to me right now than the Central Martial Palace. The same goes for Rayon and the Light Wind Division. They mean more to me than my father and siblings. Buran kept speaking with that unwavering tone. You said you would allow me to become the master of Central Martial Palace. Yes, I will become the master. I'll take over the Central Martial Palace, but it won't be out of my own greed. It will be for the sake of Rayon and the Light Wind Division. He clenched his right fist and pounded on the left side of his chest. I've resolved to offer my heart to the Light Wind Division leader. If the division leader wishes to become the head of house, I'll carve the path for him, and if he wishes to leave the house, I'll destroy the gate for him. If you decide to get on his way, Father, I'll wield my sword and be your opponent. Buran declared the resolution he'd made when his life was saved by Rayon and hit his chest once again. I'll live proudly as the 3rd team leader of the Light Wind Division and the Light Wind Division leader's shadow. He lowered his head, stating his refusal without the smallest hesitation. Karun remained silent. He simply looked at his son with an unflinching stare. If that's all, I'll be taking my leave. There's a part that you were wrong about. Karun lowered his hand just as Buran was about to leave the room. What? The martial art that Rayon Zeeghart is going to create won't be any worse than the extremely advanced martial art that I was planning to teach you. He is that kind of person, after all. Karun's statement was completely unexpected to Buran. He was honestly surprised, even more than when he was asked to return. Do your best in your training. Karun shifted his gaze to outside the window as if he weren't interested in him anymore. I'll be taking my leave. Buran watched Karun's back for a moment before he lowered his head and left the room. He felt like he saw the back of his esteemed father in his childhood for a split second. It can't be. Buran shook his head to remove the impossible thought from his mind. House Robert. Head of house's office. A blunt knock could be heard as Darius Robert was looking at the window, where the evening glow was crumbling. Enter, he responded gently, implying that he knew who was outside the door. Wham! The door opened violently, and Darius's youngest son, Lefon Robert, made his entrance. Father, did you hear about it? The entire continent is making a huge fuss. Lefon was completely excited as he ran towards Darius. You are as energetic as always, running around as soon as you return from a mission. Darius smiled while patting Lefon's head. Yes, so what's the mess that has brought you to me right after a mission? It's about Sir Rayon, of course. He conquered the sword in Saber Sovereign's grave and founded the Blade's Rest. There are rumors that even the Archmage of the Eternal Flame and the Silent Sword Sovereign have acknowledged the region. Lefon clenched his fist, his face red from excitement. He is a true hero. Everyone is calling his name right now. Tusk Tusk. Darius clicked his tongue with a smile that wasn't showing the smallest sign of displeasure. You are so slow with the news despite claiming to be the Light Wind Division leader's fan. Your father learned about it a long time ago. It couldn't be helped. I've been on a mission for over 2 months. I only managed to hear about it at the pub in front of our house. So you're telling me that you went to the pub in front of the house instead of returning right after your mission. Huff. Lef uncovered his mouth, his eyes widening like a puppy's. This is no good. I need to tell the immortal sword squad leader about this. Father, I mean Dad, please don't. He put his hands together, begging for forgiveness. Darius smiled faintly and stroked Lefon's hair. So how was the mission? It was easy. Would you like to hear about it right now? Since it's time for dinner soon, I want to hear about it with your mother. He smiled while shaking his head. Ah, that sounds good. Lefon left the office, saying that he would take a shower real quick. Darius continued to smile even after Lefon was gone. The passing servants in the corridor smiled at him while watching them. Darius's smile became cold only after Kubara entered the office afterward and closed the door. Kubara felt a chill run down her spine as she observed the cold smile Darius was making. This isn't just a matter of being calm. Darius's expression didn't stiffen at all even though Lefon was praising, and looked up to Rayon, who was pretty much his archenemy. He praised him instead with a gentle smile on his face. Kubara thought that he was the only monster in the world who could control his emotions to such an extent. Rumors about Rayon Sieghart must have spread all around the continent. Darius tilted his chin while sitting on the desk. The incident was the center of many people's attention, after all. Kubara's face froze as she explained that the story of the sword and saber sovereign and the blade's rest had spread all around the continent. It's truly regrettable that I couldn't bury his blade into the blade's rest. Darius twisted his lips. His smile looked similar to the one he'd made towards Lefon, but it was filled with a frightening coldness instead of warmth. Did he return to Sieghart? Yes, but he apparently started another issue there. Sieghart's vice head of the elders, Killuane. Kubara told him about how Rayon defeated Killuane and turned him into a slave as if she were in Sieghart during the incident. Sylvia Sieghart's revival Darius narrowed his eyes, focusing on Sylvia's name instead of Rayon. She was supposedly the most talented among Glenn's children, wasn't she? Yes, she has a gentle personality, but there are rumors that she has an outstanding talent. And Kubara lowered her voice, almost as if she were whispering. There's a rumor about her artificial energy center being made of the mad dragon Kaibar's heart. An artificial energy center made of a dragon heart. Darius licked his lips as if he wanted it for himself. We should get it if we have a chance. Even an energy center made of dragon heart wouldn't be able to make up for the losses, but still. He violently bit his lip, being reminded of Rayon's face once again. Yes, those were tremendous losses. A war was supposed to break out, engulfing the entire continent in flames. Kubara's shoulders trembled, feeling the frightening pressure tightening around her throat. However, crimson flame started to blaze from Darius's eyes. The flame of war isn't completely extinguished. He curled his lips into a smile, looking at the peaceful domain of Robert. Because the 6 kings and the 5 demons are soon going to be the 5 kings and the 5 demons. 2 swords crossed, and one of them vanished. The sword that managed to survive also ended up disappearing, unable to defeat the newly born blade. Countless martial arts were repeatedly being born just to disappear in the mental world. Even Rayon himself couldn't tell how many he'd created or how many of them had disappeared. However, he'd managed to lay a nice foundation for the Light Wind Division's martial arts by creating and removing countless martial arts at least. Wind. It wasn't any ordinary wind. It was a wind of sensation, capable of incorporating into any martial art. It was a lifelike wind that added speed and sharpness during attacks and filled a wall during defenses. That was the martial art he was envisioning for the Light Wind Division. Once the sturdy pillar was found, dozens of bolts of lightning struck his brain. The 8 rings of fire filling the core of his mental world started to rotate like crazy. His upper energy center opened up, gathering the pieces of a martial arts puzzle and scattered all around. The countless pieces of martial arts floated on their own and started to assemble in his mind. The twisted parts straightened and the broken pieces were adorned with a harmonious grace. The moment the final piece was assembled, the picture of the new martial art started to surface. It was a majestic wind and light. The blue wind, capable of covering the entire world, quietly spread around to engulf his body. The pieces of light and wind fluttered brilliantly to settle inside his energy center, and Garanua, which hadn't perfectly found its place yet, started to build its own domain. Klong. Rayon opened his eyes, feeling the huge resonance erupting in his mind. The mental world was gone before he knew it, and he could see the comfortable cultivation room. Rayon exhaled roughly and rubbed his stomach. It wasn't a dream after all. The root of the new martial art he created was engraved in his body and soul, Hey, you bastard. You said you'd spread jam onto Nadine bread. Who even taught you to make people starve for a whole week? You deserve to die. Wrath started to yell at him, but suddenly widened his eyes. What? Is this really the new martial art you created? Yes. Blue wind welled up from the tip of Rayon's index finger. This is pretty good. Wrath blinked, saying that the martial art that he'd created was unexpectedly decent. I didn't expect you to compliment me. The King of Essence speaks honestly about what is good. Yes, that's true. So what's the name of that martial art? The name, Rayon thought about it for a moment, then nodded his head. Light Wind Style. No name can be better than this, since it was created for the Light Wind Division. Regardless of the Light Wind Division, seemed to be the most suitable name since it used both light and wind. What a shitty name. You have no talent at naming. Wrath started to laugh at him, but... You've created an advanced martial art, Light Wind Style. You were acknowledged by Wrath. You've acquired. Garun. All stats. It wasn't simply announcing the creation of the martial art. The messages told him that Wrath's acknowledgement had turned the advanced martial art into an extremely advanced martial art. Wrath's jaw dropped as he looked at the messages. Damn it, the King of Essence was just saying that it was decent. He wasn't acknowledging it at all. He frantically shook his limbs, telling the system to please listen to him, while Rayon smiled brightly while patting Wrath's head. Long time no see, the doormat, the giving Wrath. You just said doormat, didn't you? You bastard. The King of Essence is the monarch of wrath and devildoms. Yes, keep going, doormat. He isn't a doormat. Wrath's eyes started to become moist. You damned angel. Rayon ignored Wrath's sulking and carefully examined the messages in front of him. You created an advanced martial art, Light Wind Style. You were acknowledged by Wrath. Young Founder's effect and Wrath's acknowledgement. You've acquired. Garanua, all stats have increased by 25. A slight change occurred in the Light Wind Style's flow where it was engraved in his mana circuits. The wind stirred to life, enveloping his body softly like a sentient being. It then erupted into a fierce storm, raging through the cultivation room before disappearing. He was still unsure what exactly had changed, but Rayon could at least tell that the Light Wind Style's martial principles had ascended to the next level. The effect of the increased stats followed afterward. His muscles and bones hardened even further, and his senses were sharpened as if his skin were expanding. Considering the fact that he was being showered with rewards as soon as he named it the Light Wind Style, he felt like he'd chosen a good name for it. Rayon narrowed his eyes while examining the part where the Light Wind Style had become an extremely advanced martial art. Wrath, why are you calling him? You should just live in heaven. Wrath's intention could be different, but his words only sounded like a compliment to Rayon. He smiled awkwardly and pointed at the message. What does it mean that the advanced martial art has ascended into an extremely advanced martial art, HMPH? The martial art called the Light Wind Style you created was somewhere between an advanced and extremely advanced martial art to begin with. That's why the King of Essence said it was rather decent. However, the last piece was slightly wrong because of your shitty skills. Wrath shook his head while tilting his round finger slightly. The last piece moved independently and straightened itself to how it should be because of the King of Essence's great compliment. He raised his chin sharply, telling him to be thankful. The last piece, Rayon activated the Light Wind Style, and the wind automatically welled up from him, surrounding his hand the moment he thought about it. Is this? Rayon swallowed nervously while watching the wind surge like a shield to protect the back of his hand. Automatically linked to the senses, suitability with the Light Wind Swordsman was the most important aspect that he'd considered while creating the Light Wind Style. He wanted to create a martial art that could assist even if they learned other martial arts and improved themselves even further. A link to the senses allowing an easier utilization must have been an extension of his goal. The Light Wind Style. Garanua's effect. A sharp wind rages during attack and a sturdy wind blows during defense. Moreover, all of that is automatic. That martial art is such bullshit. Wrath furrowed his brow, shouting in displeasure. It was pretty much the best compliment he could give. Yes, it deserves to be called an extremely advanced martial art. Rayon had been thinking that it would be difficult to create an intuitional martial art with just the fangs of insanity, but the system had filled in the shortcomings. It really was a stroke of fortune. Rayon smiled at the message sent by the system. You should thank the King of Essence instead of that shit. As Wrath shook his hand and jolted into the air, the previous messages disappeared, replaced by a new set of messages. The title. Young Founder transitions into Founder. All stats have increased by 5. The trait. Focus has increased in rank. The trait. Iron Will has increased in rank. Stop giving him things. His stomach is about to burst. Wrath screamed, yelling and asking why the system was being so generous even though it wasn't even its possessions to give away. Rayon smiled while specifically looking at the trait. Focus amongst the messages, I think. Focus is the best trait among them all. The reason he often entered a trance and the advanced realm was because focus had a high rank. He'd thought that it wasn't a big deal at first, but he realized that it was as precious as the Ring of Fire. You're helping me in so many ways. He still would have gotten stronger without Wrath because he had the memories of his previous life and the Ring of Fire. What are you doing right now? Wrath leaped backward, jolting in surprise. He turned his head briskly and started to lick his back with his tongue like a cat. Why are you suddenly doing this? I was just thanking you. Cancel it. Cancel it right now. What kind of curse did you just cast on the King of Essence? It wasn't a curse. I'm serious. Shut up, there's no way someone like you would ever thank anyone. Rayon couldn't find anything to tell him because of how strongly he reacted to his sincere expression of gratitude. Who do you even take me for? Rayon laughed bitterly, watching Wrath growl at him. An angel, a celestial god. Wait, I'm telling you, those are compliments. After Rayon left the cultivation room, he immediately summoned everyone in the Light Wind Division. Burin, Martha, and Runnan were standing below the platform along with the other swordsmen, and Mark got and straightened his back on the platform. Rimmer arrived later than the others, sprawled across his usual spot on the right side of the platform, and let out a long yawn. Rayon examined their faces one after the other, before heading above the platform. Everyone should be aware of why I went into the cultivation room. The Light Wind Division nodded their heads, showing that they were obviously aware. I was trying to create a martial art for the Light Wind Division. I fortunately managed to achieve the goal. Rayon smiled faintly, watching the Light Wind Division's eyes sparkle in anticipation. Our division leader is seriously insane. Martha laughed bitterly in bewilderment. How did he make a martial art in a single week? I know, right? I also thought it would take at least a month. Burin was smiling in excitement despite saying that he could hardly believe it. The light radiating from his eyes was even fiercer than the other swordsmen. I knew it. I didn't make the wrong choice. Runnan tilted her head, wondering what he was talking about. Never mind. Burin shook his hand, saying that it wasn't a big deal. What's the name of the new martial art you created? Crane asked, energetically raising his hand. Light wind style. Light wind again. I guess God didn't give you everything. Your naming sense is so bad, unlike the rest of you. He giggled, asking if light wind was the only word Rayon knew. You're right. Rayon nodded while twisting his lips into a smile. Well said, Crane. What? Crane widened his eyes, wondering what he was talking about. Since it's difficult to guess what kind of martial art it is just from hearing the name, it'd be better to demonstrate it. Rayon bobbed his finger upwards as he spoke. Always Crane, come forward. Crane looked around, his chin trembling in fear, but no one met his eyes. The adults were right after all. The less you talk, the better it is. Dorian took out a mask from his belly pocket and covered his mouth. Crane went onto the platform while biting his lip. His steps were even weaker than a zombie's. Don't worry about it so much. Rayon casually shook his hand while looking at Crane. I won't use flames nor frost. Really? Yes. Crane unsheathed his sword while biting his lip, thinking that it wouldn't be too bad for him if Rayon wasn't going to use the auras of flame or frost. I've improved quite a bit. Don't regret it later. He kicked the ground while letting out a shout of concentration. Kring. Rayon didn't defend himself or control his aura in the face of the Crane's strike rapidly rushing towards him. He simply lifted his left hand. Wind gushed from the back of his hand as soon as it noticed that the approaching strike was dangerous. The wind shield rose with a blue radiance, exhaling a heavy breath. Wham! Crane's strike disappeared in vain, unable to break through the wind gushing out from the back of the hand. Rayon lifted his left hand like a blade after the successful defense. The shield of wind condensed at his fingertips, coalescing into the form of a blunt club. Whack. Crane was hit on his abdomen before he could even defend himself and fell under the platform. Kiwi, he screamed, clutching his stomach. It hurt so damn much. And what was that wind just now? Crane writhed in pain, stuck between pain and curiosity. His expression suggested that he wasn't sure what hit him even after experiencing it himself. Why did the wind and light suddenly appear when your aura didn't move? I did use my aura. Rayon shook his head while looking at Crane. I activated the light wind style even before your arrival. But I didn't feel anything. Burin swallowed nervously and walked up to the platform. He seemed especially surprised because his attribute was wind, just like the light wind style. The light wind style is a bit different from the martial arts we've learned so far. Rayon unleashed the wind from his finger. It's more like a reaction than a martial art. Reaction? Explain in more detail, sir. Martha pounded her chest in frustration. In short, the light wind style is an auxiliary martial art. It supports your swordsmanship by making it even more powerful, faster, and sturdier. However, you don't need to be conscious about it. As soon as Rayon finished speaking, the wind blazing from his finger became a huge whirlwind soaring towards the sky. You just need to activate the light wind style. You don't need to pay attention to it any further. The wind will naturally assist your movement. Is that even possible? Mark Goten gasped with trembling eyes. It was apparently shocking to him despite how many martial arts he had experienced before. It might be difficult to believe, but it's true. I've used the super sense of the fangs of insanity. Of course, I got lucky as well. Wait a moment. Rimmer narrowed his eyes while lifting his body. There are many martial arts that use the wind to assist the warrior. However, I've never heard of one that activates automatically, even among the advanced martial arts. Could it be that the light wind style is? Yes, it's an extremely advanced martial art. Rayon nodded casually. The entire fifth training ground fell silent upon hearing that it was an extremely advanced martial art. An extremely advanced martial art. Is our division leader seriously crazy or what? Burin and Martha dropped their jaws in disbelief. Extremely advanced, even Run-On was surprised, the blankness in her eyes dissipating. Is he saying that the second martial art he's ever created is an extremely advanced one? Is that even possible? The Light Wind Division returned to their senses and kept murmuring that they couldn't believe it. I'm repeating myself, but I got lucky. I won't get another one like this even if I try it again. Rayon shook his hand, saying that he really did get lucky, because it wasn't made solely with my own abilities. Light Wind Style. Light Wind Style could become what it was. He blinked at Wrath once again. You lucky bastard, how could you curse the King of Essence again? Wrath started to chant some strange spell, saying that he was going to overcome the Celestial's curse. Rayon couldn't be bothered anymore and just left him alone. You can't create an extremely advanced martial art with sheer luck. Rimmer laughed bitterly while shaking his head. Whenever I think I've seen your limit, you show me the next step. I can't even assume anymore how far you'll go. He blinked with a frightened expression, fully aware of how valuable an extremely advanced martial art was, given the height of his realm. I didn't manage it on my own. Rayon calmly closed his eyes before opening them again. The sword and saber, sovereign's martial arts, and the books of martial arts bestowed by the head of house were helpful. And he looked at Rimmer with a faint smile on his face. You contributed the most, Vice Division Leader. Me, Garanua, and providing the ideas that I managed to lay the foundations for the Light Wind Style. I see. Rimmer's lips trembled faintly before he smiled as if it weren't a big deal. Good job. He was about to leave after waving his finger, but Rayon grabbed his shoulder. Where are you going? I'm heading to the gambling house. It's over here. Rimmer swallowed nervously, seeing Rayon's eyes suddenly fill with coldness. We still have some time. Rayon smiled while looking at the setting sun. Let's train. What training are you talking about? This is usually the moment where we part ways in style. Rimmer yelled, asking if he'd ever read any heroic story. I don't know about heroic tales, but there's no exception in the Light Wind Division from now on. Rayon's lips twisted fiercely. We're having a training camp with everyone until you manage to activate the Light Wind Style. Everyone in the Light Wind Division turned pale upon hearing his declaration. TR training camp with everyone. If the camp is going to continue until we learn an extremely advanced martial art, it's not going to be over even 2 years from now, is it? We might end up dying from old age here. Why, yes, this is the kind of person he is. I forgot because we were in such a good mood. You damned elf, why did you give him the martial art that started this problem? Why did you give him ideas? The Light Wind Division suddenly started to attack Rimmer while yelling at him. Rimmer got beaten up by his disciples with teary eyes. I couldn't have expected that crazy bastard to create an extremely advanced martial art either. North Grave Mountain. Tiger Rock. Hoo-hoo-hoo, Roan laughed gently, gazing down towards the fifth training ground. I was looking forward to him creating a decent martial art, but I never expected it to be an extremely advanced martial art. He gave a big nod of approval, admiring his achievement from the bottom of his heart. The fact that it's extremely advanced isn't even the issue. Cheryl blinked rapidly while gasping. The way the martial art activates is too original. It feels like an improved version of the semi-automatic shield used by the high-ranked magicians. How did he even? She licked her lips, saying that she couldn't even understand how he came up with the idea to create such a martial art. It would make a huge difference both in defense and offense if they managed to properly learn it, Cheryl said, adding that she was looking forward to the Light Wind Division's growth with sparkling eyes. Glenn's shoulders trembled, his upper body subtly hunched as he observed the fifth training ground. As expected, he is happy about it. Of course, he must be extremely happy because his grandson managed to create an extremely advanced martial art. Cheryl and Roan smiled at each other, thinking that they could tell what kind of face Glenn was making even without looking at it. My lord, how about summoning Rayon at some point to compliment him? Indeed, he fully deserves it since he managed to create an extremely advanced martial art. They suggested a new plan in order to shorten the distance between Rayon and Glenn. Damn it. However, Glenn's eyes were furiously leaking his wrath, unlike their expectations. My lord, Cheryl and Roan widened their eyes at Glenn's unexpected reaction. What's the matter? Oh no, is there an issue with Rayon's martial art? A sense of urgency surfaced in their expressions because learning a flawed martial art could ruin the energy center and mana circuits. That's not it. Glenn shook his head while biting his lip. His martial art has to be acknowledged. It's not lacking in the slightest, and it's clearly in the extremely advanced realm. He acknowledged that the light wind style was an amazing martial art. Then why? It's because I lost. Glenn clenched his fist hard enough to make a cracking sound. Lost. Rayon said it just now. That damned elf was the one who contributed the most. Bewilderment welled up in Cheryl and Roan's eyes as they heard his reason. Glenn bit his lip while looking at Rayon. He is praiseworthy. He is far too praiseworthy. Even for a transcender, creating an extremely advanced martial art wasn't an easy task. Even Glenn in his current state couldn't guarantee that he could make it, yet Rayon had managed to create the extremely advanced martial art in a single week. He was bound to be happy after all. That implied that Rayon was born with another unique talent, different from the utilization of martial arts. However, something else was making him infuriated, even more than the joy he felt. It's the fact that Rimmer was the most helpful. Glenn had been expecting that situation ever since Rayon had received Garanua from Rimmer. He had a strong urge to return to Rayon to give him a better martial art, but such a martial art was rare, to begin with, and there was no guarantee that it would be suitable for Rayon. The biggest issue was that there was no excuse he could use to reward him. He had a bad feeling about it, and it ended up happening. The fact that his name wasn't mentioned by Rayon at the end made him so frustrated that his hands trembled violently. My lord, don't mind it. Yes, he still called your name. Cheryl and Roan remained dumbfounded, but they still shook their heads in an attempt to reassure Glenn. The world doesn't remember those who take second place. Only first place matters. Glenn violently ground his teeth while looking at Rimmer instead of Rayon. I definitely won't lose next time. Cheryl and Roan stared at him coldly. You've memorized it, right? Rayon inclined his head after telling the Light Wind Division the Light Wind Styles precept. What, How am I supposed to memorize all that after hearing it once? It's way too long to memorize it once. The Light Wind swordsmen were murmuring the precept to themselves and frantically shook their heads, claiming that it was impossible to memorize it all at once. So this is an extremely advanced martial art. I feel like my head is about to explode just from the precept. Crane kept repeating the first part of the precept while rubbing his temple. It's easy though. Dorian licked his lips, saying that the precept wasn't that long. Did you already finish memorizing it? Of course I did. He nodded casually, unlike his usual behavior. Memorization is the most important skill for a quartermaster. This much is easy. Dorian smiled, saying that practicing keeping track of items inside his belly pocket naturally improved his memory. How could I be struggling when even stupid Dorian memorized right away? This hurts my pride even more than when I lose in a spar. I'm going to memorize it no matter what, at all costs. Their hands trembled in frustration upon hearing that Dorian had easily managed to memorize the precept. I'll help the team members since I've finished memorizing it. Me too. Well, I guess I should since they can't even get started if they can't memorize the precept. You idiots, come over here right now. Buran, Runan, and Martha also memorized the precept at once and helped their team members memorize it. Rayon smiled faintly, watching the swordsmen separate into 3 groups to learn the precept. What a nice sight. Rayon felt strangely satisfied from seeing Buran and Martha volunteering to help their team members. After all, there was a time when they didn't care about others as long as they learned things. Rayon watched the Light Wind Division in satisfaction for a while before he turned around. Mark Goten and Rimmer were talking about the precept, sitting face to face. Is Mark Goten not too good at memorizing things? Rayon approached them while thinking that it was understandable because having a high level in martial arts didn't necessarily imply having a great memory. Did you manage to memorize until the part about the path of the wind? I'm a bit confused. Rimmer smiled awkwardly as he scratched his head. Rayon's jaw dropped upon witnessing that scene. It was that elf who forgot. He'd thought that it would obviously be Mark Goten who had difficulties with the memorization, but Rimmer was the issue instead. Moreover, the path of the wind appeared at the very beginning. That implied that Rimmer wasn't focused from the start. Is it because I'm getting old? Whatever comes to my head just keeps escaping. Rimmer giggled while touching his skin, which was as smooth as that of the Light Wind swordsmen who were in their early 20s. Mark Goten also seemed bewildered, his gaze brimming with confusion. Division leader, can you go easy on me? It's pretty hard for me because my focus has been declining nowadays. I'll memorize it at home by next time. Wait a moment. Rayon went next to Rimmer and opened his hand. He unleashed flames in his hand and created the shape of a card. Why are you showing me a card? Rimmer blinked, wondering what Rayon was doing. Do you recognize this? Rayon showed him 4 cards with the number 4. It's 4 of a kind. Rimmer shouted the name of the poker hand in less than 0.1 seconds. Then what about this one? Rayon narrowed his eyes slightly and showed another combination of cards. Flush, 3 of a kind, high card, full house, royal straight flush. It didn't even take 0.1 seconds. He shouted the answer before the cards even took shape. His brain functions must have been fully focused on gambling. How was that? This is the skill of a professional gambler. Rimmer proudly pounded his chest. Your focus is amazing. Rayon snorted, clenching his hand to extinguish the flame. What was that shit about getting old again? You're not going home today unless you manage to memorize it all. Rayon shook his hand, telling him to memorize it no matter what. Why, you demonic division leader. Rimmer ground his teeth, frustrated by the deception. How dare you, shitty ears. Wrath ground his teeth even more violently than Rimmer and raised his head sharply. No one in Devildom is like him. Call him a celestial instead. He glared at him, saying that he shouldn't be compared to demons. Rimmer managed to memorize the precept as soon as he heard it again, showing that the decreased focus was just an excuse. He was seriously difficult to understand. Rayon went onto the platform again and gazed down upon the light wind division. Since you finished memorizing the precept, it's time to try it out now. He nodded while meeting their eyes. Activate the light wind style now, division leader. Burin raised his hand and stepped forward. I believe we should start the practice tomorrow since it's getting late now. They aren't going to last because we haven't skipped today's training. He shook his head, saying that the light wind division was losing their focus because they'd been guarding him and training all day long. I agree. I'd love to learn it right now, but I believe it'd be better to start it tomorrow since it's an extremely advanced martial art. Even Martha nodded in agreement with Burin. I'm fine with it, though. Unexpectedly, Run-On blinked while saying that she wanted to start it right away. It should be easier to learn the light wind style when you are exhausted rather than when you are fully prepared. Rayon smiled faintly and shook his finger. Get ready. Ha, so stubborn. Rayon could hear Rimmer's voice from behind him, but he ignored him. It can't be helped. I know it will be difficult, but I'm looking forward to it at the same time. Yeah, it's an extremely advanced martial art after all. The light wind swordsmen sat on the training ground, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. They closed their eyes at the same time and started to chant the light wind styles precept in harmony. Whoosh, probably because it was a martial art of wind that was based on. Garanua, a quiet wind surrounded the light wind division. A long time passed, and the swordsmen opened their eyes at the same time, having finished the process of activation for the light wind style. It didn't work as expected. Yeah, it's too hard. I'm not even getting a grasp. I can hardly feel the wind because I don't understand the meaning behind the precept. The light wind division shook their heads, saying that it wasn't easy at all, just like they had expected. It's difficult, but don't you feel like you've experienced this flow before? Run-On and Martha nodded while looking at each other. Of course you've experienced it before. Burin swallowed nervously while looking at Rayon, because this flow is the same as the large light wind formation, L light wind formation. Now that you mention it, it's similar to it. No, it's practically the same. The light wind swordsmen also noticed that the light wind style and the light wind formation had the same color and dropped their jaws. Correct. The light wind style follows the same flow as the light wind formation. Rayon smiled faintly while meeting Burin's eyes. Try to execute the light wind style while the light wind formation is active this time. He continued while drawing the light wind formation's shape with his finger. You should experience a different feeling from earlier. Burin followed Rayon's order and executed the light wind style while the light wind formation was active. The wind created by the large light wind formation followed the light wind style's precept and was sucked into his body through the pores on his skin. The phenomenon wasn't only happening to him. The same thing was happening to everyone maintaining the light wind formation together, as if it were resonating with each of them. Whoosh, the pure wind of energy entering through their skins spread throughout the mana circuits all around their bodies, guided by the light wind style's precept. As he kept chanting the precept, more energy was absorbed into his body. He felt that the wind that was already close to him had become even more familiar. Once he started to understand the wind itself, the light wind style's precept, which once felt so difficult, unraveled like a tangled thread, naturally embedding itself into his mind. Burin bit his lip, feeling the intense change occurring in his energy center, mana circuits, and brain. Is this really working right now? Just from controlling the energy while the light wind formation was active, he understood the precept and managed to absorb even more energy. He felt like he was in a dream even though he was experiencing it firsthand. Were the powerful dash of the wind engraved the light wind styles flow into his body. The wave of wind flowed throughout his body from his mana circuits, muscles, brain, and even his energy center. The wind that was advancing like a storm settled into the light wind styles traces created by itself, emitting a radiant blue light. Wham! The moment he finished chanting the light wind styles precept, a powerful lightning struck in his mind. A new wind, different from the barren wind he had before, started to well up all around his body. He could feel that the same blue wind that Rayon had demonstrated before was blooming inside him. Is this the light wind style? Though light wind styles wind was quietly encircling around him, a super sense. It was blocking the noise and movement around him, preventing anything from disturbing his training. He's seriously a monster. Burin was doubtful about it when Rayon had explained the light wind style to them. Even if super sense was attainable, he thought that Rayon might be the only one who could achieve it. However, he realized after using it himself that Rayon wasn't the only one. The martial art itself contained the super sense. It was so absurd that he couldn't even laugh. Burin gasped and opened his eyes. He could see that the red sun was rising. The wind encircling around him to protect him quietly disappeared under the sunlight. Wow. It wasn't a dream. The other swordsmen forming the light wind formation with him were blinking their eyes, implying that they had woken up at the same time as him. You all finally woke up. Rayon raised his hand with a cheerful smile, sitting on the platform. How does it feel to wake up after a week? A week. Burin's eyes widened upon hearing that a whole week had passed. Did you just say a week? Since the sun has risen, it's been slightly more than a week. Rayon nodded while pointing at the rising sun. What? It was completely unexpected that a whole week had passed since it only felt like a few hours or even a few minutes had passed. Does that mean that I've been in a trance? He could guess that he'd been in a trance considering the fact that he hadn't felt the flow of time. How long has it been since my last trance? Wait a moment. Burin's eyes widened as he looked around. Have all of us been in a trance? Rayon had declared that 1 week had passed while looking at everyone. That implied that everyone around him had been in a trance at the same time. What did you do? Martha's lips trembled in fear. She even forgot her respectful speech. I told you, this martial art was created for you to begin with. Rayon smiled while watching the light wind division, who were still maintaining the formation. You've practiced the light wind formation for almost 10 years now, and the light wind style deeply incorporates its flow. It's only natural that it's easy for you to learn. Of course, I didn't expect that you would all enter a trance at the same time either. He nodded, saying that the coordination that they'd been practicing all along must have resulted in a strange coincidence. Even then, I've never heard about so many people entering a trance and coming out of it at the same time. Same goes for me. What the hell? Strange coincidence. Wasn't it bound to happen at this point? I'm getting scared. The light wind division was happy about the occasion, but their chins were trembling in surprise at the same time. Whatever, let's test it out for now. Rayon lifted his finger, telling them to try activating the light wind style. Start with the defense. Understood. Burin swallowed nervously and nodded. He activated the light wind style, and the wind surged from the trace of storm engraved in his mana circuits and energy center. He thought about defending himself, and a glowing blue shield emerged from the back of his hand. It was the wall of wind that Rayon had demonstrated before. Under the light wind formation's effect, the blue wind created a huge shield surrounding the entire light wind division. Try attacking now. As soon as he heard Rayon's voice, the wind on the back of his hand became a sharp blade and advanced before he even thought about it. The light wind formation's flow had also changed rapidly, turning into a powerful storm of blades. Rumble. Burin bit his lip, watching the blades of wind hanging over his hand. This is insane. He just needed to think about it. Or rather, his reaction was enough for the wind to change shape into the most appropriate form for the situation. It wasn't lacking at all clearly in extremely advanced martial art. He clenched his fist tightly while watching Rayon's smile, which seemed to be praising them. I resolved myself to follow you no matter what path you decide to take. I thought I wouldn't regret it, even if your martial art ended up being far inferior to my father's, or if your path turned out to be more arduous than death itself. However, my decision to follow you. Burin nodded, a dark blue wind blowing from his eyes. It must have been the best decision I've ever made in my life. Rimmer gasped while watching the wind emerging from the back of his hand. Trance, he couldn't even remember when the last time he'd gone into a trance was. He had believed that stepping into that realm would forever remain beyond his reach, but Rayon's enigmatic ability had granted him the chance to relive that dreamlike moment once more. So this is the Light wind style. Did he plan all this, or was it just a coincidence? Have you ever seen our division leader do things without a plan? It was obviously planned. Is our division leader really a monster? The Light Wind Division was more shocked about Rayon than the fact that they'd managed to learn the light wind style. Well, I'm no different. The exhilaration of the trance was exquisite. Since it was such an ecstatic moment of happiness, Rimmer was becoming afraid of Rayon for creating it at that point. I never expected to learn an extremely advanced martial art so quickly. I didn't either. I thought we'd only manage next year at the fastest. Wait a moment, didn't the division leader say that it took a week? Yes, it took a week, which means... Has he been guarding us all along on his own? The Light Wind Division dropped their jaws once again upon realizing that Rayon had been guarding them alone for a whole week. I've decided to follow our division leader for the rest of my life. The rest of your life? Are you crazy? We should follow him even after our deaths. I'm going to follow him even after I reincarnate. The swordsman smiled, saying that they were never going to leave the Light Wind Division. Burin's fist was tightly clenched, thinking the same thing as them. Rimmer could see that the worries in his recent expressions were all gone. He's seriously a monster. Martha was smiling brightly despite voicing her disbelief. She seemed to be extremely happy about learning a new martial art. Oh, Run-On was adding frost to the wind, spreading it into the sky. An out-of-season snowfall gently fluttered down onto the 5th training ground. Rimmer smiled faintly as he watched the Light Wind Division express their reverence for Rayon as Rayon gazed at them with warmth in his eyes. They've become a real division and division leader. Rayon had ordered the Light Wind Division to rest, but they didn't leave the training ground, claiming that they wanted to try out the light wind style. I was still doubtful, but it really worked, even though the light wind style followed the light wind formation's flow. It was still unexpected that everyone would enter a trance. It was truly a miracle. I feel full just from watching them. The King of Essence is starving to death. Wrath lifted his scrawny hand. But we've been eating all along. It was just Nadine bread. Please stop now and have a proper meal. You said you'd have something tasty after they woke up. He cried, asking for food with his tail drooping in depression. Yeah, let's go. Rayon nodded at Wrath, who was faltering. Light wind style managed to become an extremely advanced martial art. Rayon decided to feed him whatever he wanted for a while. I'm taking my leave now, so don't train too hard. Take a break. Division leader Marcia raised her hand just as Rayon was about to go down from the platform after waving his hand at them. I have a question. What is it? Did you already have this result in mind when you were making the light wind formation? Of course not. Rayon calmly shook his head. The vice division leader and I created the light wind formation together. I was still inexperienced back then, so the vice division leader contributed more than me. All I did was to use the power of the formation, trying to protect the swordsman until the very end. Rayon looked at Rimmer while responding to her question. Impossible. Did that elf really have such an intention? No way, it can't be. Maybe he won some money the day he made it. The Light Wind Division shook their heads in distrust. Rimmer smiled peacefully without saying anything. His reaction was rather unusual. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching Rimmer. He's been strange recently. This was the part where he would have normally started to brag about himself, but he was strangely quiet. Most importantly, he should have started to rampage, complaining that he couldn't gamble for a whole week while he'd been in a trance, yet he was quietly controlling the wind instead. Just as Rayon was about to approach Rimmer, the training ground door opened and Roan made his entrance. Greetings to the Light Wind Division leader, Sir Roan. Rayon tilted his head and walked up to him because he wasn't expecting his visit at all. The head of house has summoned you, division leader. Can you come with me if you aren't too busy? Roan looked in the direction of the main building with a faint smile on his face. You can postpone the visit if you have another matter to attend to. Don't go there. Wrath firmly shook his head. It's time for a meal. You can't go there. Rayon was going to ask for some time because of the promise he'd made with Wrath, but Roan continued. We've made some preparations since we figured you haven't had breakfast yet, considering how early it is. Roan smiled faintly, telling him to have a meal in the main building after talking to Glenn. I'm a bit busy, right? Shut up. Just as Rayon was about to refuse the offer, Wrath smacked his waist with his round elbow. What are you doing? They prepared food. What are you waiting for? Follow him right now. Wrath licked his lips deeply, saying that he wanted to try out the food in the main building. Rayon couldn't understand which way to turn. Understood. Rayon sighed deeply and nodded. Rayon told the Light Wind Division to train freely for the day before he followed Roan to the main building. Why is the head of house looking for me? I'm not too sure either, but it can't be for a bad reason. He was smiling when he asked. He smiled. Rayon's eyes widened because it was even more surprising than the entire Light Wind Division entering a trance together. Our Lord has always smiled a lot. They talked while engaging in light conversation, and they reached the audience chamber in no time. Roan opened the audience chamber door without even knocking and made his entrance. He waved his hand from the inside, signaling for Rayon to follow. Rayon nodded and entered the audience chamber. Glenn stood by the window where the sunlight stretched into the room. His blonde hair seemed to be blazing in a fiery glow in the sunlight. "You're here." Glenn slowly turned around. His eyes were still lifeless, but they seemed to be slightly shaking. "Greetings, my lord." Rayon walked up to Glenn and went on his knees. "That's enough for the greetings." Glenn shook his hand, signaling for him to stand up. "It looked like you've completed a new martial art." It seemed to be an extremely advanced martial art at that. Rayon lowered his head, suppressing his gasp. He was surprised at Glenn's inhuman ability to notice that it was an extremely advanced martial art just from looking at it. "Ahem, I see." Glenn cleared his throat and furtively turned his head around. "Did it help a lot?" "What? Yes, it really helped a lot, I see." Then between Rimmer. "Rimmer? Ahem." Rayon was wondering why Glenn suddenly mentioned Rimmer's name when Roan cleared his throat, as if he were trying to stop him from speaking. Once Glenn heard that sound, he straightened his back and covered his mouth with his hand. A supporting martial art using super sense in the wind. It can be improved in many ways. Not bad at all. Keep refining it in the future. He nodded, saying that the martial art deserved to be acknowledged. Rayon swallowed nervously. A chill ran down his spine because of the deep understanding he had about a martial art that he'd never used. Transcendence is still far out of my reach. While Rayon was shaking his head, Glenn took a step towards him. "The reason I called for you is simple." Glenn calmly shook his head. "Do you happen to know about the Chamber of the Self?" "Yes." Rayon nodded. The Chamber of the Self was a special room that allowed one to gain enlightenment, a legacy left behind by the first head of Zeekhart. However, Rayon had heard that one could only enter once in their life, and they weren't guaranteed to become stronger. "By any chance, are you willing to enter that room?" Glenn nodded, showing that he would let him in if he wanted. Rayon briefly contemplated the room of the self and himself before he raised his gaze. "What's that shitty geezer even saying now?" Wrath soared into the air, his fingers furiously shaking. "Chamber of the Self? Absolutely not. The name already stinks like Nadine bread." He shook his head violently, saying that he couldn't put up with it anymore. The blowing wind was as fiery as when the light wind style was activated. "Are you implying that I'd be allowed into the Chamber of the Self if I wanted to?" Rayon's lips twitched as he looked at Glenn behind Wrath. "Indeed." Glenn nodded with a quiet gaze. "May I ask the reason why?" Whether he would enter the chamber or not, he wanted to know the reason behind the sudden offer. "The line you drew on the map with the light wind division came true in reality. All of it became a part of Zeekhart's domain yesterday." Glenn shifted his gaze toward the waning sunlight outside the window. His shoulders, which usually seemed as sturdy as an iron tower, seemed to be shaking slightly. "As I said before, acquiring the land by earning people's recognition instead of resorting to war is commendable enough to be considered a great deed. I just thought that a few martial arts books weren't enough as a reward." And Glenn slowly closed his eyes before opening them again with his hands clasped behind his back. "I went to see the Blades' Rest that you created." "What?" The warriors visiting the Blades' Rest put down their weapons, which should be considered their other selves, before making their entrance. A small sound came from his mouth. "If only one person does it, they'd be called stubborn, but if 1,000 people do the same thing, it becomes the rule." Glenn's gaze held the heat of the sunlight shining upon the window. "You've created a new rule under Zeekhart's name. It's not strange to give a chance to enter the Chamber of the Self to such a person. I also saw it." Roan stepped up, continuing Glenn's speech. "The warriors and magicians visiting the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave put down their weapons next to the Grave of Blades to show their respect towards you, division leader. I've lived for quite a long time, but I've never seen such a thing before." His lips curved into a faint smile, saying that Rayon was guiding the people with awe instead of fear and violence. "What are those geezers even saying now?" Wrath glared fiercely at Roan, who wouldn't drop their weapons when he just breaks the heads of whoever is holding a blade. He wrinkled his nose, saying that they could keep saying such stupid shit because they didn't see that Rayon was ruling them with fear and power. Rayon lowered his head slightly under Glenn and Roan's attention. It wasn't actually intentional. He didn't expect that to happen. He'd simply smacked their heads to try out his newfound power without shedding any blood. The world was truly full of mysteries. That should be enough as an answer. Glenn turned his head, implying that it was Rayon's turn to respond. "What are you going to do?" "I won't enter." Rayon closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again and shaking his head. "Why not?" Glenn wasn't surprised at all. It was as if he was expecting that answer. "It's not the time for it yet," Rayon immediately responded, having already thought about it. Rayon." Wrath approached him, his wide eyes glittering with tears. "It's for the King of Essence's meal. You finally learned your lesson." He nodded while sniffling. "The King of Essence shall respond accordingly. He will acknowledge you as a dirty demon now." Rayon slapped Wrath away because he kept getting into his vision, looking at Glenn instead. "Lady Ares told me about the Chamber of the Self before." He'd first learned about the Chamber of the Self when Rimmer talked about it, but Aries was the one who gave him detailed information about it. I heard that there are a surprising number of people who don't gain anything from the Chamber of the Self. Indeed, Glenn nodded in acknowledgement. The Chamber of the Self isn't anything like a miraculous catalyst for growth. Many don't gain anything from it, or they only achieve a small amount of growth. Lady Aries mentioned that the common aspect among the people who didn't achieve significant growth was Rayon licked his lips while looking at Glenn, that they haven't reached their limit. She laughed at them, saying that it was foolish of them to enter the Chamber of the Self when they haven't even faced a wall that they couldn't surpass. He thought about Aries' advice as he spoke. Rayon, you'll reach the upper end of Grandmaster not too far in the future. However, transcendence is extremely far away from that. It might take even longer than the time you've spent on martial arts so far, and it's possible that you won't even reach it forever. The Chamber of the Self will be extremely helpful to you when that happens. Aries had smiled, giving him advice that only the one who had walked the same path could give. She is right. Overcoming the last wall towards the next realm was extremely difficult. It was the same when he was the master. He'd quickly reached the highest level of master, but it required a long time of contemplation to become a grandmaster. Rayon agreed with Aries because he'd experienced the despair of facing a thick wall. He could only enter the Chamber of the Self once in his lifetime. Since his real goal wasn't the Axe King but Darius Robert, he had to look into the future instead of the present. You don't even have 5 months left until the duel to death against the Axe King. Are you confident in your victory? Glenn lowered his gaze heavily, asking if he could win without using the Chamber of the Self. The duel to the death against the Axe King is just a passing point in my journey, not my final destination. Rayon smiled, gripping Heavenly Drive's hilt. Like I said when I was a child, my most important goal is to make my mother into a member of the direct line. I have no intention of dying before I achieve that goal. He confidently raised his eyes, his voice confident. I'll defeat the Axe King with my own strength in return. What are you calling your own strength? It's the King of Essence's strength. Wrath furrowed his brow at his ridiculous statement. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? He grabbed Rayon by his shoulders and shook him, telling him to reveal the truth. How are you planning to spend the remaining time? I've taught the martial art I created to the Light Wind Division. I'm planning to undergo a real battle in a mission and prepare for the duel to the death on my own after that. I see. Glenn's lips softened. Rayon had seen his mocking smile many times before, but he felt like he'd never seen that smile before. He could guess that Glenn was expecting that answer from him. I'll have to accept your will. However, your achievement remains, so your right to enter the Chamber of the Self is also going to remain. Wait a moment. Glenn shook his hand just as Rayon was about to leave the audience chamber after bowing to him. Did you already have your breakfast? Not yet. Glenn nodded at his expected answer. Then let's eat together. What are you waiting for? Nod your head right now. Rayon fell speechless in surprise, and Wrath instantly moved forward. The geezer is definitely going to prepare a lavish meal if you're eating with him. He licked his lips, looking forward to the opportunity. He might only give us Nadine bread. Wrath dropped his jaw, remembering Glenn's preference for food. Then what should we do? It wasn't even a question. It was impossible to refuse the invitation from the head of house to begin with. We'll make the preparations right now. Roan smiled gently and left the audience chamber. They aren't really going to give us the Nadine bread now, right? What is he going to tell me this time? Rayon and Wrath swallowed nervously with two different thoughts in their minds. Unfortunately, they didn't get any Nadine bread to eat. Lavish dishes were lined up on a long rectangular table, just like Wrath was looking forward to. Hell yeah, that's our grandfather for you. Wrath smiled happily, calling Glenn his grandfather for the first time in a long time. Rayon slowly caught his breath, chewing the long cut of steak. I can't even tell how it tastes. The potato soup was thick, the stew was soft, and the meat quickly melted in his mouth. However, he couldn't feel the taste in any of them. He just felt so uncomfortable that he felt like he was eating in a dream. Wow, the meat is so good here. The meat is great. Only the Demon King next to him was wagging his tail, blabbering how happy he was. Yes, I'm glad you're happy at least. Rayon swallowed his sigh and brought the dishes that Wrath wanted one after the other to taste them. What's the name of the martial art you've created? Glenn shifted his gaze towards him for the first time after drinking some water. It's called the Light Wind style, Rayon answered after chewing and swallowing the shrimp in his mouth. It's a fitting name since it's a martial art using super sense and the wind. The Light Wind style's efficiency is maximized as the warrior becomes stronger. Make sure to practice it every single day, just like the aura cultivation. I'll keep that in mind. If you really want to achieve the super sense, it'd be better to make it capable of detecting danger even when it's disabled. I think it can be done by slightly altering the current method. What do you mean by altering it? If you overlap the mana circuits twice under the energy center before activating them, the sensitivity will increase. It won't be perfect, but it can serve as an improvement. Glenn taught him the location of the mana circuits directly, as if it wasn't a big deal. It's extremely important to control your breathing in order to draw more power from the wind. A small aspect like this creates a bigger difference when it comes to more advanced martial arts. Make sure to teach the light wind division about this on top of using it for yourself. He taught him a few more theories, telling him to adjust his martial art. You don't need to thank me during a meal. Glenn casually shook his hand, brushing it off as a pastime. Eat that one next. The chicken drumsticks covered in red sauce are calling to the king of essence. How come you have such a huge stomach despite being so small? Rayon sighed and extended his hand toward the roasted chicken that Wrath wanted to have. Glenn's fingers weakly tapped the table. Is Sylvia doing well? Yes. Rayon nodded while lowering his hand. He was expecting that kind of question because he'd had the impression for a while that Glenn cared about Sylvia a lot. Fortunately, she's recovering without any aftereffects. She was craving some action, bored from the recovery. Rayon smiled, thinking about how Sylvia was before he went to the light wind division to teach. Light wind style, I see. Glenn's expression was the same as always, but his voice sounded slightly emotional. I'm sure my mother will be happy to have you visit, my lord. Rayon mustered his courage and asked him to visit Sylvia. Ooh, what brought that on? Wrath's jaw dropped in admiration, if there's a chance. Glenn didn't open his mouth again after that response. They didn't talk to each other anymore after that. The meal was quiet, but it strangely felt warm. Roan, Glenn curved his lips into a faint smile while looking at Rayon's seat after he was gone. Yes, I'm writing it down. Roan was writing in Rayon's gospel without even looking at Glenn. There were many great lines today, but this one should be the best. He loudly recited, lowering the hand holding the pen. The duel to the death against the Axe King is just a passing point in my journey, not my final destination. I had goosebumps when I heard him say that. Roan stated with teary eyes that Rayon had grown up into such a fine man. That was a nice line, but I liked it more when he said, I'll defeat the Axe King with my own strength in return. It shows how much he believes in himself. Glenn clenched his fist while thinking about the look in Rayon's eyes. All of them were nice. We can't miss a single one. Roan shifted his gaze towards Glenn while writing down Rayon's lines in the gospel. Is he finally mustering his courage? Considering the fact that Glenn had invited Rayon to a meal, he must have been mustering his courage to approach Sylvia and Rayon. Sir Rayon's surprise was so cute. As soon as Rayon received his invitation to a meal, his eyes had widened like a rabbit's. It reminded him of his childhood from a long time ago, bringing a smile to his face. Of course, it will still take a long time for this dull grandfather and grandson pair to get close. Rayon was still unaware of Glenn's thoughts, and Glenn had no intention of revealing his mind to Rayon. It was going to take a long time for them to understand each other, but the step they took was satisfying enough for the day. My lord, Glenn was immersed in deep emotions and shifted his gaze upon hearing Roan's call. Young Master Rayon asked you to visit Lady Sylvia. Roan shook his hand with a faint smile on his face. How about visiting her at some point? She's getting out of the hospital today. Forget it. Glenn briefly closed his eyes in contemplation before he shook his head. Was she being discharged today? I didn't even know. How did you? Roan shook his head, showing that he didn't know about that. Ahem. That bum came to tell me. Glenn shook his hand, saying that he just happened to learn about it before he left the dining room. Roan smiled faintly while looking at Glenn's back as he kept clearing his throat. He went to see her every day. Frederick hadn't come to the Lord's Manor recently. The reason Glenn knew when Sylvia was leaving the hospital was because he'd gone to her room every day to check on her well-being. Since he finally made some progress, Roan licked his lips while putting the empty dishes on top of each other. We should stop here for today. Martha crossed the wise Marshall Palace's gate, her fingers engulfed by the wind. This is seriously amazing. She thought she would only use the earth attribute for the rest of her life, but she'd suddenly become capable of using the wind. Moreover, it happened so easily. Of course, it was still lacking in many ways, but the fact that she could learn and use an extremely advanced martial art in a single week was already absurd. He is indeed a monster. On top of creating an extremely advanced martial art, he'd even set it up in a way that they could learn right away. She was afraid of Rayon's talent and the depth of his mind at that point. The more she used the light wind style, the deeper Rayon and Rimmer's wishes were engraved in her heart. She felt like she had no choice but to grow stronger, even just out of gratitude for the two of them. Yes, I need to get stronger. After all, I haven't managed to achieve any of my goals yet. Martha bit her lip, clenching the necklace that was shaking under her training outfit. Mom, the recovery of her mother's body, which was taken by the white blood religion's leader, and walking alongside Rayon, who gave her courage when she was about to give up on that goal. She'd already given up on catching up to Rayon. She knew better than anyone in the world that it was impossible. Martha was heading towards her room but suddenly turned around. This isn't the time to rest if I want to achieve that. She changed her direction and headed toward her father's training ground. She stood at the center of the empty training ground and unsheathed her sword. She swung down her sword, which was wrapped in Titan's aura and the Light wind styles wind naturally emerged to add speed and sharpness to the blow. Wham! A deep crater was made on the ground, pushing the sand away like a wave. This is really impressive. It felt like the blunt and heavy blow had become at least twice as sharp as before. She couldn't maintain it for a long time because the light wind style was still at 1 star, but she had the feeling that the speed and sharpness added by the wind would be extremely helpful in upcoming battles. Martha executed her techniques one after the other while smiling in satisfaction. She finally lowered her sword after unleashing all of the light wind style's energy. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and was about to prepare for aura cultivation when Denier entered the training ground. Father, Martha ran up to him, looking forward to showing off her light wind style, but Denier's expression was as stiff as dry firewood. Martha Denier furrowed his brow deeply, not noticing Martha's smile. I have something to tell you about your mother. About my mother, Martha's fingers trembled intensely. The sword she'd been holding slipped from her grasp, embedding itself into the ground. Yes, we've tracked your mother, or rather the white blood religion's leader. He lowered his brow slightly, unsure of what to call her. Where is she? Martha bit her lip, gripping her chest, which was starting to hurt. Her trail picked up in the south. She apparently devastated the Call Kingdom, located near the Beast Union. Denier let out a long sigh, rubbing his forehead. 3 Knight Orders were annihilated, and even the king has perished. Martha clenched her trembling hand into a fist, that demonic bitch. The body controlled by the white blood religion's leader belonged to her mother. Her mother had endured a difficult life, yet she never resorted to violence without reason. The thought of her body being controlled and used to massacre hundreds of people filled her with fury. Her heart felt like it was about to burst from the overwhelming rage. Why did that bitch attack the Call Kingdom? The exact reason is still unknown, but we are assuming that she was trying to snatch the kingdom's relic. She must have succeeded since the king has perished. Denier shook his head, saying that the situation wasn't good. Then where is the white blood religion's leader right now? The Beast Union's leader personally chased after her as soon as he heard the news about her assault on the Call Kingdom, but she was already gone. I see. Even for the Beast Union's leader, it was impossible to chase after the white blood religion's leader and catch her when she was so far away. Are you all right? Denier asked as he held her shoulder when she lowered her head. I investigated her because you asked me to tell you about the white blood religion's leader activities, but I'm still unsure if this is the right thing to do. Yes, I absolutely need to know what she is doing. She had to know what the white blood religion's leader was doing with her mother's body and which people she'd killed in order to beg for forgiveness later on. This was because she still hadn't given up on saving her mother, but we still have one piece of good news. Denier lifted his finger while looking at Martha. Good news, yes. You told me before that the white blood religion's leader was wearing your mother's necklace like she did before, right? Yes, that's how I managed to recognize her. The white blood religion's leader had a similar appearance to her mother, but she looked a lot prettier and younger than her. She would have had a hard time recognizing her if the necklace hadn't been there. We got the response from Balaam, the great sorcerer. He said that the white blood religion's leader is still wearing that necklace because she couldn't completely get rid of your mother's soul. Denier nodded while looking at the necklace that Martha was holding in her hand. We might be able to drive out the white blood religion's leader's soul if heaven helps us. Really? Yes, but it's extremely unlikely to happen. That's enough. That is good enough. Martha nodded while picking up her sword, which had fallen to the ground. I can save my mother. She had the unshakable goal of killing the white blood religion's leader, but she still had no clue about how to save her mother. Her heart pounded violently upon hearing the news that could potentially resolve the most difficult part. How can I save my mother? It apparently requires a sorceress artifact imbued with the spell of Genesis, and you will play an important role as her blood relative. I've already made a request about the artifact. Denier caught his breath, looking into Martha's wavering eyes. Balaam is a huge money grubber, but he does a great job at least. He should be trustworthy. Balaam was the biggest money grubber among all sorcerers in the continent. Just thanking him with words wouldn't be enough because it must have cost him an astronomical amount of money. It was the natural thing to do as your father. Denier shook his head and hugged Martha, whose shoulders were shaking. I really appreciate it. Martha closed her eyes, feeling Denier's warmth. Meeting you has been the greatest fortune of my life. By the way, Martha. Yes, it looked like you were using wind, unless I was seeing things. Denier tilted his head in bewilderment. Yes, I was. Martha nodded while gazing up at Denier. Rayon created a new martial art. It's called the light wind style, and Martha told Denier about Rayon's light wind style and how the entire light wind division had gone into a trance. Light wind style. Denier murmured thus. Light wind style's name while observing the trace of Martha's blade that she'd left during her training. Would you mind showing it to me? Sure, but I can't do it for long because I don't have much energy left. Martha took a step away from Denier and activated the light wind style, surrounding the Titan's aura with the light wind style's wind. She demonstrated the formless sword that she'd learned from Denier. Wham! Sharpness and speed were added to the heavy strike, increasing the power to the next level. How was it? Martha raised her chin sharply after demonstrating the formless sword's techniques one after the other. No, is that martial art using super sense? Denier's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, I can move it according to my intention, but the wind usually dwells in the blade with its own will. Denier swallowed nervously, showing a genuine surprise. Did Rayon really create this martial art? He even made it in a single week. All of us were surprised. Even that gambling addict trained with us instead of heading out to gamble. Martha smiled, saying that the martial art had even made Rimmer train. She nodded her head while looking at the wind fading away from her hand. The wind is gone now. I should go inside and cultivate aura. I see, keep up the good work. Denier nodded, and Martha turned around after saying goodbye. In that instant, Denier's eyes darkened like the void. The concern, love, surprise, and shock that he'd shown toward her daughter disappeared like a watercolor painting under the rain. Rayon headed to Sylvia's hospital room after the uncomfortable breakfast with Glenn came to an end. Rayon, Sylvia was getting up from her bed, wearing a martial uniform instead of the patient gown. Mom, why are you wearing a martial uniform? The madam is discharged from the hospital today. Helen smiled while folding the patient gown that Sylvia had been wearing. The only son I have doesn't even know that his mom is being discharged. He even came to see me a single time in a whole week. Sylvia sniffled, expressing her sadness. I already told you that I would be busy for a while because I have to teach the martial art to my division members. Rayon rubbed the back of his neck while looking at Sylvia's teary eyes. Tusk. Wrath slowly clicked his tongue while shaking his head. This is why there's the saying that it's pointless to raise an angel. He wagged his tail while sticking next to Sylvia. Mom, there's nothing to worry about. The King of Essence will serve you until the last moment. Wrath held Sylvia's shoulder, saying that he was her real son. I'm just kidding. Sylvia shook her hand with a bright smile on her face. I'm fully aware of how busy you are. So, did you successfully teach them the light wind style? Yes. We got lucky and Rayon told her about how the entire light wind division had entered a trance. Everyone entered a trance. Is that even possible? Sylvia's eyes widened as she said that she'd never heard of anything like that. I wasn't expecting it either. Rayon shook his hand and sat next to Sylvia. My body feels stiff after hearing that they entered a trance. Sylvia turned her shoulder, saying that she wanted to get out of the hospital and start training right away. Yes, you need to train and teach the spiral light style. Helen rolled her hair with her finger while listening to Rayon. Young master, is it really possible for us to learn it? Yes, I designed it to be learnable even for those who started martial arts late. It shouldn't be that hard. Rayon smiled, saying that they just needed to believe in Sylvia and follow her. I never expected to start learning martial arts at my age. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm nervous at the same time. The way Helen's hands were trembling reminded Rayon of the meeting with Glenn. There was another unusual incident today. Unusual incident. What can be as unusual as the entire light wind division entering a trance together? Actually, the head of house. Rayon told her about what had happened with Glenn before he'd come to the hospital. Helen gasped, being the first one to react. Be breakfast with the head of house. Madam, doesn't this imply that the head of house would like to get closer to us? I'm not sure. Sylvia was unexpectedly unsurprised and simply smiled faintly. Rayon, yes, be friendly to the head of house if something similar happens again in the future. FR friendly? Yes, friendly. She held his shoulders, insisting on it once again. But that's impossible. When Rayon was about to express his doubt, the room's door burst open. Insia and Cian entered after opening the door. They had been away at House Yanan, writing the biography of Rayon Zeekhart. Mother, are you okay? They ran up to Sylvia and Helen and started to examine all around their bodies. I'm fine. I'm fully recovered now. Sylvia smiled cheerfully and lifted her arm. I'm sorry. We got the news too late because we've been staying in a secluded room. I'm sorry. Insia explained with teary eyes that she hadn't even noticed that her friend in the shadow agents had sent her a message. Cian also apologized while lowering her head. No, I was actually glad that you were away. Sylvia smiled, saying that she was relieved by the fact that they didn't have to suffer at least. Mother, Lady Sylvia. Insia ran into Sylvia's arms and Cian sniffled, her long hair covering her face. Rayon smiled faintly while watching them. Yeah, I'm glad they weren't around. Insia was a great artisan who was going to succeed House Yanan, and Cian was the High Elf of Sapia as well as the Spirit King's contractor. It would have become very annoying if Killuane had offended them. Rather than that, am I invisible to them? Insia normally would have found him before Sylvia and started to shout, damn handsome, but she wasn't paying any attention to him at all, showing how sorry she was. It was something that Rayon had always wanted, but he felt slightly bitter about it. What a loser. Wrath noticed his thought and shook his head. So did you finish writing the book? Yes, it's going to be published all around the continent soon. Can you show it to me? Of course. And Sia took out a book with a very splendid cover and handed it over to Sylvia. It was titled Biography of Rayon Zeekhart, the second volume at the center of the deep green cover. Just seeing the book sent a chill down Rayon's spine. Can I also take a look? Rayon swallowed nervously and walked up to Insia and Cian. Huh, Sir Rayon, how long have you been around? Huff, Insia walked up to him while smiling brightly and Cian hid behind her. You are so damn handsome, just like always. I love how your slightly exposed forehead looks. She smiled, covering her flushed cheeks. I already heard the story, The Blade's Rest, and Sia licked her lips. I'm planning to write up to the part about the Blade's Rest in the next volume. It's perfect for the biography, it's literally a legend. Yep, Cian nodded her head, totally agreeing with her. Ah, you wanted the book, right? Of course, you can have it. And Sia took the second volume of the Biography of Rayon Zeekhart from her subspace pocket and handed it over. It was a brand new book with a stiff cover, just like the other one. Rayon moved his trembling hands to open the book named after him. Rayon Zeekhart scolded Kaibar, and the mad dragon hid away deep into the ocean, its reverse scale trembling in fear. Once Rayon Zeekhart unsheathed his divine sword breathing like the sun, the ocean was split in half, revealing the body of the mad dragon Kaibar, who had been hiding under the ocean. The mad dragon Kaibar instinctively realized the inevitable defeat and fell on its knees, begging for forgiveness in return for offering its entire fortune. Rayon Zeekhart didn't succumb to the mad dragon's temptation. He raised the demonic sword, shrouded in moonlight, and instantly severed the mad dragon's head. At that moment, Kaibar's hidden treasures poured out like rain, as if blessed by a god. Rayon closed his eyes tightly after reading the episode about the mad dragon. The dragon hid away, its reverse scale trembling in fear. The ocean was split in half. The dragon went on its knees, and treasures poured out like rain. There wasn't a single aspect that could be called normal. Why did it become even worse even though Cian was with her? Sunlight was waning beautifully upon the border between mountain and river. The Axe King Roman embedded his axe's handle onto the gravel field, which was full of pebbles of different sizes. He picked up a piece of gravel that was as round as a coin, rubbing it against the axe blade. The gravel was split into 4 pieces before it managed to file the blade twice. Roman picked up another piece of gravel and started to sharpen the axe's blade. The gravel turned into dust after grazing it 5 times. He was so focused that his breathing couldn't even be heard, as if sharpening the axe's blade was some important mission. The sun started to descend from the center of the sky, and even when the spark from the friction between the gravel and the blade started to light up the darkness, Roman's hand never stopped moving. Roman finally stopped moving his hand after he turned over 1,000 pieces of gravel into sand. He nodded in satisfaction and gestured with his chin. You may come out now. When did you notice? An old man with white gray hair emerged from the shadow of the mountain. His face was deeply wrinkled, but his sturdy muscles made him look like he was filled with stones. However, his true presence came from his pressure, which was as powerful as lightning. A huge wave uniting his body energy and soul was engulfing the space like a cloud. What brought you here? Union's vice leader. Roman quietly shifted his gaze without answering the old man's question. I came to see you because I was curious if your preparations were proceeding nicely. The old man, referred to as the vice leader of the Union, briefly shook his head. I'm not sure if the preparations are proceeding nicely or not. However, it's been a long time since the last time I looked forward to a duel to the death. Roman calmly turned his wrist, saying that he was simply enjoying it. I heard that the punk gained the sword and Saber Sovereign's martial art. I also heard about it. He calmly nodded. But it doesn't matter to me at all. How does it not matter when you are going to have a duel to the death against that punk? Because he isn't the one who matters. I am. Roman nodded with a peaceful gaze and took another piece of gravel in his hand. Does that mean that you are confident in your victory? Of course. He spoke of his own victory without the slightest hesitation, an attitude befitting a warrior who was called a king. I like your confidence. Yes, you'd better win and justify your confidence. What do you mean? You are the 3rd spear of the South-North Union. It would be a huge humiliation for us if you end up losing against Zeekhart's brat, who is barely over 20. The vice leader of the Union twisted his lips into a smile. I won't be able to overlook it anymore if that happens. Vice leader, don't tell me. I'm different from the foolish head of the Senate. I don't act because of some petty grudge. I'm simply working for the Union. He nodded his head, saying that he was looking forward to the match. The duel to the death is between Rayon Zeekhart and I. You absolutely cannot make a move, even if I end up losing. Roman threw a fierce warning glare at the Union's vice leader. You just need to win, don't you think? The Union's vice leader casually shook his hand and turned around, telling him to solely focus on the duel to the death. Let's go, he said, and a red-haired young man walked out from behind a tree on the right side. The young man's pressure was calm, unlike the Union's vice leader. It was as blurry as a misty rain, as if he didn't even exist. However, a closer examination made him seem to be enveloped in an eerily intense glow, a light that exuded both warmth and coldness at the same time. The young man named Beorn bowed his head, his eyes as quiet as embers on the verge of dying out, before following the Union's vice leader. Roman wrinkled his brow while watching Beorn's back. The vice leader of the Union is one thing, but I still don't like him either. It wasn't because Beorn had driven Rector to his ruin. Roman just couldn't understand at all what he was thinking. They are similar but different. Rayon and Beorn both had tremendous talent and eyes even redder than blood. However, the looks in their eyes were the complete opposite. Rayon's passionate eyes naturally gave a favorable impression, but Beorn was the complete opposite. His quiet eyes were unsettling, sending shivers of unease down his spine. He briefly exhaled in order to empty his mind. He picked up gravel again to start polishing the axe blade. The gravel crumbled into pieces after the second attempt, implying that he was running out of focus. Roman clicked his tongue and picked up another piece of gravel. The sharpening sound of the axe continued until sunrise alongside the quiet flow of the river. Rayon licked his lips, sitting at a luxurious round table that seemed to be draped in shadows. There are no decent missions today. He was planning to pick a mission to let the Light Wind Division gain more battle experiences during the Conference of Division Leaders, but none of them looked interesting. Scouting, investigation, search. There had been a few important incidents recently, but most of them had happened in the south and center, and Sieghart wasn't concerned with that for the most part. Is there anything else? He looked at Chad, praying that there would be a mission including a battle, even if it was something like a bandit extermination. Let's proceed to the next mission. Chad spread the document and briefly glanced at Rayon. Various monsters are gathering around Divarn Mountain. Considering that even Ettins were spotted among them, a powerful king must have been born. Most monsters acted as a tribe. Even the monsters of the same species engaged in intense territorial battles if they were from different tribes. However, there was an exception that united all the monsters, regardless of their tribes and races. It was when a king capable of ruling over all different races was born. This is the one. Ettins were powerful monsters, ranked highly even among the large monsters. Their presence implied that a powerful king was born, just like Chad had assumed. Raise your hand if you'd like to take the mission to exterminate the monsters in Divarn Mountain. Since it was the heaviest mission so far, all of the executives who hadn't gotten a mission yet raised their hands. Rayon also raised his hand without any contemplation. Does the Light Wind Division leader even have time for a mission when his duel to the death is going to happen soon? I know, right? He'd better focus on his personal training. The executives from the direct line furtively pressured him with their gazes to try and get him to lower his hand. They were only trying to provoke him with words since they couldn't overwhelm him with sheer power anymore. The fact that Ares wasn't present seemed to have contributed to their actions. I'll take care of my own business, so don't mind me. Rayon looked at the direct line executives coldly. I can't believe. The direct line executives lowered their gazes, unable to meet Rayon's eyes. However, they apparently had no intention of giving up on the pressure because they immediately went to Balder, the true martial palace master. How about you take this matter into your hands, palace master? Yes, if you take it in your hands, he will have no other choice than lowering his hand, palace master. This mission should be the best mission among the ones we got today. The direct line executives went to Balder instead of Karun and lowered their heads, asking him to use his authority against Rayon. Balder raised his hand while licking his lips. Because the palace master raised his hand, the other people sighed and lowered their hands. I knew it. As expected of Sir Balder, everyone will be impressed by your bravery and virtue, palace master. The direct line executives laughed at Rayon with grins on their faces. Rayon furrowed his brow. Since the position and strength determined the mission's assignment, there was nothing he could do against Balder. Rayon clicked his tongue and was about to lower his hand when Balder pointed at him with the hand he'd been raising. If everyone is giving up on it, then I'll give this mission to the Light Wind Division leader. Balder winked with a grin. Rayon's jaw dropped as he took in the wink. What's wrong with that meathead now? Palace Master, what are you saying? Why would you give the mission to the Light Wind Division leader? The direct line executives couldn't understand the sudden change in the situation, so they were left blinking in a daze. They'd been counting on Balder. All of you lowered your hands, showing that you didn't want the mission. Balder shook his head, responding to them brusquely. I'm just giving him the chance that came to me. He furrowed his brow, asking why they were complaining to him when they lowered their hands on their own accord. But that boy the Light Wind Division leader is a collateral. Why are you giving the Light Wind Division leader an opportunity to contribute? Please reconsider, Palace Master. Actually, I don't really like collaterals either. However, Balder tilted his head after skimming through all the executives. I like the ones who have ability and spirit. Balder shifted his gaze to Rayon and winked again. Rayon's shoulders trembled as he watched Balder. The fact that he was winking despite having the bulkiest appearance among them made goosebumps appear on his forearm. Why is that ogre acting like that? Wrath wrinkled his nose, showing that he was disgusted by the sight. I don't understand either. Balder had to hate him, even though he might not be as bad as Karun. His son Radin was the first one to pick a fight, but Rayon had beat him up until he was on the verge of death. They couldn't possibly be on good terms because of that. Rayon was certain that Balder was plotting something because he was suddenly giving him the mission despite their past, but I can't predict what he's thinking at all. He couldn't read Balder's thoughts because he was supporting him in front of everyone instead of helping him secretly. Rayon's pride was even hurt because he was unable to figure out Balder's thoughts when he should have been the biggest simpleton in Zeekhart. Chad casually cleared his throat to lighten the mood. So the true Martial Palace Master wants to hand over the monster extermination mission to the Light Wind Division, right? Indeed. Balder slammed the table with his palm, saying that was exactly his intention. Light Wind Division leader. Chad nodded, shifting his gaze towards Rayon. Are you going to accept the monster extermination mission passed to you by the true Martial Palace Master? He lowered his left eyebrow slightly, suggesting he should just take it without question. Rayon didn't respond right away, examining Chad and Balder's eyes one after the other. Is it really okay? Since he was suspicious of both Chad and Balder, he was getting worried about whether it was okay to take the mission. That being said, Balder might be an idiot, but Chad wasn't. There was no way he would resort to an obvious scheme like that. May I ask a question before taking the mission? Rayon calmly breathed out and looked at Balder. I'm listening. Balder nodded his head, telling him to ask his question if he wanted. May I hear why you are handing over the mission to me? I already said it in the beginning. I like people with skills and spirit. He curled his lips into a smile while weakly tapping on the round table with his finger. My answer is simple. I just thought you would carry out the mission better than anyone else. Balder winked once again. The way his eyelids were trembling looked extremely awkward. You'll take it, right? Balder nodded, acting as if he believed Rayon would never refuse. Rayon licked his lips while looking at Balder. He became certain of it after talking to him. The chance that he is scheming something is extremely low. Karun had recently been beaten by Glenn while trying to pull off his shabby plot, and Balder had seen it. No matter how stupid Balder was, there was no way he would blatantly pull a trick like that. I'll take it. Rayon nodded at Chad. Then the Light Wind Division will be in charge of the monster extermination mission. Chad quickly finished assigning the mission before anyone could argue. Good luck on your mission. Balder winked again, giving him a thumbs up to show his trust in Rayon. Does he have some kind of magnesium shortage? Wrath shook his head, saying that he'd never seen such an ugly wink before. Rayon bit his lip while shifting his gaze away. It's not a trap, but why do I have a bad feeling about this? He decided that he'd need to thoroughly prepare for the mission. Balder Denier called out Balder as he was about to return to the true Martial Palace after the conference was over. We need to talk. What's up? Balder furrowed his brow, telling him to quickly finish his business as if he had an urgent matter to attend to. What changed your mind? Denier narrowed his eyes while walking up to Balder. You hated Rayon so much because of the incident with Radin. Why are you suddenly helping him now? It's just a matter of the past. Balder shrugged his shoulders while facing Denier. And when I think about it more calmly, it's true that Radin was the one to offend Sylvia first, but you still shouldn't have any reason to help him. I've started to take a liking to Rayon recently. What? Denier's eyes widened, showing that his answer was completely unexpected to him. It was fun when he messed with the Thespian Emperor during her visit, and he's been bold and seamless since then. The Blade's Rest is splendid, just by its existence. Balder smiled, reciting Rayon's deeds one after the other. But didn't you dislike collaterals? Our father said something to me when Radin had the sword duel against Rayon in the past. He lifted a finger while gazing up towards the Lord's manor. Responsibility. He said that the direct lines are the true owners of Zeekhart, and we need to be responsible for every single action we take and word we speak. Rayon is more responsible than anyone else right now, Balder continued while touching the scabbard hanging around his waist. He brought glory to Zeekhart's name and made sure to trample upon our enemies. That's the ideal life of a Zeekhart swordsman, he declared without hesitation, showing his unwavering conviction. Is that why you gave him the mission? Denier nodded, implying that he could somewhat understand Balder's thoughts. Of course, that's not the only reason. Balder chuckled and shook his head. You heard that Rayon created an extremely advanced martial art, didn't you? Are you talking about the Light Wind style? Yes, that one. He shifted his gaze towards the annex building's direction. He gave the Spiral Light style to the annex building and the Light Wind style to the Light Wind division. There are countless powerful martial arts in the world, but a martial art suitable for a person is rare. Balder slowly licked his lips, revealing his desire. He is a genius in martial arts. Moreover, he is the rarest type of genius, capable of creating the martial art that best suits a given person. His eyes glowed in a frightening manner. I can't just leave him alone when such a genius is right next to me. I'm going to request that he create a martial art for me as well. Balder smiled, saying that he might be able to break through the wall of transcendence. Then are you joining Rayon's side? What bullshit is that now? He furrowed his brow deeply. Why would this great one join Rayon's side? We're just helping each other. Balder shook his head, saying that he was simply going to request that he make a martial art for him in return for his help. I still haven't given up on becoming the head of house. But he furrowed his brow while facing Denier. You sound like Rayon shouldn't be allowed to be the head of house. That wasn't really what I meant, but do you think differently? Denier's quiet gaze met Balder's. I don't. Balder firmly shook his head. I said this before, but I'm going to accept it even if I don't become the head of house as long as someone who can lead the house better than me gets the position. It doesn't really matter to me whether that's you, our oldest brother, or Rayon. The look in his eyes was as serious and straight as his bulky body. I see. Denier nodded, showing that he finally understood it. What about you? You keep pretending to be a nice person, but you're actually going for the head of house position. I wonder. Denier smiled calmly. I'm different from Karun, who absolutely wants to be the head of house, and you who doesn't really mind leaving it to another person. What do you mean? Make it easier to understand. Balder furrowed his brow, saying that he couldn't understand him. You don't really need to know, Denier said and turned around. And I'm telling you just in case. He raised his finger while looking at Balder again. Don't ask Rayon to make a martial art for you just because you helped him today. He'll kick you out. Huh, is it not going to work? Balder blinked, implying that he was planning to visit the annex building right away. It's not an easy task to create a martial art, and Rayon's favorability towards you should be at rock bottom right now. What are you even trying to achieve by asking him right now? Denier sighed, having expected that answer from Balder. Then I can ask him after helping him one more time, right? Balder smiled, saying that it should work that way. The number isn't even the issue here. It's not going to work even if you help him 5 more times. Denier couldn't suppress his frustration and raised his voice. I get it, I'll help him 6 times then. Hugh, as soon as he heard Balder's cheerful answer, he let his shoulders slump, giving up on everything. Do whatever you want. This reminds me of the past. Balder chuckled, watching Denier get exhausted on his own. You are the same as before even though you've been acting cool recently. Denier shook his head. That simple mindset is one of your weapons. Continue walking your path like that. It was the last thing he said before he left for the wise martial palace. I told you to make it easy to understand. Balder watched Denier for a while and snorted at his back. The next day, Rayon finished his preparations for the mission and went up on the 5th training grounds platform. He gazed upon all the members of the Light Wind Division, his hands clasped behind his back. The swordsman's pressures had reached another realm, even though not much time had passed since they'd learned the Light Wind style. It was clear that they'd been training day and night. Rayon stood at the edge of the platform, his lips curved in satisfaction. Our mission this time is to exterminate the king of monsters, born in Divarn Mountain. Rayon explained the mission once again while watching the Light Wind Division, who seemed to be looking forward to the mission rather than being nervous. The monsters are perfect opponents to try out the Light Wind style since there are powerful monsters like Ettins in their ranks, and their numbers are continuously multiplying. Shouldn't you normally be telling us to be careful instead of saying it's perfect at this point? Dorian's chin trembled at his ridiculous statement. Our division leader isn't normal. He's crazy, I mean. He's slightly insane, I mean. He's nice and insane. Crane started to stutter, getting his thoughts jumbled up while trying to describe Rayon. The king and their royal guards might be a different story, but there's no reason for you to be afraid of the common monsters. That's true. We've gotten a lot stronger after all. Some monsters are nothing for us. They aren't like the 5 demons. Yes, we'd be better off biting our tongues off and dying if we were the types to lose to some monsters. The Light Wind Division nodded cheerfully, as if their everyday training had become their confidence. I like your confidence. Therefore Rayon smiled, approving of the Light Wind Division's reaction. If the monsters manage to injure you in the slightest or the extermination is delayed, you will be punished in a way that will make you wish that you could bite your tongues and end yourselves. A bloody glow radiated from his red eyes. Ah. Oh no. He got us again. Crane, please shut up. The Light Wind Division screamed, realizing that they were baited by Rayon. Clap. Rayon loudly clapped his hands to shut their mouths. Of course, we will be training on the way. He pointed at his foot with his finger as he spoke. You've gotten used to adding the Light Wind style to your swordsmanship, but I noticed that you still needed a lot of improvement when it comes to footwork. Don't tell me. You guessed right. Continuously practice adding the Light Wind style to your footwork on the way. The super sense can somewhat make up for it, but it'll be a lot more effective if you can consciously summon the wind. The Light Wind swordsman turned pale upon hearing Rayon's order. Get started now. The one running at the very back will get the back of their head. As soon as Rayon mentioned the back of the head, the Light Wind Division ran from the training ground, unleashing the wind of the light wind style. Hey, Rimmer smiled awkwardly, watching out for Rayon's mood. I don't need to do it, right? I've almost finished learning it. Rayon smiled cheerfully while lifting his scabbard without saying anything. What are the demons even doing? They should get him on their side already. Rimmer ran outside with teary eyes, complaining that the disciple was threatening the master. What nonsense are you talking about? Wrath shouted at Rimmer's back. Even the devildom would be ruined if we brought him there. Wow. Hopen, the fifth holy knight captain of the holy kingdom of Spur, swallowed nervously while watching the endless wall of monsters. This is seriously no joke. He didn't even need to spread his aura perception. The stench and combative energy of the monsters engulfed the entire mountain. Their numbers were immeasurable. It hasn't even been that long since we heard about the appearance of a king, yet there are so many of them already. The number wasn't the only issue. The mountain was full of mid to high-grade monsters instead of weak kobolds and goblins. Will be annihilated at this rate. Considering the numbers and power of the medium and large monsters, the knights wouldn't even be able to get close to the king and the royal guards. Retreating was the only option they had for the time being. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Hopen stepped forward and bought time for the knights and soldiers to escape. We can't suffer more casualties. Knight Captain Bite and countless knights had perished at Banneret during the festival of the 5 Divan Orders. He couldn't afford to lose any more knights. There are monsters behind us as well. They must have come from below the mountain to encircle us. The holy knights who'd been trying to create a path returned with their troops, reporting the news with trembling lips. Damn it, Hopen bit his lip, sensing the bloodlust of monsters coming from behind them. The king should still be on the mountain. Do they have another leader? There was no way ordinary monsters could close in like that. There was definitely another entity commanding the monsters. There was a good reason we lost contact with the first team. All of them must have died. Some of the knights among the scouting party who'd climbed the mountain in advance were at the entry level of master. Hopen had found it strange that they couldn't contact them anymore, but he realized that they must have been annihilated. It can't be helped. He changed the plan to save as many people as possible, giving up on saving everyone. I'll take the lead from now on. Undo the defensive formation and switch to the breakthrough formation. Hopen unleashed the astral energy towards a path with the smallest number of monsters. A blade engulfed in holy light split the wall of monsters in half. Charge. As soon as the path was created, he dashed down the mountain while commanding the troops. He unleashed his astral energy again and again, preventing monsters from refilling the ranks. Kihe, just as the area under the mountain came into view, the land suddenly collapsed alongside a sinister laugh. Wham! He stopped his advance, turned his head while taking a step back, and saw a troll sorcerer swinging a staff made of human bones. You monster! Hopen started to move to cut down the sorcerer, but the monsters started to block the path once again. Wham! The troll sorcerer seemed to know how much distance it needed to maintain to stay out of the astral energy's reach. It cast its spell from far away, aiming to strike the knights and soldiers with a boulder. Stop it! Hopen sharpened his astral energy and unleashed a ranged slash, but the troll sorcerer leaped backward and continued to attack with only sorcery. Considering how proficient it was at keeping the distance, it was an extremely smart monster. So that troll was the one. He could guess that the troll sorcerer was the one who'd created the encirclement to pressure the troops. He noticed that even the color of its skin was different. It wasn't an ordinary troll sorcerer, but we won't be able to leave the mountain if I use all my strength against that troll. He would be able to kill the troll sorcerer if he went all out, but he had to risk his life as well. He didn't have much energy left because the battle had been going on for so long. I have no other way. Hopen bit his lip. As the captain of the Holy Knights, he had to save his subordinates even if he had to kill himself in the process. He mustered all of his remaining energy and formed powerful astral energy. Swoosh. He broke through the encirclement in an instant, and he was about to behead the troll sorcerer. The troll sorcerer's figure blurred and vanished as if it were merely an illusion. He had been perfectly deceived by an illusory spell. Kihihihi, the troll sorcerer giggled, appearing next to the soldiers. The burning boulder surging from his hand started to fall upon the knights and the soldiers. Damn it, Hopen's chin quivered. The urgency of the situation left him unable to make a clear decision. No, he extended his hand while screaming, but they were too far away from him. His heart tightened, feeling the death of his subordinates. That was when. Whoosh, a sudden gust of blue wind felt as though it was wiping away the mountain's darkness, and the troll sorcerer's head, still mocking humans, dropped to the ground in an instant. Swordsmen appeared from behind, surrounded by clear wind, and started to slaughter the monsters. Die, go to hell. However, the way they swung their swords made them look like evil demons who craved revenge instead of righteous knights saving their lives. What? Hopen's eyes trembled as he witnessed the swordsman making his way up from the very back. With blonde hair and red eyes, the radiance surrounding him was even more powerful than the sun, and he was a warrior who he couldn't possibly forget even though he'd only seen him once. Rayon Zieghart, Mad Dog Division. Rayon's lips twitched elegantly, his presence even more dignified than he had been at Banneret. Bite. Rayon narrowed his eyes, looking at the troll sorcerer's head as it rolled below his feet. It's not an ordinary sorcerer. Trolls normally had green skin, but the sorcerer's skin was brown. The difference in color was a symbol of power for monsters. Its special skin implied that the troll had a special power. Well, it did manage to react before it died. If the troll's sorcerer had been a bit more powerful or agile, it could have dodged or blocked the astral energy. It was definitely part of the royal guards, the closest vassals of the king. Rayon licked his lips, watching the monsters getting in the light wind division's way. It's not just the troll's sorcerer. The monsters are quite powerful overall. Just as knights serving a wise king radiated wisdom, and those following a mighty king unleashed immense physical strength, the combative energy of monsters also grew stronger in proportion to the power of their king. Considering that the monsters were attacking the light wind division like berserkers instead of being intimidated by their overwhelming prowess, it was clear that a powerful king was born among their ranks. Mad Dog Division. Rayon licked his lips, shaking his wrist. I believe I told you to climb all the way to the peak of the mountain while maintaining the speed of your footwork. You're being delayed quite a lot right now. As he scolded them, his lips curved into an evil smile. That's not true. You're only getting started. We'll break through them in no time. The Light Wind Division frantically shook their heads as soon as they heard Rayon's frightening voice. You motherfuckers, get out of my way. We'll be the ones to die if you don't. Push forward. Kill them even if you have to die in the process. The monsters were definitely powerful. They tried to stop the swords without fearing death, all in order to protect their king. However, the Light Wind Division's madness was even stronger. The swordsmen split apart the wall of monsters, their eyes glowing yellow with bloodlust. That's more like it. Go easy on them. Wrath shook his head at Rayon's harsh treatment. Even in Devildom, they don't raise their youngsters like that anymore. Even in Devildom. If anyone did that in the land ruled by the King of Essence, they'd be criticized by the other parents. Really? Rayon kept getting the impression that Devildom seemed to be even more human than in the human realm. Actually, he couldn't even tell what it meant to be human anymore. Excuse me. While Rayon was having a philosophical contemplation, a young holy knight approached from the right and lowered his head. He was the one with the most powerful energy among the holy knights present. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the emblem engraved on the holy knight's armor, the Holy Kingdom of Spur. He'd seen the emblem when he had spars against various neutral factions in Banneret, the Thespian Emperor's city. However, it wasn't just the emblem. The young holy knight's face was also familiar. We've met before, haven't we? Why, you remember me? The young holy knight's eyes widened, surprised that Rayon recognized him. It's still in my memory. Were you Sir Hopin? Why, yes. Hopin nodded, his chin trembling intensely. He actually recognized me. His presence wasn't even as good as a random knight on the roadside during his encounter with Rayon. He was surprised and honored by the fact that Rayon still remembered him. Yes. I remember because your basics were especially good among the people I met back then. Rayon nodded while looking at Hopin. He even managed to defeat 4 members of the Light Wind Division. After defeating Crane during the sparring matches, Hopin had defeated 3 more swordsmen before he stopped fighting. Rayon remembered him because both his skills and willpower were excellent, and he displayed splendid chivalry. I'm honored that the Light Wind Division leader recognized me. Hopin politely lowered his head. You've become a master. Congratulations. What did I do? Rayon tilted his head, unable to understand what he was talking about. I don't know if you remember it, but our squad leader perished when Banneret was assaulted by the White Blood Religion's leader and the Holy Sword Alliance master. Rayon bit his lip. His words reminded him of the moment when the White Blood Religion's leader killed Byton, Spur's previous Holy Knight captain. I was the vice captain back then, so I struggled desperately to save the knights. I ended up getting enlightened as a result. Of course, it would have been meaningless if I couldn't escape from that hell, but... He lifted his gaze while clenching his fist. His eyes were blazing intensely. The knights behind Hopin also bowed at Rayon, talking about the same incident. Rayon realized that the faces of those knights were also familiar. He could guess that the group consisted of the survivors of that incident. I apologize for the late expression of gratitude. We've sent a letter to Sieghart, but back then, you... I see I should have been rumored to be dead. It's fine. Rayon smiled faintly and nodded. It was probably a natural outcome that he didn't receive the letter from them because he had been attacked by the demonic monarch of the Azure Flame. Wrath had manifested, and he had been kidnapped by Ares since then. By the way, what brings you here? We've come to exterminate the monsters because we heard that a king of monsters has appeared on Divarn Mountain. This mountain overlaps slightly with our domain. We ended up in this shameful shape, though Hopin shamefully rubbed the back of his back. Since Divarn Mountain was vast, it wasn't strange at all that it overlapped with the Holy Kingdom of Spur. However, it was only the edge, and the problematic region was far away from it. There was a good reason the kingdom was described as holy, considering that they came so far for the extermination. We ended up troubling you for our task. I appreciate the Holy Kingdom's goodwill. No, not at all. All I've done was to carry out a mission from the upper echelon. Hopen smiled awkwardly, saying that he was simply ordered to get rid of the monsters as fast as possible. That's the amazing part. Rayon nodded with a faint smile on his face. They'd left him a favorable impression already when he'd encountered them because of Byton, and they really deserved their name. We should have taken care of them cleanly. I'm ashamed that it ended up like this. Hopen hung his head, embarrassed by the fact that they were being praised even though they had to run away from the battle. On the other hand, the Light Wind Division is amazing. They seem to have reached a level that we can't even catch up to anymore. The Light Wind Division looked back as soon as he finished voicing his envy. None of the monsters that used to stand in their way could be seen anymore. We're done. We took care of all the monsters, sir. There were seriously so many of them. Burin, Martha, and Runnan shook their heads while breathing roughly. Division leader, we completely got rid of them. Our Light Wind style is pretty decent now, isn't it? It didn't even take that long. The Light Wind Division was also smiling, looking forward to his response. Rayon scratched his head while looking at the Light Wind Division. I didn't see because I was talking to him. Lauren. The Light Wind Division turned pale upon hearing his response. I'll make sure to watch next time. Head up there already. Rayon brusquely shook his hand, telling them to prepare for the next battle already. Would you like to come with us? Rayon gently raised his hand toward Hopen and the knights, a contrasting smile brimming with kindness. You should confirm the extermination's progress since you've got a mission. The holy knights nodded while putting their hands together, as if they were greeting God. Look at him. The holy knights need to see his true demonic face. He is only polite to strangers, only to strangers. He isn't just a demon, he is a demon king. A human being can't be acting like that. Now that I think about it, didn't he call us mad dogs again earlier? Again, I didn't even notice because I've gotten used to it. The Light Wind Division trudged over the monster corpses, their shoulders slumped as they headed toward the peak. He was a nice guy in the past. Why did he end up that way? Rimmer shook his head, saying that he couldn't understand it. It's you, it's your fault, shitty ears. Wrath barked at Rimmer. He grew up while watching you. There's no way he would become a proper human being. Left wing is empty. Fill it, third team. Right wing is too quick. Match speed with the center. Surround the formation with the Light Wind styles wind, not your swords. The Light Wind Division was practically invincible as they followed Martha, Burin, and Runnan's orders, surrounded by the Light Wind styles wind. Monsters devoting their lives to the king were split apart like dry firewood. GRR. Kairong. The madness filling the eyes of the monsters faded away, and they started to step backward. Amazing. Hopen swallowed nervously as he watched the Light Wind Division tear the monsters apart. I was well aware that the Light Wind Division had many excellent warriors, but I didn't expect them to be so good. They still need to improve a lot. Rayon smiled faintly and shook his head. The Light Wind Division's shoulders trembled upon hearing Rayon's voice. Did you just hear him? We still need to improve. Isn't he implying that we need to train even more? I think so. He doesn't say things for no reason. Damn it, increase the pace. Let's destroy them all and climb. Gah! The Light Wind Division let out a roar that almost sounded like a scream and charged toward the still numerous monsters. Wham! Blue wind seeped onto the breakthrough formation shaped like a spear, and the wall of monsters was devastated in no time. Keep going like this. With Martha's shout from the front row, the Light Wind Division's spear of wind rushed towards the peak of the mountain. Rayon licked his lips while watching them. That wasn't what I meant. He was just being humble toward the other party. He didn't mean that he didn't like their current level of prowess. He was speechless at their reaction because there was nothing to misunderstand about it. Speechless. Don't even start. Wrath shook his head, treating it as nonsense. Think about how much you've been bullying them for them to end up that way. He sniffled, pitying the Light Wind Division. Well, it's all good since we'll arrive faster now. Rayon shrugged his shoulders. After all, anything was fine as long as it drew out more power from them. Wham! Rayon followed the path that the Light Wind Division had created with Hopen, and by the time they reached a hill where they could see the peak, the sound of something blocking the Light Wind Division's advance could be heard. He shifted his gaze and saw that large monsters an Etn, an ogre, and trolls were blocking their path. 3 troll sorcerers were supporting them from behind. Rayon licked his lips upon seeing that the combative energy of the monsters was on a whole different level from the ones below. These are the royal guards. The ogre was even taller than 7 meters, and the troll and troll sorcerers had brown skin just like they'd seen below. They were both powerful enough to be called mutants, and the Etn was powerful enough to defeat multiple ogres on its own to begin with, so its existence itself was a threat. Wham! The Etten started its charge, holding a club even thicker than a log with both hands, while the ogre leaped to the sky and started to punch. The troll sorcerers cast blessings on the two monsters while throwing curses and piles of rocks at the light wind division. All of them were monsters of the highest rank, capable of using combative energy. Finally, some opponents that are worth cutting down. Large light wind formation. Unleash the light wind style. Buran, Martha, and Runnan stepped forward, and the sword formation in the shape of a spear returned to its original circular shape. There's no reason to waste any time. Defeat them at once. Martha shouted, and the light wind division advanced, maximizing light wind style's output. Wham! The blue wind emanating from their blades circulated within the light wind formation, further amplifying the sharpness of their swordsmanship. The will of swordsmen who'd been coordinating for a long time was unleashed as a single aura blade. Slosh! The Etten's club and the ogre's fist were split apart in an instant, and the staves were destroyed in the troll sorcerer's hands behind them. GRR. Lilac. The monsters collapsed, their eyes trembling in disbelief at their own deaths. The Etten, ogre, and troll sorcerers were definitely powerful. This was an undeniable fact, as the order of holy knights from the holy kingdom of Spur had to run away, unable to even reach the midpoint in the face of them. However, there were 5 masters in the light wind division, and the other members were at the highest level of expert. It was a natural outcome because they even had the best formation, one specialized in cutting, and a divine technique called the light wind style. Whoa. Wow. So this is the true power of the light wind division. Hopin and the Holy Knights fell speechless upon witnessing the true power of the light wind formation. Rayon smiled faintly, watching the light wind division drive the remaining royal guards and monsters into a corner. It's finally starting to work. The aura and wind had been functioning separately or dissipating in the beginning, but the long battle had allowed them to wield the wind around them naturally. Rayon was able to confirm that a real battle was the best lesson. He even felt thankful to Balder for allowing him to receive the mission. Is it my turn now? Rayon smiled faintly and climbed to the peak, following the path that the light wind division had carved for him. That one must be the king. What looked like a summit rising high enough to pierce the sky started to stand up. The tough gray skin, arms, chest muscles that resembled a literal boulder, and 2 heads with different expressions on their faces. The king's appearance was rather unexpected. It was a double-headed ogre. Moreover, it wasn't any ordinary double-headed ogre. It was a gray ogre, a special type of ogre known for its tough skin and unparalleled strength. The fact that a double-headed entity was born from gray ogres, which were a powerful race to begin with, must have been the reason behind the large number of monsters. Raour, the double-headed ogre, unleashed its tremendous roar while looking up to the sky. It sounded like a declaration of war, directed at the world rather than Rayon. Crimson combative energy blazed around it like an undulating wave. The huge amount of energy didn't even lose to Eden's demons. Rayon licked his lips, watching the combative energy soaring to the sky to a frightening degree. It could have been seriously dangerous if we came any later. The ogre possessed such a powerful combative energy and bloodlust even though it was only born recently. If it was found any later, the villages and cities in the vicinity would have been completely devastated. GRR. The double-headed ogre clenched its fist, which was even larger than a boulder, and descended in front of Rayon. It quietly got into a combat stance instead of attacking right away. It seemed to be showing the dignity of a king. So you're still a king. Rayon unsheathed his sword, a faint smile on his face. GRR. The double-headed ogre slowly thrust its fist. It was a greeting, rather than an attack. It instinctively had the spirit of a warrior, its demeanor even better than most knights and swordsmen. Rayon raised his sword in front of him, offering a sword salute. QA. As soon as the greeting of warriors ended, the double-headed ogre stomped the ground and thrust its fist. Its crimson combative energy gushed down like a lightning strike. The ogre had instinctively understood the martial art. It possessed a tremendous talent. I shall go all out as a sign of respect. It was a one-on-one battle against a monster with an unbefitting courtesy. It wasn't strange to call it a duel between warriors. Rayon unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation and the light wind style at the maximum output. His right hand, which was holding heavenly drive, turned into a blue ray of light and rushed toward the opponent. The flaming blade transcended the concept of swiftness and cut through the crimson combative energy. Croc, the double-headed ogre, didn't lower its fist even after it was slaughtered by 10,000 flames cultivation. However, its fist came to a halt before reaching Rayon's body. GRR. The double-headed ogre growled in regret and collapsed to the ground. It's difficult to believe that it was a monster. Rayon closed his eyes slightly, watching the double-headed ogre's heads falling to the ground, and whoosh, something soared to the sky from the right and rushed in at a tremendous speed. Kring. Rayon moved his left hand as if he'd expected that move. He unsheathed the blade of Requiem, raising the blade of ghastly energy toward it. Clang, the mysterious man's hand, which was extending toward the double-headed ogre's heads, was bounced back by the blade, turning his body around midair. Ah, you've got even stronger. The mysterious man laughed, standing upside down in the air. He was a familiar man, though he was wearing a blue snake's helmet with 3 horns protruding from it. You. Rayon furrowed his brow upon hearing his voice, confirming his suspicions. What the hell are you? Rayon bit his lips slightly as he observed the man wearing a blue snake helmet. His voice is the same as the golden skin snakes and the red demonic snakes. It wasn't just his voice. Even the atmosphere around him was similar. However, their attributes were different. Unlike the golden skin snake and the red demonic snake, the man in front of him was using a water attribute aura. Is he really the same person? But he's far more powerful than the others. The blue snake helmet was an extremely powerful warrior in the Grandmaster's realm. He was incomparable to the golden skin snake and the red demonic snake. If the golden skin snake really was the same person as the blue snake helmet, that implied that he'd improved at the same rate as Rayon, which was just impossible. In fact, it was ridiculous to even think that they were the same person. After all, Rayon had witnessed the golden skin snake and the red demonic snake's deaths. How is this happening? Rayon couldn't understand why people with the same voice, body, and characteristics as the deceased kept appearing one after the other. Me, the warrior wearing the blue snake helmet, smiled while pointing at himself with his finger. I'm the blue lizard snake. I wasn't asking for your name. Rayon narrowed his eyes, looking at the blue lizard snake after he'd introduced himself. How are you related to the golden skin snake and the red demonic snake? What do you think? The blue lizard snake giggled. Rayon noticed that his personality was more carefree than the golden skin snake's. Do you think I'm the same person as the golden skin snake? Absolutely not. Rayon firmly shook his head, following the conclusion he'd reached. Yes, you're bound to think like that. After all, you must have seen the golden skin snake and the red demonic snake's deaths. That's correct. However, the blue lizard snake shook his finger left and right. It's also wrong at the same time. What nonsense is that? Rayon tilted his head, gripping Heavenly Drive and the blade of Requiem. It's... Just as the blue lizard snake was about to continue, the Light Wind Division's footsteps could be heard from behind them. Where's the king? Who could the king be to have such powerful minions? Is it already Oviha? The Light Wind Division had arrived after finishing their battle against the royal guards, their eyes widening upon noticing the blue lizard snake floating in the air while looking for the king. Eden is here. Prepare for battle. The Light Wind Division reactivated the Light Wind Formation and lowered their postures as soon as they saw the blue lizard snake. PSSH, the blue lizard snake must have assumed that Rayon's focus was wavering because of the Light Wind Division's appearance. He leaped mid-air and extended his hand towards the double-headed ogre's heads. His speed was explosive, enough so that it was difficult to believe that it was a human's body making such movement. Kring. At that moment, Heavenly Drive's blade left Rayon's grasp, sweeping past the moon rising along the mountain ridge. The blue lizard snake's hand was hanging at the center of his elegant strike. Clang. The blue lizard snake was pushed back, struck by Rayon's slash instead of reaching the double-headed ogre's heads. Blood gushed from his hand alongside a powerful shockwave. Did you really react to that? The blue lizard snake laughed bitterly, stunned by Rayon's performance. His surprise seemed to be more important than the blood flowing from his hand. Isn't he the one who attacked Sapia? Rimmer furrowed his brow while looking at the blue lizard snake, noticing the same thing as Rayon. Both his voice and nature are similar to his, but he's already dead. He swallowed nervously, saying that he'd seen the corpse himself and confirmed his death. I'm not sure either. That's why Rayon licked his lips and raised Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. I'm planning to look into it now. Rayon activated the 10,000 Flames, Cultivation, and Glacier, and just as he was about to dash toward the blue lizard snake, he leaped backward. His lips curved into a sneer, standing midair without any footholds at all. I have no intention of fighting you. The blue lizard snake shook his head, lifting both hands. I just need to take that lovely ogre's corpse. No, I just need the heads, if you can concede that. Shut your mouth. Rayon kicked the ground violently. He advanced while leaving a deep footprint on the boulder, piercing into the blue lizard snake's space. The blue lizard snake stepped back in the air with a sneer. Rayon predicted his movement and executed. Master of Abyssal Sword's footwork, he advanced in the air and executed the Crimson Slash swoosh. The line of flame drawn by Heavenly Drive was engulfed by wind as it fell to the ground. The blue lizard snake's aura barrier was destroyed, leaving a laceration on his chest. PSSSH. The blue lizard snake managed to react in a split second and pulled himself backward, but a deep laceration was left on his chest, crimson blood gushing from it. His eyes widened, showing his surprise at how Rayon had managed to reach him from so far away before he escaped even further away. Tusk. Rayon clicked his tongue and withdrew to the hill where the Light Wind Division was located. He couldn't leap mid-air multiple times yet. Is that the Master of Abyssal Sword's footwork. The blue lizard snake let out a hollow laugh, looking at the blood gushing from the wound on his chest. I didn't expect you to steal that difficult martial art. However, he twisted his lips into a smile while pointing at himself. You can't steal this, can you? That's not a martial art. And Rayon shook his head, reading the flow of mana supporting the blue lizard snake's feet and back. It's not like I can't kill you without it. Let me tell you one thing. The blue lizard snake put his hand on his chest while giggling. The bloody wound slowly started to heal. You shouldn't be sure that killing me will be advantageous for you. His voice sounded serious for the first time. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the blue lizard snake's smiling face. I can't ignore his words easily. If it had come from another warrior, he'd have brushed it off as a simple bluff, but the blue lizard snake was different. He'd reappeared in a new form after the golden face snake and the red demonic snake, achieving a similar amount of growth as himself whenever he appeared. Judging from past experience, he could potentially become even more powerful than Rayon if the next snake helmet appeared after his death. He must be bluffing, but why does it not sound like a bluff? Rimmer furrowed his brow in irritation. It looks like you understand. The blue lizard snake nodded with a faint smile on his face. Well, I'll stop here for today since it doesn't look like you're going to hand over that corpse. He casually shook his hand and withdrew even further. However, his voice still sounded like he was talking right in front of them. Take care until the next time we meet. The blue lizard snake shook his hand with a light-hearted smile on his face, because I want to be the one to finish you off. It was the last thing he said before he turned into a water drop and disappeared. I can't tell what the hell he was. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders, saying that he felt like he was facing a gambling master whose expressions weren't revealing their cards at all. Wrath. Rayon called upon Wrath, who was sitting on his shoulder. What do you think about him? Yawn. Wrath shook his head while yawning. The last thing he said seemed to be true. He might really become more powerful the next time you meet. Is that even possible? The King of Essence has said this many times before, but he doesn't know much about sorcery and magic. Moreover, their power is abnormal, making it even more difficult to understand. He furrowed his brow, showing his annoyance. You are so useless despite being a demon king. He is probably limited by lots of conditions. For example, he can't die on purpose, or he has to struggle to live until the last moment. Wrath gave some information while letting out a pained groan. Does that mean that he isn't the same person as the ones we've encountered before? It's actually a bit strange. His soul is similar to theirs, but it's different at the same time. This kind of thing only happens between siblings born from the same mother. Rayon looked at the spot where the blue lizard snake had disappeared while listening to Wrath. Siblings. Rayon set aside his question about the blue lizard snake and stood in front of the light wind division. They're finally looking decent. Unlike at the training ground, the light wind style wind was perfectly merged with their bodies. It was good enough to not be ashamed even if they told people they'd learned a martial art with super sense. How do you feel? Rayon gestured with his chin, examining the light wind swordsmen one after the other. I feel like I've finally realized the true nature of the light wind style. Yes, I had to learn how to control the output and the utilization again. Hands-on experience is the best teacher after all. The light wind division was smiling, saying that they'd learned a lot and had many insights. The light wind formation's duration and durability have improved. It feels like the light wind style allowed to decrease the amount of wasted aura. Burin nodded in satisfaction. Light wind style win, sir. Martha smiled broadly, saying that the swordsmanship had become unhindered. It's easier to assist. The wind allows faster protection. Run-On also nodded, saying that she could spread her frost to protect the swordsman much faster than before. Same goes for me. I feel like I've taken a glimpse of the anarchic lightning saber's next realm. Mark Goten lowered his head, saying that he'd managed to find the path to advance even further. Light wind style. The joy was even greater than when he was praised for a great deed. I'm glad that it helped all of you. Rayon showed his satisfaction with a smile. However, there was a glimpse of evil included in his smile. But what's wrong with that expression? Dorian's lips trembled in terror. I know, right? Why does he look angry? Crane. Rayon started with Crane's name like always. Show me the inner side of your right arm. What? Crane's shoulders trembled upon hearing his order. Actually. Crane's chin trembled before he eventually lifted his arm. There was a very small wound around his armpit, and a small drop of blood was leaking from it. You're injured. It's a very small injury, though. You would have lost your arm if it was any bigger. He hung his head, having no excuse to give. Dorian, yes. Dorian briskly raised his head, showing his confidence. The stench of blood doesn't fade away even if you change your outfit. Huff. Dorian's shoulders shrunk like a piece of meat being grilled. You got hurt at your waist, didn't you? About that, yes. He touched his injured waist, murmuring, when did he even see it? Next up is. Rayon called out the members of the Light Wind Division who even had the smallest injury, and his smile deepened as he continued. What? Does our division leader have the nose of a dog? How did he even smell the blood? That can't be the case, he must have seen it. But when did he even see it? We got baited. The monster got us again. The Light Wind Division stared at Rayon with trembling lips. He was aware of the entire situation despite having told them that he didn't see them fight because he was talking. Ha. We're fortunately safe. You weren't injured, right? Burin, Martha, and Runan breathed out a sigh of relief looking at each other. They weren't injured at all. Lastly, Rayon pointed at the sky where the night had fallen. I clearly told you to finish the battle before the sunset, but you only managed to reach the peak after the sun was gone. The difference was extremely small, but the sun had set before the Light Wind Division had finished their climb. Therefore, everyone in the Light Wind Division will have additional focus enhancement training. The Light Wind Division turned pale as soon as they heard the words, focus enhancement training. Ag. Rimmer screamed while mussing his own hair. I handed over the division leader position too quickly. He does whatever he wants anyway, whether he is the division leader or vice division leader. There was no reason to give it to him so early. He wailed, saying that he regretted it so much. I like it. Mark Goten raised his sword with a smile, saying that he had a new goal to work towards. The other swordsmen shook their heads, calling him a pervert. Rayon smiled faintly while watching the Light Wind Division cry out in despair. It will be perfect if I do their focus enhancement training for the last time before preparing for the duel to the death. Since there were about 4 months left until the duel against the Axe King, Rayon figured that he could spend about 2 weeks with the Light Wind Division and do his personal training for the rest of the time. We'll be returning right away. Get ready. Rayon ordered the Light Wind Division to prepare for return before he stood in front of the double-headed ogre's corpse. It was necessary to completely incinerate it, bones and flesh alike, so that Eden's villains couldn't recover it afterward. Sir Rayon, Hopin came next to him while he was controlling the 10,000 flames cultivation at maximum output, incinerating even the vengeful spirit of the double-headed ogre. It should be fine to return and report that the mission was successful now. Rayon smiled faintly, placing the flame in his grasp onto the double-headed ogre's corpse. The Holy Kingdom of Spur. Yes, I'd like to repay the favor. After all, you were already my benefactor and helped us a lot this time as well. Rayon licked his lips while looking at Hopin. He did have the time for it because the mission was finished quickly, but there was no real reason to visit them. Most importantly, he felt like it would be boring for him as an atheist to visit a holy kingdom. You have something else to do. Don't even think about going there. The holy power of the deity is just an illusion. Wrath licked his lips, telling him to just return and eat at home. He seemed to be instinctively repulsed by the Holy Kingdom because he was a demon king. Rayon was about to refuse, but Hopin continued. We even have a treasure that we were going to deliver after the incident in Banneret, but we ended up in an awkward position. Treasure, yes, it's personally bestowed upon you by His Majesty. He lowered his head, saying that it was an elixir and book of martial arts that the king of the Holy Kingdom had personally bestowed upon him. It's a different story now. There were enough reasons to spare some time if he could get an elixir and swordsmanship. No way are you planning to go there. About that, how could you set foot into some holy kingdom when you serve the monarch of wrath? Those who pretend to be pure are usually the most disgusting people. They might even be plotting something against you. Wrath frowned, telling him to not even look in the direction of the holy kingdom. Now that I think about it, you like beet ice cream, don't you? Hopin clapped his hands, showing that he just remembered how he was in Banneret. A large beet ice cream shop opened up in our kingdom. My brother said that there are lots of special flavors that can only be found in that shop. I'm sure you won't regret it. SB special flavors. Special flavors. Wrath and Runan stood up at the same time with sparkling eyes. What are you waiting for? Wrath furrowed his brow, tapping on Rayon's shoulder. Tell him that you're going. Tell him right now. You told me not to go there, though. Weren't the pure people the most disgusting? The King of Essence won't forgive you if you look down on the Holy Kingdom. Rayon gasped while watching Wrath, whose lips were being twisted. Is this thing really supposed to be the Demon King? Rayon headed to the Holy Kingdom of Spur to collect the reward Hopin had prepared because Wrath and Runan kept urging him to go endlessly. Since Hopin knew a shortcut through the mountain range, they managed to reach the Holy Kingdom faster than he'd expected. That's our Holy Kingdom of Spur. Hopin smiled while pointing at the white ramparts that seemed to be made of clouds. Wow. Holy power is flowing around the castle. It's a holy kingdom for a good reason. I wouldn't be surprised even if I witnessed the descent of God right now. Rather than cool, it's fascinating. The Light Wind Division gasped while watching the Holy Kingdom scenery. Rayon nodded while listening to the swordsmen. Indeed, the dazzling light surrounding the Holy Kingdom made it look like it had been engulfed by sunlight, and the buildings were high and antique at the same time. It was even more splendid than the merchant city Cameloon, Owen, or the Balkar Kingdom. However, instead of an artificial aura, the city exuded a distinctly divine impression. As someone said before, it even felt like God was looking after the kingdom. As expected of the Holy Kingdom, it looks tasty. Wrath licked his lips as if the Holy Kingdom itself was vanilla ice cream. Let's go already. Head to the biggest shop. He started to talk about ice cream, but suddenly narrowed his eyes. What's up? Never mind. Wrath casually shook his hand, brushing it off as nothing special. What a letdown. Rayon chuckled and followed Hopin to the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Knights bowed at Hopin, standing in front of a noble gate that seemed to be made of snow-white wood. You've returned, squad leader. But who are these people? The Holy Knights guarding the gate tilted their heads at the Light Wind Division. They are the heroes from Sieghart's Light Wind Division. They've saved us during this mission. Hopin politely introduced them to the guards, revealing the fact that they were saved even though Rayon had told him that he didn't need to. Ah, then is he. The Holy Knights' chins trembled as they looked at Rayon. I'm honored to see the Dragon Slayer. The two Holy Knights lowered their heads to express their deep respect towards him, just like knights would have done. Nice to meet you. Rayon smiled faintly and nodded his head. Ah, we'll open the gate right away. The two Holy Knights stepped aside and opened the gate. Moreover, they opened the main entrance instead of the small door designed for people to pass through. Rumble. The castle's main entrance opened and attracted the attention of all passers-by. Huh, you're back, squad leader. You finished your mission so quickly. Are you hurt anywhere? The residents approached Hopin and the Holy Knights to greet them, each with a white book tucked under their arm. It was a peculiar sight because residents were usually uncomfortable around knights. You're so close to the residents. It's because of our doctrine. We aren't bound by status or gender. Ah, it's a nice doct. Rayon started to nod with a smile but turned his head to the right side. He could feel a dark energy scanning his shoulder, though it was extremely faint and only lasted for a split second. What? Why is there demonic energy in a holy kingdom? Rayon shifted his gaze towards the spot where he'd sensed the demonic energy. He could see the central avenue, which had the largest amount of traffic of people and carriages. It's gone. However, the demonic energy had disappeared in the short time it took him to turn his eyes. It was as if it had never existed. Tap. Rayon gently pushed the white land with his left foot. He moved to the central avenue where the demonic energy had been and spread his aura perception. Where is it? His aura perception rode the light wind-style wind, spreading in all directions, but he couldn't sense any trace of demonic energy from anywhere. It had completely disappeared. He tried to find the one who had leaked the demonic energy with his eyes, but he couldn't find anyone acting suspiciously. What? Who is that person? Sieghart. I saw him with the prince earlier. People's attention was getting focused on him instead because he'd suddenly appeared out of nowhere. D-Division leader, what's the matter? Buran put his hand on the hilt of his sword, approaching with a nervous expression. Is there an enemy? Enemy? Why would there be any enemy here? Martha furrowed her brow, saying that it was impossible. It's not because of an enemy. Runan calmly shook her head. Our division leader wanted ice cream as soon as possible. She licked her lips, saying that she agreed with him. That's not it. Rayon shook his head and examined the gazes of the three team leaders. It looked like none of them had noticed anything. Then he looked at Rimmer just in case. However, he was also just blinking dazedly, wondering what Rayon was doing. Even the vice division leader didn't notice it. Because of his elven nature, Rimmer's senses were better than other warriors in his realm. The fact that he'd also failed to sense the demonic energy implied that Rayon was the special one. No, even without his case, they were in the Holy Kingdom. It was extremely strange that he was the only one who could sense the demonic energy in a place brimming with priests and clergymen. And the reason, it's obviously because of Wrath. Wrath was the king of devildom. Rayon could guess that he probably became sensitive to demonic energy because he'd been living with him for pretty much his entire life. Now that I think about it, he remembered the strange reaction that Wrath had suddenly had when they were looking at the Holy Kingdom of Spur from outside. The cotton candy was most certainly aware of it all along. You knew about it, right? What are you talking about? Wrath feigned ignorance while turning his head away slightly. That someone in this kingdom possesses demonic energy. There's no way the King of Essence wouldn't notice. After all, he is the Demon King. He rules over demonic energy. He easily acknowledged it and nodded his head. Who is it? Do you really believe that the King of Essence would tell you? Wrath shook his head with a cold look in his eyes. What? It looks like you've forgotten, but the King of Essence is the King of Devildom, the monarch of Wrath. He would never sell out his fellow demons even if they weren't his followers. He twisted his lips, telling Rayon to stop treating him like he was human. Wrath was right. It was a whole different story from the demonic monarch of the Azure Flames case. Since Wrath was the king of devildom, it would have been funny if he sold off his fellow demons. Rayon thought about threatening him with bead ice cream, but he couldn't bring himself to say that because he'd already promised to eat whatever he wanted for a while. Regardless of the case, it would have been too unsightly to threaten him with food. Where are they from? There were two groups who were capable of using demonic energy in their era. The first was the Black Tower, which was connected to devildom. The second was the Demon Reception Society, a group of demon worshippers. Rayon couldn't tell which one was taking action. It's just that he felt like the demonic energy he'd sensed had a slightly higher purity than the demonized humans from the Black Tower. To give you one clue. Wrath's lips twitched, thinking that he was being too unfriendly. You must have seen it when you entered, but holy power is circling the ramparts of this kingdom. A weak demon wouldn't be able to enter, and a strong one could break through it, but war would have broken out. What about it? You are so brain dead. The fact that there are no traces on the rampart implies that the demon didn't force its way inside. Instead, they allied with a human. Rayon noticed the meaning behind Wrath's words and answered, "Indeed." It implies that a demon made a contract with a human. Wrath nodded, saying that it was the correct answer. Demons can't force a contract onto people unless they are monarchs like the King of Essence. They need consent from the other party. That's why the owner of the demonic energy you've noticed must have accepted the demon of their own accord. He shook his finger, telling him that he shouldn't go out of his way to ruin the contract between a human and a demon. Rampart and consensus. As Rayon thought about Wrath's words, he felt like he was getting a faint glimpse of the answer. Sir Rayon, is something bothering you? Hopin approached him while he was putting his thoughts together. His trembling fingers revealed his worries. I thought I saw an acquaintance. Rayon smiled faintly at Hopin. Then we'll get people too. No, it was just my imagination. Rayon shook his hand, saying that it was a different person. Excuse me. Rayon lowered his head slightly, apologizing for the sudden behavior. Not at all, it's fine. Hopin shook his hand and started to guide them into the Holy Kingdom once again. Wrath. Rayon shifted his eyes towards Wrath while following Hopin up the central avenue. If they've made a contract with a demon for their own success, I have no intention of interfering with them, just like you wanted. He couldn't impose a double standard on them because he also pretty much had a contract with Wrath, the Demon King. However, I'll stop them no matter what if other people are harmed because of their wish. Rayon thought it was his duty as the one raising a Demon King. Raise, did you just say that you are raising the King of Essence? He will never forgive you if you don't take back what you just saw. The shop over there is the Bead Ice Cream shop that recently opened up. It should be all right to go there after the audience is over. As Wrath was about to explode in anger, Hopin pointed at a two-story building on the right. The signboard was bright and splendid, the inside was clean, and the fridge storing the ice cream seemed to be at least 3 times as large as the one in Zieghart's shop. Kayahu! Wrath let out a high-pitched scream, as if he'd forgotten what he was talking about. Can't you just go there now instead of later? There are so many flavors that the King of Essence has never experienced before. Rayon shook his head, watching Wrath sticking to the ice cream shop's window like gum. See, I'm raising you. The space was dark, not even a sliver of the holy sunlight able to permeate it. The man seated at a worn, faded desk had his hands clasped together and his eyes closed. His lips moved steadily, as if he were uttering a continuous prayer. By the time the man finished his prayer and lowered his hands, shadows surged from under the desk like tainted water, forming the shape of a human. The one who appeared was a young man with characteristic black hair. I believe I already told you to never show yourself during the day. The man furrowed his brow faintly after he was done with his prayer. I apologize. It's an urgent matter. The black-haired young man put his hands together in front of his chest. It was a priest's greeting. An urgent matter. Yes, the 4th prince has returned, but he has companions with him. Those companions must be the issue. The man sitting at the desk nodded calmly. Rayon Zieghart, the monster carrying the name of Dragon Slayer, is visiting with the Light Wind Division. The black-haired young man raised his gaze while stating Rayon's name. For what reason? The man sitting at the desk wasn't surprised even though he heard Rayon's name. However, the darkness welling up in his eyes was wavering violently. I don't know the details, but he apparently saved the 4th prince's life at Divarn Mountain. The king of monsters born in that place must have been unexpectedly powerful. The young man repeated what Hopin had told the residents. I see. The man nodded indifferently even though he was just told that the 4th prince had narrowly escaped death. Rimmer, the Sword of Light, is also part of the Light Wind Division, in addition to Rayon Zieghart. Even the team leaders are in the Master's realm. We don't even have a week left until the Great Plan. It could be problematic if the Light Wind Division is still here by then. The black-haired young man furrowed his brow deeply as he expressed his worries. Rayon Zieghart and the Light Wind Division. The man tapped on the desk with his blunt finger. A frightening sound started to resound from the desk. This is even better. He stopped tapping on the desk and put his hands together. We'll also use Rayon Zieghart and the Light Wind Division as sacrifices. What? The young man widened his eyes in bewilderment. But they can't use their original strength anyway inside the boundary. That's not the issue here. Zieghart might take action if they lose contact with the Light Wind Division. It's fine. The man turned around, licking his lips as he looked at the dark flame blazing from the dim wall. That's not going to happen. Rayon rubbed the callus on his finger, sitting on the bed inside the room that Hopin had prepared for him. I won't be able to get the answer without any experiments after all. What answer are you even looking for? Wrath shook his head, telling him to stop saying nonsense. Stop saying stupid shit. Let's go eat ice cream already. You aren't going to say that you're backing out now, are you? He licked his lips, his pupils trembling anxiously. I'm not that cheap. Then let's go right now. We need to greet the master of this land first. The King of Essence is the master of this land since he set foot on it. Wrath bobbed his finger, telling Rayon to just greet him instead. Rayon shook his head because he couldn't even be bothered to speak anymore. This is the annoying thing about humans. You have to greet the king, greet the nobles as well. Since we are in a holy kingdom or whatever, you even have to visit the pope. We don't need to. Rayon steadily shook his head. Spur is a theocracy. The king is the pontiff. The kingdom of Spur had no pope. The king worked as a pontiff while ruling and prayed to God himself. Oh, that's pretty good. Wrath nodded, praising them for knowing what was convenient despite being meager humans. Knock, knock. Rayon chuckled, and a knock could be heard from the door. You may enter. The door carefully opened, and Hopin entered the room, lowering his head. We've received permission for an audience. Let's go. I see. Rayon put on the black dragon coat again and left the room. The Light Wind Division was already waiting outside. I wonder what kind of person the king of a holy kingdom is. Martha curiously licked her lips. I heard he is extremely kind-hearted. Burin's eyes sparkled in anticipation, saying that the king's name was famous for his good deeds. Yes, he is kind-hearted. Runnan nodded her head. Huh, do you know about Spur's king? You of all people. Everyone in the Light Wind Division turned their heads and blinked while looking at Runnan. I don't. Runnan shook her head without the slightest hesitation. Then why did you call him kind-hearted? Because they have a big bead ice cream shop. She raised her blank eyes confidently. Ha. I should have known better, the Light Wind Division sighed, saying that they were surprised for no reason. But she's right. How could those fools dare make fun of my ice cream girl? Wrath frantically shook his hand, saying that he agreed with Runnan's opinion. Stop the useless chatter. Rayon furrowed his brow, standing in front of the Light Wind Division. Make sure to show proper courtesy when you see the king. Don't worry, sir. Who do you think we are? Martha and Crane lifted their fists. I'm worried about the two of you most of all. Rayon secretly sighed and looked at Hopin. Let's go. Understood. Hopin smiled faintly and headed towards the palace. A huge diamond-shaped temple could be seen under a spire, high enough to pierce the sky. The building, which stood out even when they looked at the city, from the outside was the palace. The bright gray color of the walls amplified the holy impression. Probably because they were notified of their visit, the front gate of the palace was open, and the holy knights guarding the gate bowed quietly. Rayon nodded back at the holy knights before heading into the palace. The interior was a warm white color, unlike the exterior, and the golden ornaments gave off a luxurious impression. Your Highness, they were walking on the glimmering blue carpet, heading towards the audience chamber, when an old priest with a golden scarf covering his neck came towards Hopin. I'm glad you've returned safely. The old priest lowered his head, saying that it was a divine blessing. Who are these people? We encountered them during this mission. He briefly explained what had happened in the mountain, accustomed to the situation. Don't mention it. By the way, Rayon blinked while looking at Hopin. What's this about the prince? Ah, did he not tell you? Father Fearn blinked while looking at Hopin. He is the fourth prince of Spur. The fourth prince? Rayon's jaw dropped as he looked at Hopin. Hopin was a prince all along. I didn't know at all. Wait, how come a prince is so humble? I thought he'd succeeded on his own. The Light Wind Division gasped because they hadn't expected it at all either after having spoken with Hopin. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to deceive you. Like I said before, status isn't that important to us. Hopin awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Rayon nodded while looking at Hopin. That's true. Hopin had always behaved the same way during their encounters in Banneret and Mountain alike. He'd always lived as a holy knight, never acting or speaking like a prince. He was more faithful to the teachings than anyone else. That must be why we immediately received permission for an audience. Ah, this old man must have kept you with me for too long. Let's go. Father Fearn went ahead, saying that he was also invited to the audience chamber. Rayon and Hopin nodded their heads and followed Fearn toward the audience chamber. I would like to tell you something now that you've learned that I'm a Prince. Hopin lowered his eyes slightly while looking at Rayon. Sir Bite, who you met in Banneret, was my older brother. Rayon nodded, turning around to look at Hopin. He didn't know at all that Bite was a prince, nor that he was Hopin's brother. Rayon was rather confident that he hadn't been borrowing the family's fame, but they were even better. What an interesting family. Rayon kept walking despite his surprise, and he arrived at the audience chamber in no time. Father Fearn lowered his head in front of the audience chamber, and the holy knights stepped aside. The white door quietly opened, revealing a warm light. The elegant shapes of God that were engraved on the windows were shining down with the sunlight. The holiness of the place made it seem like God could manifest at any moment. High-ranking priests were standing with their hands put together in front of the spotless pillars. Interestingly, half of them were young men and women. Their natures were as varied as their distinctive appearances. However, one thing they had in common was that they were surrounded by a huge amount of holy power. It almost felt like he was looking at the ocean. I'll be heading there, too. Father Fearn turned around and lowered his head before heading to the furthest spot, standing with his hands put together. An old knight wearing silver armor was standing on the opposite side from him, and an intensely powerful and noble aura was emanating from him, unlike the others. He was a knight in the Grandmaster realm. A young blonde knight was standing next to him, leaning his straight back against the pillar. He was a holy knight with even more holy power than Hopin. Lastly, Rayon saw the man who was standing on the very low platform at the center. The middle-aged man had faint blue hair just like Hopin, and his pure, wide eyes made it look like he was about to start crying at any moment. He seemed to be Beorn, the king of the holy kingdom of Spur. Step. Rayon activated the ring of fire and stepped upon the blue carpet covering the audience chamber. The level of his soul ascended sharply, adding destructive dignity to his quiet steps. The moment everyone's eyes were focused on him, Spur's king, royal knights, and the high priests all alike, Rayon unleashed the wrath. The emotion of the demon king, different in nature from demonic energy, twisted the audience chamber that was brimming with holy power. Thud. In that instant, a very small wave occurred inside the audience chamber, reacting to the wrath. Rayon couldn't locate it precisely, but it was an instinctive wave from a demon, different from demonic energy. What are you doing right now? Wrath widened his eyes, asking what he was doing, just as I expected. Rayon curled his lips into a smile, standing at the center of the audience chamber. The man who made a contract with a demon is among them. The traitor who'd made a contract with a demon was hiding in the room, full of high priests, royal knights, holy knight captains, and even the king. Rayon licked his lips briefly. What a shame. He'd managed to confirm the presence of someone who'd made contact with a demon, but he couldn't tell for sure who it was because they hadn't revealed their demonic energy. The priests and holy knights didn't seem to have noticed what had just happened, as demonic energy hadn't actually moved. What? How did you even notice that the demon was among them? Wrath's chin trembled, unable to understand Rayon's behavior. You gave me the hint. Rayon chuckled at Wrath's confusion. What are you talking about? When did the King of Essence ever give you a hint? Wrath frantically shook his head, absolutely denying it. The ramparts are protected by holy power, and there was an agreement between a human and a demon. Rayon licked his lips, telling Wrath what he'd told him before they entered the palace. What about that? There are so many existences with holy power in this kingdom that you're likely to trip over them. It's not just about people, even the buildings and sculptures have holy power. Rayon casually bobbed his finger while walking towards the center of the audience chamber. The only people who can achieve the madness of making a contract with a demon in a place like this are those with a high rank, not the low-ranked citizens. Low-ranked priests and knights could not perfectly conceal the demonic energy because they possessed only a small amount of holy power. Well, even if they managed to hide it, they were quickly going to be found out by the holy artifacts and priests, who were covered with holy power. The only people who could perfectly conceal demonic energy in the holy kingdom of Spur were those of high rank, as the holy power in their possession overflowed like the ocean. Wrath clutched his head and groaned in pain. He even pounded his chest, frustrated by the fact that he had unintentionally hinted at Rayon. Rayon smiled cheerfully at Wrath, then stood at the center of the audience chamber. He fell on one knee in front of the king on the platform after confirming that the Light Wind Division had followed him. I'm honored to meet the Sky of Spur. Don't fall to your knee. Rayon was about to lower his head in greeting, but the king of the Spur, Beorn, shook his head. It felt like his back was straightening on his own upon hearing his gentle voice. I'm the one who should be thanking you. After all, you saved our knights. King Beorn bowed politely, putting his hands together. Why, you don't need to do that. Rayon was surprised in return, shaking his hand while taking a step forward. What's going on with him? He'd witnessed a significant number of heads of houses and kings, his previous life and new life included, but he'd never seen anyone like Beorn. Even Darius never acted so politely. Are you crazy? Why are you bowing so easily as the king? The purple-haired girl next to Father Fearn furrowed her brow deeply. Gratitude transcends rank and title. King Beorn shook his hand, saying that it was fine. Stand up already. You're embarrassing me. He's not even the head of Sieghart, so why would you do this to youngsters like them? The girl swung down her hand, saying that it was embarrassing. Saintess, please watch out for what you say. We aren't the only ones here. The blonde holy knight on the opposite side put his finger on his lips. Why are you messing with me? It's my mouth. The girl, the saintess, wrinkled her nose. Saintess. Father Fearn faintly smiled at the saintess. The saintess briskly turned her head away, unable to argue against the priest. Anyway, the king isn't a rice plant. You shouldn't bow so easily, even under the heated sunlight and fiery wind. She clicked her tongue, telling him to never do that again. My back isn't an issue when the knights and the soldiers managed to survive. King Beorn smiled, saying that he didn't care about his trivial position. I care. It's embarrassing me. The saintess yelled, pleading for him to stop. Rayon gasped, looking back and forth between the king and the saintess. What a huge mess. It looked more like a guild of thugs on the backstreet than a holy kingdom. However, the biggest reason it became such a mess was the woman called the saintess. The Saintess was a beauty, with a beautiful harmony between her slanted, cat-like eyes, a sharp nose, and small lips. It was difficult to believe that those pretty lips were casually hurling insults. Moreover, her shoulders and thighs were visible under her nun outfit's opening, and she was covered in unknown tattoos, making her look like the boss of thugs instead of a saintess. However, her holy power was outstanding even among the present members. She possessed an overwhelming amount, even compared to the other high-ranked priests. What are you looking at? Rayon met her eyes, and the saintess raised her chin sharply as if she were picking a fight. Is that shit really a saintess? Is that shit really a saintess? Rayon laughed bitterly. He agreed with wrath for once. She's similar to Miss Rakshasa. Run-On raised her finger, pointing at Martha and the saintess one after the other. Who are you messing with, you little shit? Martha twisted her lips while stepping forward. Are you crazy, you little bitch? Screw the saintess, she's just a jerk. She started to go wild, like a beast that was let loose for the first time in a long time. Stop it. Rayon and the king shook their hands at the same time. Please forgive us. Our saintess speaks a bit harshly. The king lowered his head again and apologized. We are also sorry. She has a nasty personality. Rayon took a glance at Martha before he bowed to the king. Arg. Go. However, the two people in question were glaring fiercely at each other. Rayon shook his head with a faint smile on his face. He examined the priests and knights one after the other while expressing his gratitude. I can't tell who it is. The demonic energy wasn't leaking at all because they were all wrapped in holy power. Rayon figured he would be unable to find them unless he went to them one by one and tried shoving wrath in them. This isn't the first time. You also saved our knights during the assault in Banneret. The king kept thanking him over and over, as if he regretted being unable to thank him before. Ha! The saintess sighed deeply in displeasure at how the king kept bowing non-stop before she averted her gaze. The holy knight captains and the royal guard captain were simply watching without saying anything, and Father Fearn and the other priests were smiling faintly. We'd like to repay the favor, even if it's just a small thing, since you've saved our knights twice. The king picked up the wooden box placed on the golden table and personally came down from the platform. This is the holy essence pill, created by mixing sacred herbs and holy water. I can confidently say that it's better than any elixir at fortifying organs and muscles. He handed over the wooden box, asking him to accept it despite being a small gift. We've also prepared elixirs for the Light Wind Division's swordsmen. Please accept them. The king gestured with his hand, and young priests standing on the right side came forth to hand over the elixirs. Are you really giving them all of these? They are such precious elixirs. The saintess screamed, unable to withstand it any further. I'm the one who worked so hard on making all of them. We don't even have enough to feed our people. You must be insane, saintess. Father Fearn spoke, and the saintess bit her lip tightly. It's amazing to see 2 grandmasters and 4 masters in a single armed division. As expected of Sieghart, King Beorn gasped while watching the Light Wind Division accept the elixirs. It's not always like this in Sieghart. We're just a bit special. Rayon shook his head with an embarrassed expression on his face. He wasn't being humble. There weren't many armed divisions capable of winning against the Light Wind Division in Sieghart. I can't help but be jealous of such a huge military strength when the 5 demons are spreading their vicious acts nowadays. However, King Beorn's lips curved into a dignified smile as he looked around at the knights and priests inside the audience chamber. Our Spur knights and priests have bravery surpassing their might. I believe they will manage to protect this land no matter who tries to invade. Of course, the faces of the knights and the priests were filled with pride upon hearing his words. They had an ideal relationship, where the king trusted his vassals and the vassals looked up to the king. Your Majesty, the Light Wind Division's visit might be another decree of God. How about allowing them to participate in the sacred ceremony? It's happening in less than a week. The blonde holy knight smiled while looking up to the ceiling, where the sunlight was waning. King Beorn stroked his chin, wondering if it was going to be a good idea. What is the sacred ceremony? It's an event where we offer our prayers to God. However, all we do is to pray. Unlike the holy festival that is renowned to the outside, it won't be really fun to watch. Like he said, the sacred ceremony isn't a festival but a prayer event. It's just a sleeping pill for outsiders, so you should just leave. The saintess shook her head, saying that they did nothing but pray all day long. It will be boring because swinging a sword is forbidden that day. The royal knight, who'd been quiet so far, closed his eyes while putting his hand on his sword. It might be boring, but you'll be able to face a world brimming with holy power, and it should be a rather splendid sight. Father Fearn asked them to stay, saying that it was a rare sight to behold. I was planning to return if it was a festival, but I'd like to participate if it's an event like that. Rayon smiled, saying that it should help the Light Wind Division as they were lacking in patience. A world brimming with holy power that would be the perfect time to find the demon. Rayon scooped up the mint chocolate ice cream with almonds on it and put it in his mouth. The nutty flavor of the almond and the bittersweet flavor of the mint chocolate filled his mouth. Rayon honestly couldn't tell what was tasty about it. Woo! On the other hand, Wrath let out a long exclamation while looking into the air. It feels like it's alive and breathing in the mouth. It was already the best, but the taste fell all the way down to the underground with the almond added to it. He gestured with his finger for him to try out the next one. When you said it fell all the way down to the underground, it was a compliment, right? Rayon sighed and ate the white ice cream. Sweet and refreshing coldness seeped into his tongue. Is this pear-flavored ice cream? Whoa, it's so cool. It's as if we're inside the Northern Sea. Wrath grinned, saying that it was happiness and it was life. Hey, Rayon put down the spoon and called out to Wrath. You know who made a contract with a demon, don't you? Of course he does. Wrath nodded, saying that there was no way he wouldn't know. But he has no intention of telling you. He murmured that he wasn't going to talk even if his ice cream was taken away. I'm not planning on asking you about that. Instead, do you know what kind of contract the demon made with the human? How is the King of Essence supposed to know that? Wrath shook his head, saying that even the demon god wouldn't know about the contract. Then when is that contract between demon and human going to be carried out? It shouldn't take that long, considering how much demonic energy is welling up in the area. He licked his lips, saying that it was going to happen soon. I knew it. Rayon nodded, showing that it had confirmed his suspicions. You said that the matter only concerns the human who made the contract with the demon, but I don't think so. If a high-ranking member of the Holy Kingdom made a contract with a demon, there's no way it's only going to affect themselves. The goals of low-ranked people were extremely simple and clear. They wanted money, they wanted to buy a good home, they wanted to get stronger, straightforward goals like those. However, people with position and power were different. Since they already had a lot in their possession, their wish was definitely going to be something complicated, requiring sacrifices. If the demonic energy is already welled up as you said, they are most likely going to start during the upcoming sacred ceremony. That was why Rayon was getting an outline of what he needed to do. Rayon and the Light Wind Division were powerful, and he wasn't being arrogant about it. Letting the Light Wind Division stay during the sacred ceremony, when the contract with the demon was probably going to be carried out, wasn't a good thing for the contractor. The contractor was most likely one of the people who were against him remaining. The king said it wouldn't be fun, and the Holy Knight Captain was the one who brought up the sacred ceremony. Father Fearn practically recommended that we stay. Those who were against it were the Saintess and the Royal Guard Captain. He thought the Saintess wouldn't be the one because she was too blatantly thug-like, but he felt like she might have been trying to erase suspicion by behaving in a completely opposite way when he thought about it further. This is so difficult. It was difficult to figure out who it was even with the hint because information was lacking. Rayon sighed briefly just as a knock could be heard from the door. You may enter. The door opened soon after, and Hopin entered the room, lowering his head. I'm sorry. What? Rayon tilted his head, unable to understand what he was talking about. I lied to you. Lied. I said that His Majesty had prepared a book of martial arts and an elixir for you, Sir Rayon. I'm actually the one who prepared them. Hopin lowered his head again while apologizing. My father was saddened by my third brother's death back then, and he couldn't afford to think about other things. It was even more painful to him, because even my first and second brothers had returned to the goddess's embrace before my brother, Baitan. Rayon swallowed nervously. He mourned for him briefly because he wasn't expecting that 3 out of 4 princes had already perished. Both my father and the others were absorbed in sadness from the loss of my brother. That's why I had to personally prepare it. Hopin handed over a wooden box and a book of martial arts. The wooden box contained the Holy Essence Pill, the same elixir that King Beorn had given him, and the book was titled Brown Swordsmanship. It's an advanced swordsmanship focused on defense. I learned it as well. It should be helpful. Rayon looked at Hopin without taking the wooden box and the book. You must have had a hard time too. Why? My brother didn't perish without achieving anything. He managed to push me and the other knights away from the white blood religion's leader's grasp. He entrusted our father to me even as he died, so I need to do my job, Hopin explained, handing over the book of martial arts and the wooden box. Rayon was going to refuse, but once he saw the calm look in Hopin's eyes, he extended his hand and accepted his gifts. He is such a warm person. Both Hopin and his brother, Baitan, who he'd seen before, were people that he'd grown fond of the more he saw them. They were true knights, fitting for the Holy Kingdom. However, I can't completely remove the suspicion. Sir Hopin, excuse me for the sudden request, but may I check your wrist for a moment? Rayon raised his finger and pointed at Hopin's right wrist. Wrist, I'd like to confirm something, as Sir Hopin's energy is rather peculiar. Sure, since prominent mana circuits were inside the wrist, most warriors didn't entrust their wrists to another person. However, Hopin immediately gave his wrist to Rayon, showing how much he trusted him. Rayon nodded faintly and grabbed Hopin's wrist. He shoved the 10,000 Flames cultivation and wrath into the mana circuit. Hopin let out a small groan because the energy incorporated a demon king's personality, even though it wasn't actual demonic energy. He doesn't have any, as expected. Rayon searched thoroughly but couldn't find anything like demonic energy or any trace of a demon. It was a relief, as he was going to grow distrustful of everyone for a while if a demon was dwelling in Hopen. Did you manage to confirm the peculiar part? No. Rayon shook his head while looking at Hopen. Sir Hopen, your energy isn't peculiar. What? What do you mean? I can tell you honestly now. Rayon's eyes became serious as he looked into Hopen's surprised eyes. Actually, I sensed demonic energy as soon as I entered Spur. It was at the entrance. He told Hopen everything that had happened so far. Wait, how come? Hopen's jaw dropped in disbelief. I am possible. It might be possible in the capital, but we had my father, the saintess, holy knights, and priests in the audience chamber. Just how? Because it wasn't exactly demonic energy, but just a faint breath proving the demon's existence. It's normal to be unable to recognize it. Rayon calmly shook his head and unleashed the divinity blooming from the underworld. Holy power. Hopen's lips trembled as he observed the holy power blazing from Rayon's hand. It's definitely a holy power, but why is it a dark energy? This is a holy power extracted from demonic energy. This ability allows me to be proficient at noticing the presence of demons. Rayon continued while looking at Hopen's wavering eyes. The demon will show itself before long. I'm guessing that it will do it during the next sacred ceremony. Please give me some time to think. Hopen closed his eyes and caught his breath. He slowly raised his eyebrows about a minute later. Rayon quietly waited for Hopen's answer. I'm going to believe you for now, Sir Rayon. I don't think there's anything to lose from doing so, because it would be a good thing if the demon didn't exist in the end, and it would be better to make preparations if the demon really exists. Hopen nodded while sighing. He seemed to have made a reasonable decision in that short period of time. What do I need to do? For now, tell me information about the high-ranking officials that were present in the audience chamber. Rayon lowered his head, asking him to tell him about the high-ranking people in the audience chamber. Hopen raised his finger while catching his breath. I'll start with Father Fearn, the one we encountered on the way there. He is the proxy of the pontiff, the highest-ranked priest among the 12 high priests. He became a priest during childhood and reached his current position while doing countless good deeds in the process. He is the most admired person by all the priests and knights. I see. Rayon was reminded of how the the saintess was calmed only by Father Fearn. The knight who was on the opposite side of him was Sir Danif, the royal guard captain. He is our best knight, having reached the Grandmaster realm. He is a man of few words, but he is my father's reliable friend and guard who protects his back. Hopen said that those two had been with the king ever since their childhood, shaking his head and saying that they definitely couldn't be the ones. The one next to Sir Danif was Sir Kinnear, my direct superior. He kept training without becoming arrogant despite being blessed by God, and managed to become a paladin, the dream of all holy knights at a young age, and the saintess. He swallowed nervously, showing that she was a difficult person to deal with. She has a rough way of speaking, but she is extremely kind-hearted inside. She's gone to all kinds of battlefields to save people. I see Rayon's head trembled, unable to believe it. She went to Banneret when it was attacked by the White Blood Religion's leader and the Holy Sword Alliance Master, and she also went to Balkar to save people during their war against the Black Tower. Rayon scratched his head, unable to believe it. I understand that you can't believe it. Hopen smiled faintly and also explained about the other priests and knights. Hopen sighed deeply after he finished talking about them all. The more I think about it, the more I'm certain that none of them could be an issue. It's frustrating because at the same time there's no way that you would lie. I understand. However, we still need to find them. Rayon sighed deeply just as the room opened, and the three team leaders, Rimmer and Mark Goten, made their entrance. Why did you call us at this hour, sir? Martha furrowed her brow, unraveling the towel covering her wet hair. She was going to speak casually, but switched to respectful speech once she noticed that Hopen was around. We aren't in an official meeting right now. You don't need to awkwardly add in respect. Really, I'm glad to hear that because I've been irritated ever since I saw that jerk earlier. Martha sighed while sitting on the bed. Miss Rakshasa and Jerk, Runnan giggled while covering her mouth. You shut up. Martha yelled at Runnan. Why did you call for us? Rimmer sat on a chair and bobbed his finger. Make it quick if you have something to tell us. I need to look for a gambling house. I have an important matter to discuss. Rayon told everyone what he told Hopen before. Demonic energy in a holy kingdom. Or are you serious? Demon. Buran, Martha, and Runnan swallowed nervously. It's certain. Rayon nodded. And that demon in question is most likely going to take action during the upcoming sacred ceremony. That sounds likely. Since the priests, holy knights, and all the residents are supposed to pray all day long, they'll have quite a lot of free time. Rimmer nodded, saying that he would have done the same if it were him. So that's why you said we were going to stay. Buran nodded, saying that he could finally understand it. I thought it was strange. Well, it's true that it was a strange decision coming from him, a training madman. Martha agreed with him while chuckling. No, this is another type of training for us. Rayon calmly shook his head. Fighting against a demon or monsters should allow us to gain a lot more than training on our own. You monster. The two of them shook their heads, annoyed by his consistency. Moreover, think of how good the rewards are going to be if we manage to save the Holy Kingdom from the demons. Rayon licked his lips. You must be kidding me. Martha shook her head while chuckling. You aren't like this elf over here. There's no way you were hoping for such a thing. She shook her head while pointing at Rimmer, who was just sitting there. She's right. You don't really care about that. Burin shook his head, telling him that he didn't need to pretend. You are different from the snake. Run-on nodded. Why are you all criticizing me when I didn't do anything? Rimmer frantically shook his head. Hopin smiled without saying anything. Anyway, we need to figure out who made the contract with the demon, starting tomorrow. We'll stay next to the high-ranking officials, pretending that we are observing the kingdom. Rayon nodded, giving out directions to the three team leaders, Rimmer and Mark Goat. I'm also going to help. Hopin clenched his fist, saying that he would get assistance from his most trustworthy people. Yes, let's do it. Rayon nodded while meeting everyone's eyes. Inside a dark, secret room where not a single ray of light could leak inside, the man sitting at the desk stared at the dark flame blazing from the wall for a while before eventually turned around. Rayon Sieghart and the Light Wind Division were showing strange movement. He stroked his chin, gazing under the desk. They were looking around as if they were searching for something. It might be because of me. I unintentionally leaked demonic energy. The first time I saw him, the black-haired young man kneeling in front of him let out a small groan. But it was a really extremely faint amount. Even the priests and holy artifacts wouldn't have responded. Just how? His lips trembled, the man unable to understand. There are rare occasions where people with special senses are born. The man curled his lips into a faint smile. Did Rayon Sieghart decide to participate in the sacred ceremony in order to find you? This is getting interesting. If they really managed to sense the demonic energy, shouldn't we be sending them back now? No, the opposite. Keeping them close is the right move. The fact that he isn't publicly looking for us implies that he isn't sure. He smiled, saying that enemies should be kept even closer than the allies. Rayon Sieghart places great importance in justice, to the point that he was named the Frostfire Sword of Valor at some point. People like him will never recklessly swing their swords. He should be completely blind, fixated on finding you. The man casually shook his finger, already able to see how Rayon and the Light Wind Division were going to act. I'll manage the upper echelon, so you should just focus on your job. You understood. The black-haired young man lowered his head and dissipated into the air, turning into a shadow that resembled tainted water. Crackle. The man turned back and gazed at the dark flame blazing from the wall. The black flame gradually intensified and started to climb along the letters engraved on the wall. God is always nearby, huh? Black tears dripped from his eyes, his lips drooping downwards in sorrow. Just where are they? Father Fearn is the definition of a noble soul, Burin gasped while rubbing the back of his neck. He did nothing but volunteer work all day long. He almost looked like a boy who had newly become a priest instead of a high priest. He shook his head, saying that he'd never expected that such a person existed. Kinnear was a holy knight in a different meaning. Martha furrowed her brow in irritation. What do you mean? Burin tilted his head. He just kept trying to flirt with women, not praying or training. He was refused by a woman on my watch, and then he tried to go for me right after that. I almost cut his mouth when it happened. She ground her teeth, saying that he was the definition of a hoodlum. It was so hard to stop you back then. Dorian sighed, his shoulders slumped. Run-on, how was Sir Danif? Rayon nodded and called Run-on's name. Run-on had been dozing off while leaning against a wall. She blankly raised her head at his call. He followed the king, he walked after the king, and just stayed with the king all the time. He swings his sword during his break, and he doesn't speak. Run-on placed her finger on her lips, saying that she'd never seen a person who spoke so rarely. How was the saintess? Rayon called out to Rimmer, who was picking his ear while leaning his back against a wall. I couldn't find hide nor hair of her. I wonder if she's hiding somewhere, extorting some kids. Rimmer rubbed his temple, saying that it was frustrating. Vice Division Leader, you went to the gambling house instead of working, didn't you? It's so obvious. Ha. Burin, Martha, and Dorian shook their heads. That's not true. Even I know how to choose the right time and place. Since when? Run-on asked simply, hitting his bone. Arg Rimmer was unable to refute her words, and he bit his lip while clutching his chest. Anyway, I really couldn't find her. I even went into the nunnery to look for her. You fucking pervert. Martha ground her teeth, despising him. No matter what I do, you're just shitting on me. Rimmer's shoulders slumped, exhausted from the conversation. Bolton Yusin, who I was following, didn't do anything of note. Mark Gotten lowered his head, reporting that he hadn't managed to find anything from the high priests, just like the others. How about you? Burin gestured with his hand towards Rayon and Hopin. The same goes for us. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue while meeting Hopin's eyes. He'd met with everyone who was present in the audience chamber and the high-ranking officers by using Hopin's status as the prince and the 5th Holy Knight captain, but he didn't manage to find anything special. There was no reaction even when he'd unleashed his wrath, probably because they'd already experienced it once. Then is it really that jerk? Martha narrowed her eyes, showing her suspicion at the fact that the saintess was nowhere to be seen. It's a common occurrence for the saintess to go missing, not just for a couple of days, but even for a few months. It would have been strange if she was around all the time. Hopin shook his head, saying that she'd always been like that. In the end, there are no results. Buran frowned, sweeping his hair back. Are you sure that there is someone using demonic energy here? Martha rolled her eyes. Yes, I'm sure. He wouldn't have been able to give a clear answer if it was just his opinion, but Rayon could calmly nod his head because Wrath had confirmed it. Rayon sighed while looking at the pale yellow moonlight coming from the window. We didn't manage to find them in the end. With the help of the Light Wind Division, they'd observed everyone who was present in the audience chamber, but the one contracted with a demon hadn't been revealed. He'd set up a trap to reveal their demonic energy, but they didn't even seem to notice that it was a trap. It almost made him believe that no one had made a contract with a demon. However, I couldn't meet with the saintess. As Rimmer had said, the saintess had disappeared after their audience and was nowhere to be seen. He didn't think she was the one because she was acting too much like a thug, but he figured he would need to be suspicious of her as well. Most importantly, she was the only one who blatantly told him not to participate in the sacred ceremony. What should we do now? The sacred ceremony is in 2 days. Buran bit his lip, unable to figure out their next step. We are canceling the search operation. Rayon casually clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. We're just wasting our time at this rate. Judging from the situation, the enemies were most likely aware that they were looking for them. Considering that they could hide their identity in a land brimming with holy power, it would be impossible to find them before the sacred ceremony. Then what are you going to do? We'll change our methods. We need to make the preparations to fight back even if a demon is called in a way that will allow us to protect the majority, even if some sacrifice has to be made. He was no hero. It was way better to make proper preparations instead of wasting time on uncertainties. Dorian, you have holy water, right? Of course, it's a necessity. Dorian smiled cheerfully, rambling that holy water was a necessity in a holy kingdom. We also have lots of holy water. We can use that. No, that should be ineffective. Rayon firmly shook his head. Since a high-ranking official was involved, it was better to consider that the holy water and holy artifacts in the country had already been tainted. From now on, Rayon told the Light Wind Division and Hopin what preparations they needed to make and how. The plan was complicated because they didn't know who the enemies were, but they immediately understood and nodded their heads as expected from such talented people. It's so much work when this isn't even our land. Rimmer bobbed his finger while looking at Hopin. Make sure to repay us generously if everything goes well. Got it. Of course, don't worry about it. Hopin smiled, saying that he'd treat him with a full course. I'll be looking forward to it. Rimmer grinned and left through the window. Rayon couldn't understand why he left through it every single time when there was a perfectly fine door waiting to be used. You don't need to give him anything. He's going to lose it all here before he leaves anyway. Buran left the room after telling Hopin that he didn't need to give Rimmer a single gold coin. That's right, just ignore him. ZZZ. Martha snorted, leaving with Runnan, who had fallen asleep on her back. Well then, Mark Goten lowered his head politely before he left. I'll be taking my leave as well. Hopin smiled awkwardly and followed Mark Goat. His footsteps seemed extremely heavy. Hey, Rayon closed the door and shook his hand towards Wrath, who was leaning his back against the ceiling. What's up? Wrath lifted his eyelids while wagging his tail. Do you still have no intention of telling me? How many times do you have to ask? The contract between the human and the demon was carried out with consent between both parties. The King of Essence and the other mongrels created that condition. There's no way he would go against it now. He slammed his hand down violently, telling Rayon to stop asking for the impossible. But you look a bit too anxious to be saying that. Who are you calling anxious? Wrath frantically shook his head, trying to deny his statement. Anyway, the King of Essence won't do anything until the contract is carried out. Never is that so. But that also implied that he was potentially going to help after the contract was carried out. It was a good thing to hear. King Beorn, Father Fearn, the Royal Guard Captain Danif, the Paladin Kinnear, Saintess Olga and the priests, Rayon let out a small sigh and reflected on everything that had happened so far. Wait a moment. When he thought about Hopin's explanation about the high-ranking officials 5 days ago, he could figure out who the suspicious one was. Considering Hopin's explanation and the recent situation, he was definitely behaving strangely. He couldn't say for sure, but it was enough reason to be cautious. Wham, wham, wham. As he was trying to slowly retrace his thoughts, someone pounded the door. Instead of knocking, they seemed to be kicking the door with their foot. Rayon furrowed his brow and opened the door. Saintess Olga was standing there, slouched on one leg with her purple hair tucked behind her left ear. Rayon noticed that the strange tattoo even existed behind her ear. Saintess. Rayon couldn't understand why she came to see him when she had been nowhere to be found when they looked for her. Screw that, give me some of your time. It wasn't a request but an order. The stupidest part was that the Saintess went outside after she said that, not even looking behind her. What an amazing personality. Rayon shook his head and followed the Saintess. She stopped at the Zelkova tree in front of the lodgings and leaned her back against it. Why did you call on me? Rayan nodded his head, concealing his probing gaze. What's this lack of respect? The Saintess tilted her head, because you were doing the same. What a bad personality you have. I can't be worse than you. Q-hoo-hoo. The Saintess laughed instead, as if his words put her in a good mood. She was rather special indeed. Do you smoke? No. Rayan shook his head, and the Saintess took out a cigarette and held it in her mouth. It looks like you've been up to something strange. The Saintess shook her head while igniting the cigarette, stopped the pointless act, and returned to Sieghart. What are you talking about? You dispatched that ugly elf and looked for me. She sneered while talking about Rimmer. I place a lot of importance on appearance. You might get a pass, but I don't want a sly person like him. Saintess shook her head, saying something that Rimmer would have started rampaging over if he'd heard it. How much do you know? What do you know? She asked instead of answering. What are you even looking for to follow all those people around? Rayan put his fingers together while staring at the Saintess's serious eyes. Oh, are you going to kill me? The Saintess smiled, putting her hand on her neck. Don't glare at me so hard. It's just my instincts. Gray smoke flowed from her red lips in a long, swirling trail. Cough, cough, wrath was floating in the air, furrowing his brow while coughing. Kill that woman. This is second-hand smoke. Be quiet for a moment. Rayan slapped Wrath far away and looked at the Saintess. Instinct. I've had good instincts ever since birth. I can read situations and determine crises and opportunities as well. The Saintess licked her lips faintly. And that instinct is telling me that you should leave instead of causing pointless trouble. Are you implying that Spur will face a crisis? It might be the case and it might not be. She casually shook her hand. If you have a bad feeling about it, why didn't you tell others about it? I tried it a few times before, but whenever I said it was going to be dangerous, it returned as an even bigger crisis. So many people have died. The Saintess chewed the edge of the cigarette, saying that it was such a shitty life. Then why are you telling me about it? Just like you've been observing me, I've also been watching you. I felt like it'd be fine with you for some strange reason. She smiled, taking a deep drag of her almost stub of a cigarette. See, I'm not getting any frightening feelings at all even though I'm talking to you right now. This might really be a signal that I should let you escape alive. The Saintess shook her head after extinguishing the burnt-out cigarette. God is so damn irritating, giving me a prophecy to save you and no one else. I want to just smash their face in. She ground her teeth, putting the cigarette butt in her right pocket. Rayan narrowed his eyes while looking at the Saintess who was insulting God. What the hell is this woman? She hadn't even reached transcendence, but she sounded like she could read heaven's flow. It was such a mystery even though she didn't know the details. It's the heavenly connection. Heavenly connection. It refers to the cases where the upper energy center is open from the moment of their birth, and they are connected to the heavens. Her passage is even wider than Pineapple Girl's. However, it's not achieved by her own will, and she shouldn't know the details as she claims. Rayan started to understand what the Saintess was saying after hearing Wrath's explanation. This is my last warning. Stop doing stupid shit and go back home if you don't want to die. Even though the light win division and I can be helpful to you during the crisis, and who knows when that crisis is going to happen, are you planning to stay here forever? Saintess snorted, saying that she couldn't tell when it was going to happen, and the frustrating king told Yaovan, though we're weaker than you, we have the courage to fight until the last moment. She clenched her small hand into a fist. We have to fight with our own strength instead of borrowing other people's strength after hearing that. The Saintess had unwavering eyes. She seemed to look up to King Beorn despite calling him a frustrating king. Fuck off to Sieghart before the sacred ceremony if you understood. The Saintess shook her hand as if she were chasing away a fly and turned around. Rayan swallowed nervously while looking at her back. What should I do? She might be extremely helpful for the plan if he told her the truth. However, the ongoing situation could be part of her plan, leaving him with a conflicted mind. Rayan was contemplating the matter while biting his lip when Wrath clapped his hands, looking at the Saintess's arms and thighs. Ah, it's that, what? Her tattoos felt strange for some reason, but her ear clarified it. They aren't tattoos at all. Wrath nodded while looking at the rectangular tattoo engraved by the Saintess's ear. They aren't tattoos? No, they aren't. Those strangely shaped dots aren't anything like tattoos. They are the backlash of holy power. What is the backlash of holy power? The skin melts down into that shape if holy power is used excessively. The same thing happens to demons. His shoulders trembled, saying that the Saintess must have been a madwoman who couldn't even feel pain. Rayan clenched his fist upon hearing Wrath's explanation. In that case, the day of the sacred ceremony arrived. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky, perhaps because God was blessing the occasion, or the occasion was blessing God. The Holy Kingdom of Spur locked their gate as soon as the dawn fog faded away and surrounded the entire kingdom with walls of holy power. The sun rose above the white ramparts, and every single resident of the kingdom came out of their homes. They knelt on the street, holding cups of water or holy water. Rayan gazed down upon the overall scenery of the kingdom, standing at the peak of a spire. Under the sky and formed into a round, bubble-like shape through holy power, countless believers were preparing for the prayer. It was a spectacle to behold. Not at all, this should serve as a great experience for me. Rayan shook his hand while smiling faintly. That's indeed a great spectacle, Kinnear the paladin said, his hands clasped behind his back. Stop with that stupid spectacle shit. We see it happen every year. Saintess Olga pouted. She glared at Rayon in fierce displeasure. As Rayon met her eyes, heavy footsteps could be heard from behind them. He looked around and saw that King Beorn, the royal guard Captain Danif, and the high priests were coming up. Greetings to the king. Rayon lowered his head at King Beorn. I'm honored that you remained Light Wind Division leader. King Beorn smiled while returning the greeting. Are the other swordsmen not participating? He tilted his head upon seeing that Rayon was alone. They said they would stay down below. They must find this place to be uncomfortable. I guess that would be the case since there are so many old people here. You can also go down whenever you want to if it becomes boring, division leader. Bjorn smiled peacefully and stepped to the front. We should get started right away. The sun is rising. The king walked, taking soft steps until he was standing at the edge of the spire. He sat at a dangerous spot, a place where he could fall if he took another step forward, and put down the holy water that he'd been carrying. Father Fearn went next to him and poured the holy water into the king's cup. Ring! The sound of the bell resounded throughout the entire kingdom, and the king lifted the holy water, filling the cup into the air before pouring it in his mouth. The people under the spire followed the king and drank the water and holy water. King Beorn smiled in satisfaction at that sight, then put his hands together while falling on his knees. God is always nearby, even if the Holy One isn't watching us. He started to recite lines from the Holy Book, and the people started to recite after him. The light started from the king at the highest position, connecting to the priests, holy knights, and the people, fortifying the majestic radiance of the wall of holy power surrounding the entire kingdom. The holy and sacred aura welling up on the land made it feel like God was about to manifest. Rayon let his eyes roam while sensing the holy power, powerful enough to make his fingers prickle. They aren't budging even though such powerful holy power is spreading. The holy power was powerful enough to even influence the ordinary people, yet no one seemed to be in pain. The demon contractor had a tremendous amount of patience, surpassing his expectations. Rayon calmed himself and examined everyone in the area. However, not a single person moved, not until the sun rising from the east reached the center of the sky. Ring! Everyone finally opened their eyes once noon was announced by the majestic sound of the bell. The king drank a second cup of holy water and started to recite from the holy book again. The people also drank the water and holy water they'd brought and continued to pray. Nothing special happened even after that. Ring! The bell rang for the third time when the sun started to set. All of Spur's residents drank the holy water and water just like at noon. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the evening glow in the sky. What's going on? Are they not doing it today? Even though the prayer of the sacred ceremony was about to end, there wasn't even the smallest cloud in the sky, let alone any demonic energy. Rayon had remained tense all this time, but he was about to lose his focus. Did they postpone their schedule because they realized I've been looking for them? I don't think they would do that, though. Rayon kept contemplating the matter because of the incomprehensible situation, but the surrounding area was too quiet. King Beorn, who should have been chanting the prayer, was smiling faintly with his mouth closed. Isn't this a wonderful sight to behold? King Beorn nodded peacefully while watching the people, whose hands were put together in a prayer. Light Wind Division, do you know the saying that God only gives trials that humans can bear? He looked at Rayon gently. So I've heard. Rayon nodded. It was a common saying in most of the religions, not just Spur. This one believed those words more than anyone else. I always thought that all kinds of trials served as experience, filling my body and soul. The king smiled while stroking his chest. This one, King Beorn had always referred to himself as I and me. He'd never called himself this one, but it didn't work. I prayed so hard for them to stop putting me through trials, but God never listened. It was either because I'm such a weak human that couldn't overcome the trial, or... The king raised his head. Dark energy was wavering in his blue eyes, because God is a son of a bitch. His frightening voice flowed under the spire, and darkness welled up from the wall of holy power surrounding the kingdom. Why, your majesty, what are you even saying right now? How could you insult God? Why have your eyes turned black? The high priests and the kingdom's executives observed the sight of the king's black eyes with trembling chins. You aren't surprised. King Born smiled gently at Rayon, not caring about the priests and their wide eyes at all. Pitch-black demonic energy was crawling from his shoulders. Did you know all along? I wasn't certain. Rayon shook his head, meeting King Beorn's grotesquely distorted eyes. You were just the most suspicious after I listened to Sir Hopen. He pointed at Hopen, whose eyes were getting teary in disbelief at his father's change. What did he say? King Beorn stroked his chin, showing his curiosity. I heard that you were overtaken by sadness after Sir Byton's death, and that you were unable to do anything for a while. Logically, it doesn't make any sense for a person who loves his son so much to dispatch his youngest son to a dangerous mission that wasn't even properly investigated. Rayon calmly closed his eyes before opening them again. Moreover, instead of being relieved at your youngest son's safe return, you only repeated hollow words of gratitude towards me. King Beorn hadn't called on Hopin separately to talk with him, nor had he punished the information department for their lack of investigation. A father who has lost 3 of his sons could have never behaved like that. That implied that there was either a matter more important than your son, a drastic change had occurred in your mentality, or both. Rayon continued with certainty. To begin with, wasn't the reason you dispatched the troops to Divarn Mountain without proper investigation to prevent Sieghart's interference? King Beorn weakly tapped his forehead. Exactly. You read my mind perfectly. He nodded while smiling faintly toward the only son he had left. The warmth and cold-heartedness mingled in eerie harmony within his gaze. My impatience must have shown because the great plan was set to happen soon. What a shame. I wanted to see your surprise. Bjorn nodded, not flustered at all. He admitted that he was the ringleader behind the incident without any resistance. Father, it really was my fault. Hopin's hands were shaking in disbelief at the situation. He seemed incapable of bringing himself to believe it. Damn it, I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it until the end. Why the hell are you doing all this shit? Tears were welling up in the Saintess's eyes, unbefitting her harsh appearance. What's even happening right now? Kinnear bit his lip while touching his gauntlet. Why are you talking like you are the perpetrator, your majesty? He shouted at King Beorn. As expected, you don't understand me. King Beorn calmly nodded, looking at the Saintess and Kinnear one after the other. I love our kingdom far too much. It's even more precious to me than my own life. He raised his finger and pointed at the kingdom, which was slowly being blanketed by darkness. However, there's one thing I've learned after I became king. Despite my wishes, this vast kingdom is an extremely weak place, one that could disappear in a single shake of someone's hand. What do you mean? My first son was murdered by a demonized human from the Black Tower during his second mission. He was devoured to death, not even a bone left behind. The iron blood demon from Eden killed my second son by tearing all his limbs apart during his holy service. I couldn't complain even though my beloved sons were killed. Why? The corners of Beorn's lips ascended frighteningly. Because God didn't want revenge. More importantly, it was impossible to take revenge. This kingdom is pretty much a paper castle in the face of those monsters, the 5 demons. Blood flowed from his lips. It had a dark hue, a dead man's blood. I prayed. I wouldn't crave revenge, I'd remove my anger. I prayed countless times, begging God not to take my children from me in return for my faith. However, a giggle slipped past King Beorn's blood-blackened lips. Countless priests, holy knights, and innocent civilians perished by the blades of villains. My third son died in Banneret, where you were also present. Moreover, he was sucked dry of blood by the white blood religion's leader. I can't even imagine his pain and sadness. Rayon couldn't say anything because he'd witnessed Byton's death directly. Revenge. I desired revenge, drain her of her blood just like she did to my son. However, I couldn't do it. God didn't want revenge, and I lacked the ability to do so to begin with. That was when I finally realized it. King Beorn smiled while looking at the dimming sky. God doesn't exist in this world. My prayers so far were directed at a motherfucking son of a bitch. Father Hopin's lips trembled as he listened to Beorn's twisted laughter. Your Majesty Kinnear gritted his teeth, still showing his disbelief. That's why I joined hands with the darkness that approached me at that moment. He immediately answered my question, unlike that deaf god. Bjorn put his hands together. Pitch-black darkness emerged from his hand where light used to gather. You are the deaf one, the Saintess shouted, standing in front of King Beorn. All of us protected you with all our hearts, so how? She was glaring at King Beorn, her gaze full of pain rather than malice. Saintess, no Olga. Bjorn looked at the Saintess, his lips curving into a smile that gave an impression that his divinity was crumbling away. You are the most noble soul in this kingdom, but you are too kind-hearted. Shut up. I'm going to kill the idiotic god who calls such a person to heaven so quickly. Soon he calmly nodded but suddenly came to a halt. What? King Beorn furrowed his brow upon seeing that the demonic energy welling up to the wall of holy power was interrupted. I thought we already eliminated all of the holy artifacts and holy water. He rubbed his fingers, wondering why the demonic energy had stopped moving. We've taken countermeasures. Rayon pointed under the tower with his chin. He was pointing at the Holy Knights and the Light Wind Division, who were suppressing the demonic energy from the walls with holy artifacts and holy water, so that we can stop the ambition of whoever allied with the demon. I did hear that the Dragon Slayer's real weapon is his tongue and mental ability instead of his sword, but I didn't know that it was true. Bjorn didn't lose his composure even after he saw the Light Wind Division stopping the demonic energy. However, delaying it should be all that you can achieve. He put his hands together, and the demonic energy blazing between his hands floated into the air and started to spread all around the kingdom. Thud. Rayon gritted his teeth and executed the Supreme Harmony steps. He then leaped toward the sky, where demonic energy was welling up, and unsheathed Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. He unleashed an extremely swift Frost Pond with the 2 swords in a single breath. Kring. The blade unleashed by his experience, hardened by countless life and death situations, started to crush the demonic energy. However, he couldn't contain it perfectly because King Beorn's demonic energy was far too intense. The frightening demonic energy fell towards the north, east, and south, though not the west. Wham! Monsters engulfed in dark flames emerged from the demonic energy that collided with the ground, letting out their monstrous roars. Arak monsters, save Gaia, R run away, escape right Ak. The residents who'd been praying were trampled or devoured by the monsters before they could escape. Save me, oh God. The monsters' movements were better than any ordinary monsters, and the powerless residents of Shpur perished helplessly as a result. As their blood flowed across the white land, the dark flame further intensified. Stop it, Beorn. Rayan and the Saintess rushed towards King Beorn at the same time. A blade sharpened like a protruding vein and a fist incorporating the lightning of holy power advanced towards King Beorn's neck, only for a wall of holy power and a blue astral sphere to block the path. Clang! A powerful shockwave spread around, shaking the entire spire and filling it with a dark fog. 4 eyes were shining in the midst of it. They belonged not to King Beorn, but to Father Fearn and the royal guard captain Danif. They weren't the only ones. 4 high priests were located behind them. The king wasn't the only one who fell. Father Fearn, Saintess Olga gritted her teeth, looking into Father Fearn's unwavering eyes. Even you, her fingers trembled, showing that she was even more heartbroken by his betrayal than by the king's. I knew it. Rayan twisted his lips, looking at Danif, who was crossing blades with him. You were both with him. Hopen had told him that Father Fearn and Sir Danif had served King Beorn ever since their childhood, and the Light Wind Division's investigation had confirmed the same thing, that they were almost always together. Since there was no way they wouldn't have noticed King Beorn's change when they'd been together ever since their childhood, Rayan was expecting that they must have become traitors together. King Beorn raised his eyebrows in surprise. I didn't think you would manage to read us so far, but it's all over now. He put his hands together once again, and darkness welled up from below his feet. It's time for you to leave. Darkness filled King Beorn's surroundings, and the spire's floor suddenly collapsed beneath their feet before they could even react. I will have become a god by the time we meet again. King Beorn floated into the air and entered the dark sphere. Father Fearn wasn't smiling anymore as he followed, and Danif was as silent as always. Huff. Save me. There were too many people on the spire, and most of them were priests who only had holy power. Almost 100 people were going to die from the collapse, including those they would fall upon at the rate things were going. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Saintess Olga moved toward the people right away despite hurling insults. She created a thick layer of holy power to protect them from the fall. Beorn, Kinnear caught the falling people while shouting the king's name. Rayan stretched Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem out. He summoned the winds from the Light Wind style and Garanur at the same time, aiming to slow the descent of those who were falling. He managed to save dozens of falling people without the smallest mistake because he'd increased his focus with the Ring of Fire. However, King Beorn and his followers had already hidden away in the dark sphere. The sphere of demonic energy engulfed the entire tower, unleashing its dark flames as if trying to protect King Beorn. The intense flow of demonic energy, which was pulsating like a heartbeat, was enough to send a chill down the spine of those watching. Rimmer approached Rayan, his shoulders stained dark with blood. He must have already cut down the monsters before he came to him. It really happened according to your predictions. Damn it, I was hoping it wouldn't. Division lighter. Burin, Martha, and Runon's blades were also smeared in dark blood as they let out sighs. Division leader, the demonic energy is more powerful than expected. Mark Goten shook off the blood from his sword with a frown. My body won't move as it should. It's as if the demonic energy is holding me back. He shook his head, saying that he couldn't use his full power. Spreading the holy water and using the holy artifacts, but it only works for a moment, Dorian sighed, pointing at the holy artifact that he took from his belly pocket. It's only natural. Wrath nodded while looking at the weak dark flame blazing from the floor. This is a branding of sacrifice prepared from devildom. It's a boundary that places a limitation on the body and mind to prevent the sacrifice from running away. You should have told me earlier. Rayan furrowed his brow while looking at Wrath. How is the King of Essence even supposed to know when they've prepared it from devildom? He would have stopped it before if he knew that the mongrel's follower was the one who made a contract with that idiot. Wrath shook his head, saying that he also regretted it. Branding of sacrifice, Rayan narrowed his eyes, watching the demonic energy slowly cover the layer of holy power. The demonic energy was getting stronger at a very slow pace without destroying the layer of holy power. This is what they were planning on achieving. Since they'd unleashed their holy power while praying all day long, it should look like everyone was still in the sacred ceremony from the outside. The king must have been planning to use that time to enhance his power through sacrifices. And there's also a demon in play. Instead of the demon who was contracted with King Beorn, the demon Rayon had sensed upon his arrival was making their move. The demon wasn't extremely powerful, but it was going to be a difficult fight because they were inside the boundary. I'll remove the demonic energy. Sir Kinnear unsheathed his snow-white sword. He slammed the land with the blade that was capable of removing the darkness, and a pure light spread to the surrounding area, subsiding the flames of demonic energy. This is stronger than I expected. Kinnear's face turned yellow. Even though Paladin was the strongest title among holy knights, his holy power seemed incapable of crushing the demonic energy covering the walls and land. What a pathetic guy. Saintess Olga put her hand on Kinnear's sword. A huge light sprouted from her small hand. It almost looked like a white mountain was erupting from the center of the kingdom. Wham! A tremendous amount of holy power was unleashed, extinguishing the flames of demonic energy blazing in all directions. Can't you even do this much? Saintess Olga furrowed her brow while looking at Kinnear. Don't compare me to a monster like you. Kinnear shook his head while gritting his teeth. Can you sustain it at least? Rayon asked. Do I look like I can't even do that? Kinnear lowered his eyebrows deeply, telling him to count on him. Hopin. Yes. Hopin had been standing there blankly, but his hands trembled upon hearing Kinnear's call. I'll give you the authority to command all holy knights. Kinnear handed over the paladin's emblem that was on his chest. Wipe out the monsters. Hopin swallowed nervously, not accepting the emblem. It's unreasonable to ask for a son to take responsibility for a father's mistake. However, Rayon let out a small sigh while walking up to Hopin. This is time to accept that unreasonable treatment. Understood. Hopin bit his lip and accepted the paladin's emblem. The demon is taking action. Rayon raised his finger while looking at the Light Wind Division. Stop them by all means. Since our division leader is pleading so hard, we'll have to grant this request. Go upstairs and don't worry about it, sir. Let's finish quickly and get ice cream. Burin, Martha, and Runnon nodded their heads, telling him not to worry about it. I'll do my best as well. Mark Goat also nodded, telling him to count on him. Then is my opponent that you mentioned before all the way up there. Rimmer smiled, tapping on the sword hanging around his waist. I'll be counting on you. I'm also heading out. Even if I have to die, I'm going to smash those damned bastards first. Saintess Olga raised her gaze, wiping away the blood flowing from her mouth. Another emblem was added on her thigh, her skin having melted down when she'd used her holy power excessively. It looked like it would be pointless to stop her. Rayon nodded and placed his hand on the dark demonic energy, engulfing the entire tower. They're coming from the right side, Burin shouted, and the light wind formation's balance shifted to the right. Rumble, a monster engulfed in dark flames charged at them while turning the land upside down. Three tails with eyes attached to them were moving like whips. It was a monster that couldn't be found in their world. First team, full spear assault. Martha kicked the ground alongside the first team's swordsmen. Light wind-style wind enchanted the blades, brimming with a powerful aura as blue light flickered from the slash. Wham! The monster that had been approaching while shattering the buildings on the way was cut into dozens of pieces, fading away as a dark fog. Whoosh! The moment the Light Wind Division's sword was lowered slightly, a monster in the shape of a huge bird rapidly descended from the sky, extending claws as large as an axe. Kring, Runnon, and the second team immediately reacted. Blue frost spread around like a web and wind covered its back, completely surrounding the bird-shaped monster. Slash! When the monster tried to run away after seeing its freezing wings, Mark Goten's saber struck like lightning, splitting the monster in half before it faded away. People who'd barely managed to survive lowered their heads, standing on trembling legs. Take this. Dorian took out a small bottle of holy water from his belly pocket and poured it above the heads of the survivors. Go to the west. It's dangerous here. Burin returned to action after pointing at the west, where monsters hadn't descended yet. The light wind style is extremely helpful. They would normally have needed to spend a large amount of aura because every single one of the monsters was powerful, but the light wind style had increased their combat efficiency. He could guess that they could buy a large amount of time even if they couldn't kill all the monsters. Where the hell is that demon? Martha's lips curved into a displeased frown. There are too many presences. It's impossible to find them by ourselves. However, Burin licked his lips while shaking his head. It's already decided where they are going to come. It's decided. Yes, we should be able to encounter it if we head there now. Burin nodded and turned around. He increased his aura's output to the maximum while returning to the path they'd come from. But this is where we came from. Crane tilted his head. The demon's goal is obvious. Martha clapped her hands, realizing what Burin was talking about. We are going back at full speed, everyone. Burin ran towards the spire where Rayon and the king had offered the prayer while saying that they had to hurry up. By the time Kinnear entered his vision, suppressing the demonic energy, the central avenue was split in half and a dark flame had erupted from it. The dark flame turned into the shape of a huge dog with a spiky leash around its neck, and destroyed all of the buildings in the surrounding area with a single swing of its tail. Wham! A black-haired and black-eyed young man with a small horn protruding from his forehead was riding the huge dog. He gestured with his finger at the dog-shaped monster, Kinnear the only goal in his mind. Just as the monster breathed its flame toward Kinnear, the light wind division charged at him and blocked the path. Rumble, the dark flame subsided to the ground, unable to break through the light wind-style wind. I thought I was going to die. Kinnear breathed out a sigh of relief, putting his hand on his sword. How dare you get in my way? The demon with black hair and eyes twisted his lips while glaring at the light wind division. Do you truly believe that inferior humans like you can stop me? You can bark like a dog despite being a demon, Martha sneered, glaring at the demon. The one we have to fight every day is a demon king, not a trash mob like you. There's no reason to be afraid. Run-On nodded. The light wind division didn't seem afraid of the demon's demonic energy at all as they clenched their swords. What's wrong with them? The demon's black eyes trembled in panic, surprised by the light wind division's composure in the face of his demonic energy. Rayon furrowed his brow, sensing the dreariness of the demonic energy trying to break through his skin. It's not just powerful, it's also sturdy and dense. The demonic energy surrounding the tower was even thicker than the kingdom's polaras if the demon had already manifested. Rayon could tell that he would have to spend a significant amount of aura to break through the demonic energy and climb the tower. If you can't do it, get back. I'll break through it. Saintess Olga stepped forward, wiping the blood flowing from her lips away with the back of her hand. Her eyes were sparkling frighteningly, as if wrath and murderous will were dwelling inside. She seemed to be planning to take revenge against Father Fearn and King Beorn, even if she had to risk her life to do so. You'll get at least 10 more of those tattoos on your body if you break through it with your holy power. The demonic energy surrounding the tower was powerful and deep. Even with the Saintess's holy power, she couldn't easily break through it, but it should be better than using aura. No, it's faster if I do it. Rayon shook his head and activated the ring of fire to the maximum output. The 8 rings resonated with each other, pulling up the shards of wrath dwelling at the bottom of his soul. Glacier's coldness became the fuse to ignite the wrath from the tip of his finger, and the demonic energy blocking the spire's entrance trembled as if it were frightened before it opened the path on its own. No powerful impact occurred, nor was there a tremendous shockwave. It was purely the dignity of the monarch of devildom. It was the power of a demon king, an existence superior to demonic energy. Wrath let out a small groan while clutching his head. The wrath wasn't shoved into you to be used like that. The one who receives the gift can decide what they do with it. It wasn't a gift. He frantically shook his hand, saying that the wrath was injected as a way to take over Rayon's body later. What? Saintess Olga's eyes widened as she stared at the tower's entrance, which had opened far too easily. It wasn't holy power or aura. What did you do? She swallowed nervously, unable to understand the situation. It was a natural reaction, as even a saintess couldn't sense a demon king's emotion. I wonder. Rayon entered through the open entrance without answering her question and climbed the stairs leading to the top. You shouldn't try to apply reason to our division leader. Rimmer shook his head while looking at the saintess. Just accept it as, even demonic energy is afraid of that monster, and you'll feel a lot better. He chuckled as he followed Rayon. Olga narrowed her eyes, watching the shards of demonic energy tremble like a mouse facing a cat. What the hell is he? Rayon Sieghart was certain about King Beorn's fall, and he had even predicted that Royal Guard Captain Danif and Father Fearn had joined him. Having predicted that the entire kingdom would be engulfed in demonic energy, giving the holy artifacts and holy water to the trustworthy holy knights and priests to stop the demonic energy was all a part of Rayon's plan. She'd hurled insults when she'd heard Rayon's story, saying that it was never going to happen, but the reality was exactly like he'd predicted. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had predicted and prepared for the incident all by himself. He couldn't even be described by words, monster, or genius at that point. It'll close if you don't enter. Rayon's voice could be heard from the floor above. He was telling the truth too, because the demonic energy that was frightened by Rayon was wriggling again, showing signs of recombining. Olga let out a long sigh and entered through the spire's entrance. True, this isn't time to think about this. It didn't matter what kind of person Rayon was. She needed to focus on climbing the tower and punching Fearn and Beorn in the face instead. However, she was concerned about one thing. Hey, Olga came up right behind Rayon and jerked her chin towards the outside. Are the kids left outside going to be okay? What do you mean? Rayon lowered his eyebrows, gazing down at Olga. You must have sensed it, but the demon who helped the idiot king is outside. Olga shook her head, looking at the closed door. A human soul is pressured by a demon's existence alone. Kinnear won't be able to help because stopping the demonic energy will be hard enough for him. Are those kids going to be enough to stop the demon? The low-ranking demon rampaging outside must have been a subordinate of the demon contracted with Beorn, but it was still a demon. Since the demon race was a hard counter to humans, she was concerned about them. They can do it. Rayon nodded without the slightest hesitation. How can you be sure? Olga gathered her eyebrows to the center, expressing her bewilderment. Because I raised them. Rayon climbed the tower without hesitation, speaking as if that was good enough as a reason. That monster is a hellhound. Kinnear pointed at the dog-shaped monster facing the light wind division. It can breathe fire that is saturated in demonic energy, and it has a high regeneration ability. You absolutely cannot let your guard down until you completely finish it off. And he bit his lip and continued, you won't be able to win against that demon, but try to buy as much time as possible. I'll do something about him. Deep wrinkles formed on Kinnear's forehead, showing that he believed the light wind division wouldn't be able to win against the demon. That's enough, and you don't need to worry about it. Burin nodded faintly at Kinnear, then looked at the demon. We'll finish them all off. The only reason why I've been staying back is because of Rayon, Sieghart, and Rimmer. You are even more insignificant than ants without those two around. The demon with black hair and black eyes snarled and bared his sharp teeth. I'll kill you. He lowered his finger, and the hellhound slammed its axe-like claws toward the light wind division. Kring. Burin withdrew to the rear along with the third team, and Run-On moved forward with the second team, creating an aura barrier with an undulating blue light. Wham! The hellhound's claws were powerful enough to destroy an entire building, but the aura shield created by Run-On only ended up with a small fissure instead of breaking. Thud. Martha started to move before the second team even succeeded in defense, showing how much she trusted Run-On. She broke through the demonic energy with her skin and struck down with her blade, which was incorporating a massive weight. Slash. Martha's blade advanced, riding the light wind-style wind and tore off the hellhound's right ankle. Key. The hellhound screamed in pain, its dark blood gushing out like a fountain. However, as if it was trying to prove it wasn't called a demonic beast for no reason, it didn't lose its balance, breathing out a dark flame. First form. Following Burin's order, the first team at the front returned to the formation, and the second team supported from the side. The third team maintained the center, and the light wind formation returned to its original shape. The swordsman's blades combined into one. The pieces of aura delicately emanating from them became a single sword, clashing against the hellhound's flame. Wham! The light wind division's slash came to a halt at the face of the hellhound's flame, looking like it was about to fade away. But once the blue wind blowing from behind joined forces, it cut down the dark flame in an instant, like it had regained its true power. Rumble. The hellhound was an agile monster despite its size, but it allowed the light wind division's strike to hit its forehead and faltered out of surprise. However, the hellhound didn't run away. Prepared to attack instead, counting on its regeneration, it opened its jaw again to unleash the dark flame. Whack! The moment the dark flame was about to emerge from the hellhound's dark maw, blue lightning skimmed over the land and smacked its chin. It was Mark Goten. He'd been staying one step back from the light wind formation, and he smashed the hellhound's skull completely, breaking through its chin. GRR. The hellhound collapsed to the ground, the light from its eyes fading away. An evil light sparked from the dust gushing from its collapse, a dark blade appearing from within it. Clang. Since the light wind division hadn't let their guard in the slightest, they deflected all of the blades of demonic energy rushing towards them while maintaining their formation. However, all of them were pushed back by a step, because the strike used a huge amount of power. How dare you, you insignificant ants. The demon with black hair and black eyes looked at the hellhound that had perished while pulling out its tongue with trembling hands. I'll kill you, you already said that. Run-On nodded, telling him to stop repeating the same thing. I'll start by tearing out your heart. The demon's body suddenly looked elongated and appeared in front of Run-On in an instant. He extended his sharp claws, showing that he wasn't lying about tearing out her heart. Kring. Run-On didn't panic in the slightest, swinging her favorite sword, Snow Flower, like a brushstroke. The particles of frost forming on the beautiful blade fended off the demon's claws. Crack! The silver wall of frost was destroyed, unable to completely block the demon's attack. However, Run-On wasn't fighting alone. The swordsmen from the Light Wind Division's second team supported her from behind, and their slashes fended off the demon's claws. As soon as Run-On and the second team finished their defense, the third team led by Burin and the first team that followed Martha advanced toward the demon at the same time. Kring. Burin and Martha didn't say anything. They simply met each other's eyes and unleashed their special techniques. The destructive strike unleashed by Martha, and the first team fell upon the demon's shoulder, while the precise blade of Burin and the third team rushed toward the demon's heart. Clang. The demon crossed his hands, which were engulfed by flames of demonic energy, to fend off Burin and Martha's strikes. However, he still took 2 steps back, unable to completely nullify the pressure. That was when the second team kicked off the ground as if they'd never retreated. Run-On was standing at the center of them, her blade following the demon, riding the light wind-style wind. The blade was shining like a dream. Kring. Run-On had always focused on defense to protect the Light Wind Division. Once she switched to offense, a silent yet frightening murderous intent dwelled on her blade, just like Rayon's. Swoosh. The demon hurriedly lifted his hands and focused the demonic energy into a sphere, but the silver flash unleashed by Run-On cut through the demonic energy and lacerated his chest deeply. The demon stepped back, coughing up black blood. Mark Goten didn't miss the opportunity. He rapidly twisted his shoulders and swung his saber, incorporating lightning and wind into the strike. Whack, the demon's thigh gouged, scattering his black blood all around him. Why, you bastards? The demon kept trying to withdraw in order to regenerate, but Martha persistently followed him and unleashed short attacks one after the other. Clong. Cabal the demon bit his lip, fending off the endless barrage of light wind division strikes. What's wrong with these monsters? Even for masters, human beings were bound to be pressured by a demon's aura, unable to use their full power. In fact, he'd slain a holy knight in the master realm and 4 priests that were just as powerful on the way with extreme ease. Despite this, the youngsters in front of him weren't being crushed by his pressure at all, even though many of them weren't even masters. Instead, they displayed power beyond their means, as if they'd been looking forward to the encounter. He couldn't understand how it was possible no matter how he thought about it. It looks like you are finally starting to regret it, judging from your stiff expression. However, Martha sneered and tilted her chin. It's already too late. Don't be careless. It's not over yet. Burin took a step back from Martha and lowered his posture to prepare against anything the demon might do. Cabal's hands gradually started to falter, and injuries started to increase all over his body. The end is near. Press him hard, Martha ordered, and the light wind division stomped the ground in unison, unleashing dozens of sword strikes. Bundles of aura reminiscent of a magic bombardment struck their opponent one after the other. Gaia. Cabal exploded, the demonic energy concentrated in his heart and floated into the air. The harp-shaped wings sprouting from his back were creating a sinister resonance. A beautiful melody unbefitting the chaotic battlefield resounded throughout the air, and the light wind division's movement started to slow. Their faces turned pale. What is this? Martha furrowed her brow, her fingers trembling. The sound coming from those wings is crushing our bodies. Burin bit his lip, sensing the wave of sound emerging from the demon's wings. You even forced me to use the demonic spear melody. Cabal ground his teeth because it hurt his pride and raised his arm. The darkness blazing from his hand showered down like a rain of blades. It's really over now. Defensive formation. Burin shouted, and the light wind division got into a defensive formation while withdrawing to the back. Light wind-style wind emanated above the formation, fending off the demon's blades of darkness. I never expected that the shitty training ended up being helpful, Martha gasped while picking at her ears. Indeed, it was worth getting beaten up by the blue rain and blood rain again and again. Crane nodded while gripping his sword. Blue rain and blood rain that Rayon had periodically attacked them with. They could somewhat endure the demon's sonic attack, even though it wasn't perfect. But we won't be able to last for long. It's fine. Run-On shook her head while looking back. We'll be able to defend soon. She blinked as if she were encouraging a young swordsman behind her. Why, you bastards. Cabal's chin trembled upon seeing that the light wind division was still standing after they were exposed to the sound wave of the demonic spirit melody. He could only think of them as a bunch of lunatics at that point. Please die already. He unleashed the blades of demonic energy one after the other, explosively pulling out his demonic energy. However, the light wind division never fell to their knees, even though they looked like they were about to collapse as they got pushed back. It'd be better to just kill them at once. Cabal gritted his teeth and started to concentrate his demonic energy. A ringing voice dissipated Cabal's soundwave, occurring from the center of the light wind formation. It was Yua, sadness showing in her childish face. The divine energy spreading from her seemed to be praising life. The energy of the great nature was dwelling in her voice. He had the impression that he was seeing a peak with perpetual snow that no one had ever set foot on. Creak. Yua's voice perfectly neutralized the demonic energy resonance spreading from Cabal's wings. The rope of demonic energy binding the light wind division was instantly snapped. Go. Julius clenched his sword with the determination to protect Yua and softly clenched his back teeth. Burin, Martha, and Run-On nodded at their praiseworthy youngest members, then dashed towards the panicking demon. Whoosh. So that they wouldn't be ashamed to face their youngest, the light wind division unleashed an all-out attack, cutting through Cabal's flame of demonic energy and creating a hole as big as a person's head in his abdomen. Cabal's shoulders trembled as he coughed up black blood. How? She'd neutralized the sound wave from his wings with her voice. He'd never heard of or seen such a thing. Were you really trained by a demon king or something? They weren't restrained by demonic energy. They overcame a demon's aura, and they even nullified the demonic spirit melody. The humans on Rayon's side were abnormal in every aspect. I need to kill her. All of them were problematic, but the young girl among them was the biggest issue. He resolved himself to kill her at least, even if he had to be unsummoned as a result. Cabal put his hands together, mustering his demonic energy by burning his body and soul, creating a huge fireball. Die, all of you. He unleashed the flame, blazing like a dark sun. The attack was not only aiming to kill the Light Wind Division, but also Yor and Kinnear behind them. Ultimate, the Light Wind Division stopped charging like berserkers and created a circle, standing midway. Their energy gathered into one, forming a huge sword from the center of the formation. Large Light Wind Formation, Ultimate Technique. Radiant Windblade. The ultimate technique unique to the Light Wind Division that Rayon had taught them alongside the Light Wind style was unleashed with a blue radiance. Nature's wind seemed to push the clouds away from the sky as it cut through the flame of demonic energy and ruthlessly destroyed Cabal, who was standing behind it. Wham! The demon Cabal disappeared without even leaving a trace of his demonic energy, as if the fact that he even existed had been removed from the world. Kinnear couldn't recover his dropped jaw, having witnessed the unbelievable. What just? He even dropped his sword from his hand because of how surprised he was. Huff. Go. Radiant Windblade is always so exhausting. Everyone in the Light Wind Division sat on the ground, panting heavily. Their pale faces showed that they'd wagered everything they had during the battle. No one died, right? Burren raised his head, a weak smile on his face. They wouldn't be able to respond if they were dead. Martha shook her hand while chuckling. We really won. We managed to defeat a demon. Even our division leader will praise us for this, right? They smiled while looking at each other, surprised by the fact that they'd won against a demon. Now, Run-On looked up to the tower, where the demonic energy was wriggling around while sitting on the ground. It's damn handsome. Rayon's turn. Splash, the demonic energy being trampled under Rayon's foot was wriggling like a bug. The demonic energy trembled in a grotesque manner, as if it was terrified, before it flew down between the handrails. Tusk. Rayon clicked his tongue, climbing the stairs that were saturated with demonic energy. This is endless. He would have exhausted the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier's energies just to reach that place, if he hadn't had the emotion of wrath that Wrath had given him. The reason Beorn had done everything at the top of the tower must have been because he believed Rayon wouldn't be able to break through that terrible path of demonic energy. Wrath's plump fist trembled as he was sitting on Rayon's shoulder. This is not what the King of Essence wanted. This isn't why he gave you the wrath. He kept screaming in frustration as Rayon climbed the stairs. He seemed to be unable to believe that his weapon had become Rayon's. I'll buy you some ice cream after everything is over. Please be quiet for now. Rayon sighed while pressing down on Wrath's head. Hop. Wrath closed his mouth tightly, as if he'd been waiting for it. Rayon was hit with the suspicion that Wrath had been working toward that goal the whole time. He seriously couldn't get used to that demon king. Hey. Saintess Olga shook her hand from behind him and asked, aren't you busting your butt? Busting my butt. I'm asking if you aren't overstraining yourself too much. Her eyebrows trembled, unable to believe that he could drive away the demonic energy without any issues. If you're using your life force. Don't worry about me. I'm not as reckless as you. What the fuck? What's with that attitude when I'm worried about you? Olga ground her teeth violently while glaring at Rayon. What do you mean that you aren't as reckless as her? Rimmer looked at Rayon, wondering what he was talking about. The fake saintess over there is consuming her own life force whenever she runs out of holy power. What? The black lines engraved on her limbs aren't tattoos. It's the result of a phenomenon where the skin melts as she converts her life force into holy power. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the saintess's pouting lips. Hey, that's the same as borrowing money with a high interest rate with no prospect of paying back. Why are you living like that? Rimmer's eyes widened at her ridiculous behavior because he had an experience of fighting like that in the past. It's none of your business how I live. Olga shook her hand, telling him to mind his own business. Don't waste your holy power for no reason. Rayon gestured with his chin towards Olga's frowning expression. Her personality was the complete opposite, but what she was doing reminded him of Merlin, making him feel uncomfortable. I'm the one who will take care of my own life. Shut up already. You are going to die before you even punch them at this rate. Wrath had provided another piece of information about Olga's heavenly connection, early death. People whose upper energy center was open from the moment of their birth regardless of their intentions were unable to live long. Are you sure she really doesn't have much longer to live? The King of Essence already said so. Her upper energy center is a lot more open than Pineapple Girl's. She won't live for long even if she wants to. Wrath snorted, complaining about how many times he had to ask. I can understand why Beorn said that. The reason King Beorn had said that he would kill the god who was trying to take Olga away so early must have been because he knew about her lifespan. I never expected to see a woman who is as insane as Merlin. She was already born with a short lifespan, yet she was further shortening it in order to save others. She was pretty much a moth flying into fire while carrying straws on the back. You. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Olga, and wrath suddenly surged up. Wait a moment. There's no way the ice cream shop would be intact in the midst of this mess. Go outside right now. We just need to buy from another store there above us. Rayon had been trying to convince Wrath, who was clinging to him, to calm down when he suddenly looked upstairs. The flow of demonic energy was intensifying rapidly. Someone was upstairs. He climbed the stairs, his eyes landing on Father Fearn and Royal Guard Captain Danif, who were standing on the gray land. It seemed to be a mixture of holy power and demonic energy. I didn't expect that you'd really manage to get here. Father Fearn's eyes widened in surprise. Danif was still speechless. He was staring at them calmly. Fearn, Danif. As soon as Olga came upstairs, she shouted their names. You sons of bitches. Her shoulders trembled as if they were about to collapse, showing her intense frustration. Olga. Father Fearn smiled, calling Olga by her name instead of her title as a saintess. You came all the way here after unleashing enough holy power to protect the entire kingdom. You are really going to die at this rate. He calmly shook his head, implying that he knew about Olga's secret. Yes, I'm going to die. After killing you first. Olga gritted her teeth and raised her fist. You are the one that I can't understand, even less than Olga. Fearn let out a small sigh, his eyes turning to Rayon. I can't understand what you used to break through the demonic energy. It wasn't holy power, aura, or mana. What power did you? Rayon didn't answer Father Fearn's question. He stepped upon the gray floor and headed towards the stairs leading to the next floor. I'm sorry, but this is as far as you can go, Sir Rayon. Father Fearn thrust his fist, white energy blazing around it, and Danif unsheathed his sword, going for his neck at the same time. Rayon didn't even take a glance at Father Fearn and Danif. He advanced toward the stairs indifferently. Whoosh! Before Father Fearn's punch and Danif's blade could reach Rayon, a white light and a blue wind floated into the air. Clang! It was Rimmer and Olga. They blocked Father Fearn and Danif's attacks perfectly, standing to the left of and behind Rayon. I'm your opponent. Olga ground her teeth, blocking Father Fearn's punch with her forearm. I was asked to take care of you from the very beginning. Rimmer licked his lips, looking at Danif, who was crossing blades with him. Rayon climbed the stairs, which were filled with even more powerful demonic energy, without even glancing at Olga and Rimmer's clashes. Hey, Olga furrowed her brow while looking around at Rayon. Bring that fucker Bjorn back by his collar, if he's still alive. Rayon nodded casually and climbed to the next floor. He didn't look back or slow his steps. That showed his full trust toward the two of them. Stop! Fearn's body became blurry, as if he were seeping into a fog. He headed to the stairs in order to catch Rayon, but Olga's body blocked his path in front of the stairs. Wham! The fists incorporating the holy power clashed against each other, a powerful shockwave engulfing the surroundings. Clang. Danif also launched the astral energy at Rayon, but it was stopped by Rimmer's sword, only causing an intense vibration that was capable of destroying the floor. Get out of my way. It's time to distribute the cards since you joined the game. Where do you think you're going? Rimmer nodded his head, looking at Danif's wavering eyes. Olga, you have to believe in his majesty. Fearn's chin trembled as he pushed Olga's fist away. Believe in him. Are you seriously telling me to believe in a king who joined forces with a demon and sacrificed his people? Olga twisted her lips into a smile while looking at Fearn. We are living in turbulent times. This is the only way to survive in this continent, where the 6 kings, the 5 demons, and even the monsters surpassing them are rampaging around. His Majesty made this decision in order to save this kingdom. I agree that God is a son of a bitch. God is deaf and blind, but you don't even have eyes or eardrums. She gritted her teeth and thrust her fist, which was surrounded by holy power. Wham! Fearn easily fended off Olga's extremely fast punch and raised his hand to chop at her abdomen. Whack! Olga blocked his hand with her elbow, but she stepped back with a frown on her face, implying that she was losing in sheer strength. Thud! Olga pushed the ground and dashed toward Fearn. She punched him repeatedly, giving him no time to breathe. The attacks looked random, but an intricate technique refined over a long period of time dwelled within. However, Fearn deflected all of her punches as if he were reading the flow of her fist perfectly. Olga. Father Fearn shook his head, getting into a similar posture as Olga. It looks like you are forgetting who taught you martial arts. He narrowed his eyes, extending his fist with the white flame of divinity blazing around it. Yes, I learned it from you. Olga nodded calmly. I forgot? Definitely not. She could clearly remember when she tried to copy Fearn's punches with her small, childish hands. Bjorn and Danif were smiling behind them, sunlight stiffening her dress, and a refreshing wind was cooling her sweat-drenched hair. She didn't forget a moment of it. It was precisely because her memories with them were engraved in her head that she had to stop her teacher, who'd given up on being a human if her life had to come to an end. Olga, you can't win against me. I heard that masters are happy when their disciples surpass them. Olga lowered her posture as if she were crawling on the ground. She almost looked like a lion hiding in the bushes, targeting its prey. I wonder if it will be the case for you. Her skin on her shoulders and thighs melted, engraving her with a holy scar. Creak, Olga kicked the ground, a noble expression that suggested that she didn't seem to feel any pain at all on her face. She reappeared on the left, her fist thrusting towards Fearn's waist. Fearn's eyebrows trembled slightly in surprise, but he still managed to block Olga's punch by raising his fist. Whoosh. As if Olga had expected that her punch would be blocked, she took another step toward Fearn to connect into multiple punches. The shockwave erupted from the impact of her sharpened fist. For you to surpass me. Fearn was deflecting Olga's fist, but his shoulders suddenly trembled. What is this? The trajectories of Olga's punches were gradually growing unexpected, and they were also powerful enough to break through his defenses and shake his bones and organs. To his knowledge, Olga wasn't that powerful. Smack! The impact from Olga's fist became far too powerful, making it difficult to defend against. The moment his fingers trembled from the intense pain, her fist struck his waist. Cough! Fearn coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. His waist was deeply dented, like crumpled paper. What? It's too early to be surprised. Olga approached Fearn while gritting her teeth and thrusting her fist once again. Fearn raised both his hands into a defensive posture. He gave up on offense and focused all of his holy power on defending himself. However, Olga's fist bent like a long whip to ignore Fearn's defense, rupturing his shoulder and abdomen. Whack! Fearn coughed up blood and clashed against the wall of demonic energy. What's happening? I've always wanted you to stay above me. Olga bit her lip, standing in front of Fearn, whose legs were trembling. No way. Fearn shook his head with trembling lips. Have you been hiding your power? My realm of martial arts kept increasing like crazy the closer I got to the end of my life. Olga nodded heavily. Shall I call it a gift from death? She twisted her lips downwards and thrust her left fist. Fearn couldn't even withstand a single punch from Olga anymore, getting hit on the right side of his chest and rolling across the ground. Stand up. You have a long way to go for me to finish venting my frustrations. Amazing, however. Fearn put his hands together while coughing up black blood. Black demonic energy erupted above the white holy power, unlike before. His wounds that had revealed his flesh after the punches began to regenerate while wriggling. I can't withdraw here either. Fearn shouted, charging at her. The gentleness in his face had changed into complete malice. Rumble, the divinity and demonic energy engulfing his fist created a sinister harmony. The tremendous amount of energy storming around seemed to be trying to destroy the space itself. Wham! Olga stomped the ground powerfully. Her eyes were reflecting her faith instead of fear. This is the last skill you taught me. The faint white light glowing from her small fist started to radiate intensely, as if it were reflecting the sunlight. The shards of divinity scattered by the demonic energy started to twine with each other like threads, creating a brilliant glimmer. Swaa. Olga and Fearn's postures looked like reflections in a mirror. However, the victory and defeat of the master and disciple who decided to walk different paths were decided by their wills. Crack. Since Olga had only walked a single path from the beginning, or rather because she didn't even look at the downward path, her fist destroyed Fearn's demonic energy and smacked his right cheek heavily. Cough. Fearn's cheekbone was broken, and he collapsed on the ground while spitting out all of his white teeth. The light faded away from his eyes, implying that he'd fainted from the single strike. Huff. As soon as Fearn collapsed, Olga sank to the ground, coughing up black blood. 3 more black lines were created on her leg. It was surprising that she was still alive. Shit. Olga swore while looking up at the ceiling. She violently ground her teeth, frustrated by the fact that she couldn't move anymore. Make sure to drag him down here. The pupil surpassing the master. Rimmer pointed his chin at Olga while facing Danif in front of him. It's the wish of all masters. Is that also the case for the knights? Danif swung his sword upwards from below without saying anything. The slash, utilizing an astral sphere, skimmed past the tip of Rimmer's hair. Knights have chivalry. Does chivalry state that you are allowed to do such a thing? A knight's job is to risk his life for the Lord. Danif's eyes glowed in a frightening manner as he swung his sword diagonally. A knight can even jump into the hellfire if ordered by the Lord. That's wrong. Rimmer shook his head and easily pushed back Danif's sword. It wasn't by sheer strength. The will accumulated by his soul was dwelling in his sword. You are gravely mistaken about a knight's nature. You are just a lowly swordsman. Yes, the lowly swordsman in front of you is going to teach you about true chivalry. Green wind and red lightning started to rampage around the white blade he was holding. Sword field creation. Song of wind and lightning. As his silvery voice resounded throughout the space, the world filled with demonic energy became twisted. The wind and lightning, incorporating the energy of the great nature, stormed around from all directions, radiating a powerful light. It will be done in a single strike. Rimmer nodded at him while pulling back the blade with wind and lightning dwelling inside. Danif accepted the single strike match. He wielded his sword with 2 hands and pulled out all of his aura. The astral sphere blazing above his blade was heaving like a wave. Drip. The moment the water droplet of demonic energy flowing down from the ceiling fell on the ground, the swords of the swordsman in the night turned into a dazzling ray, advancing towards their opponents. Rumble. The astral sphere blazing from Danif's blade surged down like a tidal wave, trying to erase everything from Rimmer. The demonic energy getting in the astral sphere's way was ruthlessly destroyed. Kring. Rimmer's eyes sparked blue, and the wind and lightning rampaging all around subsided in an instant, being absorbed into his blade. Sword field creation, Eye of the Storm. It was a new sword field, applying the last strike of the Eye of the Storm into the Song of Wind and Lightning. Light wind styles wind was what made it possible. The wind ruling over the atmosphere summoned a storm of lightning from the darkness. Danif's blue tidal wave was in the way of the single trajectory that the lightning storm was creating. Crack, the wave of astral sphere that Danif had poured his all into was cleaved in two, his sword crumbling into pieces. PSSSH, a dangerous amount of blood gushed from Danif's chest. He fell to his knees in total exhaustion and dropped his sword, which was split in half. What? Danif's lips trembled in disbelief, blood pouring from them. Should I have done? He wasn't asking about his defeat. He was asking how he could have stopped Beorn. A knight isn't a marionette that does nothing but follow their lord. Rimmer bit his lip, thinking about Barful the Boltweaver and Coman Knight Captain Cusin, who had perished after saving Rayon in the sword and Saber Sovereign's grave. The knights I've seen so far were capable of standing back up for the sake of their lord even after they'd sinned, and they risked their lives to stop their lord if they decided to walk the wrong path. If the lord strays away from their path, a true knight should kick their ass if necessary in order to teach them the right path. Kick the ass of the lord who is walking the wrong path. Danif clenched his fist while looking upwards. He seemed to be regretting that he was unable to stop Beorn. Don't worry. The king that I serve is going to drag your foolish lord down. The king that you serve. Yes, he is a delinquent king who kicks me before I even have to kick him. The moment Rimmer nodded his head, the demonic energy covering the upper floor was divided, golden flames surging from it. He smiled while pointing at the young man with blonde hair and red eyes standing amid the flame. That young man is the young king of Sieghart that I follow.